Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Dell, along with Joe George. Almost said it. Almost said it, but I didn't. I stopped myself. What's going on, boys? Joe, you had to get up early this morning.
Oh yeah, this is a big change.
You don't. You're not thrilled with this part of the job.
I mean, like normally my 4-year-old wakes me up at like 8, so it's just not. I mean, just a couple hours earlier.
Yeah, yeah. Get up. Okay, let's go.
I'm awake now.
We got a day to start here. All right. And Dell, I've never seen him in this good a mood.
It's because Lance is in
I
here.
mean, he came in yelling this morning. What's he? Oh, he's here. That's the first thing you said.
Joe and I discussed what needed to be done to get you ready to go when you're not here, and it turns out you were here. That's all that was about. We were actually talking about making sure you were ready to go.
We got a couple of big remotes this week. Texas Card House on Thursday. They got a huge tournament going to go on all weekend long, so we're going to be there. And then East River 9, PGA Championship. Does it get any bigger than this week in the world?
I'm glad to be out at Texas Card House and East River 9, but I'm not associating East. What is it again? The PGA Championship with a big week in sports? It's whatever. It's another golf tournament.
It's huge. It doesn't get any bigger.
Isn't it like the worst of all the majors?
It's not considered, but it's got one of the better fields though.
Okay,
because they invite all the best players.
It's the least prestigious of all the majors.
Yeah, probably. It's still a major though. It's still a major. You win, it's a major. Okay, let's go. I mean, it's just fun. Does it get any better? Dell's going to be all weekend long watching every shot.
Yeah, it's like winning. It's like winning the Saturday afternoon wild card round. Texans game is what the PGA is. Oh, look, it's still a playoff game, but barely.
It's a little like that.
Yeah,
but it's still a playoff win.
It is a playoff win. It is something the Texans really consistently win, except for the Chiefs game, that Colts game. But it's what they do. So yes, it'll be a major for whoever wins. But it's like, yeah, but you don't win the other ones.
Well, yeah, the Masters is a little better, I think. Yeah. Well, considering you get to play in that for the rest of your life, which is awesome, and that course.
Dude, does the PJ get you a cool accessory like a jacket or something? What do they give you? Just like a glass trophy?
Oh no, really nice. The Wanamaker. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful trophy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you don't get to wear it around and go, oh, look, that person's a Masters winner. No one's gonna recognize that trophy. If you carry, it's not the Stanley Cup. If you carry that thing around, no one's gonna recognize it.
Well, I mean, I would think Bryson DeChambeau
does it go on tour?
Carry it around drinking.
Does it go on tour?
Yeah, that's what he's gonna. Bryson DeChambeau will take it out.
So it all starts on Thursday, early Thursday morning. Will the round have begun by the time we begin the show on Thursday?
No, that's when they do the Open Championship.
Okay,
yeah. The Open is during the whole show.
It's across the pond.
Yeah, because it's 7 hours ahead. So
got it.
Yeah. So here we go. I mean, does the week start out any better than Yainer Diaz hitting a 3-run shot and the PGA Championship?
Is that the big news from the Astros?
Yeah,
Yainer Diaz hitting a 3-run home run.
Well, I mean,
Ronel Blanco was
great. 11 strikeouts,
his career high.
Holy crap.
Never had more than double-digit strikeouts.
He was really
more than 9, excuse me.
He was really, 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 really good, which is awesome to see because Lance wasn't, but not bad enough. People are terrible. People are the worst thing that probably happened to this earth. People.
I'm sure the earth agrees.
No, no,
I'm not kidding.
No. The earth was just fine before people.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't have all of this chaos. We didn't have people threatening kids, right?
It's true.
I mean, you cannot be a worse person because Lance McCullers gave up a 7 spot in the first inning that you are going to threaten his kids. I mean, you cannot be a worse person, I don't think. Have we heard if they found anybody?
I have not seen that.
I haven't seen anybody.
Joe Espada brought it to everyone's attention after the game. He, I guess, talked to maybe Lance and others and brought it to the media's attention. And, there's not much more that can be said than what Espada said and others have said. It's deplorable. And I don't know what else can be said when you're talking about an unhinged individuals who use Lance McCullers struggling in a game in his return to at least his first competitive outing at Dyken Park in years to use that as a chance to attack his family. And why? Because he's quote unquote stealing money. Is that
apparently
where that's coming from?
I don't know if they bet on the game and they felt like he threw the game or something. I heard that kind of crap going on, that he threw the game. And it was like, come on, are you kidding me? Yeah, the dude has $85 million. He's throwing the game for some bookie. Are you an idiot?
Well, that was the James Harden thing from years ago with Game 6. I don't know, was it that or people so frustrated?
No, wait a minute. That's a lot more believable.
Oh,
that's a lot.
James had more money on the table.
Well, yeah, but James, if that's the case, James throws every elimination game.
That's what I'm saying. How could you say he's throwing every game when this is what he does all the time? I think maybe it's more to the point of, you've been on this roster for years. We got nothing out of you. It's not their money, but they want to make it more than it is. He struggled in a game. Pitchers struggle sometimes, and Lance has worked a long time to try to get back. And you know what? It didn't go well for him in his first start back. And I mean, I don't know how much more there needs to be said other than people are nuts when it comes to stuff.
2 out of his last 3 starts have been horrific. Because
just overall.
Well, yeah, his last start before this year was the Philadelphia World Series game. He was awful. It was like that first inning. I just bam, bam. He got whiplash trying to look where the Phillies were hitting the ball out of the park. So 2 of his last 3 outings have been just god awful. And hopefully he can get a little bit better. We'll see. We'll find out whether or not he can turn this thing around. He looked okay, pretty good his first outing, and then on Saturday it was just awful. That was just ridiculous. That was really, really bad, but not bad enough to threaten his family. Goodness gracious, what's wrong with people?
Yeah,
whether
it's an Astro fan or someone trolling because they just thought it would be a good time to do it, whatever it might be. Obviously not funny. It's getting the police involved, and you hope, I would say you hope that whenever this is resolved, some people learn a lesson from not necessarily people who did it, but someone comes next. But it'll happen again because people know they can be almost anonymous when it comes to this. So I expect another player to have to deal with this shortly because no one cares. No one cares. Hey, I'll send a message and I'll fire it off and forget about it. And hope I get a reaction, and that's what they got.
Yep. Well, I mean, that is we got to stop that. That's got to end. We can't be having that. Anything from the playoffs?
You don't want to talk about the injuries the Astros faced are suffering from?
Yeah, we got Altuve now down, along with Jordan
and Wisniewski,
Wisniewski
feels like. I don't know. No reckless speculation, but when I hear elbow and discomfort
from the Astros,
you might as well pack it in, buddy.
Yeah,
I hope not, but it has all the symptoms.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know that Wisniewski was. Hey, listen, he's from here, and I hope he does great. And I don't know that Wisniewski was the answer to the 5th starter issue. I don't know that Lance McCullers is the answer. We'll find out. Ron Gusto goes tonight. We'll see if he's the answer. I mean, you've got. I mean, this is Wisniewski down, Arrighetti down. Have we heard anything? We still
about Arrighetti?
No, still nothing.
Nothing.
Is the media now afraid to ask the Astros about?
Oh, you got something?
No, he's just like, we're just waiting for his thumb to heal, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Until then, and that's the right approach.
Then he's gotta actually pitch,
work his way back.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's his pitching thumb.
Well, he hadn't pitched a game this season, so like he's got to start over.
Oh no, Arrighetti pitched.
No, didn't he get hurt before? Didn't he get hit?
No, he pitched.
No, he got 1 game in.
I think 1 or 2 in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he was looking really good. He was looking good.
He was 1-1 with an ERA over 5.5. He was
he was
good at I think 1 start.
Yeah, right.
And bad in the other
and,
thing.
I think the second one was a good one, wasn't it? Anyway, whatever the case may be. Or maybe the first.
Yeah, the second one was a good one.
The second one was a good one, and it was like, okay, here we go, and boom, down.
Take it back. First one against the Mets very early in the year was a good one. The second one not great, and then he didn't make it to the third.
Yeah. Anyway, he is. You got to have him back. We got Gusto. We got. I mean, this rotation now all of a sudden is who are these guys? What the hell is going on? And it's just a Met team. That's all. It's right now. It's just a Met team. It was nice yesterday. I mean, if Blanco can throw that kind of and when you need him most, because good Lord, there is a lot of injury. There's a lot of question marks with what's going on. And do you know who leads the league in WHIP this year? Do you realize that?
I'm unaware.
The Astros, the entire of all Major League Baseball, they lead in WHIP. On base percentage, they're second. This pitching staff has been fantastic, and they're a Met team.
Well, the bats have been better, but overall, there are still moments where they don't hit with runners in scoring position. That has picked up a little bit, particularly over the last 2 weeks or so. But the bats have been the issue all year, and you hope people are more like Pena, because Pena continues to hit the baseball. I think he's been on base or had a hit, and he's safely made base like 28 of like his 29 games or something like that.
Man, don't look now. Yiner's on fire.
Or however many games he's played, or maybe 28 last 29. I forgot exactly what it was. I heard it in the broadcast yesterday. He has been really good, and Yiner is picking it up as well.
Yiner got to hit every game this month. He's got his OPS is 959 this month after a 500 OPS in April. He was awful, and so Yiner has picked it up in a big way. But this not just the rotation, the entire staff, 5th in the league in strikeouts, 2nd in on base, 1st in WHIP, which means they're not getting no runners are getting on base. They're up there, top 10 in walks, home runs, they're 5th in the league, earned runs, they're 5th in the league. This pitching has been fantastic, and the offense just hasn't carried its weight. But we'll see if now it doesn't seem to be coming around a little bit. We got a lot of basketball to talk. We want to get in here. 713-780-3776 is the number. Did you talk to Mom yesterday?
I did. I called. Well, my mother goes to church, and then I called her. She didn't answer. And I called her again. She didn't answer. She goes, "Hey, call me." And I was like, "Well, I have twice and didn't answer." So I texted her and said, "Hey, I've called you a couple times. You didn't answer." So she called me, and we finally got in contact. She got her gift. Thanks to Amazon, they delivered actually on day of, so that helped.
Oh,
surprise!
That's nice.
So she got it as soon as she got back from church. So everything worked out well. Did you actually go beyond wishing your wife a happy Mother's Day?
I did. I wish my
your
daughter a happy Mother's Day. Yeah. I didn't get to all the cousins and everybody else.
Looking for that? Maybe just your sister.
Well, we got a
daughter.
pretty tight family. We got a family thread. I still didn't do anything about it, though. Yeah. I should have.
You missed it on Friday. I said, "Hey, John, I know you're going to do something for your wife, understandably, but what about your daughter? She's a mother. And what about your sister?" He goes, "Nah, I don't really do that."
Well, that's funny because she and the baby called yesterday morning, and we were talking, and she goes, "Oh, just wanted to wish Wendy a happy Mother's Day."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, happy Mother's Day to you." And I thought Adele reminded me to do that.
Don't say, "Oh yeah," that's not a good save. I'm glad you called because I wanted to wish you a happy Mother's Day. You could have done that.
That would have been the move there.
Yeah,
that would have been the move.
Yeah,
but you know what? I'm like the Pope. I'm really honest. Okay, I'm a lot like the Pope. He's, Joe. He's from my hood.
He is. He was probably at the same game I'm sure you were there.
Yeah.
At that same game that they already found him at.
No, I wasn't in Chicago for that game. I didn't go to Chicago for the series.
You didn't go to any of it?
I went here. I didn't go to Chicago.
Okay.
I didn't go to Chicago. But
series. You're not held to the same standard as the Pope. You don't have to be as honest. You can just go, "Hey, for the sake of your daughter, knowing her dad wants to wish her a happy Mother's Day, I'm glad you called, Steffi. Thank you, but also happy Mother's Day to you." It's simple as that.
Which is I'm all about honesty.
Okay, sure.
Joe, did you have a happy Mother's Day?
My wife works on Mother's Day all the time, so
she does.
Yeah, she worked all day yesterday.
So she was able to get away. That was good for her.
So I got like flowers and everything for when she got home.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you, Joe. Good for you. Well done, sir. I didn't get my wife flowers because she
told you not to.
No, we got on planes yesterday.
Well, yeah,
both of us did. She had to go to New York, so So flowers would have died. Sorry, honey. The flowers would have died.
So did you make up for it with something else?
Oh yeah, we won a little. I'm gonna tell you what I learned this weekend because we're gonna play that. There is a place in California that is the most California place I've ever been.
What do you mean?
Holy crap, it's California. Oh my goodness. You want to talk about like old hippies and sheesh.
How did you two make it there?
We went there. We didn't know about it. We went to a farmer's market in Santa Barbara.
Okay.
And It was. I was like, what the hell? Did we walk back into the 60s here? Are we in the 60s right now?
Hey, man.
Because yeah, it was. If you ever want to see California at its finest or
Or it's worse,
at
depending
its
on how you
druggiest,
feel. Yeah.
go to Santa Barbara in the farmers market on Saturday morning because that is something. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's take a break. We got a lot to do. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Is the baby thing getting old on
What
Twitter?
baby thing?
That every podcast now has babies doing it.
I didn't know that every podcast.
Oh
did
my
do that.
God! Have you been? Has your timeline been inundated with this,
I
Joe?
don't think so.
Huh? No.
No.
Oh my God! I just got nothing but babies.
And
Every
they
pod.
put human, and they put not human, but adult voices to the
They
babies.
they cover the voices with the babies. Yeah, the babies talking.
Yeah, I don't. I've.
You
never
don't have
seen-
that in your
no,
timeline?
It's not on my timeline.
Oh,
no.
it's on mine, and it just is.
I just get
It's
a lot of.
it's gotta stop because they're putting every Trump, every speech, I mean, it's like everything they're doing with the babies now. I thought it was funny when the baby was interviewing the dog, but it's not funny anymore. Let's stop.
So I
Okay?
shouldn't tell Sam to start doing that for this show.
Well, I don't know. I guess you could make AI babies of us, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Do you want that, John?
I don't
Oh.
need that. Don't need that in my life. I don't need that. Right. So that'd be great if we didn't do that anymore. 713-780. I don't know if you guys are getting it, but I am. I'm catching it. A bunch of them. 713-780-3776. What did we learn about the NBA this weekend? Is it getting back to normal?
What did we learn? Well, the
Celtics won.
made their shots and won, got off to a great start and held on to the lead this time.
Indiana destroyed.
Is that normal? What Indiana's doing? Like
No.
Cleveland
Is Indiana the best team right now in these playoffs?
I don't think man for man they are, but their style of play is very unique. And if you get down and they're making shots, it's very hard. It's very hard to play them. And right now, the Cavs have no answers. The Cavs had the requisite, hey, we're down 0-2, let's win game 3, let's get ourselves back in the series. They tried that and it worked for a game, and then it reverted back to what had been the case where Indiana would get anything they wanted offensively, and they did it again. They scored 80 points in the first half. Donovan Mitchell did not play in the second half because during warm-ups he turned an ankle or something. Could be simply, hey, a guy who had to put up 40 points per to keep them in the series just wore down. We saw maybe Steph in game 1 against Minnesota, what he had to do to get away from Amen and the rest of those Rockets through 7 games led to him breaking down. This is when guys break down sometimes, and they were going to get their ass kicked in that game anyway. Now they have to worry about Donovan Mitchell possibly not being available for game 5.
Yeah. Yes, obviously losing Steph is like, I don't know how you win that series without Steph.
And they got a thing from Jimmy Butler. I didn't think he had in him anymore. He went for 30 plus, but he did slow down quite a bit early in the 4th, late 3rd, and the rest. Don't think he scored after the 8-minute mark in the 4th quarter. So him and Kuminga in that Warriors Minnesota series kept them in it, and Minnesota wasn't shooting the ball well. Anthony Edwards got it going in the second half to kind of get back in form, and they ran away with it. So I don't see the Warriors winning a game 4. I don't know that Jimmy Butler has another one of those games in him in this series. We'll see. They're going to need it from him, and they're going to need one other person, maybe 2, because Draymond stunk in game 3. They had a great one from Kuminga. Can they expect that again? Can Pods actually knock down a shot? He stunk. Yeah. What was supposed to be, hey, they felt probably like a wide open Western Conference with Steph. Now it looks like one where does he even play in the series again?
Minnesota and Jokic doesn't look the same.
Yeah,
he doesn't look good. He doesn't look good right now.
The numbers aren't great for him.
No,
just shooting overall, he has not had a good one. Now they have the 2 bigs and Hardenstein and Chet, so they have options. But he's missed stuff around the rim, turned the ball over quite a bit, and I think in game 3, and yet that series is 2-2. And we were one OKC run away in the 4th quarter from starting to question them, like the Cavs are getting questioned. Are you a fake 61 team where everyone thought you had these elite numbers supporting you, and then you look at it, the Cavs are likely done, and OKC had to pull one out, or they're going to be down 3-1.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because it was supposed to be Cleveland and Oklahoma City from the get go, and neither of them. I mean, this is the playoffs, but Minnesota getting to the Western Conference Finals, okay, and it looks like Indiana's going to be in the Eastern Conference Finals, okay. It's not exactly, and the NBA has been doing really well. The ratings have been really, really good, and the basketball's been good for the most part, other than a couple of these games that have just been blowouts, just crazy blowouts. Like last night, that was an awful game. Indiana just blew the snot out. I mean, that was it was not even it wasn't competitive at all.
No, there is some heat there because you did get Mathurin to get thrown out of the game for just punching DeAndre Hunter and sternum. Hunter pushed him back and picked up a technical. That stems back from, was it game 1 where Hunter went for a dunk, Mathurin challenged him, didn't get called for a foul, and Hunter hurt his hand. So they've had an issue for the better part of the series. But yeah, it was not competitive in that game. That's Indiana's way, man. If you let them get going, well, hey, 80 points. I don't need to explain it. So you give up 80 points in the first half, you are likely going to get beat down. And we had a stinker with the Celtics in the Knicks in game 3 to get the Celtics back in the series. They'll try to even the series tonight. But for the most part, particularly if you look at the OKC Denver series, 3 out of the 4 games were great in that one, or at least competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Minnesota, Golden State, you've only really had one good game there. Really, I mean, because in Game 3 wasn't aesthetically pleasing, but Minnesota and Golden State played a close one. But for the most part, I think the playoffs have been good. If it's an Indiana Minnesota final, now we're far away from that. I think the basketball will be pretty compelling. I'm just not sure how many people are actually going to dive in.
Yeah. Minnesota and Indiana are probably going to lower the ratings a little bit. Having the Knicks in there would be nice, but I don't know that they're going to be able to withstand Boston. I don't. Boston finally got it together in Game 3, and they had 20-point leads in the first 2 games. So they're
down 2-1, and they've been up 20 in the second half of each
game. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So 713-780-3776, the number if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Back to this. We got a couple of things that we need to talk about, but back to this McCullers thing. Here, Lance talked about the death threats, and it really is something that needs to be. I hope, and that they catch whoever. I mean, you can't. I would imagine that if you are somebody that's threatening a guy's children because of how he pitched, that you're not like some kind of a great hacker, that you're not all that bright, right? So I would think and I would hope that this person is stupid enough to have left some kind of fingerprint where they could get caught.
Yeah, I would be surprised if there's a lot of foresight going into it to react to a early May game against the Reds, and that was your jumping off point, the threat in McCullers and his family. I don't know how much thinking is going on, so you would hope.
This can't be Julian Assange that is, it is all of a sudden, I got to get this Lance McCullers guy. And I've got a deep network where I can hide my URL.
I think the deepest it goes is someone used their fake Instagram, like not the one they normally have, their public facing one, but a behind the scenes one where they use to troll people. Maybe all they do is attack athletes, and this one was one where Lance McCullers made it public. I can't imagine this is some.
What do you do if you do catch him? Like what do you?
I don't know what the.
Well, you're making terroristic threats.
Yeah, that I don't know what level it gets taken to, and
I hope it gets taken to.
No, I'm talking about as far as words were used, because we heard death threats. I don't know if they were what was written, what was said, and what leads to what they get punished with. But we just know that threats were made against the family.
I feel like, unfortunately, it's not that uncommon for this to happen. So I feel like for them to both. For McCullers and his spot to both bring it up after the game.
Were they specific about
that? It feels like it maybe got taken to a level to where they felt uncomfortable.
Well, the kids involved. That's the difference. I know he said, it's happened to me before. I get death threats. Oh well, but when you threaten the kids now, that's a different story.
Yeah, and if you have information, because you can, unfortunately, you can find a lot of that stuff online, like where kids go to school and stuff, and if you have that information, they should go. You should. Probably.
I would hope that they would. I would hope that they would prosecute to the fullest extent.
Yeah. I know in the UK they have words matter much more over there than they do here. So if you threaten someone, it can lead it can lead to time.
Well, shoot, you just make any kind of political statements now. The cops are.
Well, they'll get after you for racist statements, and over here, racist statements don't lead to much other than a back and forth on social media. But over there, you can go to at least court. I don't know how often you get put in jail, but you can get prosecuted for stuff like that. So we'll see how specific they were on their threats. But either way, you would hope that someone has to deal with the consequences of doing what they did.
Here's Lance talking about it. Here the other night, Lance did talk about it, and here he is.
It's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So, just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually one or two people have from other issues around baseball actually had to go to jail for things like that. But I think bringing kids into the equation, threatening to find them, or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
You have to be a special kind of a-hole, idiot, special kind of I can't even put a word on it. They're threatening to stab someone's kids because of a start, because of a May start. It wasn't even September. It wasn't playoffs. It was a May start, his second start in 3 years, and you're going to threaten his children. There's a special place in hell for you. There really is. I just can't. I can't get over that. I really can't.
Yeah, the words and the emotion from McCullers really changes. Like, if you hadn't heard what he said, you just know that the story came out, you might just push it aside as just a crazy person saying something or some stupid, and it doesn't mean anything. It happens all the time. But when you hear McCullers and how he responded, and he kept it together, but you could hear it in his voice that when he said those words, find my kids and stab them to death, all that stuff, it changes the complexion of it, and you get why Joe Espada was so upset when he came out to greet the media after the game, and when people say punish to the fullest extent, you understand, well, like beyond the start or whatever, doing that to anyone, baseball, whatever, you obviously, a man who doesn't have children, I have two people here who do have kids, and you just hear it, and you're like, what are you doing? What's going on? What is going on in your life that even if you are simply, hey, I'm going to troll McCullers because he sucked last night, McCullers doesn't know your intentions. So when you do that, it's like, my kids are in danger. What am I going to do about
it? You are making terroristic threats that should be prosecuted. I hope it does. I hope so. I hope that comes through. Let's get to work on that. Let's get to work on that, tech people. Joe, you're not technical.
They're not gonna
go get AD on this one.
I think the police have their own people.
All right, let's get.
Do you think they lean on radio engineers for this?
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah. Let's go. Let's find the culprits. We'll be heroes if we can find who it was. And I don't. You know what? We could just pick anybody and just.
No, that's bad. That doesn't help the cause. Just to point your finger at someone and go, "You did it."
You probably did it.
No, that's bad.
I mean, I got some candidates we could throw out there.
You want to throw some candidates out there?
Guys, go to
we'll
Twitch.
Do that in the next segment right here on ESPN.
You heard what he said, right?
Who?
He said, "Go to Twitch."
Oh. They love Dell there.
Well, I don't pitch for him, so maybe something would have came my way if I pitched for their favorate team.
If you pitched it off, they cared about you.
I just simply ruined their favorite show.
Yeah, right.
That's all.
All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. HRP is what we're talking about now. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Let's make your business better. You're driving in on Monday morning. How's your business been? Has it been meh? Are you trying to find ways to save some money, to cut costs? How about the payroll cost? How about the HR cost? How about the tax implications of having to hire a CPA or hire, all of these people that are costing you money? You could possibly save a bunch of money with HR&P. I know we do, right? We got one person we got Laura Beavers. That's it. And she takes care of everything for our entire company. You know why? Because HR&P does it all. The taxes, everything. They can't be better at it. And so if you're looking at your business trying to find a way to cut costs, your payroll department is a great place to start. And then everything else. They are going to find ways for you to do business better. HR&P. Find out for yourself. Let them come and give you a free evaluation. It doesn't cost you a dime. Why don't you find out for yourself? HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on the show. NBA Draft Lottery tonight. You guys interested?
Of course, you got a chance. It's actually a better chance to get Cooper Flag than you do than dropping in the lottery, I believe. Like the Rockets' chances, well, at least of getting in the top 4, I think, are better than actually going from 9 to or below.
So their chances for the number 1 pick are 3.8%.
Yeah, that's better than dropping from 9 to 10.
So yeah, they're actually 50% here. Okay, so number 2 pick overall, 4.11%. Number 3, 4.48%. Number 4, 4.94%. So they could get into the top 4. I don't know that there's, I mean, there's obviously going to be good players up at the top. Number 1 is like, and there was a discussion on the show before ours. Do you trade Cooper Flag for Giannis?
Well, we had that discussion at one point, right? We said, what will we do if the Rockets, who are a hope to be a championship contender, got the number 1 overall pick? And the thought of trading the pick that would take Cooper Flag maybe kept some of your own talent that you currently have on board. Are you doing it for 5 years of a potential title or the next 10 to 12 of a great player?
There is 0 chance that Cooper Flag will be traded for Giannis. 0. I'm putting it at 0.
Well,
why would you take a 32-year-old for an 18-year-old?
Is he 32? We always add ages to these guys. We do that here.
Giannis is 32.
He's 30 years
He's
old.
30.
He'll turn 31 in December.
Why would you take a guy that's going to cost you as much as he's going to cost you? You've got a young man that's coming into the league with as much potential as anyone we've seen since Wemby, but different, obviously different, but as excited as you would be, an American-born player. And let's face it, he's a white player, and you know what? A lot of organizations wouldn't mind having him as a face. It is. I don't think you haven't seen a white American player like this since Larry Bird.
Well, it depends on who you are, and the team.
The show before, but just speaking of Larry Bird, the show before us, what's his name? Evan said, "Oh, if the Celtics could have traded that Larry Bird's right, Indiana State's Larry Bird for Dr. J, they would have absolutely done that
in Boston."
In Boston, that's what. Yeah,
I don't know that. Well, I wasn't around back then, so I would doubt it.
The answer, Evan, is no. They wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
No, they wouldn't have done that. There's 0 chance that they would have traded him for Dr. J.
The teams in position outside the Rockets, because they do have the Suns pick, are not near a title. So no, I'm not trading. Even with Giannis, I'm not trading Cooper Flag for Giannis if I'm the Wizards or the Jazz. Why would I do that?
Because he isn't going to want to be there.
Yeah, but let's just say Giannis is the perfect person and player. He would be happy wherever. Let's use that as this ridiculous hypothetical. If you're the Wizards, what are you trading for Giannis for? To win 36 games? Right. You're not doing that.
Well, okay, a lot of stuff. Okay, so it's Utah, right? Utah, Washington, and Charlotte all have the best chance. New Orleans is next at 12.5%. They all have 14% chances. Philadelphia, 10.5%. Brooklyn, 9%. Where does the league really want Cooper Flag to go?
San Antonio.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Even though it's a smaller market.
Or Houston. I think Houston, San Antonio make the most sense.
I think San Antonio makes more sense because of Wemby.
They'd love to do the whole up-and-coming young team, Cooper, Wemby's, Castle, and then you throw in De'Aaron Fox as the young veteran. I think that would be their place, and, I mean, not like the Spurs haven't had lottery luck before, but I think people might lose their minds if the Spurs get Wemby and Cooper Flag in 3 years.
Right. Well, Brooklyn makes a lot of sense because of New York. Philadelphia makes a lot of sense because of it's a major market. I don't think there's any chance he goes to Washington.
You're doing conspiracy stuff.
I'm doing, I just don't think the league will allow it. I just don't.
Well,
I just don't feel like they can.
He gets buried there.
Like look at how Anthony Davis got buried in New Orleans. Um, fat boy got buried in New Orleans too.
Zion
got buried in New Orleans.
Boy. Wow. What a level of disrespect.
Well, I'm sorry, Chunky. He got buried in New Orleans. I mean, you're going to go to certain places and just now you could turn a franchise around. You could.
But which one would they like to be turned around?
Washington makes sense.
You think Washington is it?
Yeah.
Well, if you compare, Utah has a history of being good. I just don't think they care enough for Utah to be good.
Yeah.
Charlotte, it's an area that loves college basketball. I don't know if a team with LaMelo, Cooper, and Miles Bridges is a team people are gonna love just because it's LaMelo and Miles Bridges.
Would they throw Michael a bone? Maybe.
Oh, so you're fully in.
Yeah.
No,
Absolutely.
frozen envelope.
Absolutely.
Frozen ping pong.
Absolutely.
Okay, you're fully in. Okay.
I mean, then you should just keep going down to the team with the 12th lottery odds, Chicago.
They want Chicago to flip.
Yeah, wouldn't it be? They got 1.7% chance. Wouldn't it be a little too obvious?
Well, I mean, they had that with Derek.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Rockets with which was it? Yao, where they had Rocket team had poor odds. Were they the worst team in basketball when they got Yao? The Rockets, or did they jump up in the lottery to get Yao? Because it happened for teams.
I think they were the worst team.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think they were. Look, and listen, I'm not saying that there's stuff going on.
You're saying something.
There's stuff going on. You don't deny it. Don't deny it.
It's not Dallas. Dallas doesn't deserve it.
No, not after
trading
embarrassing
Luka
themselves.
Yeah.
They would trade him away for. They would trade him away for Mikal Bridges.
They love a story. They would put him in Dallas. They love a story.
Yeah, I mean they would.
They lose one star, they get another.
Yeah, I mean they're too stupid to get him. Dallas is officially too stupid to have Cooper Flag now.
I think Philly too. Like they had like the fourth best odds to win the title this year, and then they're a lottery team. Like they don't deserve Cooper Flag.
No. 7:45. You know what it's time for, Joe? What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn in this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence. I've got mine ready. Joe, get one ready. You learned something this weekend. Maybe you learned it about your kids. Maybe you learned it about your wife. Maybe you learned it about sports. Maybe whatever you learned this weekend, politically, whatever it is that you learned this weekend, you learned something this weekend, and you got one sentence to tell us. Lance isn't here, so we'll actually get this done, right? One sentence.
Certainly people who know the rules.
713-780-3776. We'll be back with what did you learn this weekend in one sentence right after this. Right now, I learned a while ago now that Chastang Ford is awesome. I learned that a while ago, and that's why I bought several. I literally buy. That's where I buy my cars because I believe in the Chastangs. I believe in what they do. I really, really enjoy that they're not in this thing just to destroy you. What they're in it for is for you to come back. Listen, will you do more business if you gouge somebody as hard as you can and they never come back, or if you give them a great deal and they keep coming back time and time and time? More repeat business than new business. What does that tell you about it? What does it tell you about the Chastangs that they've been doing this in the city of Houston for 85, 6, 7, 80 plus years now? If you're looking for the best way to get that Ford truck or SUV, there's one place to go. Businesses do it. You do it too. Employee pricing going on right now. Employee pricing, which is the best pricing. And on top of that, no add-ons and no markups. So you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford pickup. Oh, my goodness. You have to go to Chastang Ford. ChastangFord.com on 610 and Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, I know what I just learned this weekend, although it's Monday.
What did you learn this weekend?
Well, Shams, whatever, is reporting that Giannis is open-minded about leaving the Bucks. What does that mean? I don't know. All it means to me is Knipple, you've been mocked to the Rockets at 9. Get that Bucks jersey for Knipple ready. Let's go.
More than one sentence.
Let's go.
That's way too many sentences.
That's what I learned.
You just went Lance.
No,
if you sit in that chair, you can't even play. What did you learn this weekend?
There's a difference. I learned Giannis is open-minded, and now I'm talking about who should go.
No,
I didn't learn.
Doesn't matter. You got one sentence.
No, that's what
all.
I learned.
One sentence.
And Knipple.
One. That's it.
We learned
it.
Giannis to the Rockets. Let's go.
I learned this weekend that if you are the leader of a European country, you go to Kiev and you get some great blow.
What?
Well, you gotta see what's going on in the world, Poe. You gotta watch what's going on.
I don't know if that story matters to me that much, to be honest. Some European leaders on coke.
Yep.
Big deal anyway.
Well, they're trying to save the
big deal anyway.
Stop a war. I think they should keep their nose out of it.
Whatever.
Keep your nose out of this war. All right, let's go. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Chris, let's start here. What's up, Chris? What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, it's Tongue Dart. I learned this weekend that if my father-in-law starts talking about beavers, I shouldn't interrupt him and say, I'm a bit of a beaver expert. That's how your daughter ended up pregnant.
Oh, that's not what you should say. That's not what you should say to your father-in-law. That's... Peter, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned that it's rather eye-opening and embarrassing about this whole thing with Lance McCullers. They should find that guy.
Yeah. Yep. I did. I learned that too. It is embarrassing if it's an Astro fan, I cannot feel worse about an Astro fan. Okay. I felt bad about some Astros fans, but this is the worst Astro fan ever. Okay. And it must be you. It must be an Astro fan, no? Who would be that concerned about?
I don't know who would be so focused on Lance McCullers if it wasn't someone.
Right. Brandon, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Morning, guys. I learned that fat Greek guys that own Premier League teams take their investments very seriously.
Okay.
I know what he's talking about. During a match between Nottingham Forest, and I forgot who else they were playing, the owner of the team walked out onto the field to yell at the coach, either as the match was ending or it was still going on, because a substitution the coach tried to make didn't go through. So he was yelling at him before the coach could walk off the field.
Nice. I love that. As well he should. Big fat Greek, my big fat Greek team. Okay. Yell at your coach. That's what you should do. 713-780-3776. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Ocho, what'd you learn?
Yeah, I learned that Ray Allen and Ja Morant's dad were high school teammates and won a state championship in 1993.
Huh. Ray Allen and Ja's dad?
T. Morant actually played at a good enough level to play with Ray Allen? Huh. Did not know that.
Well, what did he say, in high school?
Yes,
high school teammates?
Yes.
Well, sometimes you don't have great high school teammates.
Maybe T happened to be there but wasn't playing. You never know. Or it was great. I don't know.
Or he was good.
Who knows?
Yeah, he could have been good. We don't know.
Well, he does have a great son. So it's very possible.
Chances are he was a pretty good player.
Yeah.
I think he was a player anyway, wasn't he?
I think so.
T? Yeah. 713-780-3776. Tom, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned the best time to meet a MILF out at a bar is when the guy that's been stringing her along tells her, F it, be my girlfriend then.
What is that? What I missed it.
He said the best time to meet a woman, in this case a MILF, is when the woman in question is being strung along, and then the guy goes, you know what? Fine.
Be my girlfriend.
It's not a great way to convince her to be your girl that you.
Yeah, no. Well, I was there with a buddy of mine, proposed to, they've been going out forever, and he proposed, and he goes, here, you happy now? That's not a great way to propose.
Did they last?
No.
What about Justin Bieber? He posted on Instagram that Mother's Day sucks while his wife was celebrating her first Mother's Day.
Oh, wow. Wow, Justin. You kind of put a wet rag on that whole day, didn't you?
Not great.
713-780-3776. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Mark, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
As a married man with children, it's a delicate balance to choose who you say Mother's Day to first, your wife or your mom.
Oh.
Isn't it simply your wife? Don't you just say it to your wife? Isn't that the
Well, you gotta buy for both too.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm saying, isn't it just simplest for you to go, hey, you get that message to your wife first?
Unless mom's sleeping next to you too.
Is your mom? Yeah, where's your mom that she would even know? How does she in contention for first
when you
message?
roll over, you go Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, how is she in contention? See, this is a problem with one sentence. We should be able to ask, how is your mother even in contention for that message?
Right. Yeah. What did you?
Joe?
Well, unless when you called your mom, she said, "Hey, am I first?" I mean,
why she asked? How did you handle it, Joe? Who got the Happy Mother's Day message first?
My wife?
Yeah,
absolutely, your
like
wife.
An easy.
I mean, you roll over.
Yeah, you're right there.
You're right. It's not even. It's not.
Did your mother call you to
and
wake
by the
you
way,
up?
your mother would not be angry that you wished your mother first. The only one that would be angry is your wife.
Yeah,
that you wished your mother.
I don't know. I don't know his mom. Maybe his mom would have been pissed off that she's not first on the list.
Yeah,
he said it was a
bigger problem.
He said it was a problem.
Yeah, but you know what? You go, okay, Ma, bye.
Yeah, she doesn't live with you.
Yeah, right.
Unless she does.
Unless she does. Now that's another story. If you got up to get coffee and mom's in there, okay, now you got to. Okay, that's a problem.
Yeah, who are you making Mother's Day breakfast for? Her or your mom?
Oh.
Your wife or your mom?
If mom's is still living with you, you got a bigger problem anyway.
Mom's like
Mark.
Mom,
you got a real big problem.
What if mom likes pancakes? Your wife loves waffles.
Oh,
what do you do?
Then what do you do?
Yeah, what are you doing for breakfast? Mother's Day breakfast.
Both, but which one goes on the griddle first?
Who gets it hot?
Tom on a mobile. All right, Tom on a mobile is with us now. Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys. I learned the best way to find lonely MILFs on Mother's Day is being a DoorDash driver.
What? Okay.
Well, hey, he responded topically to what Tom called
said.
About.
Right. All right, that's what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. Well done, people. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. The Cowboys featured front and center. Makes me want to throw up. We'll talk about it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, we're talking about Game Day Men's Health. I'm going over there tomorrow, as a matter of fact. My weekly visit. I love what Game Day Men's Health is doing for me. Now, I got to go back to L.A., so chances are they're going to send. We'll see what happens. I might get the pellets because they're time released, and you don't have to go back. You go back every 6 months or so. This is a great way to go about it if you're someone like me that's on the road a lot, can't get, the exact dosage every single time. That's a problem. Game Day Men's Health's got a solution, okay, for anybody. If you're on the go, if you're not, if you need whatever peptide that you need, whatever it is that you're looking for, how to be better, get better, focus more, get cut more or build muscle more, whatever it is that you're looking for. I'm sure you're not trying to get fatter. Is anybody trying to do that? No, they don't have that peptide. Here, have one of these and you'll just get, no. What they're going to do is make you feel better, look better. They're going to do all of these things because this is what they do. They got the great professionals that are going to help you out. Free evaluation of what your testosterone situation is. And while other places are charging you, labs in every facility. I love Game Day Men's Health. And they're opening up more facilities throughout the entire city. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. If you've got issues and if you're not completely satisfied with your testosterone replacement, go to Game Day Men's Health.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts on anything? Oh, my God. So how excited are you that 2 days away from the NFL schedule release? How will you celebrate?
I will probably be watching something on Netflix or Prime when it's going on, because you know what I can do? I can just keep track of it on Twitter. I won't celebrate it. Okay, I know when these games are going to be played, what times, but I guess maybe not even that, except for the primetime stuff. But I don't care. It's just, it happens every year. I know they make a big deal out of it. People celebrate it themselves, but not for me. Okay, I know what's going to happen months from now. Cool. And we have word about the first game officially.
Can somebody explain to me why the Cowboys are in the first game of the season?
Because they're an NFC East rival of the defending champions.
Yeah, okay. The NFC East was obviously the best division in the NFC because they had 2 participants in the NFC Championship game. The Cowboys weren't one of them.
But they're going to have Dak back, John. And now they have
There
George
are
Pickens.
so many good teams. I mean, you're not going to take anybody out of the AFC South or the NFC South. The 2 Souths blow. They're not going to get anybody on a prime time. San Francisco sucked last year. The Rams still aren't even that popular in Los Angeles right now. You've got the Chiefs, okay? You've got even the Bengals.
Are the Chiefs
you got the Ravens.
Are the Chiefs on the Eagles schedule this year?
That
has to play a part.
That absolutely has. You got the Lions. You've got
first place team.
You've got the Commanders, which would be a rematch of and with all the stuff that the Commanders have done this offseason, that would be a rematch of the NFC Championship.
Do they have that star on their helmet, though?
You got the Bills, what's the Eagles' schedule this year? Who are they playing? Because you pick the Cowboys.
This isn't surprising.
The
Cowboys.
It's gross.
It might be gross, but it'll grossly rate. And that's all they're looking for. First game of the season. Get a team that people care about or just hate to watch, and get the defending champs on.
They could have done Cowboys, Washington, Chicago, Detroit, Denver.
Detroit makes the most sense.
But if let's say the Cowboys aren't good, which is possible, you want to get that one out of the way. And maybe you want Detroit and the Eagles later in the year for a game that's impactful. If you don't think the Cowboys are going to be good, but you want there to be interest early, at least people will care about the Cowboys early. They may not care about an Eagles-Cowboys game late. Detroit is going to be good. That's what we suspect. So you want to save that for a non-first game of the regular season, which everyone's going to watch anyway.
The Cowboys should not. The only reason that they have this spotlight is because of the name.
Yes, and they're going to get like 5 of these this year, like they always do.
Like they always do. They get Thursday, they get Thanksgiving, and they suck. By then they suck and they're terrible, and no one cares. But they're the Dallas Cowboys, so they get that game, right?
Why not? I mean, why not Denver? Like, it's an AFC team. They went to the playoffs last year. You have Sean Payton, Bo Nix.
No, Bo Nix ain't enough.
Number 1 should have been Detroit. Number 2, Washington. Cowboys should have been 3rd or 4. Even the Rams. The Rams were in the playoffs last year. Denver. Bo Nix is not big enough for this. But I mean, I just don't get it. I do. I don't.
If the Cowboys are going to be bad, when are people going to care about the Cowboys the most? Early.
Yeah.
So get them on television early. And the Lions will save them for a Monday night in November.
Sunday night.
Or either way. A primetime game later in the year where we expect the Lions and Eagles to still be battling for the number 1 seed. Going to be a lot of interest because Cowboys-Eagles on Sunday night in November could be a game that no one cares about because the Cowboys suck. I don't want to see the Cowboys. I don't care. They're not interesting to me. But it's been proven people care.
Yeah.
And they want to get as many people to care about the game early as possible.
And
wouldn't you enjoy a Cowboys ass kicking?
I would, and I hope. Well, I don't.
You're going to have to watch them no matter what, but you can't. You don't want to deal with it in game 1.
No, I don't want to have to watch them on a big stage. It's the opening weekend. We're really, really excited about football, and we got to watch that crap.
They got star power, even if they stink. Micah, CD, Dak when he's healthy. I mean, it's all part of the equation. Yeah, George Pickens is my favorite football player Currently.
What did you
not
think?
Because of his football, but because of all the other stuff.
What did you think of his little comments about the Steelers this weekend?
What did he say this time?
Oh, he had a lot to say about the Pittsburgh
I think
Steelers.
he deleted the tweet. I saw the story. George Pickens in deleted tweet rips the Steelers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he ripped them for how cheap they are, and he was dropping N-bombs on them.
Well, I'm not that surprised.
It's what he do. It's what he do.
George Pickens is saying he didn't do it.
Okay. I was hacked?
Literally on a plane, no service, just landed and seen straight lies from Pitt fans. Stop with AI trying to make a story. I'm happy for everything the Steel City did for me. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. GP.
Okay.
And that was on Instagram. In the tweet, it says, or maybe a comment, they the cheapest organization. Ain't no stacking year after year. They gonna let them go too soon as it's time. LMAOO. He's saying it's fake.
It's fake? Okay.
Yeah.
He was hacked.
He's saying AI did it.
AI did it.
Yeah.
Fake. It was
his
hacked.
real message is how much he wants all the mothers to have a great Mother's Day.
Oh, that's awesome. Good for him. And then there's the rumor that Rodgers is waiting to sign until after the schedule release so that his presence on the team doesn't influence the schedule.
For the Steelers?
The team getting more premier game times. This is what ATX Hobo Girl says. Des, I don't know why the league wouldn't want to know where he was. I mean, I don't understand that. The rumor that Rodgers is waiting to sign, so he doesn't want to be on more. Rodgers is waiting, so he's not on more nationally scheduled. I don't know.
It's a rumor.
He doesn't want to get embarrassed. He's terrible
on national TV.
Yeah,
just play Sundays. That's all. He doesn't want to have to wait till Monday.
He doesn't want to be his presence. He doesn't want to be used by the NFL to increase their rating. So I'm just going to wait, and then you don't know where I'm going to play, and then I'll sign after you've made this. You're not going to use me, my name, to
sell your product.
Exactly.
I know I'm only making $50 million a year.
I could see that from Rodgers. Like, you're not going to use my name to help your rating, so I'm just going to wait. But I don't know if it's true.
I don't know that's true either. I think he just waits because I think he's going to wait until after camp starts because he's got another trip where he's going to trip. He's got another trip where he's going to go and do as many psychedelics as he possibly can, and then come in and be mediocre. That's why. Not for any other reason. And plus, he's a diva. Those two things. Those two things, I think, are why.
I would hope the Aaron Rodgers story turns out great this year.
Why?
That's just me being stupid. I don't care if Aaron Rodgers' story turns out great. I'm trying to find a way to make Aaron Rodgers likable in my own head to have everything turn out, and I can't.
It sure would be neat.
Yeah,
it would be a good story.
If he went someplace and just played ball and balled out, that'd be pretty cool. No more Pat McAfee, unlikely. No more interviews. Just go out there and ball and go look. And if you want to take the attitude, hey, I'm just going to ball. I'm not going to really give you anything but ball out. I'd be like, cool. I'm sure he would.
Did you
milk it, but still.
Did you watch the documentary on him?
I don't really care to hear more from Aaron Rodgers, so no.
No. Okay. He actually was likable.
Okay.
Yeah. He actually was likable. And he just thinks he's misunderstood. He wants less attention. So he did a documentary where cameras followed him for months and months.
No, this is my final thing to tell you I don't want any attention. I'm going to do a doc to let you know I don't want any attention.
That's right.
Watch my doc. I'm sure he's got a stake in it. Watch it, make it profitable, but I don't want any more.
Because he needs the money.
Well, you always talk about how rich people stay rich.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you get more. Give me more.
Yeah.
Give me more. Give me as much as you possibly can.
And you don't spend as much. Yeah. At every opportunity, you don't spend as much as you could.
Let's get Abraham in here. He wants to talk about Cooper Flagg. What do you say, Abraham?
What's up, fellas? Hey, I'm not into colorism, so Cooper, man, he's just like the other guys that look at him. I don't look at him as white because when I look at, I'm not black, so I look at your color. Your color is your color.
What's your
Abraham? Check this out.
Abraham, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you the artist formerly known as Israel?
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's still a biblical name.
But look at here. Look at here. Cooper is not like Leitner. Maybe I can go down the list of them. They did a lot of Duke, right? They get in the NBA, you too small, you too skinny, you tall, you skinny. Ain't no way that they can go trade. They would trade them straight up, man. The Greek guy, the Nigerian, for him, are you kidding me? There's no comparison. He's going to get bullied. He's going to get punked. See, like you said, and I'm going to tell you the difference between him and Larry Bird. When Larry Bird went to Indiana State and played against Magic Johnson, I was living in the Dale. I know about this. You don't know nothing about it. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I'm from that area. I'm going to tell you something. Indiana State ain't been relevant since then. Ask Larry Bird. Larry Bird used to be offended. You putting a white guy on me? Are you kidding me? You know what I'm saying? For Prince Slick. You cannot. I'm telling you something. Cooper is not going to dominate. And the last thing, when the ball's dropped, I hope the Rockets don't make the same mistake and use a number 3 pick on somebody who is Shepard. And y'all talking about, we'll wait for him to develop. We got to have patience. No. If you get that pick, use them on somebody that's going to contribute immediately with the 3rd pick. We ain't got time for the G League and develop. No, you do that with the other picks. You know what I mean? With the late rounds. So it is what it is. And that guy is not. They're going to do him so dirty when he come to the league. And he'll be a has-man like Ferry. And when's the other guy hit the shot in Philly for the championship? Leitner and Bob, the guys from Brooklyn. You know what I mean? Who brothers went in the championship in Connecticut or whatever. You can forget about him. He's just a rat. All right, man.
Cooper Flagg, the next Josh McRoberts.
Cooper Flagg is going to be a star in the league. Cooper Flagg is going to be a great player in the league. He will be an all-star caliber player in not too long. It won't take long. He is going to be a really, really good player.
I don't like.
He can do it all.
I don't like.
That's the difference. Is he can do it all.
The historical comps.
Pass. He can shoot. He can pass. He can facilitate. He's got a basketball mind. He did something that no one has done. I believe leading his team in every statistical category on a championship team.
He'll have to overcome
every statistical category. He led his team in
beyond his same race comparisons with Ferry and Leitner and others. I mean, the Duke pipeline been disappointing in the NBA. It has.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Cooper will be that, but if you just wanted to lean into Duke those guys don't produce at the level that we thought they would. I mean, Kyrie's a different story. Played like 10 games there, but still to the point. That's the only thing I would say. As if I was going to lean against Cooper not being good, but I don't feel that way. Yeah, I'm not going to use the Josh. I joked about McRoberts or the Christian Leitner or the Danny Ferry stuff. It's just if you want to do the Ohio State quarterback thing, and of course,
guess what? CJ's pretty good.
Not the second year.
Well,
he was more Ohio State quarterback in the second year.
He really was.
And he wasn't.
No, he was, but he can. Listen, I don't care. Yeah, the Duke hasn't had good. Really, hasn't had. Kyrie's not any good.
I said Kyrie. I mentioned him.
Jamal McClure.
He played at Kentucky, by the way. No, not Jamal McClure.
Okay.
First, wrong school. And
no. Who am I thinking of?
I don't know. Who are you thinking of?
Oh, God.
Justice Winslow.
The first one that left after 1 year. He was the first.
Jay Williams?
No.
Corey Maggette?
Corey Maggette. Corey Maggette.
He was fine. He was a fine player.
He was all right. Listen. The kid's going to be good. Really, really good. And no, you don't trade him for Giannis. You be the GM that traded Cooper Flagg, an 18-year-old.
Will Cooper Flagg ever be as good as Giannis?
Plus, you possibly might only have 2 years of Giannis.
Well, you'd have to.
And $175 million over 3 if you have to pay him that 3rd year, which is a player's option.
That's fine, but if you win a title, you're not going to care. Is Cooper?
Wait a minute. I haven't seen anything out of Giannis in the last 2 or 3 years where it says he's going to win a title.
I've seen Giannis still be a top 5 player, and if you're a top 5 player,
I haven't seen anything that's going to tell me he's winning a title in the next 2 years.
Not with the Bucks, but if you trade him to a better team, then sure, the Bucks have gotten old and injured, and that's the problem. And Giannis has also had
What's
other
the
issues.
Better team that gets Cooper Flagg that is going to win it all?
That's the point I made early. If you're the Wizards, you don't trade for him. But in the scenario where the Rockets,
there's no other team. Utah doesn't trade for him.
Utah's not going to win a title probably in the next 4 years. So of course they're not doing it.
Listen,
I'm talking about if a team jumped up, like if the Sixers. Let's use the Sixers as an example. For all the issue they have, they could jump up to number 1. If Daryl Morey got word that the Bucks would trade Giannis to them for Cooper Flag plus whatever, I think Daryl Morey would consider it because of his timeline and what that particular franchise wants. But the teams who aren't going to win, then of course you're not trading for Giannis.
I do not let Daryl Morey make that decision.
Well, they've let him make the decision.
I know. I won't. I would not with his recent history. And by the way, Daryl Morey has got one foot out the door, I would imagine. I'm not going to let that guy save his career because he can get Giannis for 2 years instead of Cooper Flag for the rest of his life.
This is fine, but this is what we do when we talk about the Astros and going for it. This is what we do, right? Why? Who cares about prospects when you're trying to win it all? If you are, and you can think about Cooper Flag, whatever you want, that's fine. You think he's a generational prospect? I'm sure you could find people out there that think he's going to be pretty good and not generational. It's just how evaluations go. If you're telling me, some people are going to look at it and go, hey, you're going to give me a top 5 player in basketball who could be that for the next 5 years, I will take my chances with the chance of winning a title over. Because there have been great players for decades who never won anything.
Yeah, what is this next 5 years thing? He doesn't have 5 years on his contract.
But you can.
He's only got 2 years on his contract.
There's nothing that says you can't get Giannis and convince him to sign him. It's a conversation you go have with him. You can sign him to an extension when you trade for him. That's part of the process. Hey, Giannis, would you sign the extension now? He might say, yes, I want to be here. And then you have the building of we got 5 years with them. It doesn't have to be he's just going to have the 2 years.
Yeah, not sure he's going to say, yeah, I want to be here.
Well, that's what you figure out before.
Well, okay, but if he doesn't do that, then no.
Then sure. If he doesn't guarantee you he's going to be around, but if he says, I like the plan, I want to be here, I'll be here for 5 years, then you might do it. If you're like the Sixers, but if you're the Jazz, no, because Giannis isn't going to help you.
There is nothing about the Sixers that tells me, yep, I know they're going to be good for the next 5 years.
Tyrese Maxey's a pretty good player. Jared McCain had a good rookie year before he got hurt, and then Giannis makes all teams.
By the way, you're only giving up Cooper Flag?
You have to make salaries work. It's just
if I'm the Bucks, I ain't doing that. I ain't just getting Cooper Flag.
The Eagles, not the Eagles. The Sixers were just an example of a team who may want to win right now. You keep listing teams who aren't looking to win titles immediately. So I gave you one, and of course, this is a hypothetical. Who knows what's going to play out? That's all.
We got a break. 713-780-3776. You've got some thoughts. You're more than welcome to do that. Let's go. I've got to talk about Ownwell right now. What's the date today? Because it is coming up. Oh, my God, it's the 12th. Thursday is the last day that you can possibly protest your property taxes. Thursday. That's it. You have procrastinated long enough. You're sitting there. You haven't done this. And you're like, okay, I'm going to do it. No, go to ownwell.com right now. Protest your property taxes, because if you don't, you're screwing yourself. The government is screwing you out of thousands of dollars. Ownwell has 86% of the time, Ownwell beats the government. 86% of the time. An average of 1,100, which means in a lot of cases more. In some instances, a lot more. And in other cases, less. You don't know which one you are, though. If you're somebody, but 86% of the time. So there's only 14% of the people that shouldn't protest their property taxes. Ownwell they win all the time, and they only charge you a fraction of what you would have paid the government. So if you're looking for the best way to go about this protest thing, protest your property taxes now at ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com. Takes 5 minutes to 3 minutes to sign up, and let's go. Time to do it, because Thursday is going to be here soon. Ownwell.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
I am looking at a list right now of quarterbacks, fantasy quarterbacks. I look at fantasy football all year. Where do you think one guy who does a pretty good job, he's got pretty good rankings. Where do you think he's got CJ ranked?
For fantasy?
For fantasy. You're just talking about touchdowns, passing yards and touchdowns, and rushing yards, which are awfully important.
He's not a I mean, he scrambled later in the year, but he's not going to be known for that. So rushing touchdowns probably going to be pretty low in the evaluation. Rookie receivers, Nico Collins. I'm going to say they have him bad off line. Let's say 13th.
He's got him 17th.
Yeah.
17th, behind the likes of Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, Jared Goff, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott, which I guess he should be ranked behind them because fantasy wise, he's not a great fantasy quarterback.
Yeah.
But look at Baker's turned himself into a really good fantasy quarterback. Baker is a top 10 quarterback right now, and he doesn't run at all. So
I don't get the Trevor Lawrence thing.
I don't want to live in a world where Trevor Lawrence is ahead of Jared Goff.
I don't get the Trevor Lawrence being
At
ahead
all.
of CJ.
At all. No, Trevor, yeah.
As far as fantasy quarterbacks go.
No. He's got Josh Allen is number one. I've had Josh Allen on a couple of teams of mine. Lamar, Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels. And Joe Burrow is amazing in that he's not a runner either. He was in college. He's not a runner in the pros. Jalen Hurts is fifth, in large part because of the tush push. Patrick Mahomes is sixth. Caleb Williams. He's got some weapons now. The Bears added some weapons for him, but
and they fixed. Well, at least they think they fixed their offensive line as well.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see whether or not Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, Bo Nix, Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, and then up to CJ number 17th. A little disrespectful.
Well, you have a young, inexperienced play caller. They don't know anything about Nick Caley as far as what he's going to do. Is he going to call all the good plays?
The good plays.
You never know. So if he's calling bad plays again, that might hurt CJ. I forgot the other thing about Caleb Williams. They did add Ben Johnson, so he's got a play call that people respect too. So that might help his numbers. Yeah, CJ has a lot of variables we're not sure about. What's that offensive line going to look like? Are his rookie receivers going to play up to their draft status or maybe above? And will he bounce back with Nick Caley at the helm? So I get it. You're putting him in that mid area. You're not sure about him. And his second year wasn't good or wasn't great, at least.
Right.
I'm surprised the gap between CJ, though, and Mahomes for fantasy perspective, because Mahomes was only a top 10 fantasy quarterback 4 times last year.
Oh, weekly?
Yeah, weekly. He doesn't put up.
No, he doesn't
numbers.
put up numbers. He put up bad numbers.
Yeah, they're winning, but like they're not like fantasy. He's not winning fantasy.
It might just be hey, I'm going to respect Mahomes, and even though the numbers tell you that that's not a way you should go. Who do the Chiefs have? No, they draft the receiver. I don't remember in what round they did that. Of course, there's just not a lot of juice there. I guess Hollywood Brown is back and he'll be healthy throughout the year. Is Rasheed Rice, all that stuff. Yeah, so. There is a bigger gap than I would have thought.
3013 put out this morning. These defenses wreaked havoc last year. Teams with the highest havoc rate on all plays in 2024. Number one team in the league, the Houston Texans. 20.7% of the time. Wreaked havoc. Basically, 1 in 5 plays are you're messing the offense up. The Eagles were second, Browns, Vikings, Raiders, Giants, Ravens. What this tells me is that wreaking havoc doesn't affect winning. The Texans and the Eagles, okay, but the Browns, the Raiders, and the Giants are top 6. Vikings won games, but
those 3 teams you mentioned, offenses stink on the other side of the ball.
True. But wreaking havoc doesn't affect winning as much as there's some statistics that you say, wow, that helps winning. Apparently, wreaking havoc does not. Because in the Texans' case, yeah, they wreak havoc, but they also give up some ridiculous
They're
plays.
susceptible to big plays.
Yeah, big plays.
Yeah, but if they can get you behind the chains, they can cause trouble. But and they miss, and they also were fortunate that other big plays didn't happen. We kind of documented it throughout the year. D'Amico's defense is going to continue to be aggressive, and you hope now when you've added to your back seven, particularly your back four, back five, I guess. You hope maybe you're not as likely to give up the big stuff when you add Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, another year of Kamari Lassiter and Bullock. So they were good last year, a year under their belt in the system, and then you add a veteran who knows what it takes to win. So the defense, I don't have any question about. Maybe the interior of the defensive front, I'm not sure about that. Linebacker isn't great either. But as far as those outside positions, whether it be corner and defensive end, I don't think you could ask for more.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much running it back with CD with 8 on top, a little icing on top with 8. Because Jimmy Ward, it just never seems like he's there. So you absolutely need, and Jalen getting hurt last year was a big problem. But you're pretty much running it back defensively, and you were good enough defensively last year. The whole problem was the offensive line.
Yeah, you couldn't protect, and it just showcased itself in your final game where your defense played well enough for a competent offensive performance to beat the Chiefs, and you just could not protect your quarterback well enough to get it done. So I understand running it back. Now, sometimes there's some volatility defensively. Maybe you don't cause as many turnovers. Maybe you don't get as many sacks. Maybe your defense takes a step one way or the other. But offense, which we did not think would be a problem last year because of what you added, because of your quarterback, and now that's where the biggest questions lie. And have they done enough?
Well, or did they do the right things?
Yeah, they've done things.
But
were they the right things?
They were doing a lot of stuff. I'm not sure it's.
Are you saying the Texans
good stuff?
You saying the Texans do stuff?
They do stuff.
Okay.
The Texans do stuff.
Yeah, but what do they look like though? Because they're doing stuff and they don't look right. Then who cares? Hey, stop doing that. You don't look good enough to do it.
They don't have as much bling as they had before.
They got younger at wide receiver. They're going to depend on young guys and Christian Kirk as well. But the guys who are going to protecting CJ, hey, it's like 2 a.m. at the bar and you're trying to do stuff.
Yeah.
Get out of here, Ed Ingram.
Ariante.
Well, at least he's a rookie. We don't know about him.
Here.
Yeah, but Cam Robinson and Ed Ingram. Ew. Hey, it's a little late. I'm just gonna go home. I don't want you doing stuff.
Well, that's when we're going to the older bar there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go where the kids are.
No. Well, phrasing.
Well, not the young kids.
You mean
but younger.
Well, okay. In their 20s.
Yeah.
Young. I got Ed Ingram around. Like, hey, man. Hey, no. I said no. Leave me alone.
831 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776. How about I'm going to give you this number 281-469-8240. That's McGrath Pest Control 281-469-8240. Matter of fact, I've been with McGrath Pest Control. I don't know how long since we first started. I think over at 1560, 2007, 2008. And they're just awesome. They're just awesome. We had moved the furniture out and clean out the garage, and there were a bunch of just dead bugs that are trying to get into the house in the garage, and they couldn't get in because there's a barrier that McGrath Pest Control set up for us. And if you're they're trying to try to get out of the heat. That's what they do. They need to get out of the heat. They want to get somewhere cool. They want to get into your food. They want to do all of these things, but McGrath Pest Control stops that. They are awesome at what they do. We never saw bugs in the house, but boy, were they trying to get in. And this is happening everywhere now, not just our house, everywhere. They're trying to get in. Don't let them get in. Let McGrath Pest Control come and stop that. They are awesome. What they do with just McGrath Pest Control does, they're going to make sure that those bugs aren't getting to you. All right. They got mosquito murdering system too to help you out with that. And if you're looking for an inspection, you've got that as well. You got to get the house inspected for termites. So they do all of those things. McGrath Pest Control. We've been in more than years. We love them. McGrathPestControl.com. McGrathPestControl.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here. 713-780-3776 the number. If you want to get in here, come on. 713-780-3776. What'd you think about this weekend? Anything happened this weekend that you want to talk about? You got more than one sentence you can use. Okay. If anything happened this weekend that you would like to talk about, 713-780-3776. NBA draft lottery tonight. We find out when the Rockets get the number 1 overall pick, what's going to happen. All right. They got a 3.8% chance. It's in the bag. I love it. Yep. 3.8% chance to get the number 1 overall pick. We'll see. We got that going on. We've got also, we'll find out what the international games are in the NFL. So
we know the one team who's in each game. Yeah. We don't know who their opponents.
We don't know the opponents, right? We know one team that's going to be the host in each of those cities.
Yes.
But we don't know the opponents yet. And I wonder why they never picked the Texans. I wonder.
They're not an international team? Does no one care about them outside of
how much more love were the Texans getting this time last year? A bunch.
Yeah.
A bunch more love.
You disappointed everyone. Now people think you're the sorry people.
Yeah. No, yeah. They think we're the sorry people now.
Yeah.
Well, they did disappoint. That Christmas Day game against the Ravens was about as big a popcorn fart as you're going to find. I mean, you're
being kind. I hope it smelled like popcorn.
It cannot have been a worse showing for your organization. Could not have been a worse showing.
It's embarrassing. The McNairs thought, I guess it would be a celebration of what they've done because you have the Christmas game. They're in the performance with Beyonce in one of the cars. I'm sure they thought it'd be a showcase of what they've done. And all it turned out to be is you're still far away.
Mm-hmm.
Too far away.
Way too far away. So hopefully. And the draft lottery, by the way, the Rockets with 3.8%, 50% chance that they got the 9th pick, 28% chance they get the 10th, a 3.5% chance they get the 11th pick. So they've got the 9th is the most likely. They can't get 5 through 8. They could get 1 through 4. It'll be interesting. I mean, I don't know the rest of it. I mean, who's considered number 2?
Is it one of the Rutgers guys like Ace Bailey or Harper?
I mean,
for the team who did nothing.
Talk about a tremendous fall off. Boy, 1 is just elated. 2 is like, oh, Jalen.
I mean, there are people.
We get a Jalen.
I don't know. Cade Cunningham and Jalen are probably closer in reputation than Cooper and whoever
right,
was number 2.
Oh.
The Ace Bailey thing is interesting because people aren't sure how tall he is. Like he's listed as 6'10", and people look at him and go, "It's not 6'10". He's like 6'8" or something. So, and that that's an issue because if you're a 6'10" guy with guard skills, that's what we're talking about. I'm not saying he's Kevin Durant, but you're talking about Kevin Durant's size with the ability to put the ball on the floor and knock down shots. But if you're like 6'8", okay, whatever. You're not as special as we thought you were. So we'll find out what he actually is if he actually does go to the combine. So it's a fall off.
Yeah,
it's Cooper and then everyone else, and then but this draft is supposed to be much better than last year. So if you make it into the top 4, if the Rockets rise that high, you would expect to get a contributor. You hope you don't. You're talking about Jalen. You just hope you don't get a Reed Shepherd where he's not ready to play. Yeah,
I don't disagree that if you get the 3rd overall pick, he should be on the floor.
Yes,
you get the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th pick. That guy needs to be on the floor. That was really disappointing. And I don't know who. Was Ime expected too much, or was Reed Shepherd that disappointing?
You think about it, like if they were lower in the draft, there are guys who found a way to fly. I mentioned Jared McCain. Jared McCain played for the Sixers before he got hurt. Now they were bad, but he played pretty well. Does he make it on this roster? Does a guy who was a freshman too coming out of Duke, does a lower pick does Ime deem that guy because of his skill set more ready to play? I don't know. Or was no one ever going to play for the Rockets, no matter who they picked? Well, I don't think that was the scenario. I think just Reed Shepherd because of his size, and maybe he wasn't a knockdown shooter immediately. He got pushed to the side.
I saw the argument this morning on Twitter Okay, so you get the number 2 overall seed. You lose one game at home and you lost that. So you spent all season long not developing talent, worried about every win as opposed to developing some young guys, maybe being a bit lower seed, but you lost that in the very first game of the playoffs. So what did you actually gain by not letting Reed or Cam develop?
While you did have plenty of young players who were playing and developed, I get the point that maybe less Aaron Holiday minutes, more Reed Shepherd minutes. And if you drop a game because Reed Shepherd is just not good for a night, did it wind up mattering? That's one game. Did Aaron Holiday help you win, let's say, 10 games this year that Reed Shepherd would have lost? I don't think that's real. I don't think the difference between the two was 10 wins. So I could see it. Say, hey, get him 15 to 20 a night and just see how it goes. Because your team was good enough to be a top 4 seed, even if Reed Shepherd, I think, gets plenty of minutes. I don't know if Aaron Holiday, as much as he played, made that much of a difference. But the coach is a coach, and whatever Reed Shepherd was doing or not doing led to him not playing. So are we casting aspersions at Ime just because after all the credit we wanted to give him for getting to the 2 seed? It is tough. Like, you got the 2 seed. We were applauding getting the 2 seed, and he played a 7 that really wasn't a 7 and lost it. Is that, are we saying, okay, all the things you did in the regular season was stupid?
No, but not stupid, but could there have been a better mix?
I think Reed Shepherd should have got more time. And now you're actually going into year 2 not knowing that much about him, at least externally. Maybe they know plenty, and they expect him to show out in year 2. But from the outside looking in, it looked like you didn't learn very much.
Yep.
And that's tough, particularly if you expect him to contribute in year 2. He's going to have to kind of do a rookie year all over again.
Let's get Tyler in here. Hey, Tyler.
Tyler Gilbert.
Hey, Gilbert. I thought it was Tyler. What are you doing?
Trick Joe.
You outsmarted us again, Gilbert.
There's a question mark next to the name. I knew it.
Oh, no. That's Tyler. What's up, Tyler?
Gilbert, anyway.
Hey, Gilbert, anyway. What's going on?
I fell down a couple of times anyway at the nursing home.
You fell down a couple times?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You can't see me there, man.
Man, you got to stop falling down, bro.
Yeah, I know that anyway.
Right.
Where's Lance at today? Where's Lance at?
Lance is off today. I thought, he and Nicole, I didn't know if they were coming over or what. I don't know.
Yeah, when you come see me anyway, you know.
Yeah.
One more thing. If there's somebody listening, I want my friend Lori to call me and worry sick about her every time. For a long couple of trips, had a spring anyway.
Who are you thinking about?
Don't worry about her anyway.
Who?
Lori.
Lori?
Cal Smith secretary. Yeah, Cal Smith secretary a long time ago, you know.
Tal Smith secretary.
Oh, Tal Smith secretary.
Tal Smith hasn't been with the Astros in 10, 15 years now.
What made you think of Lori?
Why are you thinking of Lori, Tal Smith's secretary?
Well, I can guess, but
we keep in touch a lot anyway. You know.
She what?
We keep in touch anyway, you know.
She did.
If she listening, call me anyway. Worry, think about her anyway.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and also, how's Wendy doing anyway in Los Angeles?
She's doing great. She's in New York now. Yeah, so she's.
Why she's in New York anyway?
For work.
Is it up
for work?
Time? Is it upfront time?
She's there for.
Got you in Los Angeles.
She got
you in Los Angeles.
She does, but isn't it?
What?
She does live in Los Angeles, but isn't it like upfronts this weekend? This week, John.
Yeah, she's got meetings in New York. That's all. That's why.
Oh, that's all anyway.
Yeah, just meetings, Gilbert. Don't worry about it.
Doing anyway?
Frankie's
Frankie doing
Frankie's great. Frankie's great. How's everybody in your family? Good?
Oh, yeah, anyway. Well, Frankie, she's living right now anyway.
She's in New York, too. We'll got to catch up sometime. We really do. We need to catch up.
How's JT doing? How's
JT
doing?
I want that man from the Astros organization call me about one nursing home anyway.
I don't know that he worked for the Astros,
Who?
Gilbert. He keeps asking about the guy who worked for the Astros. I don't think he worked for the Astros.
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
No, he came by here the other day, a long time ago.
The other day, a long time ago?
Show, anyway.
He brought you what? What did he bring you?
Food anyway, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he could be nice if he stopped by again. Yeah. If
somebody listening right now, I'm going to ask those caps anyway, like they wear it on TV anyway.
Okay.
You want another
the real one?
Yeah, he wants a real one.
A real one.
The real Astro cap anyway. I'm a big Astro fan anyway.
So off of Pena's head? What do you mean a real one?
The new city.
Oh, the new city connector hat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Get on that.
Yeah,
Whoever's listening.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Gilbert. Good catching up, though. It was good. All right. We'll talk. We'll talk again.
Yeah.
There's Gilbert right here.
Did you tell him how JT was doing?
He didn't ask about JT. Apparently, he doesn't care about JT. Apparently, Wendy and Frankie.
Interesting. He didn't ask about your other son.
Yeah.
One of your other children. Excuse me.
And
you
Steffi
thought that was a Tyler?
Didn't ask about Steffi either.
Well, never met her. Anyway.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be rude. He said Tyler, and I was like, I'm pretty sure this is Gilbert, but he said it was Tyler. I was like, I'm just gonna write Tyler.
No, he fools us all the time.
He tricks
He
everyone.
outsmarts us all the time.
Don't worry about it, Joe.
Yeah.
Welcome
He
to
just
the party.
he just called to catch up a little bit.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing? How's the fam?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All the women in your life, how they doing?
Yeah, that's all.
There it is.
And he was thinking about Tal Smith's secretary.
For whatever reason.
Who he hadn't seen. I'll bet you it's been 15 years.
No, they catch up all the time. You heard him.
Okay. I want right now, I want to talk about Air Team. Listen, I had to put a couple air conditioners in last year. It was a pain in the ass. It's terrible. It is terrible. What you don't want to do is put a couple air conditioners in. Trust me. Not a great thing. Not a great thing. What you want to do is you want Air Team to come to your home, and you want them to check it out, see exactly what's going on with your air conditioners, and make sure that if there's a small problem, it doesn't become a big problem, because Air Team is awesome at that. They're going to fix that small problem that you could possibly have, that you have right now, and they're going to make sure that it does not turn into a big problem. My small problem turned into a big one, and you know what happened? It cost me. It cost me big time because I had to install 2 air conditioners. Well, you don't need to do that. Please, if you're somebody that has, and if you haven't checked your air conditioning in a while, you should check it every year, actually. You should do it once a year. And if you haven't done this in a while, it's really important that you do it. Go to airteamltd.com. I love what they did for me. I personally recommend them. They put in my air conditioners. I want you to too. airteamltd.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, anything that you want to talk about from the weekend or what's coming up this week. This week, we are going to be live at Texas Card House. They have a huge 10-year anniversary, multiple tournaments that they're starting up. So that's going to happen. They did a 10-year anniversary, 50,000 on Saturday, but they got a series of events that are coming up, and we're going to be there on Thursday. And then we'll be out at East River 9 on Friday. I want you to come on over there. If you haven't been there yet, I might go for crawfish on Saturday before I take off. That would be totally sweet. They got crawfish. They got golf. I mean, what a great place. Pickleball. All right. A little exercise, a little pickleball. Have you played pickleball?
No.
You haven't?
It's not my bag, no.
Joe?
Twice. It's okay.
Twice?
It's not really for me.
It's not for you?
No.
You stand there with a paddle.
I think it's too much standing.
Actually, when it's competitive, it's a lot more work than you think. I played with some good. My son has turned into a really good player, and I played with some good people, and it's work.
I just can't imagine that coming out of my mouth. Like, I'm gonna go play pickleball with the boys. Just that part of it makes me not want to do it. There are some things I just don't want to have to say. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, me and the boys gonna play pickleball. Don't like the sentence. That's all.
That's it. It's just you don't want to say it.
I can't say it's logical. I just don't want to say it. I just don't want to have to explain. Hey, can you do this? Now I'm a little busy. Me and the boys got pickleball. Nope. Don't want to say it out loud, and that bars me from playing. There's just some things aesthetically I don't want to be involved in. Pickleball is one of them. Like there's like a pickle and chicken place down in Lake City. I forgot. Is it called chicken and pickle?
Yeah.
I don't want to tell people.
I'm at chicken and pickle.
You want to meet me at chicken and pickle for pickleball?
Food's good.
Wait, so it's a pickleball place?
It is a pickleball place that serves chicken as well. Apparently, I've seen it. I've never gone in because I don't want to have to say meet me at chicken and pickle. But I'm sure it's a good time.
What if the chicken's really good?
It is good.
He said it is. I've never been. It's not good enough for me to have to say chicken and pickle.
It's just not that is going to hold you back. Sorry. It could be the best chicken.
If I gotta say, what if I say, can you meet me at CMP?
CMP?
I might say
chicken
that.
Pick?
Even that's too far. There are just some things I don't want to have to say.
Catch Dell and I at CNP Thursday night. We'll be hanging out.
Hey, if they want to pay for a show, I'll show up there. But I don't want to say, hey, me and Joe. Sorry, guys. Me and Joe are busy. We're going to CMP tonight.
Yeah. All right.
To watch the game.
Okay.
And then play some pickleball afterwards.
CMP.
Yeah.
A little pickleball. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Uncle Freddie wants to get in here and talk some high school baseball playoffs. Doesn't get any bigger than this call. What's up, Uncle Freddie?
What's happening? Hey, Dale, one quick thing. All my kids, my two youngest kids and all their friends love going to Chicken Pickle. I've never been, but it's a huge place with all the high school kids.
Oh, I don't doubt it. It looks, whenever I drive by there, the parking lot's full. It's just, but I get it. I get pickleball's big. It's just not for me right now, I guess.
Now, I do say I got to play bocce every Tuesday night in my bocce league. I don't know how you feel about bocce ball, but I'm busy every Tuesday night.
Bocce's legacy. I don't mind it. Bocce's legacy. I'm down.
And it doesn't have the word pickle in it.
That's pickleball.
No, the main thing, hey, we got a big game today. Lutheran South Academy and Second Baptist play today. They're in the Final Four. The winner plays for the state championship tomorrow. So I want to get a shout out to the Lutheran South Academy Pioneers, Final Four. We need to win today, win tomorrow. We got some state champions.
There we go. Lutheran South. Let's go. Doesn't get any bigger than Lutheran South baseball.
I found out something else I just learned. Didn't know Lutheran South was involved in the high school baseball playoffs.
See that?
Yeah.
You just learned that.
Just learned it. Good luck.
Yeah. So there you have it. Lutheran South baseball. Thank you, Uncle Freddie.
One other thing, John. You remember
adding to the show.
I remember the legacy that is Pizza King. They gave me this goes back a decade plus now.
Yeah.
The shirt they gave me.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're under new management, but someone is aware that we do this show, and me. And I went there to get a pizza a couple weeks ago, and the guy was like, "Hey, that voice sounds familiar. What aren't you on the? I was like, yeah, that's me, man. He goes, love what you guys do. I was like, so Pizza King, the legacy lives
Did he
on.
give you free pizza?
I think I went there yesterday, and I'm pretty sure he gave me a free dessert because of the radio thing. Because I went to go get a large pizza, and I'm like, my name's Dell. I got a large, and they're like, and then like the kid, some high school kid just working there. There's a dessert here. I was like, oh, I didn't order a dessert. The guy who looks at me, goes, yeah, that's on me. I was like, thanks, man. I'm pretty sure the legs.
That's called. We got to call Laura in here. We got to call HRP. That's called payola. Okay, where you're using, and now you're saying the Pizza King.
I had talked about,
and you're gaining free desserts from it. Okay,
I got the free dessert before I mentioned Pizza King.
It's prosecutable.
I got the free dessert before I mentioned Pizza King.
But you got the free dessert.
I didn't promise anything.
And then you said their name.
But he never asked. I just simply said the legacy remains.
Doesn't matter,
because I've been talking about Pizza King in some way, shape, or form for the better part of a decade.
Oh, now maybe you're trying to get more.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
actually. I just want to say thank you because I didn't expect it.
Very nice of Pizza King. Why don't they give us a pizza?
Don't do that.
Oh, I don't care. Bring a pizza. I don't care.
Do
I care about payola? No.
Now he's like,
if they bring me a free pizza, I'm going to talk about it.
I'm just saying. My name's Joe. I also live in League City and go to Pizza King.
Pizza King.
So Pizza King, don't listen to them.
Okay. Oh, he's trying to hog Pizza King off for himself.
No, what I'm saying is,
what was the dessert, by the way?
So it was a
pizza place has desserts.
Yeah, a lot of them do now.
Do they?
Yeah, they just bake the bread and put chocolate in it or something. They all do
not
that.
Back
now.
in the day, back in Chicago.
Things are different. Things are different now.
We got popes. We don't have no desserts.
They gotta expand their menu. So I would think every pizza place now, whether it be a chain or a place that's just one small shop, probably has a dessert you can order.
Okay. I heard of bread roll, breadsticks, and all kinds of stuff. I mean,
some of them have chocolate stromboli, not strombolis, that was strudels, stuff like that. Yeah, yeah, stuff like that. It's not that hard. Just put some chocolate frosting in the dough you normally use for pizza. Put some honey on it. You're good. That's what I got. Thank you, payola. Not against it.
That little payola never hurt anybody.
Although that's not what happened here, though.
It's overrated. Oh, that whole prosecutorial
that's
stuff.
That's not what happened here, though.
Okay, it's overrated. Well, just pay me. Give me a pizza and I'll talk about you. I don't care.
I'm not asking for a pizza. I'm just thanking you.
I don't care.
Giving me a free dessert. That's all.
Throw a little pizza this way. Okay. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us, you're more than welcome. We got 1 hour to go here on the show. Right now, I'm talking about Access Vascular Health. I'm going to tell you this. Doc Manovis really, really helped me out a ton. I thought that I had an enlarged prostate. So I went, I got the MRI, and the doc looked at it and said, no, you don't have that. What you have is you probably got a muscle tightening around your prostate. And we're going to give you some muscle relaxers for that. And it has been a godsend for me. Look, I don't know what your issue is. And doc was like, no, I'm not going to do any procedure on you because you don't need it. I am going to probably go in and get the vein treatment because it helps the blood flow to your feet, your legs and your feet, which is something that's kind of a big deal. As you get older, you're going to have issues there. I promise you have issues there. And the doc is here for you for that. But when you have a prostate issue and it is enlarged, the doc has the best system, the best. All it is an IV. Takes about 45 minutes to take care of. You need to go get your MRI, but that's it. And doc is going to cure you in about 45 minutes with no surgery. It's the only way to go about this thing. If your doctor has told you you have an enlarged prostate and you need surgery, do not listen to them. Go to 975prostate.com. That's 975prostate.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here with us, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Julian is here, and he wants to talk about the Bengals, which is good because no one wants to talk about the 49ers. What's going on, Julian?
Why you always got to throw slugs in my boys?
Because you're always talking about that crappy team nobody cares about.
I haven't talked about the 49ers to you guys in a long time.
Because I shut that down. Because I shut that down. That's why.
Hey, Dale, bang, bang, Niner game. So the first rounder and second rounder of the Bengals have not signed. The first rounder, I believe he wants a higher percentage to match Booker from the Cowboys. And then the second rounder, he wants it fully guaranteed like your boy Jalen, whoever. You know, y'all got 75,000 of them. But the second rounder also mentioned something about the waiver, the injury waiver, that the Bengals are the only team that only covers certain criteria. Do you guys know any more about that? I'll hang up and listen. Y'all have a good day.
So Shamar Stewart is the first rounder in question, the Aggie, and there is a disagreement on percentage of money paid as training camp roster bonuses. So that's why he's not. That's why he's not in camp. As far as the second rounder, I'm not sure where that is, but are the Bengals being cheap? Is that surprising? No,
not in the least.
Not at all.
Not in the least.
They're like, hey, we just had to pay T and Jamar. We got to save someplace else. And if it happens to do with the two guys we're supposed to get excited about joining the Bengals, which is the exact opposite of what the Texans did. You talked about it last week, how the Texans gave Higgins fully guaranteed because it's maybe to get some goodwill. The Bengals are like, screw goodwill. We don't care about goodwill. We're going to try to win this negotiating battle with these two guys who we want to perform this year. I don't know. I don't know the particulars of the second round pick. I just know that Shamar Stewart ain't happy with how they're trying to get the money up front that they're discussing. He wants more of it. The Bengals want to give him less of it.
The Bengals always want to give less of it. That's what the Bengals do. It's the Bengals being Bengals. They were, you know what? After that start, they were really dangerous. Everybody was thrilled they didn't make all the teams that made the playoffs were thrilled they didn't make it.
Yeah,
because they were playing good football.
Then it wound up being the Broncos, and the Broncos got drilled. The training camp roster bonus has become a device for putting a sizable chunk of the player's pay in his pockets in future years, early in the season. In this case, the numbers offered by the Bengals reflected a lower percentage than the 17th overall pick received in 2024. So his agent knows what the 17th pick last year got, and the Bengals aren't matching that. So now we got a problem.
No, as well we should. Bengals, stop being cheap. Oh my God, now I say that, and then they went out and paid. They paid Jamar.
Cut costs someplace.
Yeah. Right. Whatever happened with Trey?
Trey who? Hendrickson?
Yeah.
Is he still out there? Is he?
I
haven't.
You know what? That stopped. That noise stopped. Did they pay? Did they end up ever paying him?
No.
There's
still questions about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, of course there is. There's question about it, and probably pissed off Jamar as much as they could, and then gave him all that money. Just
did the same with T and gave him the money too.
Yep. Well, Joe, you know what? They're going to be dangerous. Although they won't see if they can stop anybody. That's the question. They couldn't stop anybody last year early. Nobody. So that was bad.
See, JLP, you know the deal. He says years ago when 1560 was still a thing, he got a free pie from Pizza King for wearing a 1560
Who
shirt.
did?
JLP.
Oh, yeah?
He got one for wearing a 1560 shirt right in there. Hey, you want a free pie? You can have one for being a supporter of the station.
It'd be nice if they brought it here.
It's a long way.
I don't care.
You do care.
You do it every day. Joe does it every day.
I don't bring food with me.
Well, bring it. I mean, why can't you bring food?
Look, I was a pizza delivery driver. I'm not sure how technology has changed, but I'm
trying. Right?
Okay, sure. But I also deliver pizzas. I'm not sure how the technology has changed, but the bag I got to keep the pizzas in wasn't going to keep it warm for an hour. I'm just saying. It wasn't going to keep it warm for an hour. I'm just not sure that you're looking for the lukewarm pizza when it gets here.
I don't care about lukewarm pizza.
And they're not open.
Lukewarm pizza's good.
And they're not open before like 11 anyway. So what are they going to do? Go in and bring one pizza to you?
Yeah.
Why you? Why you specifically?
Bring the pizza. Let's go.
For you and you alone.
Have we seen anything like Aaron Judge this year? I mean, have we experienced anything like what Aaron Judge is doing right now? I mean,
the 409, the 14 homers, that stuff. No.
When's
the last time?
We're in May. When was the last time a guy was up over 400 with this kind of power
and this deep into the season?
Yeah. Was Arias was he around 400? I think he was, but he doesn't hit nearly.
He's got no power.
He had no power.
It's probably Bonds. Last time we saw this, Bonds, Griffey, McGuire.
This is something that we're watching something that this year, right now, what Aaron Judge is doing. I mean, that you're putting Shohei Ohtani in the background is Ohtani had a bit of a slow start. He's hitting over 300 now, but he had a bit of a slow start.
He taunted. Was it Yuli? Who did he taunt?
Oh, it was Lourdes.
Yeah.
Yuli's brother.
The other Gurriel. Lourdes hit a big home run and celebrated, and Ohtani responded with one of his own and did the exact same celebration.
Did he?
Yeah.
I love that. Shohei showing him. I mean, and well, there, it's all you do is, I mean,
what's that?
You
bow?
Bow.
I don't know. I've seen Japanese players get pretty excited after hitting home runs.
No. You bow to your opponent.
I don't know if
you never.
I don't know if it's always just bowing to your
opponent. It's never about
yourself.
yourself.
I don't know if they're taunting like a
taunt.
Shohei did.
A taunt there is like dropping your bat from here instead of putting it on the ground.
Now you've got me going to Google Japanese home run celebrations to see if you're right on that.
They don't do that.
I'm gonna look.
Okay.
Let's just see what happens when a Japanese player in Japan hits a home run.
If you do something that embarrasses, you gotta.
What happens to him, John? Go ahead, finish your sentence.
I'm just saying.
Are you going to make a reference to what happens in Shogun? Oh, I didn't know that was. I guess I should have known. That's on me
You
for not knowing.
Yeah, that's on you. Yeah. The whole thing is on you. If
Yeah.
you want to know. David, do you go to that? David goes to the chicken pickle. Let's hear. Well,
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Hey, now.
Oh no, not this David.
Yes. David, did you go to the chicken pickle?
I did. So, I relaced baseball gloves, and I had a raffle at League City opening day Little League because I worked out there. And the general manager, I believe, the kitchen happened to win it. So I was like, well, I'll go drop it off to you. I've never been there. The food is delicious. I don't play pickleball, but the food is amazing. And so it's worth a try if you want to eat, but it is kind of packed. There's always people there. And as far as Uncle Freddie and LSA, I want them to win too because I relaced a lot of their baseball gloves as well. And those guys are really good. So, Uncle Freddie, I'm on your team with this. And anybody else that needs their gloves relaced, holler at me.
Oh, my God.
Love you guys.
When you want to do a commercial?
He didn't give the name of his company. So.
That's David. What's his Twitter handle?
Is it at Reggie Palmer? Is that the one, or does he have does he have a regular one?
That's not David, send me. I forget what we'll put it out there. I don't care, and there's
Clearly
no payola involved. I'm not even going to get one of my gloves relaced.
My scenario wasn't payola either. The definition is it's generally about radio and music companies, and whether you'll play their song.
Right.
But you have to disclose why you're playing it if they pay you.
But if they pay you,
you have to disclose it. Well, okay, music company paid me, and that's why we're playing the song. I announced I got a free pizza. That's why I'm missing them. So it's not payola. Sorry, your allegations are false.
Well, I haven't gotten any relaced gloves. So, what is it? I gotta find it. And we'll put it out there if you have, because there might be some people right now that are like, hey, I need my glove relaced. How am I gonna get it's laced up? And David does that. That's what David does.
For what I've learned from at least the people here, beyond me and Joe, no one's looking to go down 45 South.
Nobody. It's too far.
Yeah.
It's too much.
If David's in League City, he's worth it. I just don't know how many people want to make that trip. This is what I've learned from working here. 45. You just called 45 South one of the worst freeways of all time.
Oh my God.
Or 45 period.
45 is just the worst. The worst. I think it's the worst in the city. First of all, the holes in it and the bump, but it's always.
When's the last? How far south
busy.
do you travel on 45? When's the last time you
go
went
to Galveston? What do you mean?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how far south you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty far.
That's really far.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's only 45 minutes to an hour. That's all. You got to go in. Your whole thing is you got to go into League City, right?
Yeah, but it's no problem during the time I leave work.
How many times do you have an issue at 6 a.m. with 45?
Well, coming in is the problem. Driving home, there's no issue. But yeah, you're always worried.
You don't go through downtown though. If you go around downtown, you're going to have an issue.
No, I don't do that.
No, you go around 610.
No, actually, I go through 59. I take 59
59 to downtown
in the morning. In 59 is the easy part. 45 is the issue.
No. I'm talking about going home.
No. Oh yeah, I take 610 going home.
610 going home.
Yeah, I take 59 coming in though.
Yes, right. No. You can take 59 coming in, but not
going home.
No, not going.
What am I crazy?
Yo, are you nuts? Have you lost your mind? 9:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 9:15 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about my man Kent Jones. And here's what I'm going to tell you about Kent Jones. Dream Rate Mortgage. The man has the hacks, okay? He knows the different ways that will save you literally. Not over the life of a 30-year mortgage. Literally, he has saved. I can't guarantee that he's going to do this, but he has literally saved thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Over 30 years of doing this, I can't tell you how many thousands of dollars this guy has saved people at closing, not over the life. Now, over the life, he saves you as well. But he's got all the he knows all the deals. He knows how to get you into it's not only just not only is he going to do his job, but he's going to connect you with the best wholesale lenders. If you need an insurance agent, a survey, title company, all of these things that you need, okay? And all of these different ways that they, here's this fee, that fee, this fee, that fee. He knows the hacks of how to get out of these fees, okay? He can even hook you up with a buyer's agent that will rebate part of their commission. So if you're somebody, especially you first-time home buyers, you don't know what you're doing, let Kent Jones guide you and get you the best mortgage he can possibly get. He's the ultimate mortgage hookup, and he knows all the hacks. He's going to show you how to shop, save thousands. He has saved thousands for our listeners already. All right, Dream Rate Mortgage. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. 975 Mortgage, 975 Loans, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Give us a call, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776.
Would you like to give David his props? Because he's responded with what is
what is it?
It's called Tender Glove and Care. It's not a bad name. Tender Glove and Care. It's pretty good, David.
So corny.
Hey, that's pretty good. Come on.
Okay, what's his tender?
Tender Glove and Care is the name of his
what? What's his
company name?
I forget his
actual Twitter handle is at DJ Lockdown 365.
DJ Lockdown, that's right.
Yeah.
DJ Lockdown.
And then he also has an account for Tender Glove and Care. But if you just type that in, it's an Alvin. You'll be able to find it. And he does a good job with gloves.
Yeah. No, he does. He's a good person. David's a good, he lies to us sometimes about
the Mockingdales.
The Mockingdales. He has a voice that we shouldn't.
He has a different
Reggie.
Alter ego.
He has a Reggie thing going on.
Reggie Palmer, yes.
Yeah, that's.
But the real guy who's been a
maybe a little offensive to people.
Long time listener, has come to parties, brought his kid with him as well. His kid is a really good baseball player. Tender Glove and Care. If you need any help relacing gloves,
DJ Lockdown 365.
Yes.
At DJ Lockdown 365 if you need your glove relaced. I mean, gloves are expensive. Gloves are expensive.
And it looks like he does more. He probably conditions them and all that stuff. So take a look if you need help with your glove.
Speaking of pizza delivery guy, rest in peace, Derek Carr.
What?
Derek Carr retired from the NFL this weekend.
Yeah, he's not
I don't
dead.
think he's going to.
You think that's his new profession?
Yeah, right.
You don't think he's made enough money where he has to now deliver pizzas? Trust me, it's a real come down. I remember maybe they make a little bit more than I did, but I don't think he's going to need to do that.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't have to.
I hope he's been good with his money though. Could you imagine Derek Carr rolling up to your door with the pizza? Hey, weren't you pissing me off throwing picks for the Saints just last year? And now my pizza's late.
I have a feeling Derek's going to be okay.
I hope there's a real football nerd who goes, hey, you're late on the comeback like you're late in this delivery.
Yeah. Oh, see? Do you get your free pizza because he took him over 30 minutes?
Maybe. Derek Carr retires. There was the conversation about what was it, a shoulder injury? We didn't exactly know what the deal was. That news broke, and then it turns out he won't be playing football anymore. Well, when did he get drafted? Was he back in the aughts? Nah, I hadn't been around that long. When did Derek Carr, like the
12?
Yeah, early, right? He had that one MVP type year till he broke himself, and then the Texans benefited from it, and he hasn't really been that type of player since. And that was early in his career.
I was looking at Warren, the football guy, Warren
Sharp.
He put out Tyler Shuck's stats.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And Tyler Shuck is their guy. He can't beat Spencer Rattler out, can he?
I don't know. Spencer Rattler's not good. He wasn't good last year.
No. Boy, what a situation. What a situation they have and the Browns have. How can you get to a point where it's such an important position, the most important position in all the sports, and you are in such a horrific place?
Well, they refuse to bottom out. They've always decided, well, particularly since Drew Brees left, that they weren't going to be bad. So they kept looking for stopgaps, and they weren't in a real position. They were just good enough not to ever be in a real position, and then they weren't aggressive enough to get into a spot where they could draft a young quarterback. So they were stuck with the Derek Carrs of the world and drafted mid-round picks, and that's why you have Spencer Rattler in the roster. And Saints fans were hoping and praying that they would draft Shedeur Sanders. Now, we'll find out if they were wrong to pass on him several times like everyone else did. They wound up with Tyler Shuck.
I couldn't believe the Falcons draft last year after you just signed Kirk Cousins. But look what they did. I mean, how smart was it now? You spent a first round, and everybody was like, well, maybe, is the argument, well, maybe Kirk Cousins would have succeeded if they actually got him some help as opposed to a quarterback with the 8th overall pick. maybe he would have been a little bit better, but he was bad. He was bad, period. So now you're not in a situation where you think you might be okay.
Yeah, Michael Penix had a couple games late to get them in the playoffs. I mean, he didn't perform terribly. It's just young quarterback didn't perform to his best, but they were in a spot with him at quarterback to make the playoffs. Just didn't work out for him. My issue was different from everyone else's. I didn't think the problem was drafting Michael Penix. My problem was if the Vikings decided to get off of Kirk Cousins, off that treadmill, I know you're looking for any relevance, Falcons, but why pay Kirk Cousins that type of money to play for you? The Vikings, who you could say are in a very similar position, decided he can only take us so far. So you want to reach the level where you can't get past the first round of playoffs?
Well, there's a little more to it, though. He was coming off injury, too.
No, I understand, but Kirk Cousins, as a healthy quarterback, didn't succeed at the highest level for the Vikings, and they decided, you know what, we're going to move on. And, of course, they didn't get their dream because McCarthy got hurt and Sam Darnold played better than they thought. But if I'm the Falcons, you know what this guy is.
Yeah, but
why are you paying him?
You were in quarterback hell.
And then I understand the scenario.
And there was no reason to believe that Kirk Cousins was going to fall off the way that he did last year.
I understand.
So you were going to get competent quarterback play as opposed to what you had been getting.
But you didn't give him money to play competently. That money suggests
he's supposed
to raise you to a level where you're a good football team.
You hope that he came back. I was fine. Kirk Cousins was going to find a job, and he was going to find a lot of money in the NFL. He's been a successful quarterback.
But the Falcons, but you don't have to be the team that does. I'm not saying – I understand someone was going to do it, but I wouldn't agree with any of them.
You wouldn't have?
No, you can do it.
If you were getting, what they had gotten the last few years, you had to do you had to get somebody. And maybe Michael Penix was just the play, period. And instead of wasting all that money,
that's
on Kirk
why
Cousins.
I would have gone with Michael Penix. I wouldn't have paid Kirk Cousins. I mean, if we're doing the thing, and I would have preferred.
Yeah, but
someone
you just did a Desmond Ridder. Are you gonna? I mean,
Desmond Ridder wasn't a first round pick.
You can't count. No, but you can't count on a young guy either. Not. You know what? The plan wasn't horrible. You got Kirk Cousins for a couple of years while Penix gets ready. It's not a bad deal. But now you had to rush because he was so bad.
If you are
which I can't blame them for not seeing that coming.
If you're a first year coach, right? You don't have to deal with Kirk. If it was still Arthur Smith, I get doing the Kirk Cousins deal because you're trying to save your job. If you are Raheem Morris, is he the one? Is he the coach? And who's the coach in Arizona? I mean Atlanta. Raheem Morris, right? If you're Raheem Morris. The only reason I would have done it for Raheem Morris because he dealt with bad quarterback play his first head coaching spin. So he was just trying to get off to a good start. I just would have tried to find someone who isn't named Kirk Cousins so you don't have to pay him.
But this was Terry Fontenot's fourth year
as a GM.
Yeah.
Well.
So, I mean, that's the guy making the call.
Yeah, there are agendas going back and forth. You're trying to keep your job. I just don't know if reaching a level of competence should have been the goal for the Falcons, considering what Kirk Cousins, and he's coming off an Achilles. That's the other thing. Yeah, you don't expect him to fall off, but he is an older player coming off an Achilles.
Look how well Aaron Rodgers bounced back.
Look how great that went for the Jets.
Well. Mike, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
Love the show. I was talking about a show. I served 4 years in Japan, and their players like Yao Ming, and they go all out. Once they get in America and they're established over there, they go out over there. And it's just crazy once they do it, because it's just crazy. Like, I mean, LeBron wasn't nothing over there. And, I mean, it was after I left, but, I mean, to me, it was bigger with Yao Ming when I was serving.
We got that Yao was.
You were in Japan or China?
He's on hold now.
Japan.
You were in Japan.
But even in Japan, Yao Ming was it. Like, even in I still got buddies that serve over there, and both ages, it's just crazy over there.
Yeah. Well,
I got buddies that still serve over there, and they still live over there, and it's just, they say it's just like nuts over there. Like, their jerseys are so expensive. It's like $200 or something just for the jersey.
Oh yeah,
that plays here too.
First of all,
jersey you're getting.
Thank you for your service, Mike. We appreciate you. Thanks for listening to the show. And I had a buddy who went and played in Japan, and he said it's like nothing. He said they practice baseball for like 6 hours, and then at the end they're doing sprints. And he's like, "That's not how you practice baseball.
It is over
Nobody's
there.
running. We don't run.
You do over there.
We don't do 40-yard sprints. No, we don't do that."
If you missed it, that Mike's calling because we were discussing. It came up that Shohei celebrated a home run, taunting another player who had celebrated the same way, and we were trying to figure out if that happened over in Japan. Not really. It's a lot of put your head down, run around the bases after you hit a home run. But yeah, Shohei, Yao, giant superstars in Asian countries, as you might imagine.
Mm-hmm. So you don't see a lot of showmanship in Japan. It's put your head down, go to work. That's all.
And run 40-yard dashes.
And do 40-yard dashes after a 6-hour practice. He was like, "What the bleep is this crap? We don't do that. We like to go play golf right after a 40-minute practice, spring training practice."
The Japanese players like Junction Boys. Why are you guys making a big deal with the Junction Boys? It's our entire professional lives. All we do is practice. If 6-hour practice plus running, they practice baseball more than they play it.
Yeah. They no, absolutely they do. It's what you might imagine in Japan.
Yeah.
It's regimented. Okay. 9:32. Taking a quick one. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dell's making ridiculous trade proposals in here. I
just asked the question because John's vehemently against trading anyone for Cooper Flagg, and I gave him Anthony Edwards as an example. Because I don't know, maybe not. 23-year-old Anthony Edwards, he wouldn't trade for Cooper Flagg.
Okay, but there's some caveats here.
What are the caveats?
One of them is if it's Washington, I don't want bad attitude Anthony Edwards, because Anthony Edwards is getting a taste of winning now. And he's going to go to Washington.
Washington's not.
If I'm Washington, I don't want I'd rather have Cooper
with
Flagg.
all these superstar trades. Washington's not just going to trade for Anthony Edwards and then put him with Keontae George and Sarr. What they would do is they would trade for Anthony Edwards and then build a team that's ready to win. They're not just going to
ready to win.
They're not going to plop.
It took Anthony Edwards a little while to get to here now.
But Anthony
with a team like Washington and Minnesota, you think he wants a restart? You think he's going to have a good attitude?
When I said ready to win, they would trade for veterans to put around them. Not just going to stick them with all these guys who don't know how to play basketball on the NBA level. That's not how
hold on a second.
Superstar trades work.
It takes a while. You're not just going to Anthony Edwards goes to Washington and now all of a sudden they start winning big. No,
Anthony Edwards at 23-year-olds has led.
How long did it take him in Minnesota to win?
How long did it take him? It took him. They made the playoffs in his second year. I have to look it up.
Washington ain't making the playoffs right away.
John, this version of Washington wouldn't, but they wouldn't leave it like that. They would trade their young guy if they were going all in on.
Hold on. You're making the assumption that Washington's general manager can actually do something correctly. That's not an assumption I'm ready to make.
I'm making an assumption based off all the superstar trades I've ever seen, because they don't just plop the superstar in with a bad team and go, let's go to work. They will go get veterans to put around them. Whether it works out or not, that's a different story. You were setting an example where it wouldn't work. I just asked you the question. Cooper Flagg for Anthony Edwards. Would you do it? Forget about Washington. Find a team you think it would work out with, because you're vehemently against trading him for practically anyone. So I'm asking you, not an old guy, guy in his prime, 23 years old. Are you trading?
Yeah, Anthony Edwards is a better player. Absolutely. And he's young. I'm not doing Giannis, though. I'm not doing Giannis. I'm not doing a 30-year-old that's got a 3-year, $175 million deal. I'd much rather cultivate a Cooper Flagg, especially if I'm a bad team and I'm a bad organization. I'd rather have a guy that can be the face of my franchise that I'm going to have going forward. I'm not winning right away with Giannis. Giannis will hate it wherever he goes. He will hate it. In Utah, in Charlotte, in Washington, he will hate it. And I don't want a disgruntled guy that's going to be there for 2 years and I lose out on Cooper Flagg with his bird rights. I could have him forever. I'm not doing that.
Once again, when teams trade for superstars, they don't just plop them in with bad young players and say, hey, lead us. It's always
once again when there are bad organizations.
The Cavs, I'll give you an example. The Cavs were a bad organization when LeBron wasn't there. You know what they did? They got LeBron, and what they did, they immediately traded for veterans. They went and got out and got Kevin Love. They got other players. That's how it would happen. I'm not saying it would lead to a title, but your scenario of plop a good player in with a bad roster, they don't do it because they know what your scenario would play out. The guy would be pissed off. He wouldn't want to be there. So you're setting up an extreme example where the GM would like, you know what? Yes, Giannis, you're here. We want you to lead Sarr and others to winning. That's not how it would play out.
Okay. Brooklyn. They go out and give up the world for James Harden. They add Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving. They sucked.
They didn't suck. They got hurt.
Sucked.
They didn't suck. They were one of the best teams of basketball. They just could not stay healthy. They did not suck. It didn't work out for them because all those guys got hurt, but they did not suck when they were on the floor. Now, injuries you can't account for, and it happened, and it derailed that team. Excuse me. But when they were on the floor, people can touch them. They just were never on the floor.
You can get the best players, a great player, and still suck.
The
Philly. The 76ers sucked. You got Embiid, you got James Harden, and they sucked.
Once again, they did not suck. They got knocked out in the second round of the playoffs.
First round.
Against the Celtics, was that the year they got knocked out in the first round, the second round?
Okay. The Clippers, bad organization.
They don't suck as as a team.
They lost in the first round.
That doesn't mean
again.
You suck, John. They don't suck. They lost to the Nuggets. They don't suck. That series went 7. That doesn't suck. They just lost to a team who's giving OKC everything they want.
They suck.
They don't suck.
Phoenix, bring in Kevin Durant. Bring in Bradley Beal. Suck. Don't even make the playoffs.
That team sucks, but the other teams you named don't suck. That team does suck for multiple reasons.
I mean, it doesn't guarantee. I mean, and
nothing
listen,
guarantees you anything. That's the point of the conversation.
But listen, we're talking about historically bad organizations. Washington, Charlotte, Utah's Utah. That they're not going to do anything because nobody wants to go play there. But yeah, Anthony Edwards goes to Utah. Good
Anthony Edwards went to Minnesota. What were they?
I know.
What were they?
Wants to get away from that crap.
Apparently, I don't know. He seemed having a good time on and off the floor. It seems to be the case. But Minnesota, you do this all the time with coaches. When I say this team can never win a title, you go, well, what if the right coach? That's our college football discussion. If the right coach goes someplace,
college football's different.
Anthony Edwards drug minute. Well, they were the number one. They had the number one pick for a reason. They sucked.
Great
and then he
players
got there.
Don't guarantee that you're going to be a great team.
Well, you're predicting Cooper Flagg is going to be a great player. He doesn't guarantee you
anything
either.
I'm predicting that Cooper Flagg is going to be a face of a franchise, somebody that you can build around.
Why are you predicting that?
That guys might want to go play with. Okay,
it doesn't guarantee you anything.
He actually is a facilitator on top of being a star.
It doesn't guarantee you anything. That's the argument you're having with me. Cooper Flagg going to Washington doesn't guarantee them being good.
No,
you're taking a guess.
Listen, but I've got Cooper Flagg trapped. Okay, first of all, I got him trapped. I don't have to pay him the big money that I have to pay an Anthony Edwards or a Giannis. Okay, he's trapped there for 5 years at least, and then I'll have his bird rights, and maybe if we can actually turn it around and start with a foundation, a really good, a top of the line rookie that we can start with, that we can build around. Maybe he'll like it, and maybe it'll the organization can turn around.
So I want to point out the bad organization who wouldn't put players around Giannis is now going to put good players around Cooper.
No,
Washington. You said you wouldn't guarantee that the bad organization would put good players around Giannis for them to win. Why would you think that the bad organization is going to put good players around the young player?
Oh, well, they're still going to have more high draft picks. Maybe they'll actually pan out. Maybe they'll get a decent coach in there. Maybe look at what happened with the Rockets with one move, Ime, after having a bunch of good draft picks. Is SARS really that bad? We don't know. You know what? He might be a good player. Maybe he doesn't have anybody that can help him be a good player.
Like Giannis?
Like Cooper Flagg. Look at what happened with our young guys. I mean, that is more of what can possibly happen for an organization, is get you a good coach that's going to be able to lead these young guys. And I'm just not giving up a really top of the line number one overall pick for an older guy. And I just don't know that Anthony Edwards is going to be. I just can't trust Anthony Edwards. I see him talking to fans, talking about how big his junk is. Okay. All right. I just can't trust that guy's going to be happy.
Not affected what he's done on the floor.
What if the Rockets won the lottery and Jokic demanded out of Denver? They just fired their coach. He's kind of a weird guy. Would you trade Jokic for Cooper for the Rockets? He's older, same thing, but it's Jokic. He's the best
30.
player.
He's same age as Giannis.
He seems like he wants to go back to Serbia and just
Jokic
race horses.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Is he? I mean, he might be. I don't know.
They got 3 years of Jokic versus 10 years of Cooper.
I don't know if I do it.
Really?
I really don't. Yeah. I guess you would have to.
That's how I feel about Giannis. Like if you get the number one pick and Giannis wants to come here and sign an extension, I feel like you just have to do it.
If he signs an extension.
Yes.
He'd have to sign an extension. Absolutely.
He just wants to argue with me. That's what I said.
I know
he was quicker to agree with you than me.
Well, no. The Rockets are a different situation in Washington. Way different. Way different. He's talking about the Rockets doing it. That's a different story.
And I will continue to tell you, if Washington, for whatever reason, decided they wanted in, and Giannis said, I want to be in, they would tell him the plan. They're not just going to blindly trade for him and go, you know what? Maybe you'll lead us to 35 wins. That's not how it would work. That's because he would say no. You're right. He would be disgruntled,
right.
and he would say no. So they're not. So they would have a plan in place. Say, hey, this is what we're going to add.
What plan for Washington?
They all have a plan. Whether it works or not, it's a different story. But they're not just going to sit there and go lead our young guys. They're not going to do that.
I can't trust that organization. I can't trust that ownership.
But you would trust them to help Cooper Flagg win.
No, Cooper Flagg is. I told you, he's an indentured servant. He can't do anything about it. He's got it. He's stuck. He's stuck there. Anthony Davis was stuck forever in New Orleans.
Well,
Orlando got. I mean,
he got out of there.
Powell, he's stuck.
Oh, you're not gonna like this. Anthony Edwards. Brian Windhorst. The two teams to watch for Giannis: Spurs and Rockets.
Okay. I mean, I'm not giving up Cooper Flagg because they don't have Cooper Flagg. I'm not opposed to getting Giannis. I'm not opposed to it. I don't know
when the trade stuff starts to come in and what is being asked for if you're opposed or not, because it ain't going to be easy.
It ain't going to be easy, is right. No, you're going to have to give up a lot. That's the one that changes. You know what? You're not running it back, and you're not just adding on, or finding out. What you're doing is you're changing your organization. That's what you're doing. You're changing your organization because you're not going to have Alpi anymore. You're not having Jalen. You're not having Jabari. You're not having Tari. I mean, maybe you can hold on to Amen, maybe. But yeah, Giannis changes the whole deal. And I don't know. You guys want Giannis and give up on this?
As long as Amen Thompson's not included, yeah. He's the only guy that's untouchable for me. I would trade Alpi, Jalen, preferably not together. I know that's what the Ringer is suggesting, was to trade both of them for Giannis. But if you can move one of them,
the Athletic has you giving up the whole team, Amen included.
No, I'm not trading Amen Thompson.
And the question we've been debating off air and on as well. The TV is frozen, but they're having that discussion right now. Would a lot of their team rather have Giannis Flagg? I say they would rather have Flagg because you're not going to, if you're not going to build around Giannis, there's no point in having him.
No, and I don't trust them to do it. I don't trust Washington to do anything right. They haven't done anything right ever. Why would we trust them to do it right now?
Weren't they good in the 70s? I'm trying to
think. The 70s.
Wes
Unseld?
Weren't they good back then?
You want Wes Unseld?
Well, not Wes Unseld, but it's been a while. Yes, you're right. They've been bad for a while.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 is the number. You're not getting in here because we've got News of the Weird coming up next.
No mics. We can't have Mike. There's a different version of Mike in News of the Weird.
A different version of Mike.
Yeah, just another guy who wants to be Mike. It's crazy over there, man.
No, we're not making fun of veterans.
I'm not making fun of them. I want someone else to call in and talk about your Japan and China.
No, well, and that's what confused me because he kept talking about Yao when he was in Japan.
He heard him
saying I think he just said same thing.
It's crazy over there.
He just said same thing.
Well, you would say same thing.
No, I didn't say same thing. He did.
I said you would. I
didn't
say you did.
That. He did.
Ping pong, whatever. I remember that.
That was different. That was Chinese. That was different.
Do you think Mike would have won the game you guys used to play?
Was he sober when we played the game?
Male golfer, female golfer, food. I don't know.
Was he?
I don't know because
this version.
Maybe
of Mike or
maybe if it
version?
was a Japanese name. Yeah, he would have.
Or he would have thought it was a Chinese name. You never know.
He did confuse me a little with the
but he said either
Shohei
way,
and Yao.
Either way, big time over there. The jerseys go for $200 some.
Yeah, no.
They do.
They go me a little confused.
They go for that here too.
You know what goes for more than $200? Your property taxes. You listen. Property taxes suck. Property taxes are too high. Property taxes are killing you. Property taxes are going up, and property taxes, chances are what the government said your property taxes are wrong. Chances are 86% chance that it's wrong because Ownwell's been doing this for a while and they win 86% of the time. That's a ridiculous number to me. And by the way, Thursday's the deadline. You have got to protest by Thursday. Are you still sitting on your hands and not protesting your property taxes? Because if you are, then you really, really need to act. You need to do it now, in case you forget. I said this last week. What if you fall into some kind of pit and you can't get out? Okay? You fall into a pit, can't get out. Now all of a sudden your property taxes are high because you couldn't get out till Friday. Well, guess what? Don't fall into a pit and do not protest your property taxes. I use a double negative there, which means you have got to protest your property taxes, and you got to do it by Thursday. So right now, go to ownwell.com, OWNWELL.com. Takes 3 minutes to sign up. Start your protest today. You don't lift a finger. They do it all. Ownwell.com. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A reminder, Thursday, we're going to be at Texas Card House on Westheimer. Want you to come on by and play in their big events that are coming up. They're having a huge series over there at Texas Card House we will tell you about. And then East River 9, the PGA Championship. Now, that's weird. Weird week with the PGA Championship, and Dell not at all interested in it.
Well, I've done my part to make sure we have a great experience at East River 9. Talk to Joe to make sure there's someone there to meet us.
This time?
Yeah.
Yep.
Have the lights turned on. Maybe the TV's turned on early. I've done what I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
I'm excited.
I did what I can.
Yeah.
I passed along the message.
Yeah, we're trying to make nice. We're trying to make sure they don't treat us like they didn't know we were coming.
Televangelist, you remember Jim Baker?
I do.
Tammy Faye's husband?
I do.
He said he needs $1 million or he's going to be out on the street. Do you want to help Jim Baker by giving him $1 million or not?
Out on the street.
He'll be out on the street if he doesn't have $1 million.
Why $1 million?
I don't know why he needs that much, but he'll be out. He can't live like we
he
can.
Can't. Oh, okay. He has a level of living that he's used to, and he can't live below it, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, what about $20K? Let's start there.
I mean, the private jet's got to cost a lot of money.
You can't rent an apartment. You need $1 million for your overheads. I guess is high for him. He hasn't been in the public eye for years. He hasn't trimmed down the expenses. What is he?
No, I know he's getting older now.
Yeah, what's he up to? He still needs to have $1 million.
Did he do prison time too?
Yeah, I think
I'm pretty sure he can live. If you can live in prison, you can.
Jim,
you can live less than $1 million.
You found out. I'm sure you found out how to cook in your cell. You think you can't live off of less than $1 million?
Yeah.
I don't buy that.
According to a recent study, the ideal number of sexual partners for a man, the magic number for guys is how many lifetime partners?
So let's give a reasonable start. Let's say you start at 17. reasonable start, I think.
17?
Because younger, but still, I know it's happened before. Let's 17 to about 82.
That's the magic number.
I'm just spitballing. You just put this in front of me now. I don't know. I haven't done a lot of research on it. How many?
This one says 4 to 5.
Ideal?
4 or 5.
For which man?
With 2 or 3 of them being casual hookups.
Have they met men?
17 to you were a little off on this one.
What woman wrote this?
And for women, the magic number shrinks to 2 to 3 partners.
I was gonna say 1 to 2.
Yeah, what is this, a Protestant?
With only 1 to 2
publication?
casual flings. This is
Is that the Catholic Church who wrote that?
No,
what is this?
It's
they would say less than that.
Social, psychological, and personality science. Yeah. So you're gonna have to cut back.
I don't know, man. It feels like that has a certain slant that not a lot of people are going to agree with.
I'm just saying.
4 over the course of a lifetime?
You better cut back, okay?
4 over the course of a lifetime? No, I meant 17 to 82 as far as ages, not a range of partners.
No, number of partners.
I meant the ages where you start having sex or where you probably stop. I didn't mean like it could be between 17 and 82 people. I'm saying.
Well, that's what I thought it was.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant you start at about 17 and maybe
No. It's how many partners should you have?
I get it, but that age range from 17 to 82, how many partners in that age range should you have?
All right. Well, hopefully you're not before 17.
That's why I said not a creepy.
And 82, by the way.
That's why I thought
that tougher.
That's why I thought that's a perfect range of ages, not 17 people to 82. I'm gonna go. That number's low.
Low.
I'm in a lifetime.
In a lifetime,
there are married people. Like, they've been married 4 times and had that many partners. Forget about everything else. That's a ridiculous number. Let's go 12.
12 is a good number?
For some people.
For some.
I
like your 17 to 82.
That's not what I meant, though. That's not what I meant.
Yeah. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. Well, let's see. We'll give me another one. Apparently, a U.S. YouTuber is in custody in India after visiting a restricted island with a Diet Coke can. Do you feel like you should be imprisoned because you had a Diet Coke can? Now, in India, right, you can't kill cows. I didn't know you couldn't bring in Diet Coke.
You could have just stopped with U.S. YouTuber. Go to jail.
That's it?
Just go to jail.
24-year-old American YouTuber.
Yeah, that's enough.
Arrested.
That's enough.
Arrested.
I'm sure you did something that you shouldn't have done.
Went to an off-limits island.
Oh, there it is.
In the Indian Ocean with hopes to establish contact with a reclusive tribe.
I mean, the ones that
and
kill you?
And he brought a Diet Coke with him.
Yeah, this is not about the Diet Coke. He was on a island he shouldn't have been on. You know, those tribes will kill you. They don't just go, oh, look, you're new. We don't know you. Welcome. They will murder you for getting close to them.
Yeah. He didn't find him. He just left the Diet Coke and a coconut as an offering for the tribe.
Yeah, like I said, 24-year-old YouTuber in a foreign country. Arrest him. Don't even have to finish the rest of the story. Those guys are all.
Oh yeah, he'll probably spend the rest of his life in prison for leaving a Coke can.
Maybe he gets caned. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, in India, I think they do that, right?
Well, I think that was Thailand or something, or Singapore. But either way, that first sentence is an arrestable offense. You know, those guys are up to no good.
Yeah, no, yeah. The YouTuber, you're right. Just arrest him now. Let's save everybody time and money.
If you're not YouTubing for your home, vlogging, your cleaning habits, whatever, you are up to no good if you're out and about. Put him in jail.
All right, we're done. Mapes is back there. Going to take over for you there, Joe?
Yeah.
How about you getting up, Joe?
I'll be here tomorrow, too.
Are you blowing Paul off today?
I'm not with Paul anymore.
Oh, you're not?
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Come on,
No. I thought you were not doing anything with it.
No.
Nothing with the show anymore. Okay.
No.
This man ain't learned the team.
Johnny Wood doesn't know anything anymore.
No. Learn what's going on.
I can't hear the show, so I don't know.
Really just tuned
we
out.
have an app.
He's not listening to that.
Yeah.
That would involve listening to me. He's not doing that.
I ain't doing that. As soon as this is over, I don't know if you see, I do this. Okay.
He'll go golf.
I shut down that computer.
Lance is in the middle of live read and his video just done for. That happens all the time.
Right. But first, you got to talk about Monument.
It's already after 10. We'll just wait.
Do you want to wait on Monument?
I will do it in the first segment of my actual show.
Okay.
Because it's already after 10 o'clock anyway. What's the difference?
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thanks to Joe George for making the show great today. We appreciate it.
Welcome to the show. Sean's here with me. Thanks to Joe for helping out. Joe's going to be back tomorrow. Maybe John will learn then that he's not working with Paul. Can't promise it, but maybe John will retain that information and not ask why Joe is skipping out on Paul. Well, if you want to call it skipping out, that happened quite a while ago. Paul Gallant. Remember, he's by himself from 12 to 3. Well, Sean's there with him too. All right, so we had an interesting weekend. Started with news that I shared with Sean when I saw it. Lesneski, the dreaded elbow inflammation. We all know what that means. At least we've known in the past what that means.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
So that happened. The local product has an issue with his elbow that the Astros are going to look into. He's gone on the IL. I think they retroactively did that to like May 7th or something. So he's going to be on the shelf for a while. And it's an Astros pitcher with an arm problem. So I don't want to say expect the worst, but don't be surprised by the worst, just with recent history, which led to another Astro pitcher who had arm problems. But this wasn't about his injury. His injury passed. At least I don't believe so, because nothing can really explain what Lance McCullers had to deal with on Saturday night. So if you don't know, after a tough outing where Lance gave up 7 runs in his return to Dyken Park, the news came out thanks to Joe Espada. In fact, we have it from Joe Espada, so I'll let you hear what he had to say. Thanks to Joe Espada, that Lance McCullers and his family received threats on their lives, threats about finding his kids and stabbing them. And Lance McCullers talked about it after the game as well. But as you might imagine, this is a very emotional and disturbed Joe Espada right after the game.
I'm going to start saying something. I just left my office, and it's very unfortunate that Lance McCullers, that there are people who are threatening his life and the life of his kids because of his performance. It's very unfortunate that we have to deal with this. After all he's done for this city, for this team, the fact that we have to talk about that in my office, I got kids too, and it really drives me nuts that we have to deal with this. Very sad. Very, very sad. All right, let's go. I'm not going to comment on anything. I just needed to get that on my chest, okay?
Joe Espada, after the game. You can hear him consistently hitting the table, talking about what happened. So I won't even say that Lance's performance led to this, because this is a bad outing, sure, but nothing that could be done on a baseball field should cause what Lance McCullers and his family had to deal with. So Lance McCullers on Saturday night in a 13-9 loss to the Reds, he didn't pitch well. He only pitched a third of an inning, 7 runs given up. He struggled. He was bad, and it led to an Astros loss in a series they took 2 out of 3 from a team they took 2 out of 3 from the Reds. Ronel Blanco was great yesterday. We'll get into that. You know, I don't know what else needs to be said other than what Espada said and what Lance McCullers said afterwards. I mean, I know there are a lot of accounts are talking about how bad it was. I think Josh Reddick was on Twitter and said, "Hey, we don't want you in this fan base anymore." I mean, there's no logical way to approach what was said. There's nothing else that needs to be said other than you hope that these people are found. Like, what impactful thing can anyone say other than this is wrong? And can people, for at some point, I don't believe it'll ever happen, figure out that it's baseball, it's a game, and it should not hold that type of sway. Whether you're trolling, whether it's a serious thing or not, doesn't really matter. How are the people in Lance McCullers' life going to take it? They're going to take it as a scary situation that you wouldn't ever dream of happening. Although Lance McCullers did talk about, hey, my life has been threatened before because of baseball. But now you're talking about the people I love the most. So that happened on Saturday night. And then we had Sunday, where Ronel Blanco was great. He set his career high in strikeouts. It was a great performance for a guy who's actually pitching better now. It's more of a reminder of what he was last year than some of his starts earlier in the year. So the Astros shut out the Reds 6-0 yesterday. Ronel throws 8 or goes 8, throws 11 or gets 11 strikeouts. Only throws 90. Actually, I'm looking at Chase Petty, who had a different game. Ronel threw 101 and threw 8. So a nice performance for him. And then Dubin came out there and closed it out. So you get 2 out of 3. Jeremy Pena stays hot. He's up to 287. And Paredes and Walker had nice days, particularly Walker. So you take 2 out of 3 from the Reds and a team you rarely beat. Was it back to like 2016, the last time they beat the Reds? I think I saw that come across, or somewhere along there where they had not beat the Reds. Of course, they don't have a lot of opportunities to play the Reds. They just did not play well when they did face them. So you're now 20-19. just 2 games behind Seattle, and this will be a thing going forward throughout the season. You're going to be in the mix. You're an average baseball team playing in an average division, and you should be grateful for it. Seattle's lost their last 3. They're not going to run away from you. So while you're trying to work things out and deal with injury problems, which now extend to Jose Altuve, he's got a hamstring issue. He came out of the game over the weekend. So we will see where he stands. The spot is not too concerned about it, and that goes for Jordan as well. Jordan's got the hand thing we know about. The initial reporting was they hope he's able to grip a bat like 10 days after getting off the 10-day IL. He's still on track for that. So no complications for Jordan. The big worry is the depth of your pitching staff, because beyond Lance McCullers and the threats on his life and his family's life, right now, the Astros kind of need him. You look at their rotation, Arrighetti still waiting to come back. Now you have Wesneski, who has a problem. So right now you've got Brown, Fromber, Rennell, and who? You get Gusto going again. And then you've got Lance. So I hate that what happened is a distraction from the actual baseball stuff, because we would rather talk about the baseball stuff. The Astros are all of a sudden in a spot where they're going to need Lance McCullers or to find someone else to pitch pretty well. And right now it's for him, after the road start in this one, you're just not quite sure. And that might be a thing for some time, because he's been off for a long time. And can we expect much from him as he tries to work his way back? But right now, the Astros kind of need him, as their rotation's dealing with some injuries. So we can talk more about Astros if you want. That number is 713-780-3776. Of course, a lot of NBA playoffs to get to. John and I had several discussions about the Rockets and really just building a team overall, even if you aren't the Rockets, because some news has come out. We've got the news on Giannis and the reporting from Shams. This is an extension of Shams' initial reporting right after the Bucks season ended, where the Bucks and Giannis were going to have a meeting about his future. They've had that meeting. We'll talk about what that means for the Rockets, because Brian Windhorst has a report on Giannis and Rockets' interest, and also the Suns and Devin Booker. We know the Suns don't want to trade Devin Booker, and we found out the Rockets' interest on Devin Booker and what player on their roster is affecting that. So we'll get to that when we come back. We'll talk NBA playoffs as well. A lot went on. Cavs in a bit of a hole, and they don't know if their best player will be available for what could be a season-ending Game 5. So we'll get into all that. But before we do that, I see you, Lasalsa. You want to talk about a movie, so we'll talk to you in a little bit. But before we do that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to if you want a great vehicle and a great experience added on to it. What I mean by that great experience, they understand when you go out and get a car, particularly for someone who's never gotten a new car or has had bad experiences before, you just want to get a car, have it be as painless as possible, and then get out of there with your brand new car or your pre-owned vehicle, because they sell those too. So they're going to make the car buying process as quick and easy as possible. They understand that no one will spend all that much time on a lot. So once you decide on the vehicle, they're going to get you in that vehicle as quickly as possible, work with you to make sure the price fits what you're looking for, and then you're out, because in and out is part of what they want you to feel like. You're in, you're out, you got your car, you're good, and you can always come back, because whether it's a parts issue or a service issue, they're going to treat you like family, because that's how they treat everyone. Whether you are a customer or an employee, you get treated like a family once you're out at Monument Chevrolet. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. You can check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com, and maybe you'll run into Javier, salesperson of the week. He is one of the people out there that has been out there for years and understands the car buying experience backwards and forwards, and we'll get you in that car that you love. So monumentchevrolet.com is a website. Go out to Pasadena and check out all they have to offer. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we have plenty of stuff to get to of a serious nature, but let's get to some likely not very serious before we get to that. Let's get to La Salsa, who's got a movie he wants to talk about. What's up, La Salsa?
Hey there, Deli Belly. There's Slime in the Ice Machine. Hey, matey. Anyways, I was wondering if you got a chance to watch the movie Companion. I got to watch it yesterday, and I thought it was a dope joint. Anyways, you stay classy, H-Town.
There's a lot of catchphrases in there. He stole over heels, then he stole Wayne Dolcefino's, and then he said that. I don't know what that's from. Is that like Ron Burgundy?
Yeah,
just with H-Town? Okay.
He localized the
Got
Ron
it.
Burgundy.
That's three. At least I'm glad I was able to recognize all three. All right. I have seen Companion. I like that. I like Sophie Thatcher. She is one of the stars of the young cast in Yellow Jackets. She plays the young version of Juliette Lewis in that show. But she plays a android or robot, whatever you want to call it, who, well, as the movie goes on, gains a bit more consciousness of who she is and what she is. Has Dennis Quaid's son, Jack Quaid, who's everywhere. You know him as Huey from The Boys. At least some people do. He's in a movie, Novocaine, that I haven't watched. He's in a lot of stuff. He was in one of the more recent Scream movies as well. I enjoyed that movie. The twist is pretty good. And then the carnage that came afterwards is pretty good, too. You can find that. I don't know if it's on a streaming service or still VOD. I don't remember. Maybe it's on Max. I think it might be on Max. Maybe that's where La Salsa saw it. But Companion's pretty good. If you like a twist that maybe you see coming, maybe you don't. But yeah, it's on Max right now. You can go watch it. All right. As far as the serious stuff, although that was pretty straightforward from La Salsa. I saw it calling me Deli Bear. But the news that broke this morning is that Giannis is willing to consider not being a Buck anymore, which means he hasn't made a firm decision. He could always just say, I want to stay in Milwaukee. Well, we kind of know how these things go. Once he's open to the possibility and that's talked about, you kind of feel like we are on a path to Giannis not playing for the Bucks in 2025-26. We'll see if the Bucks pull something out of their backsides to keep him. But what does that mean for the rest of the NBA? And what does that mean for the Rockets? Well, Brian Windhorst will tell you. Brian Windhorst, known for the fingers when he goes, what is this? That thing that he did a couple years ago now, was that the Donovan Mitchell to Utah? I mean,
that
the
was
Cleveland
the
thing?
Gobert
trade.
That was the Gobert.
That was the Gobert trade. Following the Donovan Mitchell trade, right? When they got rid of both of them in the same offseason? Or which
the
one was
Gobert
first?
trade was first. He was talking about, like, why would, I think, Minnesota, like, start grabbing all these picks? Like, they made a bunch of player for picks trades, and he's like, where are they trying to gather all these picks for?
And the trade was to trade all their picks for Rudy Gobert, and it's worked out for them. We'll see if they can close out Golden State this week and see if they make it back to another Western Conference Finals. All right, so Windhorst knows some things. Here are his thoughts on Giannis and the Rockets.
Two things you have to know about the Bucks when you consider a trade. Number one, the Bucks do not control their first-round pick for 5 years. That means if the Bucks are going to trade him, thinking that they're going to tank for the next 3 years and rebuild is not going to happen. They need quality players. And the other thing that you need to know is if you're going to trade Giannis to a team that's going to be a super team, getting that team's draft assets is not exciting because they're not going to be very high picks for the next few years. So you're going to look at teams that have players to trade and other teams' draft assets that they can trade besides theirs. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. Pay attention there. And the other thing is Brooklyn, because Brooklyn has Phoenix's future drafts, but Brooklyn's current players, not that strong, not as exciting of a player acquisition.
So the Rockets are in a good position to give the Bucks what they want. If Giannis says, I want to be a Rocket. Now, if he says I want to be a Rocket and just a Rocket, then a deal is likely going to get done. Not a lot of people go the Joe Cronin route in Portland and tell Dame, nah, we'll trade you where we want. That's generally not how it goes in the NBA. Maybe Cronin has started a trend. Feel like it's unlikely, but you never know. But the
Nico Harrison too.
He didn't even give Luka a chance. He just,
F you.
Yeah,
Out of here.
Get out of here. So reckless Although Cronin, I think, may have gotten a contract extension. I don't know if Nico's going to get one. So recklessness, if you want to call it that, as far as NBA players are concerned, they would consider not giving me an option reckless. Has occurred for some superstar trades. It's just generally not how it works. So if Giannis says trade me to the Rockets, or simply just put someone on the list, maybe he loves the state of Texas. Maybe he doesn't mind playing for the Spurs. He loves the thought of playing with Wemby. Both teams have other picks that are from bad teams. We know the Rockets have the Suns picks. So if the Suns are going to be bad because they have to trade Kevin Durant and Devin Booker's not good enough to lead the Suns beyond playing in the lottery or being in the lottery again, that certainly helps the Rockets in their pursuit of Giannis. So there it is. Windhorst throws out the Rockets and, of course, the old enemy, the Spurs, as two teams who could be in the driver's seat for Giannis. What we do know, if we believe reporting right now, is that the Rockets are down on Devin Booker. That came from The Athletic. After watching Devin Booker play this year and also watching Jalen Green, of all people, play this year, even including his playoff performance, the Rockets aren't high on acquiring Devin Booker anymore. We don't know that the Suns would ever trade Devin Booker, but they watched from afar, or maybe a little closer because they have their picks and they were very interested in what the Suns are doing, and said, nope, nah, we're off on Devin Booker. Thanks to his play, where he was still like a 26-7 guy this year, didn't shoot the ball well from three, and did shoot lower than he did last year from the field at only 46%, only for a perimeter player, but not good anymore, apparently. At 28 years old and how much they have to pay him, beat it. We got Devin Booker at home, and his name is Jalen Green. He's younger. We don't have to pay him more. Sure, he's not as good, but he's younger. We don't have to pay him as much. And we saw you have a down year in an awful situation, so we're off on you.
Not as good yet. Not as good yet.
That's an appropriate
Milwaukee
word.
Bucks. This is for the Milwaukee Bucks. I think that's what this is. I think this is, hey, we're gonna big up our guy because he's probably gonna be part of a trade package for the guy that we're more interested in.
It works if the Bucks don't have satellite or cable.
Yeah.
Or
they're like,
or YouTube TV.
I knew we should have. Did we not renew League Pass this year?
We didn't watch any of Jalen Green's performances, so
he looks good in the Wingstop commercial. Let's do it.
I've seen some people go, "Hey, can we cut that Wingstop commercial out?"
Apparently, it's a national. Oh, wait, we talked about this, right?
Yeah, I don't know if we did it on this show, but it's a national spot. Yeah. So everyone, I heard it on podcasts. Can we cut this Jalen Green commercial out? I don't want to just watch him eat chicken tenders.
It makes me, I don't know. It's so funny that people in like Boston are like,
yeah,
what the hell is this?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about
this guy because like they don't have the band, so they're like, wait, this guy who stunk for 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, how much of Jalen Green do they watch? I mean, unless they're just all on the internet all the time, I'm sure they saw highlights of him.
Yeah,
but
there's so many casual fans that are just watching it for the first time.
Do they even know who he is? Like, how many
good
people who just tune in for the playoffs even know who Jalen Green is?
Or their introduction was the Warriors series.
Yeah, because Steph is there, Jimmy is there, Draymond's there, so they want to watch the Warriors, and like, he struggled in game 1, but he was great in game 2, and then they watch the rest of the series like, wait a minute, why is this guy eating tenders in front of me? What's the deal here?
Yeah.
Why isn't Royce O'Neal eating tenders if this guy can eat tenders? Wingstop. How come you can't give Royce O'Neal a bag?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, what are we doing here? So,
Ty Jerome should be eating these.
Well, for the Heat series at least, not this version of Ty Jerome.
I mean, if we're gonna get guy who stinks,
that's true. That's true. At least Ty was good in the first round. Yeah. So the Rockets love themselves some Jalen Green, so they're no longer interested in Devin Booker.
No, thanks.
Never. So Giannis, they're in on.
Yep.
Well, at least according to Brian Windhorst, they have what the Bucks would want.
And the Kelly Eco said that Giannis is their
main target.
Top, yeah.
Well, that's surprising that they want a top 5 player in basketball on their team.
I know. It's like, guys, don't you know you already have Tari Eason? Why do you want to trade for them?
Yeah, and then it'll become a thing where I just want to prepare people. Don't trick yourselves into thinking it ain't going to cost you all of it. Almost like how many guys would remain? Maybe of the guys who play, I'm not including Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore. You're probably keeping, if it's Jabari Sengun, Green, and let's say the Bucks initially ask for him in, but you fight them off and don't give them to him. Are you keeping 2 of those guys? How many?
Yeah, you could probably keep Thompson and one other guy who plays.
Maybe you keep Jabari. Maybe you
Yeah,
keep Tari.
Yeah, your choice.
Your choice. But you are not getting away with Giannis, getting him without giving up guys you don't want to give up.
Yeah.
I'm sure you would after watching Jalen Green play. Say, hey, take Jalen and
Yeah,
Tari
he's one of the guys that you're like
and picks and
makes the salary match.
Isn't that enough? Hey, you want to throw Dylan in there to make things work?
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah, it's like when the star trades at in February and last offseason were always just like Fred VanVleet and some picks. There you go. There's our $40 million player.
And you weren't talking about a top 5 player in the league. You weren't even. You're just talking about, hey,
can we get this guy for nothing?
Yeah. I don't know if it'll happen clearly, but if it does, you're going to take a deep breath when you find out what you have to give up, including picks that you're going to have to give up.
And the reason, the Rockets would be an attractive option is that like they can do that and also still have a good team.
Yeah, you can sell Giannis on. We're going to be good for years, even with us giving up all this stuff. Yeah,
but I mean, even like the Spurs, it's like they're a team that's not that good. So if they trade their good young players, I have a hard time seeing where where it's like, now Giannis, we can build around you. Well, Wembanyama and Giannis.
It'll be Giannis, Wemby, and Fox. That would be their 3. How good is that? I think it's pretty good. I just don't know how good it is.
And and then
are you keeping
no one else? Would you keep Castle?
It's the Spurs, so maybe the Bucks are like all the teams that trade with the Spurs and let them keep everything.
That's true. The Spurs NBA plot armor, where
hey,
they can make awesome trades for themselves. They every time there's a generational prospect, they get them.
We'll give you the Hawks picks that we have: Zach Collins, Keldon Johnson, and Sohan for Giannis. Here, isn't that enough?
And they're like, all right, we'll throw in Vassell too, right?
It'll come down quite a bit to what Giannis says and what he puts on the list.
Maybe he's like, I want to play in Brooklyn.
He loves New York. Maybe he was just spotted in New York.
Yeah, get ready to learn Cam Thomas, buddy.
Good luck with that. Now, the Brooklyn Nets do have cap space, so they could add stuff around them. It's just a crappy free agent class. Because Julius Randle, I guess, can opt out. So Giannis and Julius Randle in Brooklyn.
Okay. Stays in the East. That's the funniest part, is if Giannis were to go to the West, the East just like loses another awesome player.
Yeah.
Like who is the best player? I guess Tatum.
Tatum, yeah. It would be Tatum, a player that no one wants to put up there, but
a guy down 2-1 against the Knicks.
Yeah, we'll get into the NBA playoffs, but there it is. Giannis he's not even available. He may be available depending on what he wants, and the Rockets could be involved because they are one of the teams who can give the Bucks what they might want. So there it is. I'm sure it'll be a topic of conversation throughout the summer until a decision is made.
Yeah, we have another 6 weeks of this.
Yeah, and we got a lottery tonight, so who knows if the Rockets rise up in the draft but don't have the number 1 overall pick. We can talk about. You can have the number 3 pick, but we keep Tari. Stuff like that. We can always have discussions about that where the Bucks are like, no, you give Tari and the 3 pick. Shut up. So we will have those conversations as we go forward. Eric, I see you. You want to ask a question. We'll get to that. We'll get to the NBA playoffs. We got some news as far as who's going to play the first game of the year in the NFL, as the schedule released for that is Wednesday. And also, we're getting ever closer to guaranteed spots in the CFP with expansion on the horizon. Now, you don't really have to earn your spot by winning the conference. Just be in a certain conference, and you may have a guaranteed spot. We'll talk about that and more throughout the show. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We got some big news if you care about how your basketball is being broadcast, at least next year. We'll talk about that. But first, let's get to Eric. Eric, you got a question. What's up?
Hey, Dale, do you think Lance McCullers Jr. is done? And why does he receive so much shade? I can't believe these dirtbags for threatening his family.
What was your first question?
And one more thing.
Eric, what was your first question?
Is he done?
Oh, is he
Lance
done?
McCullers Jr.
Okay,
done?
got it. What's your last one?
And I mean, he received so much shade, and those dirtbags that threatened him, they should get in trouble somehow. Threatening somebody's family like that, that's just disgusting. And what do you think about Abigail Dy's workouts? I think
I expect it to turn at some point. Some very serious conversations or questions at least, and then the turn. I don't know anything about her workouts. Maybe you could tell me. You're the one who apparently knows. I don't know anything about her workouts. I didn't even know those were available to watch, which I kind of doubt, actually. All right, as far as Lance McCullers, is he done? He's been off for, I say off like he's been on vacation.
He has been just chilling, stealing our money.
Well,
stealing my money.
Yes, money I don't have or never will have. But it is Jim Crane's money, and people, I guess, are very upset about Lance McCullers' contract. I don't know that he's done. I just know that what should we be expecting? Or at least I'll ask the question: what should we be expecting from a guy who hasn't pitched in a competitive game for as long as he has? Should he be a clear number 4 starter right away? Can we give him several starts to figure things out? And the problem is the Astros aren't exactly in a position where they can just roll a guy out there and just say, hey, man, you want to give up 7 in a third of an inning? That's good, because they're not great. They're not a great team. It's not like they have 4 solid starters around them. They have 2 plus whatever Ronel Blanco can give, and he was good on Sunday. And then you got injuries to a couple other guys who are supposed to be in the rotation. So
they did fight back to make that Saturday game
somewhat
respectable.
Yes, it was 13-9.
When you look at 13-9, you're not like, so I bet this game was over.
Yeah, the
15 minutes into it.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, the bats were pretty good this weekend, particularly in their last 2 nights. So there's some juice there. But
if only he gave up like 7 runs in the first inning, that would have been sick.
Maybe if he got through the first inning. That might have helped too.
Yeah.
It was an awful start. It was unfortunate. I know a lot of people were excited to have him back pitching at home, and it just did not work out. And of course, we saw the aftermath of it, which took it to a level no one expected. But yes, your second sentiment: dirtbags, awful people, whatever you want to call them, for what they did and what they threatened. We can agree on that. I'm not going to make a determination on McCullers after 2 starts. I certainly had questions about whether he would ever pitch for the Astros again, and he exceeded those expectations for me. Now we see if this is just one bad start and he'll get better, or this is a guy who can't ever return to being let's say, a competent pitcher. I don't know if Lance McCullers has number 2 or 3 type stuff coming off that type of injury and that long of a layoff, but we'll see. He's going to get opportunities. The Astros kind of need him. Let's get to this before we go to break. A lot of hires happening recently, because no longer will the NBA just be on TNT and ABC or / ESPN. You're going to get games on Prime and NBC. And one of the guys who's, I think, inexorably linked to NBC is Michael Jordan, because how do we see all of his titles? There were finals on NBC. And now, Sean, hit the music to remind people what Michael Jordan and NBC mean. Michael Jordan, some of your GOATs, a lot of people's GOATs. Other people get into arguments about that, which I won't get into because no one ever changes their mind about it.
Jalen Green.
I don't know whose GOAT that is.
Wingstop's good.
No, they've hired other people too. So I'm not sure he's their GOAT. But Michael Jordan will be on the NBC / Peacock broadcast as a special contributor. We don't know what that means. It doesn't feel like he's going to be on on the set analyzing games like Chuck would do after the games on TNT or before as well. Special contributor makes me think he's going to be someone who does an interview or two. Maybe he has like one of those Peyton Manning segments where he breaks down, or Kobe had it at one point too, where they break down game tape or film, and Michael gives his thoughts on how a play or a series of plays should have gone. The dream for me is, does Michael Jordan get to interview players he will always think he's better than and have conversations with him? Like those walk and talks. I don't think Michael Jordan's heading to the city of the game they have. Like Michael Jordan's in Minnesota to talk to Anthony Edwards, his alleged son. I don't think that's happening.
They do a paternity test.
Yeah, turns into Maury. You are not the father. Michael's like, yeah, I know. Thanks.
Yeah, I know.
I was aware of that. Thank you. And so was Anthony Edwards' actual dad, who's standing right there. But that would be my hope, that he actually has conversations with all these young players, and we figure out where Michael Jordan's head's at when it comes to the NBA. What are we going to get that? I think Michael's going to be sequestered in a room. I don't know if he wants to hang out with people and do that.
I think it'll be a lot of zooming in.
You don't even think they just put a real camera in front
from
of
his house.
You don't even think they put a real camera in front of him? They just zoom?
I mean, maybe he gets
send a camera crew to his home?
Yeah, like how, Adam Schefter will be in front of his bookshelf. That's just what
I was hoping, like at least Last Dance quality, where he would be there with a camera.
Like it's like it's a full-on setting.
Yeah, and whether he does a 10-minute thing where he breaks down a team and how they're playing.
What's this official title again?
Special contributor.
I kind of think it'll be pretty. I don't know if he's going to be on game broadcast.
Will he ever be live? Or will it all be recorded?
Probably like
stuff?
Night one.
Yeah,
Like the first game that NBC has, like
he may be
they'll
there.
Pull out all the big guns. After that,
Michael Jordan walks out.
Like the Rockets play on December 11th, 2025 on NBC. Do you think Michael Jordan is going to be part of that broadcast?
Not live. He may have a recorded thing he's doing, but I don't think we'll see much.
Where he's breaking down like.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see much of him.
Green. Here's where he went wrong.
I don't know if we want to
miss that shot.
Do we want to punish Michael Jordan by breaking down Jalen Green film?
Here's Reed Shepherd.
We hope.
Let me tell you how to bust his ass.
We hope. Yeah, that's what I feel like it might be. Like it's always a tone of Michael saying, "Come on, come on."
That'd be great if it was just like "This guy sucks," presented by Michael Jordan.
Yeah, this is what I would have done to this guy in my
and
prime.
It's just him with an iPad, like in The Last Dance. Him with an iPad, just circling.
You think I bullied Byron Russell? Think what I did to this
Pulls
kid.
up his old clips.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, this is how I would have handled this. Amen Thompson. Whatever.
Look at this. I'm doing this to Mark Aguirre. Don't you understand?
I kind of want him as petty as he was in his Hall of Fame speech, where all he does is talk about why he's much better than these players. And I want NBC to pay him a bag so big, and it's guaranteed money, so they have to just let him do what he wants. We will see.
Yeah, I played against Alex Caruso. We just called him Craig Elo back in my day.
Yeah. Better get Jeff Hornacek out of my face. Yeah. What are you talking about? Dominate these guys. He needs to comp all these guys to players that were pretty good, but we didn't respect. Or at least he didn't respect.
I eat pieces of bleep like this for breakfast.
What are we talking about? So there it is. Michael Jordan. We'll be able to get the smooth silence of Michael Jordan. In what form, we don't know. But NBC probably threw him a giant bag, insane bag to get him to do it. If we get him live twice, I think we're lucky.
Are they going to get playoff games?
I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I don't know how many they'll get. He might show up for that, and then maybe night one. But there it is. Look at that. Michael Jordan back in the fold. Him and NBC. I think of them as connected, and now they are again.
Yeah, he's going to be sitting there talking about, what the Wizards are going to do now with Cooper Flagg and how him and Jordan Poole will work together.
Oh, I forgot Jordan Poole's still on that team.
Oh no, he probably won't talk about that. He'll probably only talk about.
Will he even think he should be talking about Cooper Flagg? Like, first of all, he went to Duke, beat it. Second, he plays for the Wizards. I'm not having a conversation about Cooper Flag.
Last number one pick. I guess it was John Wall. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was going to mention Kwame Brown, but.
Yeah, he busted Kwame Brown.
Do you think there's like a list of things like you just wouldn't be able to talk about with Michael Jordan?
That's basketball related stuff?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if you will get words on Isaiah from him.
Yeah.
Not even Pippen anymore, considering their multiple connections from being teammates to the son and Larsa Pippen. I don't think that'll be a thing you can talk about.
Scott Burrell. Think you can bring up Scott Burrell? He's probably like, I love Scott Burrell.
Probably love Scott.
Are you kidding me? I loved him.
Golf buddies, poker buddies. I'm sure he loves Scott Burrell.
Scott Burrell's like, I never want to see that man.
Does he talk about Barkley? Because Barkley talks about him. Will he talk about Barkley?
Maybe like past tense.
Yeah. They're probably going to have Ahmad Rashad there to even ask those questions, because is Jordan going to take questions from, I don't know who's on the NBC broadcast. I got to look it up. Like
Maria
whoever.
Taylor? Yeah.
From Jack Collinsworth?
Okay. I said Maria Taylor. I was trying to class up he's definitely not doing a broadcast that Jack Collinsworth is on.
He's certainly not going to be talking to him.
Because that means at least two people took the day off. So it must not be that big of a game.
So Mike Tirico and Noah Eagle will be there as play-by-play guys. Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford are going to be there. Okay. Carmelo is going to be an in-studio analyst as well. I don't know if
maybe they do like a players roundtable with Carmelo.
I think he talked to Reggie.
Yeah,
I think he would do that.
He'd talk to him.
Maybe not respectfully.
If Reggie talked back, though.
Hey, Reggie,
hands back on the throat.
You can ask me questions, but don't respond. I don't need comments from you about what I'm saying. Like, you feel like a guy who, like, I said it. I don't need a debate about it. I don't need dialogue.
I'm good.
Go to the next question. So there it is, Michael Jordan. We'll see what he does and how involved he is, but the GOAT will be on NBC once again. Okay, we'll go to break with that. I could just keep talking. I love that stupid song. I don't know why.
Especially when it starts up again.
Yeah, that pop that gets you going again. So there it is. NBC doing what they can. We'll see what Noah Eagle provides. Which one of these things is not like the other? We got Mike Tirico, Reggie Miller, Jamal Crawford,
GOAT.
Hildy Mello is there. And then
Nothing but GOAT.
And then the son of Ian is there as well. All right. We'll go to break with that. If you want to get in on anything, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll get into the NBA playoffs, and we'll also talk about the opener for the NFL season when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And it's the best play to make some money during the playoffs. You have baseball in full swing now, so you can still mix and match those lineups if you like what you're seeing out of the Houston Astros, if you like what you're seeing out of one of these playoff teams, you can just, boom, put them in the same lineup, make some money. I'm going to start things off with Ryan Gusto, but I like saying Gusto because I like him to throw for more than 4.5 strikeouts. That got the red demon emoji next to it, so it's going to be a little bit extra of a payout on that one. 4.5 strikeouts tonight for Ryan Gusto against the Royals. Christian Walker continuing his, I don't want to say hot streak. It's been a few games of, hey, Christian Walker, this is why we paid you all that money. I like him to have more than 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI. And then since you can mix and match, give me a little Julius Randle tonight against the Warriors. More than 36.5 points, rebounds, or 33.5 points, rebounds, and assists for Julius Randle tonight. If you like my lineup, you can follow it. If you don't, you can make your own. Just download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
This will be a quick one. So we'll do the news coming out of the NFL. We got the schedule release on Wednesday. Both major networks, at least that cover the NFL, ESPN and the NFL Network, will do full-on shows discussing the games. What we do know, the Eagles will play the Cowboys week 1 in Philly, the defending champions against their rivals from the NFC East. I am not that bothered by it. It just means one less Cowboy game in prime time later in the year. And if they're bad later, even better, because I don't want to be stuck with watching the Cowboys if they stink. Although the George Pickens experience on a bad Cowboys team, I think, would be fun. Just to watch him think he got a reprieve because Dak is there and he's got help with CD and he's playing for the Cowboys, and then he gets a taste of. Is Cooper Rush still there? If he gets a taste,
I don't think so.
Or is it Trey Lance? Who's their backup quarterback now? Either way,
I think because Cooper Rush went to Baltimore. I want to say,
is that where he went? Cowboys backup quarterback Googling is going on right now.
Cooper Rush does play for Baltimore.
Okay, he does play for Baltimore. Either way, if Dak gets hurt, not rooting for Dak to get hurt. Don't root for injuries. But the hope of George Pickens catching passes or trying to catch passes from whoever it might be, a quarterback worse than what he's dealt with in Pittsburgh, would warm my heart just to watch George Pickens react.
They trade for Joe Milton, so he'll actually be fine.
He might like Joe Milton throwing him deep balls over and over again.
Now, if it gets down to Will Grier, might have some problems.
Yeah, he might be bothered by that. But the SEC, well, they're both SEC quarterbacks. Will Grier just wound up at West Virginia, but having Joe Milton throwing the football, he might like it. But either way, that's game 1. Fine, it's whatever. We knew the Eagles were going to be there. The Cowboys have to be in there. So be it. I'm not disgusted by it because at this point, the Cowboys are going to have at minimum 4 primetime games, and if it's
they're probably going to have 5.
That's why I said at minimum.
Yeah,
that's so. If it's going to be week 1, while they have some hope and they're as healthy as they can be, I welcome it because being stuck watching the Cowboys when they're banged up and there's no juice and there's no hope of disappointment because I already know they suck, it's actually a worse scenario, I think, for everyone if you're not a Cowboy fan. Let them roll into Philly, think they can win, and if they get run over for 250 yards rushing, great, because they walked in there thinking they could win. Why do I care about the Cowboys when they're bad and know they're bad?
Oh, and just simply week 1 of the NFL season is when you're going to be least sick of all the shows talking about the Cowboys.
Yes.
For 50% of their show. So week 1 is actually when you're most not annoyed by their very existence.
It's like John and Lint when he's not drinking. You're built.
Want to get him night 1.
There's no Cowboy glazing in your system. You haven't had to deal with it for several months. And sure, it's picked up as the season's gone on. Maybe they look good in preseason. Maybe George Pickens looks rejuvenated.
Oh, man, the Joe Milton preseason tape.
That, too. Do the Cowboys have a viable backup? Should they think about getting off of Dak? Those dumbass conversations that will take place?
Maybe.
Sure, they'll begin, but you're not full of them. And then you'll watch them likely watch them not tackle Saquon, not cover Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, watch the Eagles celebrate their title in front of them, and then go out there and beat them by 3 touchdowns. And then you're like, yeah, everything's good in the world until the next morning. When Stephen A. puts that dumbass hat on, and then they're just talking about the Cowboys.
On the Friday before all the 15 other games that are going to be played.
It'll be a college football weekend. They won't discuss it all. It'll be a lot of that. So get it done early. And we're cool. At least I am.
I will say though, are you mentally right now? Are you shortchanging night 1 of the Brian Schottenheimer era in Dallas?
Yes, I am. Actually, no, I'm not.
City's under new management.
I'm not actually shortchanging it because I think I have the right expectations for how that's going to go.
Culture. He might change this whole thing around.
If Jerry's still the owner, how is it new management?
Well, okay. City's under new coaching.
Okay. New assistant manager, new regional manager, Brian Schottenheimer.
Unempowered coach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure the thought of Brian Schottenheimer invigorates the Cowboys fan base.
Just picturing him on the sideline.
You know, if
I knew what he looked like from memory,
I do know what he looks like. Will he wear a visor? Does he still wear that visor, or is he going to go full on hat or no?
I think he'll
no
go
covering
visor.
at all.
It'll still be warm enough.
Okay. You can only hope that he duplicates what his dad used to do. Win a lot of games, then lose in the postseason, which is what the Cowboys have been used to, other than last year. They're used to that. Mike McCarthy did that.
Sign up for winning a lot of games. Yeah, that part's nice.
Mike McCarthy did that all the time. Won a lot of games and then didn't win in the postseason. So maybe they're in for that again. Maybe that's genetic. We'll see what Brian Schottenheimer has to offer. Good luck, Cowboys.
I believe in Brian Schottenheimer.
To do what?
Coach.
I believe in him too. I know he exists.
To coach.
Okay. Oh, that likely will happen. He will actually coach. Whether he does a good job of it, we'll find out. And we'll find that out very early. Cowboys, Eagles, first game of the NFL season. Just getting it out of the way. I thank them for that. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We've certainly got more. We got an hour to go. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. Me and Sean till noon. We'll be back. So we got the draft lottery tonight, and a lot of it is about where would you like to see Cooper Flagg go? Just because we are who we are on this show, who would you most be bothered by if they win the number 1 overall pick? They get it. I know you may think San Antonio. Understood. Do they need another one? Do they need Cooper Flagg and Wembanyama over the course of 3 draft lotteries? They get both of them. That'd be ridiculous. That would be bothersome for a lot of people here. Understood.
San Antonio and New Orleans would be the most like.
Why New Orleans?
Because they got Anthony Davis,
and
Zion Williamson,
and did nothing with either one.
Chris Paul back in the day. Like they've had 4 Hall of Famers.
I think
potential Hall of Famers.
I think out of my respect for karma,
Philly.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Philly can't get him.
Philly can't get him. Like to add him. Well, it's a broken roster because they're the guys who they depend on or get hurt all the time. Paul George and Joel Embiid. But to reward the process that failed miserably with another start to it with Cooper Flagg, and you can go, you know what, we'll just team them up with Tyrese Maxey, who they love, and Jared McCain, and sure we're stuck with Paul George and Joel Embiid, who knows when Joel will be available to play. But to give them a fresh start, nah, I'm not rolling. Understood. The Spurs are right there too, because we'll see about Wemby, because when they get number 1 overall picks, they maximize them.
Yeah, no, they don't get the like bad draft.
Yeah,
first overall pick. They get
Robinson, Duncan, Wemby,
they
and
get
now
sure
Cooper Flagg.
thing generational. Yeah.
So I get it if you're like, not them, and I would agree. Enough.
Yeah,
but I don't want to reward the Sixers for their nonsense.
Yeah. This might be a moment where I look myself in the mirror and just like, wow, look, what kind of man have I become? Am I too much of a hater? Because I look at all these teams
and you don't want any, except for the Rockets. You don't want any of them to get them.
Utah, no. Washington, no. Charlotte, no.
Washington wouldn't be offensive to me because I don't care whether Cooper Flagg's great or not.
That's true. It just would be just kind of like, okay, so I guess he's going to be in. That's the same thing with New Orleans. Like, okay, so he'll be in NBA Siberia for 7 years.
Yeah.
And then we'll be shocked when he demands a trade.
Yeah. And
when he's 28.
When we shouldn't be. Like, some people have a vested interest about whether these players are good or not. I don't root for players to be bad, but if Cooper Flagg doesn't do anything in Washington, I won't be bothered by it. I mean, if he's good, cool, unless he's torturing my favorite team. But if he's not, so be it. It's how it goes.
It's just a little bit of like, it's just such a backwater. Like, it's just such
I get it, yeah.
They'll never play a game in primetime, or you just will barely see him.
He won't get the Caitlin Clark treatment where they start throwing him on primetime all the time.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Philly number 5, Brooklyn number 6. Like, I just still haven't gotten to a team where I'm like, hell yeah.
Who's 7?
7, Toronto.
Would you, if he went up there?
Not offensive.
No, they're not an offensive team. Like, I mean, no one would make a 3, except for him, maybe.
A non-offensive team.
Yeah.
And then New Orleans, and then San Antonio, then Houston. I'd be open to.
You'd be open to him being a Rocket.
I mean, yeah. You'd have to figure out, the Jabari stuff.
It's not that hard to figure out.
You'd have to just figure it out. I don't know what you do. I don't know what the solve is for.
Probably a trade of Jabari for a shooter or something like that. If now they have Cooper Flagg and Amin Thompson.
Jabari for Kevin Durant.
Taking his minutes. Oh, that shooter. Maybe.
Easy money sniper.
Maybe.
Portland, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
That's fine, I guess.
There's a
4% of that happening. So
they had a good year for what was expected of them. Yeah, Cooper Flagg. I mean, they're still not a threat, but if you want to put them up there, that's fine.
It's a little bit of like
they just lost their star player.
There's some respectability politics happening here because that's rebuilding the right way. Hey, congrats, you did it the right way.
Yeah, your star forced you to trade him, and
but you screwed him over.
They did do that. I forget. Yeah, they did play their part in that. Yeah,
and then you got some young players. Scoot Henderson, whatever. And Dallas, hilarious. Just be hilarious. I wouldn't even be mad. It would just be hilarious.
I know they're in the division, but I kind of want it to be.
No one should get mad. Because it'd be the funniest thing that could possibly happen.
If Dallas winds up with that pick, and Nico Harrison goes from trading their generational star to being able to draft another one, I I would almost be like, you know what, Dallas fans, I'm sure you wish death on him too. But look what happened.
Yeah, tip of the cap.
Yeah.
Tip of the cap. You got to tip
You wound up with him. However
him
long,
and AD?
and
Are
maybe
you kidding me?
however long
Max Christie?
however long Kyrie wants to be there, who knows? And Caleb Martin?
Yeah, him and the Luka package. Are you kidding me?
I haven't really put it together yet. I wanted to be a Maverick.
Yeah, 1.8% chance.
I say that because I know how low the chances are.
That'd
but
be hilarious.
if it happened, if we find out that Mavericks jump up into the top 4 and then the rest of the lottery is about us figuring out can they get number 1, the ultimate drama would be if the Spurs, the Maverick, and the Rockets all jumped up, and then we have that battle.
Spurs, Maverick. Yeah,
that feels very unlikely. But
that like less than 1% chance.
It's Philly at top of no. Then the Spurs, and then anyone else, I wouldn't be bothered by.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be bothered by any of the top 3. It would top 3. It would just be disappointing. Utah, Washington, Charlotte, just be a little bit.
Utah's
Utah would be 2 on the nose.
All right, what are we doing?
2 on the nose.
It's too much. Then they've got to starting front court / wings of Markkanen, Kessler, and Cooper Flagg. And they got Filipowski there, too.
It's like, we get it.
All right, thanks.
We get it, Utah.
Script writers, stop with all the exposition. We get it.
You want to trade for Austin Reeves, too? All right.
What do the Lakers want? Only things that the Jazz probably wouldn't want to give up. Maybe the Lakers want Jordan Clarkson back. Get yourself some Austin Reeves. I think if the Lakers are trading Austin Reeves for anything, it'd probably be for a big man
or marketing.
Or maybe it's part of their crappy Giannis package, but because Giannis only wants LA, he goes there. And don't rule it out, considering they just got Luka.
And they have like 3 picks because they somehow only needed to trade 1 for Luka.
Yeah, don't rule it out that Giannis goes, you know what? I want to be in LA.
I'm going to mentally rule it out.
Because the alternative sucks.
Yeah, like I just can't. I just don't want to spend time thinking about that. Like, because what you said, the package is actually so much worse than what 3 other teams could offer.
Almost every team who would be legitimately involved.
But because they just got away with it, I have to entertain it. I'm not doing that.
You know, a lot of fan bases operate with exceptionalism. Like, yeah, it wouldn't happen for your team, but it would happen for mine.
Yeah.
The Laker fans have every reason to believe exceptional things will happen.
They're actually right when they do.
Yeah,
that.
when they just think, yeah, I mean, sure, we could get Giannis. They're one of the few who could be like, okay, you're right. You could probably get Giannis for almost nothing.
They were terrible for the last 3 years of Kobe's career.
Mm-hmm.
The next 2 years after, and just because they're the Lakers, LeBron was like, sign me up.
They're in LA. I want to
sign me up.
I want to get my movie thing going. I want to play there. Yeah.
Any other team is just dead forever.
A team like that would have to luck into a generational pick. Instead, they just get the second best player of all time to want to play there.
Oh, second best. Who's the best? The guy from NBC?
Yeah, the guy from NBC. Yeah, he's the best. Jamal Crawford.
I have some thoughts about that. We'll talk about it all the rest of this hour. Next 45
No, we're not going LeBron versus
Get
Michael.
Your calls in.
Nope. That's a June topic.
Okay.
Not a May one.
2 more weeks.
The season's still after.
Don't call in for another 2 weeks.
Once the season is over, you want to have that ridiculous conversation that no one moves off of.
Yeah, we need all the legacies to be settled.
Yeah. Let's figure out if Tatum has a second title. Let's figure out if Ant leads Minnesota.
Yeah.
Jokic. Does Jimmy save the Warriors until Steph comes back? All these things we have to figure out beforehand, and then we can have who's the best of all time debate. Thank you.
So we will have that.
Thank you. But until then, get prepared for a Reeves Rui 3 first-round pick package to get Giannis to the Lakers.
Disgusting.
Don't say it can't
Disgusting.
happen. Just let them say Lakers and only Lakers, and then we got a real problem on our hands.
John Horst, the GM of the Milwaukee Bucks, just got a contract extension. Get some Joe Cronin in your life.
Yeah.
Get some Joe Cronin.
You built a title team. You can at least be Joe Cronin and stand up.
Joe Cronin didn't do jack.
And still told Dame no.
To F off.
Yeah. You got a title under your belt. Tell him no. If the Lakers are the team he wants to play for.
It would be funny if the two, I want to say like the 2 biggest, I'm not running from the grind. I love the small market that I got drafted to guys. Both guys drag their feet to demand a trade. And by the time they do, they both get sent where they don't want to go.
The GMs are like, you're not really going to push us. We know we're not
We
afraid
know
of
you're
you.
too nice of a guy.
Yeah, you're not going to hold on to your demands. At some point, we're going to wait you out and then
You're
we'll
not
trade
Jimmy
you.
Butler. Get out of here.
Yeah, you wouldn't even make us miserable during the season. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you think we're going to take Andrew Wiggins back?
Yeah, get ready to go to New Orleans, all right? New Orleans has all of our picks, all right? You're going to New Orleans.
Yeah, take Zion and deal with that misery in Milwaukee. All right, draft lottery. Tonight, hopefully it goes well.
3.8% chance it goes well for the Rockets.
I think getting into the top 4 would be cool.
Okay, 17.3% chance.
I mean, and then maybe your pick becomes more valuable and you don't have to trade one of the guys you don't want to trade for whoever you're interested in.
Yeah.
We know it's not Devin Booker, according to Athletic.
No, that bum. Inefficient shooting guard. Has no place on the Houston Rockets.
We don't even know what an inefficient shooting guard looks like on the Rockets. If you missed it, it came out today among all the Giannis news that the Rockets, because of Devin Booker's play this past year and their belief in Jalen Green, plus Devin Booker's contract and his age, how much older he is than Jalen, 5 years, the Rockets are no longer interested in Devin Booker, the guy who was still better than the guy they believe in, despite a down year. The 26 points per game, the 46% shooting, down from 3. I will admit that. I think his second worst year of his career from 3. But 26-7, not good enough for this team.
No. We need efficiency here. By the way, I've been clicking Sim Lottery on Tankathon since you've been talking. Rockets haven't even come close.
It's tough.
He's gone to Philly like 3 different times.
That's an awful scenario. Let's hope for something beyond the Sixers or the Spurs.
New Orleans again. Philadelphia again.
Man.
Philadelphia again.
I don't like the odds.
Charlotte.
If this keeps picking up.
Charlotte.
All right, we'll go to break as Sean continues to not hit on the Rockets being able to draft Cooper Flagg. We welcome your calls on that. When we get back, we'll move to college football because there is momentum building for a Champions League like playoff where teams are guaranteed spots depending on what conference they're in. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So in some people's eyes, and by some people I mean this show, and one person in particular, the playoff is already fake because it has 12 teams in it. It's not the 4-team real playoff that he grew up with.
Back in my day.
Back in his day.
You had to earn your way in.
That's right. And mostly, if you don't know, this stems from the fact that in the final year of the 4-team playoff, his team finally made it. So now he thinks that's the real one, and anything that comes after that is fake.
Now I can claim superiority.
Yes, that's what he does. But now we may be moving from 12 to 14 or 16. And while that seemed an inevitable conclusion to all this, because more teams means more money, more games, more inventory, it also means this because the Big Ten and the SEC are the power brokers in all this. And at the moment, it appears that whatever permutation you think is a good one, no automatic bids or buys, no matter how you think that should go, we are moving towards conferences getting guaranteed spots. So not where someone earns it by playing well, having a good schedule, playing well against that schedule, and impressing enough to get one of those spots. It'll be, hey, if you're one of the teams in a power conference and you finish, let's say, in the top 4, you get one of those spots. Right now, the one that's leading in the clubhouse, using a golf reference because we're going to be doing a lot of golf stuff later in the week, it'll be Big Ten 4, SEC 4 teams, guaranteed. No matter what those teams look like, they could lose all their out-of-conference games. They could drop one more in conference. They could be 8-4, but if they're one of the top 4 teams in the SEC, as determined by the committee, they get a spot. Same for the Big Ten. So they would take up 8 of a potential 16 teams in the field. So the power brokers that are those 2 conferences continue to try to gain more and more control because, not that it was ever the case, they don't really care about the rest of the college football world. It's just about them. And they, considering all the teams they have in their conferences, have decided if you don't placate us, you don't really have college football anymore. I don't know if they've made an explicit threat to break off, which is something people say they could do. But right now, we're talking 8 of the 16 teams would be SEC and Big Ten schools. So if you got sick of the conversations, now you know what's going to happen. And also, by the way, at larges. So it's not like they only get 4. They have 5 or 6. So if you thought you were disgusted by the possibility of Alabama, who couldn't beat Oklahoma on the road, hell, forget about beat Oklahoma, couldn't compete with Oklahoma, this version of Oklahoma on the road, or the Ole Miss team who had multiple opportunities after Jackson Dart game-ending interceptions to try again until he threw another game-ending interception. Those teams wouldn't even be debated about. They'd just be in. And then you'd be talking, hey, I know A&M lost to Texas in the last week of the season. Should they get in at large? That's where we're at right now because those 2 conferences have seized control. It's great for the sport. Loving it. Loving some Champions League action where no matter how you play, you're in.
Yeah. A disappointing fourth place finish in your conference. Still alive for the Natty.
Cool. Now,
and probably going to play. Oh, no, maybe not. I was going to say probably going to play some, ACC, Big 12, Group of 5 team. But actually, it's more likely that you would just play another Power 2 kind of team.
I don't mind allowing a team who may have had a 4th place finish to play if they're one of the best teams, but to guarantee a spot to one of those teams bothers me. So right now, it would break down, as I mentioned, the 4 in the SEC and the 4 in the Big Ten. Then you get 2 in the ACC, 2 in the Big 12, 1 in the G6, and 3 at largest. Now, I believe the ACC wouldn't mind it because they aren't guaranteed to in the current model, so they'll take anything they can get. And it was a fight and clawing to get SMU in after they dropped to Clemson in the ACC title game. There are questions about whether SMU would get in. They did get in, so I think you might think some of the other Power 4s would be against it, but they get 2 in, so it helps them because in the current model, we saw what happened with the Big 12. They only got the 1. G6, as I said, would get their one, which they already currently have. So I'm not surprised that the Big 12 and the ACC didn't really fight this, because we know they're hanging on for dear life.
Yeah.
So if you're going to guarantee them 2 spots, which is more than they could really hope to imagine, which speaks to the strength of their conferences currently, they're like, you know what, we're fine.
Yeah, because in a normal or normal-ish year, there really is a hard time to see how 2 Big 12 teams would make it. You know, like, you would have to have basically 2 teams having the Indiana season, or maybe 1 team having the Indiana season and then losing in the Big 12 championship game. Like, you'd need a inexplicable 11-1 type year, and then another team to win the conference to get 2 Big 12 teams in, just with how things are right now. So if you're the Big 12 and you're being guaranteed 2 spots, like, oh, okay, that becomes a little bit more appealing. Because to me, that's where, like, I'm not too been out of shape about this. Like,
Well,
beyond
you're an
just
SEC.
what?
Is that your SEC bias coming through?
No, it's just that, like, if you're going to expand to 16 teams, like, chances are the at-larges are going to be SEC teams or Big 10 teams. That's just like how this normally goes.
While I understand what likely would happen, for some reason, just
making it guaranteed,
giving it to them no matter what happens bothers me. Although in all likelihood they would get their 4 in a 16-team playoff, or maybe more. I just don't like the fact that they don't have to worry about actually playing or outplaying someone. And by the way,
if you're locked into the 3 seed,
well, there is a caveat to all that. They also are going to do in this proposal play-in games, like we see in the NBA. So 3 would play 6, and 4 would play 5. So you can get I don't know if the loser of 3 and 6 plays the loser of 4 and 5 like the play-in.
Yeah, like what are we doing?
I don't know.
How many games are we playing?
Yeah, how many games do you have to play to make the playoff? But
is it just like if the 3 seed loses to the 6 seed, like congrats, 6 seed, you're in. 3 seed kick rocks?
I think so.
Actually, no, 3 seed, you're an at large now, is how that would work.
Yeah, exactly. So they would still have a real chance of getting in. So it's not really.
I wanted them to kick rocks.
Yeah, thanks for
congrats, Georgia. you just lost to a somewhat crappy LSU team. Later.
Yeah, the SEC and Big 10 wouldn't actually add risk to this.
No. They enjoy the Outback Bowl, buddy.
No. If you lose, now you're an at large, as opposed now you have to worry and wring your hands for Sunday morning.
Well, you'll still, I mean, I don't know how the seeding will work, but you'll probably still be like the 10 seed if you're an SEC at large team.
It's a good point to make that they would never actually provide any risk for this play-in scenario. You either get in as an automatic, or the committee will put you in as one of the at-larges, or maybe both at-larges.
And you're not going to be a 16 seed. If you are an at-large, that's going to be Boise State. Yeah, that's going to be Tulane or whoever.
You play in the SEC and the Big 10. They're not going to make you a 16.
Look at that strength of schedule. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and they just played another strength of schedule helping game in the play-in games.
Yeah.
It all feeds itself. Gary wants to talk about something that I didn't expect, so we're going to talk about that when we come back. Gary wants to talk about A&M, but we've never had a call about this particular team before for A&M. So we'll get to that when we come back. If you want to call in about something unexpected, you can. We'll do that when we get back. But first, I want to tell you about something that prevents potential unexpected problems. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Look, sometimes you need to be preventative about your plumbing. If you haven't had things checked out in a long while, maybe it's time, because a big problem can turn into a giant problem when it comes to plumbing issues. So take that into consideration and go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and see all the services they provide. It could be preventative. It could also be responsive to something that goes wrong in your home, whether it be something like a leak that you can't determine where it's coming from, or maybe you need a big job like a repipe. They're the place to go. They've done over 1,000 of those repipes. They are experts in the field, and they will get you the perfect repipe for your home. So whether it be that or something a little less scary, if you're a homeowner, like maybe it's simply a water heater that you need replaced or looked at. They do all of that for you. You can call them at 281-488-6238, because some people aren't adept online. They'll get you squared away that way as well. And remember this, they have a free price quote. So maybe you don't know what the problem is and you don't really want to be charged for trying to figure it out. They'll do that for you too. So from water heaters to water filters to drain cleaning is all there for you at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. take a look at the handy drop-down service menu to see what they can help you with, and that's at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Remember that, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So Sean is, when there's no no intern, he is the screener for calls. He answers your calls. He'll ask you what you want to talk about in your name. And rarely is Sean that intrigued by a phone call. He's heard it all. It's a lot of Rockets, Astros, and when it comes to this show, just nonsense in general. This is one of the first times he's acknowledged being intrigued by a phone call, and it comes from Gary. Gary, what's up?
Hey guys, as you know, my real name is not Gary, but I want to talk about Trish Ford, A&M's coach, Coach Trisha Ford, and I'm gonna tie it into high school. What's going on in your backyard, Dale, in my backyard? We got something in common. What Trisha Ford has done with A&M. Go back to last year, they were one game away from being where UT was. They split, and then UT ultimately beat them. But for her to, in a big-time program, Power 5 school, to have an infield full of African-Americans win the sport, and this is not racist, is predominantly dominated by the white female great athlete. Trisha Ford has done something that typically is not done unless you're in the SWAC. And for that, man, you give her a lot of kudos. We don't know what the end will be, but that took a lot. And in 3 years, she's turned that program around. And kudos to her, and kudos to everybody that's in there. Now, what we have in common, Gary, both League Cityans. My daughter plays for the Clear Springs High School freshman shortstop. We just knocked off. We're in the fourth round this week, and I invite you out. We just knocked off the fourth-ranked team in 6A in the country, not in Texas, who were also the second-ranked team in Texas, the Katy Tigers. But before that, before we said the fluke, the first series, that was round 3, we knocked off the 8th-ranked team in Summer Creek. So in between the 10th-ranked team, 6A Summer Creek, and between Katy, the number 4 team in the country, your League Cityans, where you reside and where I reside, we beat Dobie. So we're 5-0 in the playoffs. We were not ranked super high. We were in the top 25. But to do what we have done softball, and now we play Atascocita in a 3-game series. First game is in League City on Wednesday. So I would invite you out. But that Tricia Ford connection and the softball, even though we're closing the gap on African Americans playing, it's still large and it's still spread out in Spotty and cases. And so that was just, we're commending her on that, but also letting me tie in with you that we have that residency and commenting right up under your nose, a volcano is brewing.
Cool.
And to do what we've done is just like that. So 6:30 on Wednesday, if you're bored, and then you can talk about it. And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is an if game.
Let me ask you something. Hey, Gary, let me ask you something about Tricia Ford. Did she make it a priority, or is that just how it came about? You mentioned the all African American infield. You said it's unique, and I believe you. But did she go out and do that, or did she just make sure she recruited all players everywhere, and that's how it came about?
A thing is, a couple of transfers came back, like the shortstop or the third baseman came back from UCLA. So she still has to interview you. You still have to go through that process and say, do I want you or this girl that's on the staff?
Got it.
And she thought by giving them the best opportunity, the best athletes. I believe, and when you hear her speak, in most colleges, UT, Oklahoma, that's why they're so great. I mean, they're playing the best players. But but like I said, so when those girls transition in the portal or whatever, you just don't see it at Power 5. You see it in the SWAC. You just don't see the run she's making. And you got second base is a freshman, third and short are seniors, and they're all 5'2". It's just amazing to see what she has done. We love all the colleges, by the way. I just thought that stood out. And what's going on with us and what's happening, you got only 2 African Americans on that team. Third baseman going to FAMU on a scholarship, and my freshman shortstop. And we have. It's just a great time to be in softball, and we need all eyes to help build it even more and even greater.
Let me ask you one more thing about your daughter and your schedule. So you're playing at home on the 14th. And you go to Atascocita, that's how it's going to play the next day, and it may be
we play. Well, yeah. Because you flip, and depends on who win the flip. You can say 1 game, 2 games. I mean, 1 game or best of 3. So I don't know who won the flip, but the best of 3 because the winner goes to the state. You got 2 games after that, state semifinals and finals. So the thing is, we played 1 game with Katy because the pundits. Saying that they were the better team. They got an Oklahoma girl going to Oklahoma and a girl going to LSU. That was the pundits. That wasn't inside our locker room. So we played them 1 game and walked off and won. But the thing that happened, and I'm gonna let you go. The cry was they need to do away with the 1 game but that's not fair because last year they were in the same predicament and they lost the best 2 of 3. So which way do you want it?
Got it.
They were crying. They were talking about. Yeah, so anyway, if you're not doing anything, and whatever, you're just curious, it's probably right now a skip and a hop for you. But that's interesting, and it's just big. It was the shot. And my daughter's going to be on the news Thursday also on Channel 2, 10:30 sports section. Thank you so much. You guys have fun. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Appreciate it, Gary. I'm sure you're very proud. Good luck. Yeah. I'm looking at it. I'm on Max Preps. If people don't know, that's a site that kind of gives you everything you need to know about high school schedules and rosters. I didn't know you got to choose. Apparently, if you're maybe the higher ranked school, you get to choose whether you want a 1-game situation or a 3-game playoff. And Atascocita, I don't know if they got to choose, or Clear Springs, it'll be a 3-gamer. So at least according to the schedule, we'll see. Home game in League City, Clear Springs, Atascocita. Am I bored? Will I be that bored on a Wednesday? It's up for debate. We'll see. But now that Gary sold it, I don't know. Maybe I'll go out there and watch. Wait a minute. That's the NFL schedule day.
Oh, NFL schedule release?
Nah, I can certainly check that on my phone. I don't need to be home for that, but it is playoff basketball. So, and I don't know if I could do a 2-hour show just breaking down what happened in the high school softball game where I have to watch the actual.
Do a couple segments.
We'll see. Astros baseball and the NBA playoffs. I appreciate the invite, Gary. I just don't know if I can get that off for 30 minutes on a show. We'll see. And in fact, that's a Thursday where we're at Texas Card House the next day. The game's on Wednesday, then Texas Card House on a Thursday. So I got some busy days ahead. But thanks, Gary, for that. Good luck to your daughter and the Clear Springs. I looked up their name. No, I don't have it. The Clear Springs Chargers. I ain't gonna root for a Atascocita. I ain't got no connections. This is a League City school. Let's go.
Bolts up.
If that is their tag. Nice job by you. I don't know what the Clear Springs Chargers say when they're on a roll or when they're in a rally. Don't know. But good luck to your daughter and the Clear Springs Chargers this Wednesday against Atascocita. And Atascocita, apologies. Never really been in your city. Maybe once in my entire life. All right, we'll go to break with that. If that isn't the epitome of we'll take a call about anything, I don't know what is. You think I'm just saying stuff. We welcome you. And I appreciate Gary calling in. All right, we will. I did not know that wasn't your real name, by the way. I just assumed. Guess not. Gary's protecting his identity when he calls this show and the morning show, and maybe rightfully so. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. The number is 713-780-3776. If you want to be involved. If not, we'll take it at noon. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
JLP confirms Bolt Up is the saying. His daughter played soccer there. So nice on Sean. I'm sure you've seen enough Charger stuff. The LA Chargers to know that was a possibility.
I know they say it.
Yeah, Bolt Up. So Bolt Up to the Clear Springs Chargers. They try to go to state. We don't talk a lot of local prep sports, but why not? Gary called in about it. We'll mention it. Hell, I think Uncle Freddie called in about his Lutheran team, baseball team.
During football, should we Fridays just open phone lines to talk about Friday Night Lights?
I don't know. Do we still have that Vibe Sports Show?
I don't know.
Did he even open phone lines, or did he just have his agenda that he set and talked about all the games?
He probably just had his agenda.
Yeah, I don't know. Of angry parents calling in after the game would have been
no,
good for him.
It's before. It's
no,
before.
I mean for him.
Oh, for him, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I kind of wish we'd.
Fridays, we're not going to talk college football. Well, we could, but if you want to call in about North Shore and why the coach isn't playing your son.
And taps get you front of the line with me.
Oh, well, your connection there, yeah. Which private schools recruiting players they have no business having on their roster? You want to complain? 713-780-3776.
We'll get to the bottom.
Yeah, we won't really investigate, but
unless you're talking about St. Pius, then
then of course you watch your mouth about St. Pius. But anyone else, if you want to talk about illegal recruiting and how benefits are being given out to bolster the roster, some private school who never wins games but now will. Like, how did Jalen Waddle get to where he went? Marvin, what's the guy who wound up at Florida State? There was Walker Little, there was Jalen Waddle, and there was one other. He wound up at Florida State, and they all went to like these private schools. He's like, maybe Walker Little. What happened? How did Jalen Waddle wind up there? Huh? Was there recruiting going on?
Who knows?
Marvin, I'm about to force Bagley, but I know it's not him.
Yeah, no.
Marvin, Florida State. Now I'm doing some Googling. That name's gonna bother me until I get it. Houston. How do I get there? Can I get there? Marvin Wilson. There it is. Marvin Wilson, who had a pretty good career at Florida State, wound up undrafted, played for now he's in the UFL. Episcopal he wound up at.
Oh yeah, they're dirty.
There it is. There it is. I think Jalen Waddle wound up at Episcopal as well. Marvin Wilson and Jalen Waddle both at Episcopal at the same time.
See what they do?
Who is they? Episcopal and St. Pius would never?
Never.
They should. What do you mean never? Why not? Why not? I think Walker Little might have wound up there too. So they had a good team. Loaded with D1 prospects at the time. Yep, he went to Episcopal as well. All right. So what have we gone through today? We've got Giannis potentially on the move. If he decides, it will start the speculation in every NBA city who thinks they have enough to get him. Does he want to play for us? As I said a couple times, it does not really matter until Giannis gives the list. If you're not on the list, you're not getting him. It's not open season on him. The NFL much different than the NBA when it comes to this. You can, and even then, if you're a veteran of some standing, you don't really get traded to a doormat in the NFL, but it's even a bigger deal in the NBA. So we have to hope, if you're a Rocket fan, that Giannis puts you on the list. And the early stuff is, particularly from Windhorse, that the Rockets would have what it would take to entice the Bucks. But all it takes is for Giannis to go, I'd rather play here, and I'm not going to sign an extension unless you trade me here. I'm not going to be happy unless I'm here. And then becomes a match of it'll be, does the team he wants to play for have enough to get him? And will the Bucks be happy with it? And would he be willing to acquiesce to play somewhere else? So the first step beyond Giannis actually finally saying, I want out, is to say the Rockets go on the list. It'd be even better if you just said Rockets and no one else. And then the asking price comes down, as opposed to becoming a bidding war.
But Dame will be like, be careful. Be careful with that. Only one team. They don't like that.
At least don't make it public. Don't have your agent doing the rounds and that being public, because that nearly got Dame in trouble.
Keep it away from Chris Haynes.
Yeah, don't back the Bucks into a corner. Be polite about it. Just say, if you can, please trade me there. I won't make it a big thing. I just would like to play here. And if things can't work out there, then maybe the list expands. But I don't want to back you up against the wall where the other team knows they have a negotiating advantage.
Yeah. Or what you do is you go like the two teams that you actually want to go to, and then two teams that have like no chance of trading for you.
Yeah.
Just like illegal with the hard, like, Spurs, Rockets. Then let's go Celtics and Clippers. Just like two teams that's like not happening. Oh, well, I guess.
Well, the Celtics could, but they would never.
Yeah.
And the Clippers don't have.
I was just trying to think of Suns.
Yeah.
The most hard cap, no picks teams.
No maneuverability.
Yeah.
Trying to get rid of Kevin Durant, which you wouldn't want anyway. Yeah. So It's just the first step in what could be a long summer, which is fun, but also it could get really annoying if all we're hearing about is just no real reporting. Just, hey, Giannis and the Bucks are still trying to figure some stuff out.
I want this wrapped up by July 4th. All right.
Is that when you can go on vacation at that point?
I mean, normally I'm off, so I'd also just mean like, let's not make this a August
summer-long thing.
Yeah. Oh, July 4th is a Friday. By the 7th on Monday.
You want to be able to talk about it on a Monday?
Yeah.
Understood.
Just boom. I don't want to do.
Well, the Bregman thing,
segment,
we set up a date, and that went past that, right?
Yeah, he didn't listen.
Yeah, he didn't listen to us at all.
Sure.
So we'll see if Horst and the Bucks and whoever is involved in these negotiations do. Let's talk to David. He wants to talk NHL. The Panthers are defending champions, even up their series yesterday against the Leafs. That series hadn't started yet because no road team has won a game. Yeah, so there that is. We'll see what David wants to talk about. What's up, David? David.
Yes.
What's up, man? You want to talk NHL?
Yeah, I just don't want anybody to forget about the only Texas team that is still in the playoffs, the Dallas Stars.
David, let me ask you a question. You know there is a level of dislike between the two cities, right? Houston and Dallas. And that
I don't care about that.
Understood, but those are for the sports people call in about generally. I like hockey, but most people don't care to call in about it. I would say don't be surprised that no one mentions the Stars, at least in this town. I'm not saying it's cool, but I'm just saying that's how it's going to go. The Stars, yes, remain in the playoffs, but don't be surprised by no Stars mentions. It's just how it'll be. Like if Houston had a team, which some people are pushing for, maybe we'll talk about Stars.
No, I understand that, and I figured that would be the problem.
Yeah, I mean, the people here don't like Dallas to begin with, and then we don't even have a hockey team to measure up against, so it's going to be difficult.
ESPN is a sports network.
Yes, we have the ESPN name on us, but they don't direct us to talk about sports that don't matter to most of the population that listens to us. That's just the issue there. That's why you're probably not hearing a lot of Stars talk in the city at all. But they do play. Actually, they played last night and they beat the Jets, so they're up 2-1 in the series. Congratulations to the Stars.
Yeah,
they
and I've been I've been a hockey fan, a hockey fan ever since I lived in New Jersey. When I was 8 years old, my dad would bring me to the Flyers game, and whenever Minnesota brought their team down to Dallas, and I was ecstatic. And I'm in Beaumont, so I was a stat keeper for the Drillers, and I was when you sit in the plexiglass booth and you turn on the goal sign, man, I've been like that my whole life. So, but this is Texas sports. This is what I'm talking about.
It's not really Texas sport, because if you tune into a Dallas radio station, they're probably not talking about the Rockets' chances to get Giannis. Thank you, David, for the call. Good luck to your Stars against the Jets. I don't have any love for the Jets, so if the Stars win, cool. It's just not how it plays out. I'm not going to tell you not to listen to the station. I just know that if you're hoping for Stars talk, maybe turn on a podcast, Stars related. That's all.
To be fair to David, this show in the last 30 minutes, we did talk softball in high school, why Jalen Waddle went to Episcopal High School. So
true.
Most days we don't go that far off the beaten path.
But both sports,
hockey probably should be above that.
Both sports that we talked about
are local.
Did I talk about why some kid went to private school in Dallas? No. That's just how it is. David, I appreciate it. As a fan of a person who grew up throughout my entire life rooting for teams that did not reside in the city that I resided in, I understand maybe your frustration. I just got to know the hierarchy. First is hockey, and then it's Dallas hockey.
Yeah. Let Houston get a hockey team,
and then
see how much we care about the hockey team.
And then we'll crush Mike Modano and Hull. Those guys don't play there anymore. I'm aware, but we would crush them. Sounds like I didn't know that.
Whatever.
If we had a hockey team, I would trash Dallas hockey history and say Hull's foot was in the paint when they beat Buffalo and the Sabres, and Hasek got robbed. I would do all that, but we don't have a hockey team, so there's no point of doing that bit. All right. Illegitimate title for the Stars. I still remember the call by Gary Thorne. Deep in the heart of Texas, the Stars are shining. It's a great call, but that title, that game should have been extended. That's all I'm saying. All right, we're done for the day. Gallant and George are up next. Dang it. Did it again. That's like 3 in the last 5 days. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Paul Gallant by himself, along with Sean Mapes, then followed by the Killer Bees. I got to fix that. Since we're done for the day, and I am, what does that mean, Sean?
Oh, he dope.
Dallas Stars hockey. Dope. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
score. Stevenson on the move to third. He'll be held up there. Second and third, still just one out in the inning. As Will Benson has his first hit of the season. It's a double down the right field line. And that is going to be the end of the day for Lance McCullers Jr. 8 batters in, 5 runs in, and responsible for the 2 runners on. It's a tough second outing for Lance McCullers as 7 of the 8 batters reach. Joe Espada will have a long bullpen day in front of him tonight as Lance will leave after a third of an inning.
An interesting weekend for the Houston Astros. They take 2 or 3 from the Cincinnati Reds. They win 3-0 on Friday. They win 6-0 yesterday. Ronel Blanco looks great on Mother's Day. Hunter Brown looks really good Friday night. But in a 13-9 loss to the Cincinnati Reds on Saturday, Lance McCullers threw just a third of an inning of work. He allowed 7 earned runs, 3 hits, 3 walks, an early exit, and allegedly a smattering of boos at Dyken Park. Lance hasn't pitched since 2022. I understand that there's a lot of people frustrated with the contract that the Houston Astros gave him, a contract that still has him set to earn over the next 2 years over $35 million. I get frustration about it. Perhaps I get annoyance about Lance being more of a pom-pom guy with all the things that he says than an actual contributor, given the injuries that he's had, over which I do not think he has that much control. But after seeing that awful start by Lance McCullers on Saturday, which I thought was going to lead to a conversation of, do the Astros try to pull a Jose Abreu with him? Do they try to pull a Rafael Montero with him? Instead, we're talking about something else entirely after Joe Espada opened up his post-game press conference with this.
Unfortunate that Lance McCullers, that there are people who are threatening his life and the life of his kids because of his performance. It's very unfortunate that we have to deal with this. After all he's done for this city, for this team, the fact that we have to talk about that in my office, I got kids too, and it really drives me nuts that we have to deal with this. Very sad. Very, very sad. All right, let's go. I'm not going to comment on anything. I just needed to get that on my chest, okay?
How many times did Espada bang the table there? Sorry to make it light immediately. How many times did he bang the table? That's the most I think I've ever heard Joe Espada bang a table during one answer. But he's pissed. I think justifiably so for his player. And I've said this often. I think it's weird the way that many people that are Astros fans look at Lance McCullers. Here's more from Joe Espada in this press conference talking about, hey, this guy hasn't pitched in a while. Cut him a little bit of slack.
Listen, he hasn't pitched in 2.5 years. 2.5 years. You know, we got to give some time, right? 2.5 years, hasn't pitched. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get him going. And it's fine. But this can't happen. I'm really upset that this happened to athletes, and, you know, we trying our best. Everybody's trying our best, right? But the fact that I got to go in my office and deal with this, you know, come on. We're better than that. We are better than this.
7 bangs that time around by Espada. Are we better than this? Are we? I don't think we are on the internet. I really don't. I think we're worse at times. I think internet discussions range from trolling, the darkest sense of humor, to actual a-holes online who send you a death threat or two. I've received them before. Not fun. A little amusing because you don't take them seriously, but that's because I have a dark sense of humor, and I don't think that I'm in the majority when it comes to you get something. Do you feel concerned? Someone finding my address was a little bit crazy. I didn't like that. That had me a little worried. But I don't think we're better than this. I really don't. I wish we were. We're talking about a start in May. I mean, what a loser you have to be to get mad at McCullers to the point of you're going to go in his DMs, you're going to threaten his kids. You're going to threaten him. And I also think that if you are one of these people that goes on the internet under an anonymous account and you're saying things that you definitely wouldn't say to this person's face, especially without your actual name on it, I think you're a meow. And you read between the lines on what word I'd actually would say in that spot. Anyway, here's what Lance McCullers had to say. This is not the first thing that he brought up at his post-game availability. He was actually asked about it and what Joe Espada had to say about it before he started talking about it.
It's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So, just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually one or two people have, from other issues around baseball actually had to go to jail for things like that. But I think bringing kids into the to the equation, threatening to find them or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
I think just as a human being too. I hate that he felt the need to be somewhat understanding in that answer. And I don't know if that's in his mind. He's trying to show that he's above being affected by this stuff. But I hate that he was even semi-understanding of those people. These are the kind of people that, I wish that Lance McCullers had the ability. And who knows if he would hit it because the arm wasn't really working as well as it needed to on Saturday. But I do kind of wish that he would just get to throw a baseball past somebody, put them in their tracks a little bit, if not accidentally plunk them. Let's go for the shoulder, for the fleshy part of the thigh, just to be classy there. But I heard real emotion in his voice, and I hate for him that he started off that answer saying, like, I understand that there's, passion for the sport. F that, man. These people are dicks. They suck. They're losers, and they're cowards. F them. That's simple. It sucks that we have a small amount of this fan base that does this. It's every fan base in sports. It's sad, pathetic, lame. I feel bad for Lance, even though he's struggling out there. I mean, that's your reaction? Good God. Psychopath.
That's big of you, Paul.
Thank you.
Do you think this is too much despite the way he's pitching?
Jeez, Sean. I disavow what was said in the messages. I know a lot of people aren't going to have that take.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
a lot of Astros fans
only got one out, so
you're the worst.
But it is too far.
So it's so far.
Blair Henley didn't have to deal with this.
Well,
he had to deal with Joe.
Just don't have to deal with Joe George
taking shots at him,
driving him over with a bus, and then going back in return over it. Anyway, more from Lance McCullers, who, again, way too understanding here. This is what bothers me. I feel bad for him. I think we all should feel a little bad for him. It's a rough start. He's trying to get back out there. You think he's trying to suck? He's not. He's a competitive guy. And now all of a sudden, in this answer that he's giving about, like, apparently the person who messaged him threatened to stab his children to death, which is so messed up. And here he is, once again, trying to be semi-understanding.
Phil on a very large stage, a lot of eyes, and there's nowhere to hide. So, at the end of the day, I just want to do my job. I just want to be a good pitcher for the Astros, and I believe I'll get there. But like I said, I just think that having to worry about that, worry about leaving town and leaving them and things like that, or dropping her off at school. I just think those things there should be some type of decency.
Yeah, I agree with that. He stunk on Saturday. We all know it. He knows it. Stinking to the point for a May baseball game against the effing Reds, who are just completely inconsequential in the grand scheme of things with the Astros, is just such loser behavior. And I know we're seeing some of the same kind of responses that I expected from the 409. Name the last time an athlete or athlete's family was injured from one of these threats. Grow up. Lance is a good dude, but let's calm down. The fact that it happens at all is sad and pathetic. Or are we really just going to let it slide because, no one's ever been hurt before? It only takes one, right? And look, I get that we have freedom of speech in our country that should not be infringed thanks to the Constitution. But you're doing stuff like this and there's no consequences for it at all because you did it anonymously under some sort of account or because you wrote a letter by mail that was anonymous. Like we're going back to the days of Jackie Robinson. Like it's pathetic. It's not about is Lance in danger. It's not about that. But he's allowed to be a human being and pissed off that this actually happened. Another text in here. Paul, don't fall for the I got death threats deflection. Sorry, I'm believing the guy. I'm not going to act like I know Lance very well, but I mean, we used to do hour-long radio hits with this guy in studio when I was over at the Texans flagship. And he always struck me as a pretty upfront, honest person. And he was telling us things about the 2017 World Series against the Dodgers that before everything came to light, we were like, oh, interesting. And that had more to do with what the Dodgers might have been doing. So, look, he stunk on Saturday, but does stinking on Saturday justify any of this behavior? And why is it that this behavior even happens at all? I think if you're an anonymous person online, you are a coward and soft. I really do. I think you should have to go by your name. I get that you don't have to, and there's memes and things like that. Whatever. Okay, fine. Lawyer yourself into a corner. Or lawyer yourself into freedom and just keep on pointing to the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all that stuff. But I think it's pathetic that this stuff happens. And even though Lance has stunk, come on. Who is this ever worth it for? Who is this ever justified for? Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to weigh in on this, on Lance McCullers and his struggles, on the threats that Lance McCullers told us he got, that baseball is investigating right now, you can. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Lance McCullers stunk on Saturday. Just 1 out in a 13-9 loss to the Cincinnati Reds over that 1/3 inning of work. 7 earned runs allowed, 3 walks, 3 hits. And his family received threats. Joe Espada wouldn't go into specifics. Lance McCullers said, based off of the way he answered it, seems like someone threatened to stab his children if he ever saw them in public. Baseball is investigating it. We'll probably figure out more details in the days to come. Maybe I'm naive. I believe Lance McCullers. I believe Joe Espada. I'm not putting on the tinfoil hat today. It's Tuesday. Wait, it's Monday, not Tuesday. It's not Thursday either. 713-780-3776 to call to text if you want to weigh in on this. We got Julian who wants to weigh in on Lance McCullers. Julian, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? So I want to preface this with I love sports, right? I love football, basketball and baseball. I can watch it, but it's not something that ever since COVID, I don't really care about them as much. But how much of a loser do you have to be to call or find an athlete to threaten them about their family because they didn't do well? But what's worse, that or being the loser who then questions whether that's true or not because somebody stuck for an outing? Like, I don't understand that. These guys who act like, oh, well, if it was me, listen, bro, it's not you. It never was you. It could never be you because it's obviously, look at it. You're now talking about an athlete as opposed to being the athlete. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate the phone call, Julian. That last part does annoy me. It does feel like there's a lot of people who will see a couple of exceptions where claims like this are proven false, and they will say, well, that means all of them are false, which is a false equivalency. We see a lot of that these days. If you want to put your tinfoil hat on, do the journalism, do the actual work. If you're going to call this out, let's actually see you put some work in and figure out whether or not this was fake. That's what I'll say on that. I'm not going to act like Lance McCullers is my friend, but I always found him to be a good dude when we did radio stuff together. And I felt, as I said in the last segment, I always thought he was pretty damn honest and forthcoming. And yeah, I'm going to believe him when he says it. It's not like he opened up his press conference doing that. That was Joe Espada who was doing it at his press conference. Also, some reaction to the amount of table pounding that Joe Espada did. I'm sorry I noticed it. I couldn't help it. Someone texted in, Paul, was that Joe or Steven Silas? I was waiting on Espada to say, they're not playing hard enough. It did seem a little like Steven Silas. I bang on this table that we have in studio a lot myself when I get really excited. Junior Bronco said, man, it would be nice if he banged some trash cans. Well, the offense actually did okay the last 2 games. Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey said he should have banged it harder. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Caleb has a thought on the threats that Lance McCullers' family received after Saturday's rough outing. Caleb, what you got?
Hey, how's it going, Paulie?
Yo.
Man, first off, I just want to say the fact that Lance McCullers is out there pitching at all after what that pitching arm has gone through, shows his resilience as it is.
For sure.
As far as the POS that, threatened this man's kids, I'm a father of 5. I can't believe he had such a calm reaction. My reaction would have been much stronger.
So much understanding, Caleb, in that answer. And yeah, I mean, I'm not a father, but I think if I was a father and someone did that, I know me, I have a short fuse, I would be pretty pissed.
Yeah. Like I said, I would have had a much stronger reaction, but that's putting it lightly and politely. Also, besides that, as a member of the Astros fan base, and I hope this somehow reaches Lance McCullers. I'm not a member of any social media, and I'm not smart enough to figure out how to reach out to that man. But, in every organization and every fan base, there's bad eggs. I just want to apologize to him on behalf of the Astros fan base. Because hearing something like that about the kids, man, that's that's hard to hear. It almost chokes me up a little bit. So.
No, it should bother everyone out there. And Caleb, appreciate the phone call, especially, Mother's Day's yesterday. It's Mother's Day's weekend. You want to hear any of that stuff, during a weekend where you're generally celebrating that you're a parent, and maybe you're celebrating your significant others, but no, it's ridiculous that it happened at all. And I really think that the people that do this kind of stuff anonymously, I think reaching out to anybody, to be frank, after they lose, I think it's pathetic. I think heckling somebody at a stadium, fine. Totally fine. Try your best to keep it in bounds because, of course, there might be kids around. But to do this anonymously after the fact, like the amount of people that go through ridiculous amounts of just messages received that are hateful and threatening in nature and all that stuff after someone screws up in a spot that, what if you were in that spot, person sending this message, and you screwed up there? Would you want to get all this crap? And then on top of all that, I mean, it's a May start, as Caleb said, for a guy that hadn't pitched in 2.5 years against the Cincinnati Reds. Relax. Right? Like, write it out and delete it. If you feel the need to have that thought that's going through your head, if you feel the need to actualize it in some way, shape, or form, write it on a piece of paper and then tear it up or throw it away. Actually, don't do that because then someone in the house might find it and you might be going to jail.
Text it to a friend.
I don't even know if you do that, Sean. Do we want the government looking at your phone when you do it? There's really no justification for it. We all have stupid thoughts watching sports. Some of us have more intense thoughts than others. It's never okay to do that. It is pathetic as hell that people do this as often as they do, and there's no justification for it. Whether it's, oh, my bet didn't pay off, or it's, I'm really mad about the Astros losing a Saturday game when I had nothing better to do, apparently. It's just loser behavior. That's simple. You're a loser. You're the P word. You're everything that's wrong.
I mean, people on Friday got a taste of what it's like to beat the Cincinnati Reds for the first time
finally
in a decade.
I mean, we knocked the door down.
On Saturday, you just want that feeling again. You're like, oh my God, beating the Reds. Give me more.
For those who don't know, they had not beaten the Reds since 2016, which is wild. But they finally kicked that door down.
Yeah. It could have been a sweep, though, Paul. God.
Comment here on Twitch. Pure Life Water doesn't deserve death threats. I will say.
Thanks.
We appreciate you saying that.
Again, all the people that are like, listen, no one should get death threats. Cool. Thanks.
We all agree. We don't even need to say it, I will say if I didn't do my job for 2.5 years, I wouldn't still be at the job. You guys have different jobs.
Yeah, simple. He's way better at his job than you are at yours.
I mean, he's one of a select few people that has been able to pitch at the major league level amongst all the people who've been trying to get to that level. Like, he is in the very top percentile of that field. So this is not meant as a slight, but yeah, supply and demand, man. It's supply and demand. The fact that they gave him that contract, that's more of a black eye on the Astros than it is on him. It's fully guaranteed. It's not the NFL. And the guy has been trying to get back out there. There are articles that have been written about his recovery, and some of the stuff that has been described of what they have done to that elbow are gross. Just gross. Absolutely gross. In Return of the Jedi, the third Star Wars movie, there's a moment where Lando falls into the Sarlacc pit, the pit of Carcoon, and then the tentacle reaches out and grabs his leg. Like, that reaction that Lando has to that, which is like, yeah! Like that, when I read the stuff that was done to Lance McCullers' arm, the hole that was drilled in it, the tendon that was threaded through it, I'm disgusted. It is gross. The guy throws in a way that is very violent, that most human beings are not capable of. Thus, the human limitations of the body have been reached multiple times with him, and he's been out. The city is weird about this guy. That's really all I've got. I don't understand it. I get that he has the big contract. 2017 was not that long ago. It wasn't. He was a key part of that 2017 World Series team. Because of that, he should be appreciated forever. You don't see this with Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton, everyone loved Charlie Morton. Charlie F. and Morton. He wasn't here that long. And I get it. McCullers has been injured a lot of the last couple of years. But, I mean, McCullers, what was he, pitching number 2 or 3 after Charlie Morton in terms of most valuable pitchers for the Astros that 2017 playoffs?
Yeah.
I mean, he's definitely up there.
Yeah, he closed
Verlander
out
had his struggles except for in Game 6 against the Yankees.
Yeah, he closed out the Yankees series, and then he started Game 7 of the Dodgers series.
Yeah.
Like, that alone is like, come on, guys.
I mean, he was in crunch time, and it's just bizarre. Like, very short memories, number one. Number 2, frustration over something that, like, it doesn't apply to you. The contract thing, that doesn't apply to you. Stop trying to make it apply to you. It's not apples to apples. It is.
Again, Rafael Montero and Jose Abreu make more money than Lance McCullers on this year's Houston Astros.
That's true.
Those guys didn't do jack.
But by the way, Jose Abreu was an MVP. Rafael Montero had good moments. I can't believe Montero got paid. I still can't. But getting mad about the contract, get mad at the team. Don't get mad at the player. What, you would turn that up if you were a bum player? Like, I'm not even talking about those 3. Imagine you're the worst player in the history of baseball, and they offered you that contract. You're going to say, I can't accept that. Are you effing kidding me? You turned down 5 years and $85 million. You're a liar. You're just a straight liar. So it's weird. Everyone gets mad at them for the contract. Your favorite team offered them that contract. And by the way, I thought it was a stupid contract. I got in arguments with Jeremy Branham about this. Jeremy Branham thought it was a good contract. Nope, it wasn't. It wasn't. But I'm not going to hold that against Lance. Hold it against the Astros if you feel the need to hold it against anybody. But this guy's trying to get back out there. He has a rough start, and your first thought is, I'm going to threaten to stab Lance's children. Like, what a psychopath, loser, P-word behavior. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You can still weigh in on this all show. Lots of other stuff to dive into, including another episode of Astros ER. Oh, God. The injuries just keep on coming, and I don't trust anything that they're saying about said injuries. And some really fun news for the Houston Rockets potentially adding a big name. I say fun because I'm not sure it's actual news, but it's fun. Paul Gallant Show, stick around for that.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You can still weigh in on Lance McCullers and the threats his family received, which baseball is investigating from his rough outing on Saturday all show long. After all, we are the most interactive sports talk show in town. The Houston Rockets will figure out where they stand in tonight's NBA draft lottery. If you're into that, you can watch it at 6 p.m. tonight on ESPN. I'm guessing this is taking place right before Celtics and Knicks. The Rockets have a 17.3% chance at a top 4 pick. There is a 3.8% chance that they get the number 1 overall pick, which they would, I would hope, use to pick Cooper Flagg. There is a 50.72% chance that they get pick number 9. And there's a 27.04% chance of them getting picks 10 through 13. They are ineligible to pick from 5 through 8 and to pick 14th. So we'll see what they get. I wish that they would actually show the ping pong process. It would take forever based off of the way it was described to me, because there's 1,000 ping pong balls in this machine. And if they pick out after a team has already been selected, if they pick out a ping pong ball for one of the many ping pong balls that are still left in after a team has figured out what pick it is, they just keep on picking.
Yeah.
So this must be a painstaking, pain in the ass process, Sean.
And the biggest problem, I think, is that they start with the first pick.
Right.
Like, they don't do it the TV way.
No.
Slowly whittling down. It would be a terrible TV thing. It would be like, all right, the Wembanyama one. All right, Spurs. All right, next.
Yeah.
They want to build the suspense. They want to go to commercial after they have the top 4. I get why they do it like they do. I think they do post it.
The
after
actual
the fact.
video of the ping pong balls?
Yeah, they posted after
I think they have to, because of all the conspiracy theories that have been had about past draft picks and certain teams getting the number 1 overall pick. I mean, you want to put your tinfoil hat on. Isn't it crazy that the Rockets had the number 1 pick the year that Hakeem Olajuwon was in the draft from Houston? I mean, people always talk about Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, that one, but that one is pretty crazy. So I don't know, maybe whistle and look the other way, huh? Anyway, there is a beautiful piece of reporting on ESPN, courtesy of one Shams Charania, about the future of Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo. Buckle up. This is one of the funniest reports you're going to hear in quite some time. Quote, Antetokounmpo is open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere, league sources told ESPN, end quote. What a hilarious report. What is this, a soft launch? A soft launch of being open to be traded? Gut reaction is, this is actually not necessarily Giannis Antetokounmpo wanting to leave as much as it's Giannis Antetokounmpo wanting the Bucks to trade for Damian Lillard, Drew Holiday, to do something. Because it's been a while. I mean, they won the finals. What was that, 4 years ago? They haven't been back to the Eastern Conference Finals since. It's been rough in the playoffs since then. But this is the report. So get excited about it if you want, Rockets fans, or get annoyed by it like me. Antetokounmpo is open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere, league sources told ESPN. Any conversation surrounding the perennial all-star and 2021 NBA champion start primarily with where he believes his long-term future lies and whether there was a franchise outside of Milwaukee that is sensible for him. Literally the exact same thing that was reported in the first paragraph. This is what journalism is. This is what journalism is in 2025. This is why sports journalism isn't sports journalism. This is the same kind of crap that you would see on TMZ, where sources close to Taylor Swift believe that Blake Lively's a Thunder bleep, right? Like, it's stuff like that. That's what it is. But at least that has a little more spice and zest to it. This is a nothing report. I'm annoyed by it. I'm annoyed that I even clicked on the link, that I read it. This is BS. Antetokounmpo is open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere. Give me something what he's actually asking out. Huh? Shams? How about that? I don't think Adrian Wojnarowski would report this because this is crap. This is crap. This is like Russell Wilson saying, I am not requesting a trade through his agent, using Adam Schefter as his mouthpiece. But if I were to be traded, these are the 4 places I'd like to go. It's the same thing. It's so lame. Ugh. Anyway, say Giannis Antetokounmpo goes from being open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere to, I want to play elsewhere. Say that happens. Here is what Brian Windhorst had to say about what Giannis is thinking on NBA, whatever the hell, on ESPN.
2 things you have to know about the Bucks when you consider a trade. Number 1, the Bucks do not control their first-round pick for 5 years. That means if the Bucks are going to trade him, thinking that they're going to tank for the next 3 years and rebuild is not going to happen. They need quality players. And the other thing that you need to know is if you're going to trade Giannis to a team that's going to be a super team, getting that team's draft assets is not exciting because they're not going to be very high picks for the next few years. So you're going to look at teams that have players to trade and other teams' draft assets that they can trade besides theirs. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. San Antonio and Houston. Pay attention there.
Windhorst has gotten so good at TV. Just a slow buildup. He's dropping the facts. And then he does the little thing that he knows is going to make him go viral. He's so good at it. I have a lot of respect for Windhorst leading into the theatrical side of it. I feel like a little more beat reporters should have that. And Windhorst he'll punch you from time to time, you know? You don't play well, Luka Doncic, you're a fatty boom batty. Like he was after the finals against the Boston Celtics. Who was the person that he called out this offseason, Sean? Was it Luka again, or was it somebody else? There was somebody he called out a week or 2 ago, and I was like, yeah, windy gone windy.
Oh yeah, I forgot who.
It was not both Luka, because it would be funny if he just had an action grind against Luka.
Because then it would just be a Luka thing.
It'd be like Skip Bayless versus LeBron, but there was somebody else. So Windhorst will go after folks, and I love that part. San Antonio or Houston. San Antonio or Houston. Where would you rather go if you're Giannis? Where would you rather go?
I mean, I would rather go to Houston.
I would rather go to Houston as well, personally, but I think we're a little bit biased. So, like, checks and balances here. I imagine that Giannis has heard every now and then, and Giannis is a married man. He's a little bit of a horn dog based off of, some of the things that he has posted to his own social media, where he's talking about having relations with his wife. You know,
his wife just had a kid, by the way.
Oh, okay, cool.
Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to them. Happy Mother's Day to her. But Giannis likes to look at things. Doesn't mean he necessarily, is going to act on him, but he likes to look at things. That's what I learned. And you know what? And there's lots of things to look at here. Maybe he's listened to Charles Barkley go on his rants about big old women in San Antonio, but it's just something to keep in mind. Scenery a little prettier here, for sure. Also, this is the tricky thing. Who has better food? Because San Antonio, even if we believe that Houston has better barbecue than San Antonio, for the top 10 list of barbecue cities in the United States of America, Houston's not even top 10. San Antonio is. So if we're going to use barbecue to recruit Giannis, might not work out so well.
How does he feel about Greek Fest?
Ooh, that's true. Greek Fest. Can we get him free tickets? We could probably get him free tickets.
Sure we could.
I mean, shoot, we've been giving away tickets to that every single year for years, it seems like. Yeah, let's get Giannis some Greek Fest tickets. That'll be it. That'll be it.
Hey, Giannis, ever had Nikos?
So good.
Boom.
Greek salad. And you know what the key to a real Greek salad is?
What is it?
Well, so my first job was working at a Greek restaurant. It was me and a bunch of dudes on work release from jail. They were all wonderful dudes, except for the time that the chef slapped the manager, which was hilarious. Anyway, back to the Greek salad. So there's potato salad at the bottom of the salad. Yeah. And it's very it's pretty. It's like artisanal, Like it takes a real art to put together a Greek salad. They go straight up into the sky. They look like a little mini skyscraper. They're very cool. But there's the potato salad at the bottom. That's the key part. At least per Louis Papa's Greek restaurant, a restaurant chain in St. Petersburg, Massachusetts, or St. Petersburg, Florida, and Pinellas County in Florida. So there you go. Now you know. Nikos, Giannis. Tex-Mex. Asian food?
Yeah.
Barbecue. It's good. Trust us.
Thai.
Yeah.
Thai goes to the the place that has all the other types of food too.
Yes, that's true.
Including Thai food.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully all those things have made Giannis Antetokounmpo, regular listener of the Paul Gallant Show, have made him rise up, you rise up, risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com. Guys, Rise Max is a revolutionary, rapid, enhanced dissolving strip combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. This is brand spanking new, and this stuff works. Basically, Rise is offering you something that's completely different than the traditional ways of saving the sexual side of your relationship. They're giving you something completely different. It's not pills anymore. The game changer is a strip that you put under your tongue. Yeah, you put it under your tongue, dissolves in seconds, ready to go in 5 minutes. Discreet packaging. It doesn't melt, doesn't get crushed, works on a full stomach, and it combines all of those things. And guess what? Boing. Things are going to be better. Don't skimp out if you're trying to save things, because listen, we all get older. Things maybe don't work the same way that they used to. Does that mean you're going to give up? Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? No, it wasn't. This is reference to Animal House. It didn't do that, okay? And it's not over for you. So why not give Rise Health a shot? Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. Enter promo code 975 for 20% off your first order. RiseHealth.com. Rise up, you'll rise up with RiseHealth.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The report about Giannis Antetokounmpo today, and I said report with quotation marks around it and an eye roll. Giannis Antetokounmpo is open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere, league sources told ESPN, end quote. Look, it's a terrible report. It's not a report, but I would like to continue recruiting Giannis Antetokounmpo to Houston. So we just need some help. He likes food. We know he eats a ton of Chick-fil-A every now and then, but it's about more than Chick-fil-A here in Houston. Perhaps we need to introduce him to Raising Cane's, which I know is more of a Louisiana thing, but why? He's going to go to the Pelicans? I guess the Pelicans are a possibility per Brian Windhorst, but sure. Then I don't think he would think he has a chance to win that.
Yeah, that's the big thing there is being able to actually
win.
Yeah. Well, also they have to have enough to trade for Giannis.
Right.
And then also still be a good team. That's a very hard thing to do.
Some thoughts on food here in Houston and in San Antonio. First, Eric the driver says, can we get John Granato to get Nico Nikos to recruit Giannis? For sure. I mean, would Giannis Antetokounmpo do a Greek Freak edition of a commercial that feels a lot like Jose Lima for Casa Ole? Could we get that? R.I.P. Jose Lima.
Yeah.
I would like pay tribute to Jose Lima with some sort of goofy jingle for Nico Nikos.
Yeah.
Sung by Giannis.
Get freaky with it. With Giannis.
No. Damn, Will Smith. What a great artist he was. And it is because he's back out on the grind, creating rap albums. Someone also texted in, nobody goes to San Antonio for barbecue. There's got to be some people that go to San Antonio for barbecue. But yeah, I think of San Antonio as the old people part of Houston. Like it's the older city of the major
part
cities.
Of Texas.
Yeah. My bad. What did I say?
Houston. The old people part of Houston.
The old people part of that's. I said St. Petersburg, Massachusetts in the last segment too. So maybe we're not on our A game right now.
Geography talk.
Geography. All of a sudden, that placemat that I had as a little kid growing up, it's not helping me out at all. So,
yeah, it's more of a Mexican food place, Tex-Mex food place.
Okay. Yeah, so this barbecue thing
where you ask people for like recommendations for Mexican food, and they're just like literally walk in anywhere. Like that's the San Antonio Mexican food recommendations list that me and my parents have gotten since they moved out there. It's just like people look at you for a second, they're like, just anywhere, just walk into any place, it'll be good.
Allegedly, per se 69 asked, Paul, did you threaten any Houston athletes this weekend? No, I didn't. Okay. He also points out Giannis might like his kid's life threatened here, sir. What the hell? But that is a factor that could be potentially used against the city of Houston as far as a destination. I don't think San Antonio's done any threats of violence towards Spurs players' family members, where a Houston team has dealt with that. You know, more of a small town feel in San Antonio, even though it's not a small town.
That is true. Yeah, bad weekend for, hey, what's it like being a Houston athlete who's delivered 2 championships there?
From the 832, Paul, if we land the number 1 pick, do we trade it for Giannis? No, I don't think so. I think you go with Cooper Flagg if you can and keep building the young core. This would give you a lot of flexibility. If you get the number 1 pick, holy smokes. But again, 3.8% chance of it happening tonight. If it happens tonight, I will be stunned.
Yeah.
I'll be stunned with top 4. Top 4 is 17%. You know, it's very unlikely. That's not a no, but it's a 1 in 6 chance. So
yeah,
good luck.
17% seems big, but then you realize like the 8 teams ahead of you all have better chances of being a top 4. So you're like, oh, that's not actually that good of a percentage to move up. But if they do move up top 4, not top 1, I feel like that increases the likelihood it gets traded just because it's a way better pick. And what's another, a 4th pick in the draft? It's like, all right, that's
not much.
You sit right next to Reed Shepherd, buddy.
But you could get Amin Thompson. So,
could get Amin Thompson.
Draft is crazy.
It
all
is
sports.
Crazy. It is crazy.
Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. I want to go around the NBA real quick. What's going on? Reality is back in Celtics Knicks. They won 115-93. New York still leads 2-1, but that was very satisfying to see the Celtics absolutely splat the Knicks with Timothy Shamalama in the front row, and all those other Knicks fans. Tracy Morgan didn't puke this game. Spike Lee, dork. So that was nice. Also, the Minnesota Timberwolves are up 2-1 on the Warriors. I think we're all rooting for the Timberwolves, right? Right? We're annoyed by the Warriors still being in the playoffs because it was a 7-game series. Or are people rooting for the Warriors to win because they took out the Rockets? And at the very least, if you're out in round 1, you lost to a team that advanced to the Western Conference Finals. I'd rather the Timberwolves advance, personally.
Yeah, I've seen it. We've already seen the Rockets lose to the Warriors, and the Warriors go on to great things. We've seen that a lot.
We have seen it a lot.
It didn't make me feel that much better any of the time.
Meanwhile, the Nuggets and Thunder split their games. Friday, the Nuggets beat the Thunder 113-104 in overtime. And on Friday, the Cavs looked like they finally woke up. They beat the Pacers 126-104 with Donovan Mitchell scoring 43 points. Yesterday, Thunder and Nuggets evened up at 2 apiece. Ugly-ass game that the Thunder won 92-87. Denver couldn't shoot a 3. And the Pacers won again. The Pacers have a 3-1 series lead on the Cavaliers with a 129-109 win. So now you know what's going on in all those series. We have to talk about the stupid stuff now. And by stupid stuff, I mean the fun stuff. First off, Mitchell Robinson is one of the worst free throw shooters that has maybe ever existed in the playoffs, which is saying something because the Houston Rockets were bad. He's something like 7 of 33 from the free throw line, and he is straight airballing free throws. Imagine if Jalen Green had said this, as pointed out by Sean in one of our commercial breaks. Imagine if Jalen Green said this after the performances that he had in the series, where he's out by his fancy blinged out car, basically acting like none of this matters.
So, I know y'all commenting and doing all the stupid stuff, thinking that I really care. I really don't. Y'all know what I care about. This motherfucker playing basketball and my daughter. All the other stuff I really don't care for.
You mentioned his truck first.
But I do got some more things I want to say to someone else, too, after this video. So, it's nasty in there, though. Y'all
pointing at the car.
Damn. Gotta clean that. Y'all should know me by now. Been here 7 years. Y'all know how this go, man. But anyway, happy Mother's Day. Y'all enjoy yourself.
Listen, I'm not endorsing death threats against athletes, but I would not be surprised if a Knicks fan sent him a death threat after that. I'm not, because obviously we've been talking about it all morning. That is one of the most insufferable things I've ever seen posted. Dude, you are 7 of 30 something from the free throw line. And you're not even hitting the rim sometimes, dude. That was your response? That's what you chose as a response? Also in that video, again, before saying your daughter on Mother's Day, you brought up your car and basketball. Huh.
It's a cool truck. I will say that I thought that this was like an old video or something. Like just the way the tweet was composed, it made it seem like it was older. But then I was like, no, this is from today.
Just a complete idiot.
It's a crazy thing to post in the middle of a playoff series.
Unbelievable.
Being like, everyone's mad at me for missing free throws. You know I don't care, right?
I don't think Mitchell Robinson has a PR team, but he should hire one now. Just like Bill Belichick was trying to hire one, I think he should hire one.
Yeah, maybe Jordan Hudson should help him out with PR.
Jordan Hudson had a rough weekend. Jordan Hudson, we'll get to it at 2:30.
Sorry, yeah.
Jordan Hudson got less votes from the People's Choice side of a Maine beauty pageant. So we're also talking Maine. Than a transgender woman. I'm not kidding on that front. I'm not kidding. Maine's a little more progressive, it seems. Also, PDA back. How about that? Anyone watch the Warriors Timberwolves game 3, and you might have caught a blonde snogging, as they say in England, with some rando. Hell yeah. PDA's back.
Yeah.
Making out in public back. I like that. Making out in public. Let's go.
Haven't outlawed this yet.
No. Let's bring more of that.
Let's watch Jimmy Butler score 30 and we make
and
out.
Snog. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Also, this is not basketball related, but I on the weekends I go to tmzsports.com, and the Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, they were making out at, this is Houston themed, the Beyonce Cowboy Carter tour.
PDA.
And there was an article. PDA's back, guys.
More PDA.
Let's all make out with other people in public. Make everyone uncomfortable.
They're also going to be making out. Everyone's
making out. Swapping saliva. Sean Mace behind the glass on Paul Gallant. That's around the NBA. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Some possibly disastrous news for the Houston Astros. I suppose time will tell. The Paul Gallant Show. You'll find out what that is next. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in town. You know how to get in. It's also on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros took 2 of 3 against the Cincinnati Reds over the weekend at Daikin Park. Saturday, a rough outing for Lance McCullers. He and his family allegedly received threats after his rough start, where he only got through 1/3 of an inning. Both Joe Espada and Lance McCullers weighed in on it, and an Astros spokesman said the team notified the Houston Police Department and Major League Baseball security about the threats towards McCullers. We'll dive back into this a little bit later. This is perhaps the alarming development for the Houston Astros. We will see how it develops, but we saw on Saturday another Astro pulled from the game early. We're talking about Jose Altuve. So Altuve was pulled from Saturday's game with right hamstring tightness, and he did not play yesterday. He could be back in the lineup today. I'm sure we'll find out at 3 p.m. But this is something to keep an eye on. I say that because Jose Altuve is playing left field. That is one of those positions where from time to time you are going to be sprinting. And of course, Altuve is going to be doing it on the base paths as well. I'm not going to act like I'm an expert when it comes to maintaining a hamstring, but it does concern me that he is dealing with some sort of a hamstring issue. How long is it going to keep him out? Again, we'll see. It's just been one game that he sat out to get altogether. He was pulled from a game. And as always, the Astros gave a rather murky update about what happened to Jose Altuve after the game. Altuve said he came into, per Joe Espada, Altuve came into the clubhouse and he said that it felt a little tight. So hopefully it's just a precautionary thing. But with this team, you never know. It's the Houston Astros, baby. Injuries and transparency do not go hand in hand.
No. Well, we will never know when he comes back. Until the day he comes back. Then I'll be like, oh, Jose Altuve. Finally. But he's feeling great. He's going to be feeling great for the next week, at least, I think. And then he might come back. But he'll be feeling great until then, while he's out. Progressing well. Progressing well.
Making some progress.
Mm-hmm.
Right. All the same things that we heard about Kyle Tucker last year and about every other Astros player who has been injured, every single Astros pitcher who has been injured.
I doubt that it's going to be Kyle Tucker levels just because with a hamstring. That
versus
seems
a broken bone.
Yeah, it seems a little bit more kind of like, okay, we can deal with this.
But it is a little nebulous because of hamstring injury.
Yes.
You're supposed to allow it to recover.
Yeah.
But when you pop it once, it could pop again.
Yeah, there's no way to like gut through a hamstring injury. Like it just might get re-aggravated.
And it's kept NFL players out for weeks.
Yeah, but Jose Altuve is way tougher than those guys.
Than Will Fuller?
Yeah.
Damn.
Will Fuller. Oh, you mean wide receiver Lance McCullers?
Less money. He was paid less.
Less money, less rings, too.
Not less rings. That's for sure true. And he got a PED suspension, Will Fuller did.
Yeah, got to strengthen those hamstrings.
Got to strengthen them. I honestly don't blame him for it. I don't blame him.
If anyone were to do it, like, that's fine. But I think with Altuve being out, I am worried a little bit about this Astros offense that's come alive. Can I say come alive over a 3-game series?
Yeah, look good.
Is that a big enough sample size?
No, they got 9 runs on Saturday. They scored 6 yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. I think with the offense looking the way it is, hopefully you can maintain that without Jose Altuve. But I think if we're talking about like over a week without Altuve, that's where I just get concerned with what this offense has been so far this season up until the last 2 Reds games.
Devil's advocate argument, though.
Okay.
I mean,
advocate for the devil, please.
I will advocate for the devil here. It's not like he was hitting particularly well outside of the game on Friday. I mean, he's had a rough
That's fair.
He's had a rough couple of weeks at the plate. Friday, he was 2 for 4 with a double, but he has been in the midst of a funk. There's no denying that. So, I mean, it is possible that it's a little better without him. I'm not saying I would predict that. All I'm saying is now you have to have both Cam Smith and Zach DeZenzo, who everyone seems to be annoyed with the fact that they are both up on the major league roster. I'm of the mindset of, I like that the young guys are here. They're not going to learn anything at the minor league level. This idea that they need to play every single day at the minor league level, like that's going to help them out. Sure. It's quadruple A. It's not real. It's such a massive gap between what the major league level is. I'd rather him sit and then occasionally get at bats than be in the minors. I think it's crazy, like to give him inferior pitching to act like that'll make him a better player. So now we might see a little bit of both of these guys. And considering they're already without Yordan Alvarez, who with his strained muscle in his hand, whatever that means, it definitely doesn't look good for the Astros offense. But the weird thing is both of these guys this season, Altuve of late and Alvarez all year, have struggled.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to get better. I'm just saying.
No, but that is a factual statement that you're saying, that these two guys that, in February, if you say, hey, these guys are both going to be on the IL for parts of May, and you'll be like, oh my God, the offense is screwed. And it's like, actually, the last few weeks, neither of them have been that effective. Altuve was great to start the year, but the last few weeks, like you said, he's scuffled a little bit. I guess this is just the Astros medical team not getting any benefit of the doubt. That I doubt that this is just going to be like short stint on the IL. Boom, welcome back to the back in the lineup for him and Alvarez. I think Alvarez too. This always happens with the Astros injuries. Is the day after it happens, we talk about it. We talk about how we can't trust the timeline, and then we kind of forget about it.
Yep.
And then when it's supposed to be the return date, we're like, wait, what the hell? Why isn't he back?
Yep.
And then the cycle starts again.
Yep.
Right now we're at the valley of back burner. Yordan, he'll be later this week. He'll be fine.
He's day to day, but he's on the injured list. Altuve, day to day, not on the injured list. Hayden Wesneski on the injured list, by the way, Friday. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because right now we're thinking they'll be back soon. And then, yes, as you said, we will be very disappointed when it takes way too long for them to come back. And guess what? I'm expecting it to happen for Altuve. I'm expecting it to happen for Alvarez because what you said a little bit earlier, they deserve no benefit of the doubt.
No.
They shouldn't be here, to be honest.
Especially with the messaging of it too. That to me is almost like the worst part, is that they're so optimistic for all of these that it always seems like they take longer to come back than they should. Where it's like, well, if you're just less constantly optimistic about he's feeling great, he's gonna be back soon.
Yeah.
If you're just like, hey, he's progressing well, we'll see. That would just people would be less bent out of shape over the fact that everyone basically takes, I don't know, time and a half from the original diagnosis. It's always original diagnosis 10 days. It'll take 2 weeks. Just bump it up a little bit for I guess Tucker throws off the sample on that one. But
a lot.
But it's just hey guys, again, it's not even that you don't tell us anything, it's that you don't tell us anything while being optimistic about it. And if you just weren't optimistic, I think we'd be much cooler with the whole thing.
He's Sean Mason behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Speaking of Kyle Tucker, did you see this update about Kyle Tucker's future? Oof, this would suck. Also, Lance McCullers, his family allegedly received threats, violent threats, death threats over the weekend. This is not the first time that we have seen a Houston athlete go through something like this. There was another moment that I remember vividly from my first years on the job. We'll discuss on the other side. Stick around. The Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in town.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros took 2 or 3 from the Reds over the weekend, but Jose Altuve is currently dealing with a hamstring injury. I'm sure we'll figure out how serious it is when the Astros release their lineup later this afternoon. Also tonight, 6 p.m., the NBA draft lottery. The Rockets have a 3.8% chance to get the number 1 overall pick, a 17.3% chance of a top 4 slot. If they get that top 4 slot or a number 1 overall pick, they will be able to make a trade that they're probably not quite capable of making right now. But we'll see what happens with that. The bummer of an update about ex-Houston Astros. See this? This is from Bob Nightingale. The Los Angeles Dodgers plan to jump into the free agent fray for Cubs outfielder Kyle Tucker this winter. They may not be the high bidder, but they'll surely keep everyone honest, just as they did when they were in the Juan Soto sweepstakes. What an annoying second part of that little tidbit from Bob Nightingale. Kyle Tucker, an Astro. Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Do not want to see that. Lance McCullers over the weekend on Saturday after a rough start where he only got through a third of an inning, allegedly received death threats. Joe Espada said that he got him. Lance McCullers said that he got him. Baseball's investigating it, as are the Houston Police Department. Free speech is free speech, but as someone pointed out in the text line, there's also terroristic threats. And yeah, threatening, as McCullers said, to stab his children to death. Absolutely messed up stuff. No place for any of that. And yeah, I believe Lance McCullers. I hate that I even have to say allegedly. I really do. And we'll play his answers in a little bit. His responses to questions about the incident. It was weird where he took the high road to a point where I thought, you don't need to take it that far, bro. I mean, don't be empathetic for these people or for psychotic baseball fans. Like, I get that they're passionate. And you know, there's a lot of situations where you can fail on a big stage. No, man. These people are awful. F them. Anyway, this is the first time this has happened in Houston sports. Does anyone remember this moment from 2013 when the Texans season was going down the toilet? You go all the way back to the 2013 stretch of the Texans season where Matt Schaub could not stop throwing pick sixes. Pick six here, pick six there. A report that was done by Fred Davis, who used to fill in here from time to time and used to also work at the Texans flagship with me, was that a fan went to Matt Schaub's home and another took pictures. The report was that the fan told Schaub off. This led to the Houston Police Department fielding several calls from reporters wanting to know about a group of angry fans at Schaub's house, which wasn't what the initial report said, unless you consider 2 people to be a group. Per Houston Police Department spokesman John Cannon, there were words like they were using like accosting and berating the family. The Houston Police Department then put out a statement saying, contrary to some reports, there was not a group of angry fans outside the Schaub residence on Monday. A family member reported seeing a suspicious male in the driveway of the residence taking pictures. Police were not called to the home. No other information to release at this time. And then Schaub added that no one shouted obscenities at me. No one shouted obscenities at my family. But it was a weird story because it was happening in the midst of the season where the Texans were falling the bleep apart and Schaub was really struggling. And I remembered seeing it and thinking to myself, it's pretty sad that this is where we've gotten to. And I guess from time to time, even though this is my job, I forget that people are absolute psychos when it comes to rooting for their sports team, but there's just such bizarre behavior. And I'd like to think that this isn't a Houston thing only. Because this Schaub one, if Schaub's saying that no one ever yelled at him, but people were going to his house and he felt uncomfortable, I mean, I believe him on that front. And then you got McCullers dealing with this, with, I'm assuming, anonymous accounts online that are sending messages about how they're going to stab his children to death the next time he sees them out in public, which, she's unbelievable that that's even a possibility of something that you could write to somebody and put into thought, especially if you don't even know the person. Just going to send that to a stranger? What, because he's always injured? I saw a text earlier in the show, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with this, but it's a theory that some people certainly seem to have because multiple people texted it in. It had to do with Lance and the injury that he's been trying to get back from. This one texter believes that the Astros effed up Lance's arm during that run. Quote from the text line, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Lance pretty much bleeped his arm up for the Astros during that title run. He could have refused to pitch like Josh Hader with his previous team. I would have. We got a ring, but he effed his arm for it. He got that contract because the Astros knew he sold his arm for that ring. It was deserved. Whether that's true or untrue, he's dealt with a lot of things since then, and he has been trying to get back out there, and I think he deserves credit for trying to get back out there as opposed to, pulling a Ben Simmons. Oh, my mental health hurts. Oh, man, I'm on vacation with Kendall Jenner. My mental health, And some of the other guys who have just completely walked away and quit altogether. Like, he's tried to get back out there. So I really want to understand the thought process of whoever sent that out. And I'm assuming it's some stupid 17-year-old kid. I don't think this is something an adult would send out. I feel like online death threats are the move of a child, some dumbass child with too much time on his hands. If it is an adult, I'll be very disappointed. At least if it's a kid, it's like, well, okay, but he's a complete moron and doesn't know anything about anything. If it's an adult, I will be tremendously disappointed.
I think Gambler also should be.
Yeah, that's true. List. That's true.
List of possibilities of to have this extreme of a reaction to, like you said, May Cincinnati Reds Astros games.
Yes.
On a weekend, on a Saturday afternoon, you could just go outside, hang out. It's great weather.
Yeah.
You're in downtown. Even if you bought a ticket, walk outside, do something. It has to be some sort of degenerate, right?
I mean, obviously, they're a degenerate in some way.
Of some sort. Yeah,
right.
I was thinking degenerate
gambler.
Yeah.
It certainly could be that. But you're betting on a Reds game on a Saturday. I mean, good God, dude, get a life. Get a life. I'm not endorsing any gamblers right now, any gambling companies right now. Like, you're that addicted to it, loser. Walk away. You're gonna lose everything. But no, instead of blaming yourself for being a moron and gambling on a Saturday baseball game in May, featuring a pitcher making a second start after being out for 2.5 years, like, shame on you. Shame on you. Also, you're an idiot from that perspective.
Yeah. Also, what?
Yeah,
what?
Complete idiot.
Betting on the Astros
with their inconsistent offense this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about
with
a
the guy making a second
team.
start in 2.5 years.
Yeah, insane.
Against a team they have never beaten.
Which is why I think, again, it's a kid. I bet some teenagers sent this. Could be wrong, but yeah, I don't really have a lot of faith in the younger generation, and I feel like this is entirely something that online teenagers do more than anyone out there.
I mean, but we got a good amount of responses defending them, so it's not like adults
well, maybe these people are getting walked over by their kids at home. They have no control over them. A couple of texts in from the 281. Lance can't just say F them when these wackos are out on the loose. Might drive them to actually follow through with their threats. It's disgusting, but he can't push the envelope. That's a fair point as to why he was weirdly understanding of the possibility of it happening, at least in the first parts of the answers that he gave. Also from the 281, I think that was the same season that Schaub got hurt and had to be wheeled off the field and everyone cheered. I remember like guys on Sports Center, telling off the fans for that. That was probably worse than now having read that story about people showing up at Schaub's house, which seems like there's a lot of different initial reports on that. That was probably worse. I mean, that's like Philadelphia Eagles cheering when Michael Irvin got injured. Do you want to be like Eagles fans? Yeah. Texter says he's an effing loser for sure. From the 832, McCullers signed his extension in 2021. He didn't hurt his arm in the playoffs, like the other guy was saying, until the 2021 postseason. So the extension had nothing to do with paying him back for blowing out his arm for the team. Okay.
Yeah, I was also gonna say it's not like Jeff Luhnow was out there doing favors.
No, that doesn't really seem like his brand.
Jeff Luhnow would have screwed him over if he could have.
Damn. Probably right.
That's just how he GM'd.
Yep.
That's just how he general managed.
Sean Martinez on YouTube comments, Jacoby Jones got death threats and harassment after that Ravens playoff game. Yep. Yeah. With that muff punt. What were you doing, Jacoby? It is really sad that he passed away. Jacoby was a very fun individual. So rest in peace. But let's dial it back, y'all. Let's relax. Again, it's May baseball, like the meaningless, unimportant, barely watchable baseball against a bad Reds team. Like, get a life. If that's driving you to make threats against kids, like, you honestly should just check yourself into an institution that carries straitjackets right now. Right now, you probably need one. You got psychotic problems. Anyway, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, the 10-minute drill. An NFL legend is walking away. Not in the legend you would think. Not in the context you would think he's a legend. But he is a legend, nonetheless. Paul Gallant Show, stay put. Derek Carr has retired. The longtime Raiders quarterback turned Saints quarterback is walking away. This per Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. He's dealing with a shoulder injury that threatened his season with the Saints, retiring at age 34. As far as Derek Carr goes, he is a legend from this perspective. Despite having a below 500 record as a career starter, the man made roughly $200 million over the course of his career. 77-92, one trip to the playoffs and an immediate loss. He did technically make it twice, but he didn't play against the Houston Texans because he got injured. Connor Cook came in against Brock Osweiler in what was an absolute battle, just a showdown. The shootout at the NRG Corral. Connor Cook, Brock Osweiler, next, 2:30 Saturday on ESPN.
I was going to say, this was like the most extreme version of the Texans Saturday playoff game. Where
Oh my gosh.
you're like, I don't think there's another person in this country that's interested in this game.
If it were the Bengals or if it were the Browns or Chargers, that's one thing. But no.
Third string quarterback, Connor Cook.
Raiders third string quarterback.
Matt McGloin also got hurt.
I forgot about McGloin being hurt.
Right?
You're
Because
right.
I think he got hurt the last game of the season.
Yeah, it was supposed to be McGloin. I remember that leading up to the game because I wasn't feeling good about the Texans, but I was thinking, man, there's no way they lose to a Matt McGloin, who I believe played for Bill O'Brien at Penn State.
I think so.
I'm not kidding. I think at one point I said, well, he's going to know McGloin really well from his time at Penn State because we were breaking that playoff game down.
As a fan, I was like, oh my God, Matt McGloin's gonna come into Houston and win.
No one felt good.
And then Connor Cook played. I was like, we're good.
What's crazy is Derek Carr got MVP votes that season.
Yeah.
And had he played in that game, I do wonder where the Texans would have been if that Brock Osweiler experiment ended in the first round, because the Texans didn't do so bad against the Patriots in the divisional round of the playoffs.
But they still did trade up to draft
Deshaun Watson.
I
think they would have no matter what.
Yeah.
But Derek Carr, who did not play in that game, per Warren Sharp, got the 9th most cash of any player from 2014 through 2024.
Wow.
First ballot bag getter.
So for the decade of his career, he's the 9th highest paid guy. Highest cash.
Yes.
Which is basically just him getting paid. That's crazy.
The top 10 highest paid NFL players from 2014 through 2024. Derek Carr is 9th. Can you guess who was 8th?
No.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady made $2 million more than Derek Carr.
You know what? I'm glad that Tom Brady made more, especially considering he hasn't played for 2 years. I'm sure Stafford's on that list.
7th, Matt Ryan. 6th, Jared Goff. 5th, Dak Prescott. 4th, Russell Wilson. 3rd, Matt Stafford.
Okay.
2, Kirk Cousins. 1, Aaron Rodgers.
Kirk Cousins being number 2 is
not surprising.
When Kirk Cousins retires, we'll do the segment again with Kirk Cousins.
Again, it's from 2014 through 2024. So Mahomes is on this list, but he's 10th, and Mahomes didn't come into the equation until 17.
And
But
he was on his rookie deal.
This is pretty wild. Yeah.
That is so insane.
I mean, Goff,
most of those names make sense.
Goff getting $234 million. Goff was a rookie in, I want to say 2016.
Yeah.
So that's a lot that he's made.
That is a good amount. But like Matt Ryan, that makes sense. Like some of these guys, it makes sense because they were already
established.
Yeah, established NFL quarterbacks for most of that time. But yeah, Kirk Cousins was drafted in 2012, so he was on his 4th round rookie deal for the start of this.
Yeah. Continuing to go around the National Football League, Giants head coach Brian Daboll has gone viral for, get this, being in a good mood. Why? He's giddy about Jackson Dart. And get ready for the latest stupid test that people get pants tense over, because Jackson Dart is the first quarterback to ever achieve a perfect 100 SPS score. The SPS Star Predictor Score is a test that simulates the potential score of players trying to predict their success when entering the NFL. Jackson Dart is the only quarterback to ever achieve a 100 SPS score. He scored higher than Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson.
Wow. This guy's going to be awesome.
This is wild.
They got the best quarterback in the league by SPS.
Jackson Dart 100, second all-time Lamar Jackson, third all-time Jalen Hurts, fourth all-time Ben Roethlisberger, fifth all-time Patrick Mahomes, sixth all-time Deshaun Watson, seventh all-time Cam Newton, eighth all-time Kyler Murray, ninth all-time Josh Allen. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, there's no
real like outlier,
miss.
because Watson was good before all the stuff happened.
Yeah.
And Murray was pretty damn good. We at least like watching Murray play.
Yeah. Murray's like, he's good enough. Yeah. Okay. Then never mind. You know what? Jackson Dart. Get ready to learn Canton. You're gonna be getting fit for your gold jacket one day.
The Star Predictor Score was built as a prospect scouting tool aimed at maximizing investment potential while minimizing risks when drafting rookies in fantasy football.
Oh.
So it's a fantasy football
it's a fantasy
thing.
football thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whatever. That makes me care.
How about the 10th guy in this list? Drew Brees.
He was a great fantasy football quarterback for a while.
He was. So there you go. Also, the Giants, I guess, are still recording their offseason. Someone recorded Giants GM Joe Shane, who's really looking like GMP pants of the Jacksonville Jaguars in the movie Draft Day starring Kevin Costner. Here's Joe Shane desperately trying to trade into the first round to get Jackson Dart.
Leading up to the drafts, it feels like, there were rumors out there that the Giants wanted to move back up into one, and I was getting calls from every GM from pick 18 all the way back, just because everybody assumed that we wanted to move up. So,
you still good to do this? All week it said he would do this deal, and now he's backing out on us. But the Steelers aren't going to trade with Cleveland, so you're going to go ahead and pick. All right, does that tip the hand? Do they have New York's now trying to move up? Yeah, that's going to be too much. No, this is Chargers. I can offer Pittsburgh the same deal. Yeah, so you're going to go ahead and pick? Okay, all right. Come on, take the running back. Come on, take the pick. It's more than what we just did here. All right. Just be patient. Nobody's going to pound the table. We'll be all right. Nick. Okay, so Houston will do the deal.
I love how they say, like, no one's going to knock on the table. And they added these two drums in. Boom, boom. Here's the thing. The Giants, they gained nothing from this last offseason. I do not understand why they are recording their offseason again and showing it to the world.
Wild move.
Everyone thought that Joe Shane was an idiot coming out of that. Even if he's not one, that was the impression everyone got. Why are they doing this again?
I have no clue why.
Just
hey,
dumb.
remember last offseason where our GM looked like a giant bozo for 3 weeks?
Well, this time there's no way he will look like a bozo again.
Yeah.
Proceeds to come off at least panicky in that little sequence.
Yeah. And he wanted to draft Jackson Dart like 18th. Like
Yes.
He had to settle for 25. Thank God for Nick Caserio. Always ready to make a deal. Nick Caserio. Joe Shane, just heads up. Next year, start with Nick Caserio. Chances are he'll want to make a trade.
Yeah, probably. Or start with the Falcons.
That too.
Because
Actually, Nick Caserio, when the Giants call you, put them on hold, call the Falcons.
What impresses me with Caserio is the time management to make as many of these trades as he does over the course of a draft, and also know like what's available and what's not. Like I would not be able to juggle all of that.
Because you also have to feel confident in what other teams are gonna do.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that game of poker is the one where I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe Mickey Loomis was just pulling the wool over my eyes. I don't know.
I just have too much ADD. I'd forget what I was doing. I'd forget what I was doing. I forget who I'd talk to. I'd go back to, like, I'd see a text like 3 hours later, like, crap.
from Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Now, is that John or Jim?
I don't even know which one, but they offered me a better deal. I didn't take that one. Like, that's what would happen with me. So, I mean, why would you film this? Just to go back to the original thing. There's no win here.
I mean, it is cool.
There's no win.
It's
It's not cool. How is it cool? Oh, I'm trying to make a trade. Make a trade. Oh, no one's making a trade with me. Oh, God. Nick?
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm hyperbolizing a little bit here, but I mean, that didn't make him look good.
No, it didn't. I was just, the music was cool.
It was cool music.
It made it seem way more important.
Sounded like Inception.
Yeah. No one's going to be pounding the table.
Sean,
Nick?
Nick? Sean, I like that they're on a first name basis.
Yeah, I like it. That seemed like he was, like you said, he was panicking. He was screwed, and all of a sudden he had his hand in his hands, thinking, "Oh my God, I'm gonna get fired." And then the phone rings. Nick just saved his job.
10-minute drill. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to weigh in on the threats that Lance McCullers received over the weekend? You can. You'll hear what Joe Espada and what McCullers had to say on the other side. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Lance McCullers was bad on the mound. Saturday, he only lasted a third of an inning. His ERA is now in the 15s after he allowed 7 earned runs, 3 hits, 3 walks. At least he wasn't getting shelled. Only one of those hits was an extra base hit. But after the game on Saturday, Joe Espada, a especially passionate Joe Espada, led off his press conference saying that Lance McCullers had received violent threats after his start was done.
It's very unfortunate that Lance McCullers, that there are people who are threatening his life and the life of his kids because of his performance. It's very unfortunate that we have to deal with this. After all he's done for this city, for this team, the fact that we have to talk about that in my office, I got kids too, and it really drives me nuts that we have to deal with this. Very sad. Very, very sad. All right, let's go. I'm not going to comment on anything. I just needed to get that on my chest, okay?
I counted 19 bangings of the table.
I had 18.
You had 18?
Yeah, so we're close.
We're close, okay. Yeah. I tallied them.
Okay. I was sitting here counting on my fingers.
Joe Espada, at the point of banging the table that many times, clearly pissed. I'd be pissed for my guy too. I would too. That's BS. If it happened, it's BS. And I hate that we're even asking that, because there was a text immediately from the 281. What if McCullers is faking it? Why is that the first thought that goes through your mind? A lot of people had that thought. Someone, I will not share who, I had that conversation with yesterday. I was like, wait, what? Do you really need to zag that hard for a take? I didn't get it. More from Joe Espada talking about Lance McCullers and his performance on Saturday.
Listen, he hasn't pitched in 2.5 years. 2.5 years. You know, we got to give some time, right? 2.5 years, hasn't pitched. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get him going. And it's fine. But this can't happen. I'm really upset that this happened to athletes, and, you know, we trying our best. Everybody's trying our best, right? But the fact that I got to go in my office and deal with this, you know, come on. We're better than that. We are better than this.
Espada pissed. And I think it's worth mentioning for the tinfoil hatters out there who are saying, oh, Lance is just doing this to get attention. Joe brought this up without being asked about it to open up his press conference. Lance began his press conference talking about his performance. He was asked about it. And here's what Lance McCullers had to say when he was first asked about the threats directed at his family.
It's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So, just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually 1 or 2 people have, from other issues around baseball, actually had to go to jail for things like that. But I think bringing kids into the to the equation, threatening to find them, or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
Ridiculous. I feel for him. He's being empathetic at the beginning of that answer. Instead of just saying, this is BS. I can't believe it happened. What a psychopath. And someone had pointed out, okay, well, maybe, he doesn't want to instigate this person to actually act on the P nature of his words. Because this guy's a P word, coward, bitch, just an absolute loser. If that's what you're doing after a loss to a National League team on a Saturday in May, you're a real loser for getting that worked up over it. It's not an NFL game, 1 of 17. It's not a playoff game, college football game, 1 of 12. It's none of those things. Not that would justify it. We're talking about 1 of 162 for a guy that, as Espada had said, hadn't pitched in 2.5 years before his previous start. Whether it's a degenerate gambler, and again, if you're the worst degenerate gambler, if you're betting on the Astros, a 500 baseball team, to beat another close to 500 baseball team in the Reds with a guy who hasn't pitched in 2.5 years, you're an idiot. You're just an idiot gambler. On top of all that, if you're betting on the Astros to win that game, if you're putting serious cheddar on that, you honestly should have your wallet confiscated from you for your well-being. No, seriously, you're an idiot. You're just a complete dumbass if you bet on Lance McCullers in his second start coming back from all those surgeries. So this is it from Lance McCullers, his second part of what he had to say, because he was asked about his actual performance and he weighed in on it, and he eventually brought it back to the threats.
Phil on a very large stage, a lot of eyes, and there's nowhere to hide. So, at the end of the day, I just want to do my job. I just want to be a good pitcher for the Astros, and I believe I'll get there. But like I said, I just think that having to worry about that, worry about leaving town and leaving them and things like that, or dropping her off at school. I just think those things should there should be some type of decency.
Yeah. You don't have to do this. You can be pissed about it. We were going to have a conversation about should the Astros think about sending Lance to Florida, which is the cute way of saying pulling a Jose Abreu or a Rafael Montero. Then I looked at his contract and I saw, I don't think the Astros could actually do this. Terrible. Absolutely terrible what happened. And no justification for it. And I'm annoyed by the people that are saying, well, is this real? Or was just trying to deflect attention away? No, it's lame. People should not be this mad about his performance in his second start back. Someone said it was a lot like the Hunter Brown performance. Yeah, against Kansas City. It was awful. And by the way, was Hunter Brown not a lot better after that start happened? He was eventually. That's not to say that Lance McCullers is going to, but yeah, there's a weird level of vitriol towards McCullers, and I'm just never going to understand it. From the 713, a texter says, let's not let the McCullers stuff, the McCullers threat stuff, blind us from the fact that McCullers is still a punani who's been fleecing the Stros for years. This will pass. He'll get hurt later this year, and we'll all hate him again. I don't get why you hate him to begin with. I really cannot understand.
Because he gets hurt, Paul. Obviously.
It's so bizarre.
Because he gets hurt.
To get mad at somebody because he gets hurt?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to me, though. Does it make sense to you? Because I think you're being sarcastic here.
I am being sarcastic. I think Astros fans are the biggest losers on earth when it comes to Lance McCullers.
It's so weird. It makes no sense. I mean, they gave him the contract. Your favorite team gave him that contract. Why are you mad at him? I'll never get this with the bad contract.
They just rage tweet 365 days of the year.
That's what's really unhinged, too. That you could have this kind of energy for 1 of 162 blows my mind. Like, get a life. Get a hobby. Have a family, for God's sakes. Like, do anything else.
Watch something you like.
Yeah. Some more text in. Most people are like, this is ridiculous. And I'm glad that for the most part, most people texting in are saying the same thing. You know? As far as this, it is ridiculous. Even Key from LA's out. Let's put this guy in the ring with 100 men. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm glad even Key from LA.
I think the only way that this can be amended is if this guy has to stand like with his toes on the plate side of the batter's box. He has to crowd the plate, and Lance gets to throw him some chin music. And I don't think Lance would even hit him. Although maybe the accuracy not where it needs to be. But them's the breaks. You hating on this man? There's no way he'd be able to make contact with what Lance is throwing. So I don't know. That's, I think, the punishment. Like an hour, he has to spend an hour crowding the batter's box.
An hour
against Lance McCullers. Yeah, an hour.
Basically doing the Happy Gilmore hockey training at the batting cages.
Pretty much.
That he has to
takes
do.
it in the chest. Boom.
Stand
boom,
right
boom.
there with his hands behind his back.
That's the only acceptable step forward before more things happen to this fella, who I'm assuming will end up facing some sort of fine. I would think at the very least. I don't know though how it works for terroristic threats made online in the United States of America. Clearly they're taken seriously, but how seriously? I don't know. Maybe because it's a celebrity, it's just taken a little bit more seriously. Keith has a thought on baseball. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Keith, what's up?
Hey, Paul. Hey, Sean. Thanks for having me on. Want to definitely stay on the topic of baseball. Just announced in the last hour, Evan Longoria, former Ray, Giant, and Diamondback is retiring after 15 years. My question for you guys, Evan Longoria, former Rookie of the Year, 342 career home runs. What will you remember most about Evan Longoria's career?
I will remember that the 2008 Tampa Bay Rays took out the 2008 Boston Red Sox in the playoffs when they were the defending World Series champions. That's all I remember it. And there you go.
Hall of Fame?
No.
Hall of Very Good.
Not even that.
Hall of
Good.
Hall of Good.
Hall of Good.
Hall of Really Good as a rookie.
Yeah. Hall of
Really Good young player.
Hall of Rookies of the Year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. I knew Keith was going to bring some curveball to the table like he always does. Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in to text. And if you want to weigh in on the threats made towards Lance McCullers' family, baseball's investigating it. The Houston Police Department also investigating it. Here's the other thing, and this is the actual topic I wanted to dive into with Lance McCullers after what happened on Saturday. What do you do about this? Is this a guy that you give another start? Do you see if he can actually get back to form? Or does this need to happen at the minor league level? Or do you figure out a way to send him to Florida? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Lance McCullers and his family received violent threats over the weekend. Death threats. And we have been talking about that the majority of the show. No room for it anywhere. That's simple. I'm not outraged about it. I've dealt with those before myself. They suck, but at the end of the day, they're generally unserious. This one was probably unserious. At the same time, you do wish that there would be some repercussions for somebody who goes and does that. Sending stuff like that to a stranger is just some of the most unhinged behavior that there is. And just because this person plays a sport or makes a contract that's worth millions of dollars and you don't, is no reason to do it. Keep it to yourself if you really feel those thoughts.
Yeah.
Which honestly, you should look at yourself in the mirror about and wonder why I have those thoughts, and perhaps, I don't know, get a therapist.
I was gonna say, like, even the because we had a little bit of like, well, we don't know if he was actually gonna do it. It's like, still probably shouldn't be doing it.
Yep.
Still probably shouldn't be telling people that you don't know that you want to kill their kids.
Right.
That just, I don't know. You have the freedom of speech. You also could just shut up, keep some things to yourself. That's always a possibility.
It's very true. Very true. Thank you for taking that stand. I've taken a stand. We've all taken a stand.
Yeah.
We were against threatening a player's family. We were very against it.
Yeah.
Do you disagree?
Yeah,
Just kidding.
Yeah,
we don't want to
actually,
hear
let's
from
put
you.
a Twitter poll up there.
Yeah, we do not want to hear from you. I would be curious if we put the Twitter poll. Who are the a-holes that would vote?
Be honest.
Who are the a-holes that would vote? Yeah, it's fine. F him and his family. I tell that to his face. Because I'm sure there's one person out there. So let's answer the actual question. Let's have the actual conversation that we probably needed to after Saturday. How many people have seen the television show Breaking Bad? In my opinion, it's the best TV show ever. This is a bit of a spoiler, but let's just say later on in the show, certain people figure out what Walt's been up to all this time. Walt's a high school teacher that, in order to pay for his cancer treatment bills and for his family when he's gone, he starts cooking and selling meth. But as things start to get a little bit out of his control, the man becomes more and more evil, which leads to this idea brought up by his lawyer, Saul Goodman, as to how to potentially rid themselves of a pesky human-sized problem.
Of course, there's always what? Have you given any thought to sending him on a trip to Belize? Belize? Yeah, Belize. You know, where Mike went to. Off on a trip to Belize.
Saul, you better not be saying what I think you're saying.
It's just conjecture on my
Hank
part.
is family.
Okay, it's an
You
option.
understand that?
It's an option that has worked very well for you in the recent past.
Jesus, what is wrong with you?
My mistake. Family off limits, of course. I'm just throwing thoughts out there. This is a safe room, right?
Jesus. Send him to Belize. I'll send you to Belize.
No, didn't really work out for Saul in that spot right there, did it? A little bit ironic to make comparisons of sending someone somewhere after talking about threats against Lance McCullers' families. But what we're trying to say is there's a new term for the Houston Astros and players who are not living up to their contract. It's send them to Florida, because that's what they did with Jose Abreu. And that's also what they did with Rafael Montero. Is it time to send Lance McCullers on a rehab assignment to Florida? And I get it. You need to see him pitch at the major league level. His first start was actually pretty good. The start on Saturday, effing disaster. One of the worst we've seen. The worst since Hunter Brown at the beginning of last year. Does that merit some time away? Here's the sad answer. No, it doesn't. You got to keep on letting this thing play out. Absolutely disastrous start But a texter makes some good points here. Who are you bringing back? Is it going to be AJ Bluebaugh? Hayden Wesneski's hurt right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Wesneski is the that's the key piece. Or if Wesneski was 100% healthy, like, oh, you could at least entertain it. But they need Lance McCullers' turn in the rotation.
Mm-hmm. They need it, and unfortunately, they're going to have to keep on giving him the ball. I'm not feeling great about it after Saturday, but it is one start. We've seen pitchers have disastrous innings before. His control was all over the place. And he said, like, some of the balls I threw, I did feel good about. Of course, he's going to say that after a start like that. That's Lance McCullers is perhaps the epitome of like, oh yeah, I felt pretty good out there.
Yeah.
When we hear him pitching. Obviously, he's been dealing with a lot of injuries. But I'm going to go back to what Joe Espada said. He hasn't pitched in 2.5 years. You just have to keep on letting this happen. And if you take a look at his contract, can you get rid of this contract? I mean, it's one thing to have moved on from Jose Abreu's deal with half of it left. What was it? 3 years, 58 or so. So
yeah,
we're
it
talking
was a year and a half, basically.
You're talking like, yeah, 29 million of that deal was still on the table that you had paid for services that had yet to be rendered. Well, McCullers is under contract for 2 more years and $35.14 million. If you want to, prorate it, I guess, technically you would be, if you move on from McCullers midway through the year, you'd be moving on from McCullers for slightly less than you moved on from Abreu for. But you're still looking at a guy who is this year and next year owed $35.14 million between those 2 seasons.
Yeah. And again, you just need the arm. Like, you just need the available arm whenever he is available. That, like, again, the other option is to call up another AAA guy. So
yeah, you don't have options because Christian Javier's hurt, Luis Garcia's hurt. You got a lot of guys already waiting in the wings.
Wesneski's hurt.
Wesneski is now hurt with something, and hopefully it's not a serious issue. We don't know.
Yeah.
Whoever knows. But all of these things are reasons that you can't send Lance McCullers Jr. to Florida.
I didn't know that we're reaching the end of this contract.
I thought, Sean, not kidding,
that this was the last year.
I thought this was the last year. And then I looked at the contract, and I was like, well. And again, I appreciate everything Lance has done for the Astros. I really do. I like the guy as a person. I also respect the hell out of the fact that he has been fighting to get back on the field. There are a lot of other athletes in his situation that would have quit. Yeah. He has not quit.
Derek Carr literally retired this weekend.
Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
I mean,
get one snowboarding accident, then you retire.
Injuries. That injury took place off the field, right? And that last one. I remember the Texans flagship absolutely railroaded one of their hosts who, in the middle of a segment, Rick Hamla, he had said something along the lines of, maybe it was on social media on X.
I think it was on.
But it was, and I remember I jumped on because I was bitter about being fired. But it was something along the lines of like, this guy just quit on his teammates, and technically that was true. I don't know if he had conversations with his teammates before making that decision at the end of a preseason game or before a preseason game where it was revealed and he never even got the chance to do it because Adam Schefter snuck that one out. But McCullers got injured in the line of duty, like this is not anything that he's done off the field that's been careless. He's had some catastrophically bad luck. He's done everything he can to get back out there. And you're kind of stuck with him trying to continue to be a part of this Astros rotation for now. I don't think him out of the bullpen would work. I actually agree with him on that front. I think the way he pitches lends itself to a schedule recovery.
Yeah.
Knowing when you're going to pitch. I don't think I think that his style just does not lend itself to relief role.
Yeah, and it's just like even beyond the style, just do I think this guy can pitch 2 days in a row?
Mm-hmm.
Even if he is only doing 20 pitches for those 2 days, for each of those 2 outings, like I don't think he can do recover in time enough to pitch from at 9:30 one night to pitch again 9:30 the next night. Like I just don't know if his body can do that.
Me neither. And I wouldn't test it either at this point.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
No, because what happens?
Also, you need starters.
Yeah,
like,
you do.
You just need a person to start the game.
When they're fully healthy, they have an unbelievable amount of depth. That just seems to never happen.
That's just that's just baseball. Like your starting rotation is never 100% healthy. You need 8 guys, and then 3 of them will be hurt at any given moment.
Ronel Blanco, by the way, great start on Sunday. Hunter Brown, great start on Friday. So you like seeing those things. And Fromber looks like he has figured out how to throw his sinker again. So it's not like your starting pitching is a hole. It's just for your 4, your 5, the depth, not great. From the 409, this could have been worse. Justin Verlander gave up 7 runs in an inning 2 weeks ago, and he pitched last year. Yep, that's true. I mean, these moments happen for everybody. And it's weird that people got so bent out of shape to the point where they threatened his family after a start on Saturday that was disappointing, sure, but was it surprising? I don't think it was. Paul Gallant Show, Sean Mapes behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call and to text it. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Lance McCullers got threats after his rough outing on Saturday, directed at his family. Death threats. And in the last segment, we were talking about whether or not he is somebody that the Astros would consider sending to Florida, a.k.a. sending to Belize. I don't think they will do that due to their lack of depth. And honestly, they should be patient. One start, you shouldn't be out on him entirely. As far as the Astros' next couple of games, real test at Daikin Park because they will be playing the Kansas City Royals. Royals have been pretty good to open up the year. Not great, but pretty good. They made the playoffs last year. They gave the Astros issues last season. So we'll see how that one goes, especially considering that Jose Altuve is day-to-day with some sort of hamstring injury. What that injury is, how severe it is, you never know with these Astros doctors. They never make you feel good. We know that. That's for sure.
Yeah. Kyle Tucker was day-to-day, too.
Kyle Tucker
was day-to-day with the hope that he comes back on, like, Sunday after getting hurt on Thursday or whatever it was.
Yeah, you're right.
And then he was out for 3 months. I don't think Altuve will be out for 3 months. I think if it's a hamstring injury that keeps you out for months at a time, you would know.
What if it's like Dak Prescott's hamstring, a hamstring avulsion, where it's off the bone?
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Dak like walked off the field.
I don't think he did either.
Yeah, I think a hamstring injury where you can't walk off the field. I don't know. Maybe the Astro doctors don't even. They're just like, no, tough it out, limp off this field.
Limp off the field. Yeah, man. Anyway, listen, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. The other news today: the Rockets have a very minute chance at getting the number 1 overall pick, 3.8%. They have a 17.3% chance of getting a top 4 slot in tonight's NBA draft lottery. You going to watch this? Does this excite you? Watching the NBA draft lottery? Gotta say, does not. Does not excite me. It does not excite me at all.
It excited me more, and this is a better position to be in as a fan. But it excited me more when the Rockets, like, future was on the line. When it, like, actually mattered whether or not they're going to keep the pick or if they're going to get the first pick or get screwed over and be the Steven Silas days, the lottery, like I watched it with heavy interest.
That was our championship.
Yeah. Decided whether you had a successful season or not. You're going to win 20 games. Now you're going to get the first pick of the 4th.
The season in review montage for the Steven Silas era Rockets. The good moments were, where did the Rockets end up in the lottery? Who did they draft first overall? And then the bad would be like, here's the ridiculous Kevin Porter Jr. headline of the day.
Here's Christian Wood.
Here's Deshaun Nix.
Yeah, that was bad. That was the bad stuff. But when your team's good and you have the ping pong balls because Phoenix is so terrible, it's less do or die. You know, it's if they stay at 9, that's cool. If they move up, that's really cool. If they get the number 1 pick, that'd be awesome. But there's a 4% chance of that happening.
It was so disheartening when the Rockets did not get the number 1 overall pick and did not get the number 2 overall pick and did not get the number 3 overall pick in the Wemby draft. Yeah. That sucked.
Yeah.
That actually did suck. And it's funny because they got Amen Thompson out of it. But I remember when the lottery happened, because I think I was at a wedding in Washington, D.C., and I remembered just checking my phone and saying, oh, damn, 4th?
Yeah.
But they got, of those top 4 guys, I mean, Wemby's obviously Wemby, but I mean, they're looking pretty damn good, I would say. Off the top of my head, Sean, I do not remember who were picks 2 and 3.
Brandon Miller was number 2
to
Charlotte.
Old Gunsy.
Yeah, he's been all right, been hurt. And then Scoot Henderson was number 3.
Gotcha. Okay.
And before the draft, Scoot Henderson was thought of.
Everyone was excited about Scoot, right?
Scoot, not that good.
And Brandon Miller had the incident where the gun that he transported to help carry.
Yeah,
he allegedly
the gun was just
transported.
there.
Yeah,
that a teammate used to murder
in his
it was
car.
just in my car.
Right, no big deal.
Yeah, and then Amin and then Asar Thompson was the top 5. If you drafted Wembanyama or the Thompson twin, you unambiguously feel great about your draft.
All right. So Giannis Antetokounmpo also is open. I need to read this report.
Yeah.
The
Because I think I get the gist, but the specific wording that Shams puts on it is just mwah.
The wording that is put together just makes me annoyed with the state of the journalism industry that I'm supposedly a part of. I don't think of myself as a journalist. I think of myself as an entertainer. I hope that you are entertained, either listening because you enjoy it or hate listening to this show. Truly, I do. Here is what Shams Charania reported about Giannis Antetokounmpo's offseason. Quote, Antetokounmpo is open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere, league sources told ESPN. So he's open to everything.
Yeah.
Giannis is open to things. That's the report, which does not mean he is demanding a trade, which he would have to do. It means he is open to everything.
I will say, though, just as far as like NBA reporting goes, this does feel like a little bit of the first step of I'm going to demand a trade, but Milwaukee don't hate me move. Like, if a guy is no doubt about it coming back, they don't do the like, I'm open-minded to looking around, especially when guys, Milwaukee, their situation is tough. they are in a terrible situation right now because they really threw all their chips in, used all their available first-round picks, used Drew Holiday to trade for Damian Lillard, who tore his Achilles in the playoffs. So he's going to be out all of next season. And I think Brook Lopez is a free agent too. So the 2 best players other than Giannis on the team might not be on the team next year. And the Bucks don't really have a way to improve because they've already also they traded Chris Middleton for Kyle Kuzma at the trade deadline.
They're in a really rough spot.
I'm
as
sorry,
bad as
it's
gets.
just it's tough to, if you're open-minded about evaluating whether the best situation long-term for you is in Milwaukee or somewhere else, it's hard for me not to think that somewhere else wins.
Definitely.
Just like it seems like it would be better somewhere else.
But he has
Anywhere
won his
else.
title. He has won his title. He doesn't necessarily need to move. As far as history goes.
If he's talking about long-term fit and wanting to contend, that leads me to think like saying that I want to contend is like a buzzword of like, I don't want to come back here.
Yeah.
Because that you look around. We're not going to contend. Give me somewhere else.
It makes sense.
I want to contend.
He will take a look at some options. That is definitely going to hurt whatever the Bucks theoretically get in return for him. There's a lot of people that are out there that are saying the Bucks should just get this over with, which I kind of hate.
I see where they're coming from, where it's like it actually probably is better for the long-term Milwaukee Bucks to like actually get all the stuff in a Giannis trade.
No. Here's why. This is just like Dallas and Luka. It doesn't matter if you're not going to win a title. You want to have that guy. This is a thing that I think a lot of NBA owners should seriously consider. What is more important? Having somebody that is relevant, that people care about nationally and locally, or the chance at winning a title? Obviously, the star player gives you that opportunity, theoretically, but not every single year. But it's way more important to have that guy than it is to be in title contention, in my honest opinion. I get it. You want to win a championship, but the Bucks will be going to exactly square zero if they get rid of Giannis. And it'll take them time because of what you were just laying out to get back like any chance of putting something together that's even watchable.
Yeah, they're not going to compete again with Giannis. Like they're just not going to do that. Because by the time they're good again, by the time they can build everything up around Giannis will be 35.
Yeah.
So they are. I mean, I'm sorry, they're just kind of screwed. Like
they're in a tough spot.
I don't know what the pivot is that because you just go down the list. Like you can't really trade Brooke Lopez. You can't really trade Dame Lillard, and maybe you can trade Kuzma, but I don't think you're getting more for. So there's a little bit of just like I don't know. And they've topped out the last 2 years with injuries, losing in the first round. It just
it's a tough spot.
Last 3 years they lost in the first round.
It's a tough spot, but honestly, what I would do is I would stay with the great player.
Yeah,
the Mavericks should have done the same thing.
But what if you could trade this great player for Jalen Green, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, and
you literally just said it aloud.
Bunch of first round picks. You have a star now. His name's Jalen Green.
Well, Cam Whitmore thinks he's the star.
You have 2 stars.
You have White. You have Cocaine Curry.
Yeah, Cocaine Curry. Come on. They're going to love Reed Shepherd in Wisconsin.
He's Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. That actually is probably a good point. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's got a bad case of the Mondays? 713-780-3776 to call to text in. Your nominees at Gallant says on Twitter at Shawnee Mapes. Behind the Glass on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call up the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. So, Mondays are tough, right? Is Monday the worst day of the week? The worst day? Or is it Tuesday? I go back and forth. Monday, I hate it. I have a tough time quitting the weekend. I really have a tough time landing the plane, if you will. I really enjoy Friday night, Saturday all day, and then I will get peer pressured by my friends to do things on Sunday, and the next thing I know, it's 8:30 p.m. and I'm at Carrabba's, on Voss. It's one of those things where I do not like Monday because I do not know how to have self-control on Sunday.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
I know you get what I'm saying.
I can believe that. I think during football season, Tuesdays are worse than Mondays. But I think non-football season, Monday takes it. Just because football season, you're coming off the football, and for doing what we do, like it's a easy show to do. It's not like you're having,
Sunday's easy, right?
Yeah, dig deep in the bag. But once you get to like June Mondays, that's when it's like,
yeah,
guys, I don't know.
I mean, this is one of those days where I spend a lot of time before every single show doing research, finding things to talk about. I probably do it a little bit too much. And Mondays, I always feel, are the day where not only am I coming down from a long weekend that I probably had too much fun on Sunday during, I'm also trying to make sure that I did not miss anything that happened over the weekend. So I have that like little anxiety in the back of my head.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I asked that question. Embrace debate. What's the worst day of the week? 713-780-3776 to call the text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Guys, who's got a case of the Mondays? I think everyone in Milwaukee does with this Giannis report. It's not much of a report, but I think the hope was that Giannis was going to keep on keeping on in Milwaukee.
Yeah. They really need Giannis to tweet out the Wolf of Wall Street.
I'm not effing leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, because at the very least, it's a headache.
Right. Giannis is open-minded about exploring whether his best long-term fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere. Not feeling great if I'm a Bucks fan.
No. That you definitely don't want that. You want the door slammed shut.
I think the person that sent that threat to Lance McCullers' family, that guy can't be having a good Monday.
No.
That guy's got to be stressing hard about Johnny Law, the 5-0, and on top of that, the
Major League Baseball.
Major League Baseball.
Rob Manfred.
Yeah, they could be coming after him too. So you got to watch out.
No, that's got to be terrible. I mean, not to feel bad for the guy, but we've all been in the spot where it's like, yeah, I know I did something that I regret. I know I'm not yet in trouble, but I'm going to be in trouble. That moment sucks.
Who else has a case of the Mondays? By the way, this is the music that they play in the background while Cameron's throwing a pity party for himself and Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Okay. I was wondering, this does sound familiar.
Yeah. Someone extended this and turned it into like a 10-minute song. We appreciate him for that. Who else has a case of the Mondays? Definitely the Colorado Rockies. So first off, the Rockies gave up 21 runs on Friday. They lost 21-0. That's pretty bad, huh?
Could be worse, Astros fans. Could be worse.
It could be worse. I don't think there's enough Colorado Rockies fans that care enough to perhaps lend itself to situations that Lance McCullers just went through.
They like just hanging out at the ballpark.
Yeah, the ballpark's a great time. It's like, yeah, whatever. We got a ballpark. That's all that matters. So not only did the Rockies give up 21 runs on Friday, which led to this moment from one of their pitchers, Kyle Freeland, who is crying here.
Kyle, I know you got a lot of love for this fan base. What would be your message to them just to keep them in the building as the team tries to figure out some of these struggles?
Keep believing in us. Right.
He said, keep believing in us. And then, yeah, you choked up a little bit there. So not only did this guy cry after a 21-0 loss, but their manager, Bud Black, was bleep canned yesterday. And here's what's crazy about Bud Black. Bud Black has been their manager since 2017. And his record is, I mean, I know that they had some nice years around then, but Bud Black and his Rockies are 365 and 538 since 2019. They haven't won 70 games since 2021. So, I mean, this organization's been terrible and very okay with Bud Black until all of a sudden they weren't on Sunday after a couple of days after a 21-0 loss, after saying that they weren't going to get rid of him.
Okay, that's crazy. I was going to say, I get why you get fired after losing 21-0. Even if you've been around for all these years, for all these bad years, especially 21-0, you're kind of like the main character of baseball for that night of like, oh my God, look at these guys.
Yeah.
But still.
They are.
Do you think Bud Black actually doesn't have a case on Mondays?
No, I bet he's happy.
It'd be because I'm sure he's still getting paid.
He's probably like Milton in Office Space. You know, the guy he's like on a beach somewhere, sipping a Mai Tai. But everybody else that's a part of the Rockies organization, they are definitely having a case of the Mondays. They are on pace to be worse than the Chicago White Sox last year. I think they have 6 less wins than the White Sox did at this point in the year last year. Maybe it's 5, whatever the case. They're 7-33. Every other team in baseball has at least 12 wins. The White Sox.
That's bad.
Yeah.
They have half as many wins as
slightly more than half as many wins.
Yeah.
Come on. Who else has a case of the Mondays? Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's girlfriend. So Jordan Hudson was 3rd place in the Miss Maine competition. Gotta say, I'm surprised she did not win Miss Maine. I say this as somebody who thinks that the people of Maine are, to be polite, homely,
plain.
It's a state of the outdoors. You don't come there to see other humans. You come there to see the outdoors. And if you see humans, be careful. They might be cannibals. You never know. Okay. Maine, Kentucky / West Virginia. You're going to run into some folks wearing overalls with no socks and no shirt. Just a lot of that. But she came in 3rd. Before being awarded 3rd place, Jordan Hudson spoke to those in attendance saying, quote, "I hope those watching this find the strength to push through whatever it is and embody that hate never wins," end quote. Jordan, you came in 3rd. Why are we giving a speech here?
Hate never wins.
Hate never wins. But what is this hate? Well, apparently there was a People's Choice competition for Miss Maine. Online voters could pay $1 a vote to pick their favorite pageant queen. The winner is promised a coveted spot in the semifinals. So she, at the very least, did not need the People's Choice vote. But in the People's Choice vote, Jordan had only 200 votes to her name, behind Greenville's Lexi Bjork, who had 1,400 votes. After Lexi Bjork, it was Ariana DeJesus with 1,296 votes, followed by, of Monson, Isabel St. Cyr with 450 votes. Now, Jordan Hudson got 200 votes in the People's Choice Awards, right? That's respectable. Maybe people are annoyed with her. She had less votes. I don't know. I said that weird. She had less votes than Isabel St. Cyr, who is the first openly transgender woman to compete for the Miss Maine title. So not only did Jordan Hudson not win Miss Maine, in the People's Choice competition, she had less votes than a transgender woman. That's rough.
That is tough.
That would be a tough Monday to walk into.
I will say I think the people got it right with Lexi Bjork.
You think so?
Yeah. I'm trusting the will of the people on that one.
I don't know. I think it was Jordan Hudson. I will say Isabel St. Cyr, Whoever helped you out, good job.
Yeah, $1 per vote. So that you gotta really believe it.
What if it was her? I don't know. We'll see. Case of the Mondays. How about this? Stephen A. Smith's character on an episode of Law and Order. This is a fantastic scene. Stephen A. Smith is talking to an athlete, and this athlete, he's just not good enough, but he's got guys in his entourage that are bleeding him dry in the wallet. This is some fantastic acting by Stephen A. Smith.
That ain't cool. What do you about cool? I don't care about cool. I care about you. I care about your family, your kids, your future. That's what I'm thinking about. So guess what? Your agent ain't asking you to get rid of some of your boys. I'm asking you to get rid of all of them. Every living one of them. That's not so easy. I grew up with them. When all of this was just a fantasy. I owe them. I owe them. You want me to do it for you?
And then he's found dead in a park. He's found dead in a park moments later. What an incredible scene.
That is,
he was great.
I was going to say, am I
with a great
crazy,
agent.
or is every time I see Stephen A. act, he's actually good?
Yeah, he's a pretty good actor. I mean, that's why he's a very good showman. He's a great performer.
Performer to the core. It has to be a bucket list item for any actor or aspiring actor to not just be in Law and Order,
To be the dead person.
to be the dead guy.
Oh, yeah.
That Ice-T has to walk up to and be like, ugh.
Sadly, no Ice-T walking up to him. Yeah, it was some random guy that I didn't recognize.
Okay, then that cheapens it a little.
It does, but still, that would be sick.
It would be sick.
Yeah, I honestly, I want to see Stephen A. Smith do more acting. I would like to see him host Saturday Night Live.
Oh, yeah.
Is he not famous enough for that?
No, I think he can do it.
I don't think he's. And also, there's the whole NBC versus ABC thing.
That's probably the real reason why he can't do it, but still.
So there you go, guys. That's who has a case of the Mondays. Also, maybe Don Julio and Casamigos too, because they're facing a class action lawsuit that alleged that it's just sugar water.
It's like that thing you hear about where they give a kid who's never been drunk non-alcoholic beer and they tell him it's real.
Yeah.
And they just like pretend to be drunk, but it's that on a mass level.
Yeah.
Happening with Casamigos.
Yeah. Look, apparently it's not a pure agave. They're lying. Allegedly. Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Also, Tom Cruise maybe was having a case of the Mondays on a Sunday because he was just standing on an IMAX theater in London yesterday by himself.
That's pretty cool.
Tom Cruise is the best. Tom Cruise makes me laugh every single time I see something. I'm like, yep, I believe that.
The promo tour for this new Mission Impossible movie is basically like he's running for president. Like he's just meeting with all these dignitaries. And
because guess what? He's trying to single-handedly save movie theaters. Every single time a movie theater is mostly empty, Tom Cruise dies a little bit inside. Yeah. Tom Cruise is trying to save the movie industry.
Thank you, Tom Cruise.
Thank you for your service, Maverick. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. That wraps up our Case of the Monday segment every Monday at 2:30. Who has a Case of the Mondays? Who's bumming? Bumming hard. Up next, if you have any final thoughts on the threats that Lance McCullers allegedly received and or the Astros heading into their series against the Kansas City Royals, have at it. 713-780-3776 to call to text. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in town. You know how to get in. So, I hope we all agree. If you're the kind of person that's getting mad about Lance McCullers struggling in a start on a Saturday in May against the Cincinnati Reds when he hasn't pitched in 2.5 years outside of the start that he had a couple of weeks before, you need help. Okay? Maybe we need to start doing an endorsement for therapy, offering therapy to those psycho loon bats out there that would think, I'm going to threaten his family and his children because he's not doing what I expected him to do out there. Whether it's a gambler or just the worst Astros fan, sir.
Or ma'am.
Or they, them.
Or they, them.
You really need help. Honestly.
Yeah. It's the Michael Jordan. Stop. Get help.
Get help. Right. Okay? You know what would have been more productive in that moment right there? Would have been going to center field, the Hornitos bar, and getting yourself a $392 El Tiempo frozen margarita.
Yeah.
That would have been
double.
smarter.
Get a double. It'll be easier.
I don't think they do doubles, by the way.
Get two. Double fisted.
Apparently, there's a new El Tiempo margarita. My friends checked this out on Friday. I did not. And apparently it's a frozen skinny, and it is just straight gasoline. It is just straight gasoline. My friend said they had very, very difficult to overcome hangovers. And yeah, but hey, El Tiempo, I mean, why are you not endorsing the Paul Gallant Show at this point? Just because I say your drinks at the ballpark are $300, there's no reason.
No, that can change with a few American dollars.
Yeah,
you can get Paul to talk about how affordable they are.
Yeah, bring
your whole family to get margaritas.
Anyway, guys, on that note, time for a little garbage time. Artificial intelligence is going to end up killing us all. I've said this multiple times. Here is an example of it just screwing with us. ChatGPT told a wife of 12 years that her husband was having an affair with a younger woman who was determined to tear their family apart. But ChatGPT did not have any evidence to make such a claim. Nope. They did not have that. This was done because the wife, who apparently is a little superstitious, decided to give the ChatGPT a picture of coffee grounds and asked ChatGPT to make predictions by reading the coffee grounds, like reading tea leaves. I didn't know that people even read coffee grounds. ChatGPT apparently has, and this wife, to the, I think, amusement of her now soon-to-be ex-husband, she just went straight to filing divorce papers. Didn't even have a conversation with him. Just said, yep, we're divorcing. Served him with papers over this. ChatGPT is definitely to blame for this divorce.
You know, if your wife, I disagree. If your wife of 12 years is sending pictures of coffee grounds to ChatGPT to ask if you're, to ask AI if you're cheating.
I'm surprised it lasted 12 years.
I was gonna say,
yeah,
I don't feel bad for the guy. I think the
I
guy
think this is a miracle.
I think the guy isn't sweating this too much.
Honestly,
she seems like a handful at the least.
Theoretically, could you get money from the wife for this divorce? Like, I'm not sure how the rules work, but theoretically, like, your wife is leaving for the most ridiculous reason ever.
I don't know if they have kids, but you can probably get custody.
Definitely getting
just
custody.
by going, see, just by your lawyer just holding his arm out and just going, look at this, look at this, look, you hearing this?
There's a new TikTok trend. Hear about this?
Oh,
Students are lighting their Chromebooks on fire. They're doing it by putting a paper clip or a pencil in the USB port. Kids, do not do this. This is stupid. But it's a trend on TikTok. Do not do this.
So you put a pencil in the USB port and then it just
Apparently it catches fire. Yeah.
Don't do this.
It's wild the things that these kids of the younger generation like sending Lance McCullers death threats. I'm guessing it's them. These same kids that are doing this TikTok trend and are trying to set computers on fire for a trend. What?
Yeah.
It's your computer. Don't you want to keep your computer? I don't know.
Nah, your parents are buying it probably.
And one last tidbit in garbage time. This is very important breaking news. Antonio Brown says that he supports Kanye West. Now you know.
That's good. That's great for both parties, honestly.
I still support Kanye West, Antonio Brown. He does what he wants. You don't say. Anyway.
He's got a whole lot of money. A whole lot of money.
A whole lot of money. That's true. You know what? Antonio Brown wants Kanye West to make that rap song a big deal. We'll see if it happens. Sean Mace behind the glass. I am merely Paul Gallant. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 proudly present the Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Don't sweat the technique. Now from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, bringing you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. We're doing so well. We had radio silence to begin the show. Little radio. Brian didn't want us to tell you that.
It didn't happen.
Yeah, Brian didn't want us to pull back the curtain, that there was radio silence at the top.
I don't think the listeners have any idea what you're talking about.
You might be right, because you manipulated the system.
That's what a good producer should do.
What a professional does, Brian.
Be a good producer shouldn't let it happen to begin with, but.
So, what happened?
I thought the intro was in and it wasn't, and then it took a second to get it put in a place.
I learned in this moment, I really don't care what happened. I really want to know whose fault it was. That's what I want to know.
I mean, ultimately, it's my fault. I should have checked.
There we go. Car wreck of the day, nominee, early one, right out of the gate. Brian McDonald. Every Monday, we do the good, bad, and the ugly from the Astros weekend. Usually, we let the Astros outcome determine if we start with good or bad or ugly. And the Astros did take 2 of 3. So normally, we would start with the good and get to the bad and the ugly. But that would be a disservice because that would be burying the lead. The lead story of this weekend, yes, Astros took 2 of 3 against Cincinnati, all of that. But the lead, the topic A, the top story is the Lance McCullers stuff. And to me, you can separate it into 2 separate things. You can look at just the performance first off and talk about what the performance means to the team, how much longer you can go with that. And then there's also the threats that came out after the game. So we're going to talk about both of them. But I think we should go based on what happened first. The performance from Lance McCullers had trouble in his start, to say the least. The Reds scored 10 runs in the first inning. Now, the Astros did outscore the Reds 8-3 from innings 2 through 9, just for what it's worth. But how about this outing from Lance McCullers?
Yeah, it was just awful. I mean, you know, I think the last time we saw something like this, it was Hunter Brown in Kansas City against the Royals, ironically. But Hunter Brown, we know has major league stuff and that he has all the tools. And with Lance McCullers, it's different because as we were talking about it, as he was progressing through his rehab starts and what he was doing to advance to the point where he got the opportunity he got in Chicago and again over the weekend, I just wasn't excited. And it wasn't, obviously the health is first and foremost because of the fact that he's been out for so long and this is multiple injuries to the arm and all that, yada, yada. But then also because the first outing wasn't great. And so if you're a glass half full guy, you're looking at, but the velocity was pretty good and his pitches looked like he had total control. He didn't have any pain. So, okay, cool. Let's go back and let's see what he does at Minute Maid Park. And it was a disaster. And he couldn't throw strikes. He was all over the place. I thought his velocity was down. And I thought that, you know, he just couldn't get anybody out. And to me, it kind of is some of the conversations we've had previously about after all he's been through, the time he's had off and other things, it is unfair to expect that he would return to the form that he had prior to the injuries. But what he's showing you is he's quite a ways off what he used to be.
Yeah, he was. I didn't think he was very good in his first start. He got out of it unscathed. Like he was able to escape, got some help from the bullpen to get him out of that fourth inning. But even in that first start, he walked 3 guys. Like he was in deep counts. He threw a bunch of pitches. He threw 87 pitches in that first start in 3 2/3. Nothing about his performance against the White Sox. I thought he was sharp. I think he had poor command. I thought his stuff was super mid. Was leaving mid pitches over the middle of the plate, and the White Sox just aren't a good baseball team and didn't punish him. Against the Reds, it was worse. It was worse than what we saw in Chicago. Which, I mean, he doesn't look like a big league pitcher. I mean, if we're going to be very honest, and that's what we strive to do, if we're going to be very honest about where Lance McCullers is at, he does not look like a big league pitcher. The counterpoint to that would be, well, it's only 2 games in. He hasn't pitched in 2.5 years. He's going to get back to that point. And I won't dismiss that he could become a big league pitcher again. I won't dismiss the notion that he can't be a contributor to a starting rotation, that he can't be productive. And when I say that, I mean like a number 4, number 5 starter that you can trust to go out there and not just get shelled. Maybe similar to the production of like a Hayden Wesneski or, whoever the case may be, a bottom of the rotation starter. Like, he's never going to be an all-star starter again. I think that's foolish to think that. Look what happened with Walker Buehler, the only other pitcher in baseball who had a flexor tendon surgery, a UCL surgery, and the internal brace on the UCL. So that's why we were talking about before he started, like, what are the expectations? I don't think it's fair to have expectations, but the Astros are a team that aspire to be a playoff team. They aspire to win the AL West. They aspire to be a contender in the American League. So the question that I have is, how long of a leash does Lance McCullers have? Because, the counterpoint is accurate. Like, yes, it's only 2 starts in 2.5 years. But the counterpoint now the question becomes, how long can the Astros afford to throw him out there every 5 or 6 days as part of their rotation?
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like what you said in terms of addressing what happened over the weekend with Lance McCullers. You also separated. I get it, and we talked about this too, about the fact that there's a bunch of people that have Lance McCullers on their heart for the rest of their lives as Astros fans and are pulling for him and want him to succeed, and they love the guy. That's great. I think we all do. But I think from a baseball perspective, you got a team that is right there, close enough within arm's reach of first place in the division that looks like it's going to be a playoff team, or at least we'll have a fighting chance throughout the season to be a playoff team. And they've got to be hyper-focused on winning baseball games. And right now in 2 starts, he's shown you he is about as far away as you can be, unless your name's Taylor Scott, from helping you win baseball games. And Taylor Scott, all kidding aside, is better than him right now. And when you look at it and say, you now are going through injuries within your rotation, you're also looking to try and get guys back up to their top form. And in the meantime, you need all hands on deck. And he's taking a roster spot right now. And I get he's making a lot of money, but he's not a major league worthy pitcher at this point. So it's going to be really interesting because he's scheduled again to throw Saturday, I think it is. And you're going to look at it and you're going to say, is this like a do or die moment for Lance McCullers? Because the question is valid. Like, in my opinion, if he craps the bed again on Saturday, as much as you love him as a person, I can't keep throwing him out there. I mean, you're not in a position of strength in terms of running away with the division or anything, and it's still early enough in the season, and all these games are important. You won 2 out of 3, and the only one you didn't, it's because he basically gave you no chance to win. I'm going to see what happens Saturday. I know they are, but from that point on, I can't keep throwing him out there.
So how many starts?
This might be it for me.
So you're done with after this one. If he gets shelled, I don't want to throw out a number, but he gets shelled in his next start, you're DFAing him?
See, that's the thing, because you're not going to, and Taylor Scott's still hovering around because you have to DFA him. So maybe it's 2 more starts, 3 at the max for me, but I got a real quick hook. I can't let what happened Saturday night happen again, where you get down by a big, nasty, crooked number that you can't come back from. So I've got a really short leash and a quick hook, maybe 3 more starts total. But the telltale for me is going to be what happens Saturday in the bounce back, because unfortunately for him, he's not in a situation where it's just the feel-good story that can go on all year with a mid team. This is a team that needs good starting pitching from good starting pitchers, and if he's not able to do that, then I can't keep throwing him out there as a starter.
Yeah, if you're the Rockies, go start 30 games. You're helping me at that point, because now I can get the most ping pong balls in the Major League Baseball draft lottery. I guess you could always come up with a mysterious injury, and instead of DFAing him outright, it's like, oh, his elbow's not being good, which, I think everybody would buy that because he's Lance McCullers and he's had a ton of injuries. For me, I think he does need a healthy runway of starts. I would go up to 4 or 5 starts total. I'm not saying 4 or 5 more. I'm saying 4 or 5 total. He's already had 2. So I'd be willing to give him 2 or 3 more. And I do need to see progress in those starts. But this is something that isn't going into July. Okay, let's see what it looks like through June. And the Astros was the Wesneski injury. They kind of need somebody to eat up innings, which he didn't. So that kind of gives you a little bit of flexibility. It gives you some options there. And who knows what the injury is going to be for Wesneski. But to win a baseball game right now, does Lance McCullers give you a better chance than Ryan Gusto? No. Does he give you a better chance than AJ Bluebaugh? Probably not.
Maybe, but no.
Blueball's got better stuff,
Yes,
obviously.
he's got a faster fastball. And
At best, it's a tie. If we're trying to make an argument for Lance, at best, it's a tie. I'm curious to see what Colton Gordon looks like. Dana Brown was on with the pregame show with the Astros yesterday, the radio team, which Randy McElvoy was on with for I didn't get a chance to listen to any of it, but cool on Randy for filling in there for Sparky. I think Colton Gordon gives you a better chance to win a big league ball game right now than Lance McCullers does. So the Astros have better options. The hope is, if you're like looking at it from a Lance McCullers Jr. perspective, is that he starts to pitch better and eventually finds a form, not his old form, but a form where he can justify his roster spot, because his first two starts have not justified his roster spot.
I'll tell you this is a conversation we had a couple times months and months ago and over the years since he's been out, and he tried to answer it for us. But this is a situation where the only thing that he might be able to hang on to, that they can hang on to him for, is the fact that your long relief in games where basically you need someone to just eat up innings because you're getting hammered one way or the other, and Taylor Scott doesn't look like he's really close to even being able to do that, and some of the other guys that have gotten knocked around enough that they, as much as he doesn't want to go to the bullpen, but if you give him 3 to, if you said 5, however many starts he gets, once you get to that point, you can say, well, is he better than some of my mop-up guys that are innings eaters in blowouts one way or the other? If you want to try and salvage it and see if the arm gets stronger and see if there's some switch that flips along the way, then maybe that's another last-ditch possibility. But I can't keep throwing him out there as a starter trying to win baseball games when the performance is anything close to that. And like you said, the first one wasn't impressive either.
Yeah, I'm just laughing at that conversation. Hey, Lance, can I see you in the office? So what do you think about being a long reliever in mop-up duty? How do you think Mocha McCullers are going to take to that?
He's going to have to accept the facts that reality says he's not a very good Major League Baseball pitcher. And on most rosters, aside from his contract, I don't think he'd be a Major League Baseball pitcher.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to suck it up and understand that, hey, this isn't about, you have to set the ego aside on this one. If you still want to be a member of the Houston Astros and you want to be buried in the H and you want to finish your career in the H, you're going to probably have to go to the bullpen for the H if it continues like this, because this has been embarrassing.
Yeah, it's it could be an issue. That leash, I don't think, is very long with Lance. Whether it's, I don't think he would take too kindly to the bullpen. Like, again, personal feelings of a player. It's more about the team. So I'm with you on that. I think that it's more likely that he would land on the IL before something like that happens, where it's
that's a distinct possibility.
Oh,
too,
for
yeah.
sure. For sure. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Well, we'll get into the threats on Lance McCullers a little bit later as well. The NBA draft lotteries today, could it forever change the fate of the Houston Rockets franchise? If you're a believer in a 4-percenter, the Rockets got a chance at Cooper Flag today. Giannis, a Rocket, maybe. Mailbag Monday, lots to get to. We have to talk football later, too. Should have said that. 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. McCullers, how long is the leash for Lance McCullers in this starting rotation? How many more starts does he get for you? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If your business has HR&P, your business leash is very long. Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs, has been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. Chris Fisher over there, he's an Aggie. They have a lot of great people over at HR&P. You're going to love the people at HR&P. You're also going to love the service they provide. Comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. One of those things in your businesses is annoying you. It's taking up too much of your time. You feel like you can get more value if you outsource it. Well, you should do that with HR&P. Now, HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. They're not going to just, walk in there. Okay, yeah, this is how. No, they're going to sit you down. They're going to work with you, and they're going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. A little help, they got you. A lot of help, they got you. Anything in between, HR&P is going to have your back for whatever you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. They'll be familiar with you. They'll be familiar with your company. You're going to love that. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Look, I'm a no-name. And anytime I have a question, quick response, like I'm the most important person in the world. That's how they're going to treat your business. It's great. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing that business of yours. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Talking Lance McCullers. How long is the leash for Lance McCullers? We have our very own Lance McCullers here producing right now. Brian pulled a guy off the IL that has a shattered leg to do his job for him today. That's how lazy Brian is. AJ hasn't been working. How long is it now? 6 weeks since you've had your car accident?
Just 8 weeks now.
8 weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, AJ got into a horrific car accident. Lucky to be alive. And shattered his left leg. And has pins and rods and all that. Today's his first day back, right? He's a Cougar. He's a gamer. Go Cougs. That's why he's here. If he wasn't a Cougar, he'd probably be dead. But Brian pulls him off the IL, and 15 minutes into the show, he gets our very own Lance McCullers running the board for him. That's pathetic.
I mean, I was out in the bullpen when AJ came in. It was great to see him. We were catching up. Brian came in mid-sentence, just kind of, got into talking about it. What's up with AJ? And then AJ basically, he said, well, what are you doing here? And AJ said, Joe asked me to kind of get reacclimated with everything, catch up on everything. And Brian's eyes lit up and he went, oh, yeah, so you're going to be sitting next to me. You're going to be helping me out? And he was like, yeah. And Brian's like, okay, cool. Yeah, you can do the whole show.
One segment in.
Sounds about right. Don't screw up the opening segment,
Brian,
so we get you on rolling, and then we'll step aside.
If you're watching us on Twitch right now, you can see Brian leaning back in the reclining chair, lighting up a cigar. AJ is his human victory cigar because he's done with the show. He's done with the show today.
He
Good
had
work
your golf
there, Brian.
club in there on the last time. He was just
Brian doesn't know the first thing about golf.
But that's what I'm saying.
Trying to educate us about golf.
He's got some all this downtime. He's going to start taking up the sport.
I told Brian earlier today, I was like, hey, it's major week. We should probably get Will on Wednesday. That way he can, handicap the PGA, tell us who to bet, all that good stuff. Because the fans love Will Doctor. They can never have enough of Dr. Media 59. And Brian's like, there's a major this week? Which major is it? Had no idea. Had no clue. To be fair to Brian, it is the worst major by far on the golf calendar. But nonetheless, good to see you back, AJ. And it didn't take long for Brian to put you to work. He's probably not even on the company dime today. He's probably not even making the hourly wage today.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable there, Brian. But whatever. This might be the lowest thing you've ever done, quite frankly. This is like using Lance McCullers when he's not ready. But how long is the leash? 713-780-ESPN. King of Twitch says he has okay velo. His command was way off. Not sure why you'd consider benching him yet. I mean, it varies on, Blanker said maybe one more. I'm going to give him at least 4 or 5? So at least 2 to 3 more.
Mm-hmm.
Now his velocity is, define okay.
That's what I was going to say. Where'd you get okay? Wasn't he hovering in at 90?
He said he hit 94, which he might have, but his average fastball velocity right now is 91.6. In 2022, and look, it's a long time since then, but Lance McCullers has been building up now. How much velo does he have left in the tank? Whenever he last pitched in 2022, his average velo is 93.1. So he's down a mile and a half on the sinker.
And when he was ramping up in these rehab starts and everything like that, he was in the 93. He was in the 93.
Yeah, he was
range.
touching it.
So that's why when I was watching this, and I would think he's all jacked up for his first home start, to see those numbers that low, I don't think his velocity was good at all, and it was concerning to me. And then on top of it, he could not throw a strike.
Mm-mm.
He was all over the place, and I'm like, man, this guy looks like a guy that's not ready for this.
Yeah. He looks like a lot of things for sure. He doesn't
Washed.
look like a big league pitcher at minimum. King of Twitch, he said that. Junior Broncos, we have 14 games in the next 14 days. He said we can't afford to DFA him. Okay, maybe this stretch then. Maybe this, because 14 games, you're looking at, if they go to the 6-man rotation, he's probably only going to make 2 more turns then. So okay, if you want to see it through this, see it to the end through this stretch, I'm okay to go through this stretch. King, AL West is close. Let the guy work through these issues a bit. Okay, that's a fair point. But how long is a bit? Define your bit. How many more starts are you willing to take of Lance McCullers pitching poorly? If you say you're going to give him a runway to work through it, define the length of the runway. Junior Broncos, we gave Abreu way longer a leash. He never helped us win a World Series. So Junior Broncos saying be loyal to the soil. And look, I understand that, but Abreu also didn't have 3 major surgeries.
No, and that's the thing too. Look, that's the separation between loyalty of what you have done for me and the expectations of what you have to do for me. And I think that's where maybe they get creative. And like you said, they find something where they can put him on the IL and there's more time again to be trying to figure things out. But for him to continue to be a starting pitcher for this organization, for this team, this season, with where they're currently situated, it's just not smart. It's not good baseball. It's not something that I think that they're going to be willing to do. And whether you find him in a long relief position or you do find a spot on the IL for him, and you just hope that there's, again, one last ditch effort that could be made to try and figure things out. You just can't, you don't have the luxury of being, a team that runs away with first place and can do this for like weeks on end, just saying, let's throw him out there again. Let's see what he's got. We'll be able to recover. And the other thing is, you can't dig the hole that he dug Saturday night. If he starts missing the strike zone all over the place again and starts walking guys and gets in trouble, he's got to sit down.
Yeah, it puts your bullpen in a tough spot, though.
It does.
Like, you need him to eat some innings.
That's where he comes in the next couple weeks after that.
And if they're going 6-man rotation, your bullpen's down a man. So, like, he has to eat innings. I do believe that the Astros leash is probably longer than ours. I do think they're going to give them a bit of a runway where we're like, hey, this isn't the greatest thing for winning. I do think they'll sacrifice winning in the short term, trying to get Lance McCullers right in the long term, which is probably fair, but we'll see if it happens. 2 Tommy John surgeries. What I seen, he needs to go ahead and hang that glove up. 2 UCL surgeries. He didn't have the second Tommy John, apparently. Texture, you might not remember this, but a few months ago, 6 weeks ago, I mentioned to y'all that Lance was not going to be ready to the end of June going into July. Okay, so are you giving him that long? Are you giving him all these starts up until June and July to try to get him right? The problem with McCullers is that for him to sit at 91, 92 with his sinker, he has to have elite control and fabulous pitch shaping. I think he is in trouble. Yeah, if your velo is going to be down, you do need to improve your command. Like, your command has to be sharp if your stuff is not as good and your velo's down, which Lance McCullers has never had good command.
No, but again, what he has been is a master of the curveball and the breaking pitch. And he's normally been pretty good about keeping that pitch down. And when he's on his stuff, when he's been his best, he's always been able to command the breaking pitches. If you can't do that, then that tells you everything you need to know about a guy that's lived and died by his curveball in a lot of ways. And if he can't command that, that's a problem.
Yeah. Kind of gotten away from the curveball over the years. Throws that sinker slider more. But the command's not good. Lance equals Wild Thing with no power. If Blue Ball or Gordon have to start consistent games for us this year, just throw the whole season in the can. See, I don't feel as highly about Blue Ball as I do Gordon. I think Gordon can be a solid back of the rotation starter for you. And I don't think he's going to win any Cy Youngs or anything like that. But I think he's formidable. I think he can kind of give you what Gusto's given you.
Yeah, no, I think that there's some young arms that are on the cusp of being in the big leagues that can do better than what Lance McCullers can do for you. And I think, like you said, I think they're capable of eating up some innings and keeping you in a ball game. Whether they're dominant or not, that's a different story. But you're not looking for that right now. You're looking for people that can come in, eat up innings, and keep you in baseball games. And I think that those guys right now have a better chance of doing that than Lance McCullers.
This team is not good enough to give him the fast and furious 26-mile runway. How do you feel about those movies? Are you a Fast and Furious guy? I think I've watched one from start to finish. I think I've seen one from start to finish, and I feel like it was in high school. Does it go back that old? When was the first Fast and Furious? AJ wouldn't know.
Brian,
but
Brian said like the 90s.
Would. Brian said the 90s?
Like late 90s, something like that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I was still in high school whenever the franchise started. That's insane how long they've gone. Apparently The Rock and what's his name hate each other.
Don't get along.
Yeah, they hate each other. They kind of look alike a little bit too.
Kind of.
They're like muscled up and bald.
And then they kind of every now and then, like I think when the last big wrestling event was, The Rock let out one story, and then Vin Diesel will do some kind of Entertainment Tonight and let out a story about how at award shows and everything else, they're like, one's trying to bury the hatchet and the other one's not having any part of it. And there's still quite a bit of animosity.
I like a little drama. I like a little bit of drama. 713-780-ESPN. If his command is bad, why would you want him in long relief? I mean, it's not so much, it's more about here are your chances of pitching in innings that are not consequential to the team. I mean, he's your mop-up guy. Like that would be his role. As opposed to starting every 5th or 6th game. Hey, okay, we're down 10-4. Here you go, Lance McCullers. You mop up the last 3 or 4 innings, and let's see if we can get you back. It's not because they're like it wouldn't be leverage games. They would be all low leverage games. Texture, we need Verlander and Chattahoochee back. They have not been great. Those two.
Verlander has not been good. You're right. Neither one of them, because I told you a week or two ago they actually faced off against each other, and it was the best start to that point for both guys where it was like a 3-2 ball game in the 6th. Verlander was already gone. I don't think Verlander's won a game all year. And Kikuchi his ERA is terrible, and I believe he's short. Maybe he has one win at this point.
If you had $1,000 on the line and your team was the exact same, the only thing that you could change is who starts the game. Lance McCullers, Justin Verlander, Yusei Kikuchi, rank them.
Kikuchi 1, Verlander 2, McCullers 3.
That's how I'd have it too. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's an argument there. All right. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Now, what happened after the game with Lance McCullers? We'll hear from Joe Espada. We'll hear from Lance too. Lance McCullers mentioning after the game that he and his family, his kids, received death threats on social media. Let's discuss that when we return. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility. It comes with a lot of cost. Unwell's here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit of responsibility off your plate by allowing them to do the job of trying to save on property taxes, but also save you some money potentially. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property tax, and since the Hive is the most sophisticated radio audience in our country, we don't want it to be you. That wouldn't look good for the Hive, right? That you're overpaying on property taxes. So head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and their experts will be fighting for you in no time. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money. And my favorite part, no upfront cost. You're not paying anything beforehand. The only way you pay is if they save you money. You can't beat that. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish, and they deliver top results. Put that property tax savings maybe into a summer vacation. Maybe reinvest it in the market. Maybe buy your co-host dinner. Just kidding. But do whatever you want with those savings. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. See, that's the little hidden aspect of this, low-key, that I kind of like about it. Like, even if they don't save you money, the peace of mind, I think, is priceless. But here are some numbers in case they do save you money. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. Now, the deadline to protest, May 15th. Don't run out of time. That's in a couple of days here. So save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start that protest today before you run out of time. That deadline coming up on the 15th. So head to ownwell.com right now. That's OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. We'll hear from Lance McCullers, Joe Espada here in a moment. starting to wonder, like, would Brian let anybody run the board? See somebody walking down the highway. Hey, you, come here. Never seen you before. I have no idea why you're here. Come run the board. Let me sit back and watch the show.
Yeah.
I think he'd pull anybody. Carla Dawson walking down the hall. Hey, Carla.
Ooh.
Have you run the board lately? Come here.
I don't think the gloss is going to be up for that.
I think he'd ask, though.
He might. And
Worst
he
you can
might
say
be
is
in
no.
trouble because she kind of rubs elbows with the boss, the ultimate boss.
Mr. Gow, have you run the board lately? You should do everything within the radio station. I don't think there's anybody that Brian would be ashamed to ask run the board while he sits back and does nothing.
What's this guy? The actor?
Jason Statham?
Statham.
What's he going to be doing here?
But I'm just saying, if there's any, you said, I don't think there's anyone he would be. I don't think he'd ask Jason. He'd be in such awe. He'd be shaking. He wouldn't even have the guts to ask.
Craig Larson walking through the halls, visiting with people.
He'd ask him twice.
Craig, come run the board for me, man. I got to sit back and do nothing. Greg Frank was visiting the other day. Yo, Greg, you've been unemployed for a few months. How about running the board for a few minutes, huh? Before you go to that bachelor party in Austin. I think it'd be good for you. You could add it to your resume, your CSV.
Better not ask Esme. She might.
Esme?
She might inflict violence on him.
Esme's a jack of all trades. Esme, you want to add to your job portfolio? Come run this board. Laura Beavers? Hey, stop looking at all the numbers. How can you why don't you move these levels and these buttons?
That would.
Todd, you've been making sales calls too much. Well, come run the board for me. I'll watch you do it.
Also might not go well for him.
I think he would ask anybody walking down the hall to run the board. That way he can sit back and smoke a cig.
It's a gutsy maneuver. So it's got to have a lot of confidence to do that. Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
All right, here was Joe Espada after the. Be careful moving there, AJ. I know you're not your quickest form there. Joe Espada after the game led off. Like, I think it's important to talk about like when he did this. So Joe Espada, he talked to the team, I'm sure, or, sits in his coach's office for a bit, and then we'll go into the press conference, maybe make an opening statement, and then we'll take questions. So he walks in, sits down, and this was his first remarks before anybody asked him anything.
I'm going to start saying something. I just left my office, and it's very unfortunate that Lance McCullers, that there are people who are threatening his life and the life of his kids because of his performance. It's very unfortunate that we have to deal with this. After all he's done for this city, for this team, the fact that we have to talk about that in my office, I got kids too, and it really drives me nuts that we have to deal with this. Very sad. Very, very sad.
Okay, that was Joe. He was banging the table there a few times, which we'll talk about this in totality here in a little bit. I did think that Joe pounding the table, it did give me some Steven Silas vibes a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good call.
You remember when Silas did that? Like, we're so mad.
Remember, he was always questioned about what does he ever show any emotion? Does he ever really get passionate? So he starts banging tables.
Yeah, and look, this is no. You should never send anybody a death threat. Like, it's sports. You guys are lunatics and weird if you're doing this to people. But the Espada thing did feel a little Silas-y. And then here was Lance McCullers after the game, because Joe talked first, and then the media. So they were told that, hey, this happened. So Chandler Rome asks Lance McCullers, like, hey, what happened? And here was Lance McCullers addressing those threats.
Yeah, it's been a tough evening. I understand people are very passionate and people love the Astros and love sports, but threatening to find my kids and murder them is a little bit tough to deal with. So, just as a father, I think there have been many threats over the years aimed at me mostly, and I think actually one or two people have from other issues around baseball that actually had to go to jail for things like that. But I think bringing kids into the to the equation, threatening to find them, or next time they see us in public, they're gonna stab my kids to death. Things like that is tough to hear as a dad.
So that was Lance afterwards.
It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. It's not okay. It's it's the kind of thing that we've talked about in the past that drives me nuts, which is that I hope they find whoever was doing this. And I hope that they prosecute them as far as they possibly can, because it's just sports. It's just this. It's yes, I understand you're not happy with the fact that Lance McCullers had a bad start. They're in no way, shape, or form, no matter how anonymous and cowardly you want to be hiding behind a computer keyboard or however you chose to try and communicate with Lance McCullers. The fact that you tried to do so to try and threaten his family. And for those of us that are family men that are dedicated to their wife and their kids, there's nothing more offensive and more red alert for anyone that feels any strongly about their family to have to deal with than some wise ass that's hiding behind a computer with no name or picture or identity, feeling free to just make threats upon the people that are most important to you in this whole world. And I think it's uncalled for. And it's not real world problems. And it's not something that you've ever met this person and had a dispute or things that have gotten too far. It's the fact that he didn't pitch well in a baseball game, and you've taken it upon yourself to say that because of that, he and his family deserve harm. It's absolutely ludicrous.
I echo that. I mean, it is ludicrous. It is, everybody goes too far. This is heinous. Like, I agree with you. I hope that they find this guy and punish him to the maximum punishment that one can receive for doing this. Agree with all of that. It's sports. Keep it between the lines. We make fun of poor performances. We make fun of players. We never wish harm on a player, unless it's Lamar Jackson and it's the playoffs. Then if he's about to step out of bounds, hit him pretty hard. Don't kill him, just hit him hard. Maybe knock him out of the game, a little bounty gate. But if I would have read this, like, I've been threatened online, I've been doxxed online. Some dude in Seattle put my mailing address on the internet. I wouldn't believe it. Like, if somebody, like, after a bad performance or I'm trolling people, or I'm like making people, like, I'm annoying them or irritating them, and somebody's like, I'm going to kill your kids, I'm going to kill you, I wouldn't actually believe them. Like, I'd probably call the cops and do all that, tell the authorities, because now you have to, like, check the boxes and do your due diligence. But I wouldn't really believe it. Like, I wouldn't believe the threat. It would be some loser in his mama's basement that is, lost a third leg of a parlay.
Yeah, I think that having lived and gone through a lot of what I have with myself and my wife, I think that, and because in today's day and age, you never know, because people are just, even if it's the most unsuspecting, quote unquote, person you've ever seen, and all of a sudden that's the person that decides to go off the deep end and do damage. Like, you can't flippantly just, like, maybe when I was in my younger days, especially in my single days, I'd go, yeah, right, okay, you're going to kill me because of something I said on a Rockets game or something like that. But now you have to take it all seriously, because there are clowns out there that feel like they have nothing to lose, that feel like something like this is the trigger that they're focused on, that they want to do damage. My wife's had multiple stalkers since we've been married.
That's been, like, physical though, right?
I don't want to get into too many details on it, but at the same time, it's like you want to be able to just say, that's just a crazy fan and then it's to the point where they show up, and that then they do have an identity, and then they're told to stop and they don't. And then you realize, hey, there's people out there that might not be, might have just enough screw loose that you can't take. The last thing you want to do is go, yeah, I didn't think that was going to be much of a deal. And then it was.
Yeah. No, you have to take it seriously just in case, like, for sure. Like, I wouldn't believe it, but I would take it seriously just in case, because it goes beyond me at that point. I don't know if I would have went public with it, though, how Lance did. Like, I don't think that's something that I want to bring to light, mostly because you're giving that person or group of people fame. Like, you're giving, like, this is what they were trying to do. Like, they were trying to get under your skin. So, like, bringing it to light was interesting to me.
Well, there's a lot of interesting things that go with that. And again, this is the day and age that we're dealing with, because of the fact that, one, we don't know who the person or persons are yet. We've just been told that it's been turned over to the authorities. So at least they're not getting that kind of run and attention, because we haven't identified them yet, meaning the authorities. But I've also seen people that have immediately thrown out the name Jesse Smollett.
Yeah.
And I think that's extremely unfair, because of the fact that one episode with one person of fame to some degree has now left a shadow of doubt to where people are immediately, again, because of social media and otherwise, that can just randomly throw out there that, Jesse Smollett lied. So how do we believe Lance McCullers? Why does Lance McCullers have any reason to lie? His manager's going to come up and back him up.
He pitched poorly.
Yeah, I
That's
get
what people
that.
would
And
say.
you're right. So I understand that. But that's a sad state of affairs, right? That the fact that we're in a day and age when I understand what you're saying. You question whether it should be public. At the same time, now it just fuels the fire of the people that can they have more ammunition to go attack Lance in another way.
Look, this happens all the time. Like, not to take it lightly, and like I hope that they find this person and punish him to the maximum that they could possibly punish him for. I don't even know like what kind of crime it breaks. Like, is there? I'm not a policeman or I'm not a lawyer, but like I'm sure that you can't just like legally threat people about their lives and all that stuff. I'm sure this is illegal.
Yeah, they've instituted new laws in stalking, but this isn't stalking. This is a threat, and it's just how credible or how do they classify the significance of the threat to punish accordingly.
Yeah, like, so I don't think that he's making it up. Now, if we're going to be 100% fair, we don't have proof. We have hearsay. We have two people telling us that it happened.
Look,
and we do have reports that the police are investigating it. I do not believe Lance McCullers is making it up. I think that Lance McCullers received death threats. I think that any pitcher in baseball that loses a bet for somebody is probably receiving death threats. So I 100% believe that it happened. I don't think Joe Espada would go up to the podium and bang the table and say that he's disappointed in this if it didn't happen. So I have little doubt that it happened, that it is real. I don't think it's a Smollett thing. Bringing it to the public eye is something that I probably wouldn't do personally. Maybe they have motives that I'm unaware of why they did it. I would just turn it over to the cop, be like, hey, let's call up whoever. And hey, here's what happened on my phone. You guys go handle it for me. Okay. Can you please find this guy? But it's not something that I would tell my manager to go talk about before he talks about anything else. Like, that's the weird thing to me. Is like Todd the Show is bringing up the fact that it was 10-0. Why would you go on social media? I mean, he's probably just doom scrolling. Like, people scroll whenever they're bored in the clubhouse. I scroll all the time. So like, I don't really blame him for that. Now, going to your manager and talking to him about it, like, I get that part of it. Like, I get the authorities involved in it. But then to like, hey, Joe, like, I don't think he told Joe to go talk about it at the podium. But I bet you Joe asked. I don't think Joe would put that out there publicly if he didn't have Lance's approval.
I would think so, because I would think that this is something that, and first to the first part of that, players do it all the time. If you're out of the game and the game is still going on, as easy it is as we've heard players say, I'm watching the rest of the game on my phone as opposed to, in the clubhouse or whatever, as opposed to on a TV monitor. They can also at the same time multitask. They can check out, Twitter, social media, whatever. But at a certain point, if this is happening and Lance is in the clubhouse or wherever he is, and he's reacting to it, I think he's probably telling somebody about it. And I think that before he addresses the media, he's probably telling his communication staff, hey, look, I'm just going to let you know, this is what's going on. I'm pretty fired up about it. And that's probably the first thing that's going to come out of my mouth. At the same time, if you're a communications director doing your job, your first line of business then is, after you deal with Lance, is before he gets in front of a microphone, you let the powers that be know, starting with your owner, your general manager, and your manager.
There's no way that Joe is talking about that unless he had Lance's go ahead.
I completely agree with that.
So, like, they made a decision that, hey, we're going to bring this to the public eye.
Now the flip side of that is he might have Lance's permission, but the organization should also have a say of saying, they at least have the conversation of, should you address it now? Should you jump right on that right now?
They can't tell him what to do. They can certainly ask him the
you can
questions.
have the conversation.
Yeah. I don't think you can tell a man what to do in that spot. But you can certainly, like, hey, maybe we don't. Like, yeah. I do think it's fair to ask the questions to him, but you can't tell him what he's going to do in that moment. And then also to expect him to do what you told him to do, I think would be unfair too. 713-780-ESPN. The Hive has some thoughts on this. We'll continue this conversation. Lance McCullers and his family and his kids getting death threats after his poor performance over the weekend. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville right here in the Med Center. Doc Linville, best in the business at doing so many things so well. He does Botox treatments. He does plastic surgery. He does spa treatments. But the main thing that he can do for guys that are losing their hair is get your hair back. Plain and simple, getting your hair back. It is a game changer. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that you see on late night television and all the gimmicks that don't work. It's actually procedures that do. I know because I personally have had both, and I'm here to tell you that the results are unbelievable. I got a free consultation from Doc a long time ago when we were doing a station event, and he was invited. And he said, I'd just really like to sit down and talk to you and explain some things to you just to see what your thoughts are. And he explained to me PRP treatments, and he explained to me the NeoGraft procedure. And I was extremely interested. And when he started explaining, hey, what I want to do is I want to see if you want to do the procedures. And if it goes well for you, I want you to tell the people about it because I want somehow, some way, someone to connect the dots and get people to understand there is a way to get your hair back. Well, I was that guy. Granado's been that guy. We bought in because of the fact that it's easy to buy into. It's not a gimmick. It's actually successful medical procedures that work. PRP treatments, we've heard about them with athletes with their knees, shoulders, and things like that. Works for hair too. Essentially, in lawn and garden terms, if you got grass on the lawn, but it's not as thick and strong as it used to be, PRP treatments like fertilizer, it gets that hair strong again, and that hair is going to look better on a daily basis. When you're past the appointment of PRP or you just want to use PRP to supplement, the main thing is the NeoGraft procedure, which I had. It's taking hair from areas of your scalp. You're never going to lose it no matter how old you get, and that's the sides and the back of your head, putting it where you needed it most, where it's those bald areas or those thinning areas up on top and back or normally your hairline, like my case. And it's a game changer. It works. You see the follicles immediately in 6 to 9 months. You see the full results, but you are convinced you get your hair back and you feel so much better about it. You get a consultation like I got for free as well because you listen to me right now. People off the street pay $150. You get it for nothing. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free consultation. They'll take all your questions. They'll give you answers. They'll show you the procedures and the pictures, the befores and the afters. And they'll let it all be in your hands to decide if you want to do it or not. If you do like I did, you will be extremely happy. If you don't, you can walk away and there's no commitment to be made. But it's worth at least having the consultation. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, where'd Brian go? I hear Michael Carroll in the hall. Maybe he can run the board. 713-780-ESPN. No.
Look at him.
No.
He's making AJ move.
No.
He looks like he's
Hey,
ticked off now.
AJ can't move that well. Don't
look.
Don't
He's
push
going
him
to the
away.
bullpen for more help.
Michael Carroll, the great
Hello.
Michael. Hello.
Michael, you're a big TV guy. Are you going to be the closer?
I am.
He
Are
sounded
you the closer for Brian?
Maybe.
Who's the Oakland A? I know that they don't play in Oakland, but I still call him that. The play-by-play girl, Schluger or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know her name.
That's
Call her
who
Loser,
Michael
you said?
sounded like. Hello.
Hello.
There he goes. Okay. That's her home run call. Hello. Okay.
How'd you know I practiced that way?
Yeah, I think you watch her on TikTok.
No, of course not.
Hey, so you're running the board the rest of the show? You got other more important things to do.
Well, I was walking by and he was like, "Hey, get in here." And I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, he pushed AJ, who has metal rods in his plate and just got cleared off of crutches, out of the way to put you on the microphone.
It was very harsh, but I rolled with it.
Yeah. Okay.
You're pretty loyal to him. I mean, for him to just come in and say, "Hey, run the board," and you're just like, "Okay, where?"
Well, pretty much I'm the kid that's like, "Hey, do you want to do this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I'll do it."
So you've burnt fingers before and touched hot burners and such?
Yeah, and you want to eat that? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, at least your immune system gets better.
Hey, haven't been sick in a while.
There you go. There's
See,
the answer.
I'm fine.
I'm trying to convince my wife of that all the time when she's hyper germphobic. It's a different story.
All right, it's enough airtime for Michael.
Oh.
You can catch him Friday, right?
That's true. That's true.
Periodically with Dell.
Yeah, on Fridays.
Fridays at 11:30.
And other times.
Okay, we're going to talk about Lance now.
Okay, have fun.
Appreciate you doing more work than Brian on our show today.
It's what I'm here to do.
All right, I'll see you in a little bit. Why can't your employer tell you what to do in a public interview? Well, your family, your wife, and your kids are involved. I guess they can technically tell you, but they can't tell you. And then you can't for sure guarantee that the employee is going to do what you tell them to do anyways. I think it puts you in a bad spot. I think it'd be terrible for the employer to tell Lance McCullers what to do in that spot whenever his family is getting threatened.
You can make suggestions, but you never are going to be in a situation where you can tell someone not to speak when they have freedom of speech and going out in front of the public with access to cameras and reporters.
Yeah. Texture, let's see Branham defend the troll. I mean, all my trolls are incredibly, incredibly minor. They're childish, even. I keep it between the lines. Like, what is the furthest I've gone with any athlete when I've come to trolling, or any person when I've come to trolling? I called them Mocha McCullers. Oh no. I've called athletes funny names. Oh no. I've wished them to sprain their ankle. Oh no. It's always between the lines with me. So let Branham defend the troll. It's very easy to do. You keep it between the lines with your trolling. You don't question people's lives. You don't threat people's lives. I think it's a pretty fine line. I think it's pretty easy to see when it comes to that.
Yeah, and I think that again, there's the misunderstanding that everybody always has to fall back on I was just kidding. You can't take a joke. Certain things just aren't funny either, and certain things aren't appropriate either. And I think that's where the lines get blurred to the point where people just think because they have this almost direct contact now with athletes, and even in our case, reaching us while we're doing shows, and even when we're not doing shows and when we're on social media, that it becomes larger than life, where they feel like they've got all this confidence to do and say whatever the hell they want to with no consequence. And that shouldn't be the way it is. It's the way it's gotten to. And maybe this is one of those wake up moments for a lot of people, in the aha moment, to say something's got to be done about this too, because at a certain point, there's too many things going on in the world where, as much as say that's not believable, like you said earlier, there's a possibility it is.
No, I do think you should get punished for your actions. Like your actions have consequences. There are repercussions for your actions. So whenever you do something like that, you should get punished for those actions. 100%. Do I think it was a real threat? I mean, yes, I think it was a real threat. Do I think that whoever threatened, or if there was a group of people that threatened, would actually go through with it? I don't believe that would happen. But you do have to take it seriously. Bringing it into public light, I think that could be up for debate depending on the person. 713-780-ESPN. Now, there are some people who do think that Lance either made this up or brought it to public light to cover up for his poor start. We've had a few texters here, and this is look, I think it's a small percentage of the Astro fan base in Houston and sports fans. But I've seen it also on Twitter. This comment, like these comments, these narratives, 3 different texts. 1, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. This is a convenient distraction for his poor performance. Another texter, he's looking for his sympathy because that horrendous outing to cover it up as an excuse. Another texter, LMJ created a burner account and sent it to himself. And that's a small fraction of, our listeners and Astro fans. It's also a small fraction of like outside of us, but it is a narrative that is going around with this situation.
Well, and again, when you look at what's happened in society recently, and you look out in Fort Bend County, you have politicians that are being taken to task and are facing legal action and criminal action because of the fact that they set up burners, and they set up burners to have negative things said about them on their Facebook and on their social media accounts so that they could get the sympathy vote, literally, of people within their community. So it's not out of the realm of possibilities. That's why people kind of get these ideas in their head as well to wonder if it's believable or not. I think what's unfair is, especially with what Lance is going through, and because he's a family guy, there's people that are just all about seeing, let's just see how this plays out. Let's just see the drama involved in it, unless it's you. And then if you put yourself in Lance's shoes and you realize if you truly are a family man and you love your wife and you love your kids and you got someone out there that's actually threatening their well-being, let alone their life, it's going to bother you. And if you were in that situation, you'd probably handle it a lot different than being flippantly on the sidelines watching it and going, I don't know.
Yeah. The 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. You can say that's a small fraction, but from my personal experience, that is how Houston sports fans operate. And I think a lot of others would say the same. It's truly an absolute shame. I don't think it's a Houston sports thing. I think it's probably a sports bettors thing in general. More thoughts on this? 713-780-ESPN if you want to weigh in. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from my good friends at Allstate Siding and Windows. They are the absolute best in the business, and I'm just telling you, they've been in business for almost 50 years, and they do exactly what their name says and so much more. They do siding, they do windows, they do front doors, and they can help the overall look and feel of your house in very little work at all for you. And it really starts as easy as a phone call. You call them, they come to you, and they can tell you exactly how they can help you. It's absolutely fantastic. You call them at 832-204-1936. They're going to come to your door, and they are going to say, hey, this house was built this year. The style and the architecture is this. We recommend these windows. We would recommend this siding. We would recommend these kinds of front doors. You can see all the products and services that they offer at allstatesidingandwindows.com. But because they do these free estimates and free consultations, all you do is call them, they come to you, and they give you all their expertise for you to make the decision that you want to make anyway. You just got through tax season. If you got a refund and you'd like to do something to kind of upgrade your biggest investment, go to Allstate Siding and Windows and see what they can do for you. It costs you nothing to have them come out. Mary runs the ship back at the headquarters. Her brother goes out and does the free estimates. He's an expert. They've been doing this together and within their family for decades, and he came to my house. He recommended windows. We went with his recommendation. Our curb appeal on our house went way up. Our energy bills went way down, and we couldn't be happier with the job that they did installing. And since the service after the sale, everything that they did as part of the process, you will be extremely pleased. Right now, they've got all kinds of deals going on where they've got a huge percentage savings on window jobs, money off of your siding jobs. And on top of that, you mentioned me and ESPN 97.5. They'll give you a little extra bonus because they love the station and they love dealing with Houstonians. Check them out today and see if they can help you too. They helped me, and they are the best in the business. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texture says, well, at least we don't live in Colombia, and his name is Andres Escobar. That's harsh. Escobar surrendered an own goal, the 94 World Cup, and got.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I do remember that story.
You have to be a special kind of psycho to make a burner account and talk about stabbing your kids. Yeah. And people are like, this does happen. Like, this happens a lot. Every time people lose and stuff, like, there's people on the internet that will DM whoever or email whoever and will say heinous things about whatever. And they do have the, I guess, courage to do it because they feel like it's never going to be caught, and it's not. Like, how many times have this been followed up on and people have like been punished for this?
I think you also have to ask the question, if you weren't a celebrity, how many times the numbers would go way down as well, because I don't think that the authorities are spending a whole lot of time on it. And then because it's Lance McCullers and because it's publicized, there's going to be more intensity in terms of the manpower and the hours put into trying to figure it out. But I think it happens so often these days. I think it gets to the point where they can't investigate every case.
Yeah, there's a lot. Texture was sitting 15 rows up from the field Saturday. Lance McCullers was walking on the field. I was yelling, Maven. Didn't realize his wife was sitting right behind me. Felt a little bad, LOL. See, I think that's fine. I really like that. You can do that. Like, you can, hey, Mocha McCullers, hey, Maven. Like, that's fine. Like, he's a professional athlete. You're going to get heckled. Sorry. It's going to happen. You don't threaten his life and his children's life. You keep it between the lines. It's really that simple.
Yeah, it's not like there's a whole lot of mystery here where the line is. Like, we all know what it is. It's almost ridiculous to even have to say. Like, the line is don't threaten bodily harm to him or his family.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
Pretty simple. Lance
anything else? Go ahead.
But the kids didn't pitch. The wife didn't pitch. That's the thing. Like,
well, they're not trying to hurt the wife. I mean, if they did this to try to get under Lance's skin, and they accomplished that feat.
Yeah, and it's absolutely ridiculous.
No doubt. Yeah, no one's arguing that. Texture not defending the anonymous stain, but you do think this would have been a story if the guy only focused on Lance. If he threatened to kill Lance and never brought up the man's kids, would we even hear about it? Eric the driver. I mean, I can't speak for Lance, but I would guess no. Like, if it was only a threat to Lance and not his family, I would guess no.
I would think he'd probably handle it by himself. Yeah, I don't think
he would take it to authorities.
Yeah, I think he definitely would take it to authorities. And look, every team has a good relationship with a good deal of officers that work the games that are specifically on duty around the team, that they could get it in the hands of the right people to do what's necessary. I'm not sure it would have even become public. You're right, because of the fact that it's not, he can handle his own business and it's not involving his family. When you bring the family into it and there's no business or reason, no matter how much you're trying to get under skin to do it, there should be ramifications for stupidity like that.
Texture says that the crime in the court of law is called a terrorist threat. So that's what a couple of texters said.
Okay.
Apparently, it can be charged as a Class A misdemeanor, state jail felony, or third-degree felony, with varying potential prison sentences. For a third-degree felony, the potential prison time ranges from 2 to 10 years. Let's find the guy and put him in jail for 2 to 10 years. King says, "Welcome to the digital world, Joe." That is the reality of it. This does happen a lot. Junior Broncos, I would bet money
That's
at some
rich.
14-year-old. Huh?
That's rich coming from him.
It is reality. He's right.
Yeah. But he's also a guy that's done not death threats, but he's brought up family members.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
a
I don't
pretty
know
solid move.
the details. I don't know what the specifics. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the hive. Pete, what's up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
What's up, man?
Hey, no rackham takes today. A little bit of seriousness here. Lance McCullers in that situation. We all know that in 2.5 years he's been gone. Coming back, he wasn't going to, just fall right back into place. He was going to struggle at times, and it was going to take adjustments and just trying to get back into a rhythm. But for all those clowns who decided to either get on their computer or however the hell they did it to threaten the man's family, especially his kids, you sicken me. You don't ever threaten a child's life. I'm the father of a daughter and son. I love them very much. and I would protect them at all costs. And even though they're a little bit older today, my daughter's 26 and my son's 18 and about to graduate high school, I would still do whatever it takes to take care of them. So for all you fools out there who did that kind of deal, I hope they find you, and I hope you get prosecuted. I'm done. Have a good evening.
Rack 'em.
Appreciate the copy. That was solid. Extremely solid.
Yeah, I think he summed it up pretty nicely. Texture, we need to start a We Stand with Lance protest. This is ridiculous. Jeremy's neighbor started and ran the Facebook page for my neighborhood. Had to give it up to another person after someone lost their mind and showed up to my house for a deleted post. I don't know if he's really my neighbor. I don't know how. I like
See, there you go.
Of him signing it that way. But yeah, I mean, people are weird, man. That's why I don't like to deal with people. I'm anti-people for the most part. The hate for Lance is a little like when you have a fast, shiny sports car, but it's been in the shop so many times for so many years that you're just done with it. But if true, it's totally unacceptable disrespect. I mean, it's fair to have an opinion about his performance. It is fair to say, okay, I don't think he should be a pitcher anymore for the Astros. It is fair to say, hey, mocha my colors. It's fair to say Maven. It's not fair to threaten the guy's life. It's not fair to threaten his children's life. It's pretty simple. As a former school teacher, I had a wild investigation with burner numbers, faking sexual allegations, and HBT did a great job squashing it, and it was alleviated. Well, I hope that they do it again. I hope that they do it here with Lance. Texture, this story is so dramatic. LOL. I mean, there is drama in play here, but it is also something that should be taken very seriously.
Yeah, I guess I just think that there's been too many incidents where you can't just turn the other cheek and sweep it out and just say, it's nothing. You have to focus on it. And like we said, there's two different scenarios here. There's the he pitched terribly, and then there's this part of it, which shouldn't be part of the equation at all. And we should just be focused on the fact that he had a bad performance. And, our first segment, the fact that he didn't pitch well, and what do you do, and how long do you have patience with him? But instead, we're dealing with this because he made it public, and there's obviously a lot to it.
Yeah. College athletes get threatened all the time. That's 100% truthful. I've seen that firsthand. Emmanuel Sharp got nasty stuff after the championship. And U of H fans rallied around him, as good fans should do. I don't know who sent the message to Lance, or if it was multiple people that sent the message to Lance. I think there's a pretty good chance, spitballing, that they weren't an Astro fan at all. I've seen people ridicule Astro fans, or if you're an Astro fan, shouldn't do this. How do we know who's an Astro fan? We have no idea.
Josh Reddick was tweeting about that. Said, if you're an Astros fan and you did this, just turn in your stuff and stop being a fan. We don't need you.
At least he put the if in there. At least he put the if in there.
I believe he did, but he was pretty adamant about it. And obviously he has a personal relationship with Lance, but
we don't know the identity of this person or persons.
No, I mean,
that's part of it that I'll stand up for the Astro fans about. Is some Astro fans are getting the fan base is getting dragged today by other fan bases. How can Astro fans treat their own like this? And even some media members in the city, you're an Astro fan, you shouldn't be doing it. We have zero clue the identity of this person or persons. How could you blame the fan base? I think that there's a lot greater chance that it's probably some angry sports bettor that's not affiliated with the Astros at all.
See, I think that's part of the element that we're missing, that we haven't seen in the past when we talk about how it is now. As much as sports has turned the page and decided to allow gambling, the gambling now becomes prevalent when the fact that Draymond Green was on the sidelines the other night mouthing about the fact that I see what you did there. The spread was 5.5. Everyone's talking about, but it does bring another element. And when people are putting money that they probably can't afford to spend sometimes, drastic measures and drastic things happen to where they react like this too. And it amplifies everything.
Yeah. Was this picked up nationally?
I haven't seen it nationally yet.
I don't know that is the case. Angel Reese went through it because of what she did to Caitlin Clark. That's true. She got some because this is the reputation that Houston is making for themselves. How could you pin it on Houston? I don't know how you could pin this on Houston without knowing the identity of the persons. We have no clue. We have no idea. So people are jumping to conclusions. Oh, the Astros fan base is terrible. You don't know who did it. You have no clue who did
it. And that's
we don't. Lance might, but he didn't say.
See that?
He didn't say Astro fans in his little presser.
But I think you hit on something too. I mean, at a certain point, whether the people that sent it then decided to go back quickly and try and delete it, did you screen capture it? Do you know how what their handles are? And because you're right, I think the only person that knows for sure is Lance, because he was on the receiving end. Were there multiples? Was there one? Different people or same person, different accounts? None of that we know.
Yeah, we don't know it, but I do take exception to that point. The Astros fan base is lousy. You don't know who's an Astro fan. Texture, think he made it public to? Do you think he made it public to take the eye off the performance slightly? I don't want that to be the case.
I don't want it to be the case.
I don't want it
either.
to be the case, and I'm not going to believe it because of that.
And I think that in this case, I'm in the similar boat. I think that, like I said, when you got a grown ass man that has his family, their well-being in jeopardy, you act differently. And some understand it, some don't. Doesn't matter. I choose to believe Lance at this point.
Yeah, I do too. It was on ESPN, but that text wasn't about believing Lance. It was more about, do you think it came to light because of the performance? Like, if he pitched to Jim, do you think he would have done that? He probably doesn't get threatened, but in this rare scenario, if he pitches a Jim or pitches well, but maybe didn't cover the over-under innings pitched and still gets the threat, does it still come up?
I think the only chance that it does is if it's like we said earlier, if it involves his wife and kids. If it's, hey, you cost me this because you did that. That's one thing. But when you're bringing up family members, I think that with as devout as he seems to be to his family, I think that changes things. That's the only chance I think where we would know about it.
Texture was on ESPN's website. McCullough's story was on ABC World News. So I guess it did get picked up nationally. If someone makes threats like that regarding a random baseball game in May, it's definitely someone who lost money. That's where my mind's at. Like, I don't think that Astro fans are making that threat. I could be 100% wrong, but I'm going to, again, take exception and defend the fan base a little bit with all these national and other fan base. Astros fan base is the worst. We don't know who did it. Texture, we still support a team that cheated, so we're all terrible people without morals /S. I like what you did there. Okay. I came in late. Was the pregame threats or postgame? I'm sure they were after he pitched.
Yeah, I would think it's after he pitched. I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's no reason to when everybody's excited about him taking the mound at home for the first time.
Yeah. All right. From one crime to another. Adam Silver rigging the lottery. Why should Adam Silver rig the lottery for the Rockets? There's been lots of mysteries out there when it comes to the NBA, perhaps rigging the lottery or rigging a frozen envelope. Why should Adam Silver and the NBA rig the lotto tonight for the Rockets? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Why should the NBA and Adam Silver rig the lotto for the Houston Rockets? Been conspiracy theories in the past. Jump in whenever you get reminded of one. The biggest one ever is the frozen envelope with Patrick Ewing going to the Knicks.
Right. But you think about it, and LeBron himself brought it up. He was doing the McAfee show with that hour-long interview, and he said, come on, man, you don't think that there's something to it? Ewing with the Knicks, me to the Cavs, them wanting, getting guys to go where they would be really like the dream scenario. I mean, he called it out himself on his own draft class when everybody was like, what if the hometown kid of Akron got to go to Cleveland? And boom, there it was.
There's been Google AI gave me 5. Okay. The biggest conspiracies in the NBA draft lottery. The number one's a Patrick Ewing with the frozen envelope. Number 2 is the LeBron going to the Cleveland Cavs whenever he was from Akron. There was the 2008 draft lottery when Derrick Rose went to Chicago, who was from Chicago.
Right. Yep.
2011, they mentioned the Cavs winning again. Cavs won the lottery again, just 1 year after LeBron's left the team, prompting some to speculate that the league wanted to help them rebuild.
Yep.
And then 2012, it says the Hornets, who were owned by the NBA at the time, won the lottery and drafted Anthony Davis. That is funny that they were owned by the NBA and they won the lottery.
The Cleveland one was Kyrie, right? That was the
Kyrie.
That was the guy that busted, right?
It was Edwards, I think. What did
No.
Anthony...
Oh, you're talking about the kid,
it was a kid from
UNLV.
UNLV. Yeah, because 2011, he was already in the league.
Because I remember the fact that they were saying the conspiracy was the league's trying to save the Cavs. Save the Cavs.
Oh, no, dang, you're right.
It was Kyrie?
Yeah. I thought Kyrie
Thanks,
was in
Brian.
the league
But you spoke it with conviction.
He did. You're right.
Yeah, again.
He got me. Too.
Yeah.
I was like, of course he's right.
He abruptly said, no. Okay, well.
He was like, nah, absolutely. So
I did. I wouldn't know.
I did it too. I thought Kyrie was in the league longer than that.
What year was Anthony Bennett then?
He must have been
a one-time Rocket, by the way.
Was he?
Yeah,
they picked him up because again, Daryl loved lottery picks. Daryl picked him up, and the guys in the basketball was like, again, if you've got at the end of your name former NBA lottery pick, Daryl's going to give you a second chance.
Remember that whole thing too was like, oh, he needs glasses. Like he has bad vision. That's why he can't shoot. He's because he can't see. And that was like, oh, he's going to be great now that we gave him LASIK.
I can rattle you off 4 or 5 right now. Lottery picks that busted that Daryl brought in.
Name them.
Hashim Thabit, Thomas Robinson, Johnny Flynn, Anthony Bennett.
I got one.
Go.
Reese Gaines.
Oh, there was a kid,
from Louisville. Williams too.
Oh,
there was a
Gaines
kid from Louisville too, wasn't he? Louisville. Yeah, Reese Gaines was as well.
From Louisville.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a kid from Kentucky with a hyphenated last name? I'm trying to remember.
There's been plenty. Like Gilgeous Alexander's pretty good.
No, I'm not talking about Shea.
I'm kidding. But, I mean, there's been plenty of hyphenated guys from Kentucky over the years.
That kid was 2013. The Anthony Bennett.
Yeah, that was. Oh my God.
He was 2013. So 2 years after Kyrie.
Okay.
That felt like there was a bigger gap there. Like I can't believe Kyrie came in the league in 11 and Bennett came in the league in 13. That's weird to me. But it's also weird to me that LeBron came in 03 and Yao came in 02.
Yeah, that's right.
That's always blows my mind.
You've tweeted that. I've seen that. Yeah.
It blows my mind that the number 1 pick in the NBA draft in 02 was Yao, and then the number 1 pick in 2003 was LeBron.
And Yao's been gone for what, a decade?
Yeah, they feel like generations apart.
It really does.
It's a generation apart, and they were drafted in back-to-back draft classes. I'm stunned that Kyrie was 11. All right. Anyways, so there's also been some thoughts of like if the NBA draft really is rigged, who it's going to go to this year. And like,
by the way, on that point,
of
your top 5, one that I never thought of that was brought up this morning on one of the shows was Hakeem Olajuwon, a Houston kid from U of H going to the Rockets. But the Rockets were terrible, right?
Yeah. They wasn't there like a coin flip involved in that one too?
There was. It was Steve Stepanovich, I believe, was the option. It was either Dream or Stepanovich.
What?
And Steve Stepanovich went to the Pacers with the 2 pick. They were the
No. Bowie went second. Jordan went 3.
Yeah. Oh, then it was the Ralph draft. I think that might have been Stepanovich and Ralph. But one of them there was a coin flip and one was going to Indiana.
Well, that used to be how they would break the tie, right? It was literally just a coin flip.
Was it a tie or was it the worst team in the conference?
Didn't we go
It might have just been like whichever. You're right. It could have been something to the effect of.
No, Jordan went 3 to Chicago.
Oh yeah,
Bowie went 2 to Portland.
There you go.
Yeah. there were some thoughts that Portland would have traded that pick for Ralph Sampson.
There was. And when I worked for the Blazers, the underwriting story was the what ifs of we never should have taken Sam Bowie. We should have taken Jordan at 2. Then Jordan in Portland with the Blazers and the fact that with the Nike deal, that was always the big what if with Sam Bowie.
What were you saying, Brian? I stopped listening to you.
No, I could tell. No, I think there was a time where they would take the teams with the top 2 odds and they would flip a coin. So I think that might be what you're remembering.
Yeah, I want to say it was by conference. Whoever's last place in the West, last place in the East, that they would flip a coin to see who got the number 1 pick.
Rockets Blazers though, that'd been the same conference.
But did they own somebody else's pick?
Oh, that could have been.
I don't really know. I'm spitballing. But I know there was a coin there.
Yes.
There was a coin there. I don't know if it was because the 2 teams were tied. I don't know if because it was West-East thing, but I do remember a coin flip.
For sure.
But so this year there's like the conspiracy that the number 1 pick is going to go to the Dallas Mavericks. Why would they do that with the Dallas Mavericks? Well, what did Nico Harrison do? He traded Luka to LA. That way they could have a star once LeBron's gone. So a little backroom dealing, little under the table type of stuff, little conspiracy. Hey, Dallas, trade Luka to LA. We'll make sure that you get the number 1 pick. And, you're going to have to wear it for us for the first, few months of this trade. You're going to have to get it in the pants, all of that stuff. But you're going to win the draft lottery. We're going to give you Cooper Flag. So that's like the big one, big like what-ism about this draft. Now, they do have terrible odds. They have worse odds than the Rockets do. Then there is the odds of the conspiracy of San Antonio, because now you could pair up Wemby with Cooper Flag. So those are the top 2 that I've seen.
I've seen the other one for other reasons, the Utah Jazz.
Oh, because it's Cooper Flag?
And he'd be a perfect fit, for the Jazz.
And they
also have tied for the best odds.
Yes, they have a chance.
Yeah.
I honestly think, as much as I look at who I would like, if it's not the Rockets, I don't want Philadelphia to win. Absolutely not, with all Daryl's done and how he's devalued draft picks, and all of a sudden Cooper Flag could save Daryl's rear end. But the Washington Wizards have been so bad for so long, and even when they get lottery picks, they pick the wrong ones, that if you want to try and resurrect a franchise on the East Coast, Washington would be the team to me.
Are they
like go there.
Big enough though?
They're so boring.
I feel like they're not like a big enough
They
brand.
kind of kick them. They kick themselves all the time with bad. I mean, they took the kid from Wisconsin, Johnny Davis, who was awful.
Yeah, he wasn't very good.
I mean, and they took the kid from Gonzaga with the headband, who's a role player.
Who?
The shooter. He's a jump shooter from Gonzaga.
Recently?
Yeah, in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
I can picture Kevin. He wears a headband all the time.
Kugler?
With the wavy hair. No, I'll look.
Ferguson?
Okay.
No. Yeah, Utah would be interesting because of the whole he's white thing. he'd be a huge star. A white guy in Utah would be the biggest chance for Cooper Flag to have like mega star power than any other city. Like white guy in New York, white guy in Houston, white guy in Chicago, white guy in Utah. Like they would put him on their Mount Rushmore immediately. He'd fit the John Stocktons of the world. I don't know, like Jeff Hornacek, would he be there?
Jeff Hornacek.
Cooper Flag would fit right in.
Matt Harpring.
Yeah. Washington, to me, like, meh. Charlotte, meh. New Orleans winning the lottery, like, I don't think there's a great conspiracy there, meh. Philly winning would be maybe conspiracy worthy because, 5th best odds. They are a big brand. They're a big city. What does it look like if Embiid comes back to any sort of health? Brooklyn's a big city too now. They have the 6th best odds.
Yeah.
So that would make some sense. Toronto.
That's the pick the Rockets gave back.
Okay, I was about to say.
That would hurt from a Rocket perspective for
sure.
Now, Brooklyn has a 9% chance to get the number 1 pick. Rockets have a little under 4%. Now, the Rockets did gain stuff in the future. But yeah, if you're rooting from a Houston perspective, number 1, you hope you win. Number 2, if you don't win, you land in the top 4. Number 3, you hope Brooklyn doesn't win because you had that pick, and it would look way worse in hindsight if Brooklyn does win the draft. Toronto, I don't think there's great conspiracy there, right?
No.
Like Ian lands there. We mentioned the San Antonio one. Portland, nothing there. No offense, right? There would be Dallas for sure. What about Chicago? Would Chicago have conspiracy written all over it? It is a big city. It's a big brand for you.
Corey Kispert.
Oh yeah,
was the lottery pick with the head.
Name, that's not
jump
Kevin.
Shooter. No, it wasn't Kevin. I thought it, but yeah, Corey Kispert's not been good.
Yeah, so I think that those are your teams. Dallas would be the biggest conspiracy because they have less than a chance of the Rockets. They have a 1.8% chance. If Dallas wins this lottery, 100% Nico, LA, Luca, NBA were all involved in some massive conspiracy. For sure.
Did you mention San Antonio? San Antonio's
those to me are the only two really.
Yeah,
that
San
have,
Antonio would be big to build the Wemby star,
Uh-huh.
to construct the team that can carry the popularity of the league. They have 2 lottery picks. And yeah, I think San Antonio would be right there with Dallas.
Those are the 2 fun conspiracies. All the other ones are like big city conspiracies. But let's make a case to Adam Silver because he's a big fan of the Killer Bees. He's listening to us now. Let's make a case to Adam Silver on why he should rig the lottery for the Houston Rockets. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, what's the biggest reason for the Rockets to be the benefactor of the NBA and Adam Silver rigging the lottery? 713-780-3776. I'll get your thoughts on that here in a little bit. Ocho says he thinks Cooper Flagg's going to be like Lauri Markkanen.
I don't think that's fair at all.
He says he's going to be better, but that he doesn't think he's going to be a generational talent, Cooper Flagg. I mean, only time will tell. I mean, I can't sit here and tell you, for sure he's going to be the generational talent and the best player in the NBA in 5 years. We'll see.
Well, I think that, we've talked about, and I've made this point more than once about the fact that the draft right now is a crapshoot, and it's all based on potential of kids that come out way too young, and they're they have every right to do so, but it can get general managers either an extension or get them fired. And it's the same thing with teams. You can hit it and do it well, or you can Darko Milicic or some of the big busts at the top of the draft that end up getting coaches and GMs fired and teams wallowing like Washington in the depths of the basement for years to come.
He said he had an explosive off the dribble flag. He's long, though. He can create his own look with his size. He's a good enough dribbler.
I think the biggest support that goes in his favor is when he played against the Olympic team this summer and all the the Steph Currys and KDs and all those guys are saying this kid's really good. I mean, that's what you want to hear.
Yeah, it's amazing how he reclassified too. He should have been a high school senior this year, so that's pretty impressive. Ocho says he likes Flag's teammate Con Knipple for the Rockets. I don't know if he gets minutes on the Rockets.
I mean, he's a bigger version of what they have in Reed Shepherd right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
I like his game. I don't know how he gets minutes with the Rockets,
especially since you assume he'd be playing like the 2-3.
I thought he was at least 6'7".
He's pretty sturdy too. He's good size to him, but I don't think he can't play the 4.
That was my point. He's definitely filled out NBA and more NBA ready than Reed Shepherd body type wise, and I think he's got a really good game. But like anything else, I mean, with as deep and young as the Rockets are, how many more guys are you going to throw in there, and how much of a difference are they going to make?
You know, Knipple would be good with those if you make a blockbuster trade for Giannis, because now he's a shooter around him.
Like,
depending on what you trade, like because he would actually fit Giannis pretty well because he's your spacer. He's a guy who can shoot. 713.
Would you play him at the point?
Knipple, no.
Yeah,
he's a wing.
So yeah, I think that there are some GMs that are talking about kind of like the Westbrook, where the talent is already there to where
he's not that explosive.
See, I don't think he is either. I think that they think he could become a ball handler good enough to get a team into his offense. Yeah, I've heard some GMs talk about the
he's
fact
smart and stuff, but like I don't think he's the athlete to be a 1.
No, I mean, if you want to play up tempo, he's not your guy.
No.
But I mean, like you said, if you're playing a low post system with a Jokic or a big time center too, where you can kick it in and then just spot up and get him in the offense in a half court set, I think that he could be a guy that could play some 1.
How close is he body wise to Luka?
Oh, it's a good.
6'7", 220
and
is
Luka's about
Knipple.
6'9".
Luka's 6'6", 230. So I mean, they have similar body size.
I think Luka's bigger than 6'6", but
well, I'm just going off what Wikipedia says.
Okay.
Wikipedia has Luka at 6'6", 230. It has Knipple at 6'7", 217. Now, I'm just going body size. I'm not saying that's his comp. Don't get it twisted. It's not a player comp, but just a size comp. He's not a ball handler though. Like he's good whenever he like gets a strong closeout and can drive. Like he's not initiating an offense IMO. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Israel?
Yeah, what's up, fellas? Hey, I don't want him because the Pope is a Chicagoan. I do not want to go to Chicago. He belongs to be in Utah. I'm just saying that right now. He don't need to be. He's not going to sit here also. He's not going to sit here in Houston. But if he did go to the Bulls, he will be a key piece. He'll fit the Bulls perfectly. But he deserves to be in Utah. Even if the Rockets get a top 5 pick, they can't waste the pick like they did last year. This year, whoever they pick got to contribute immediately. Ain't no G League. We'll wait. And ain't got nothing to do with race, Cheesehead. It's just a fact. He is, right now, you can't label him nothing but a bust. A number 3 pick who is not producing. We need to do something with that pick. And that's all I'm saying.
Israel, how long is it going to take if they get him? How long is it going to take for you to label him a bum?
Who?
Cooper Flag.
Cooper can hoop. He ain't nobody say he can hoop.
I'm saying, but you like to turn on the top picks. If the Rockets get him and he's not getting quality PT or he's not, how many games before you call him a bum?
Well, that's a little bit different, man. He coming through the door open. And I'm going to tell you, Shepard is a bum right now, period. Now, Cooper, he going to come in and be able to hoop, but he got to go to the right system. I want him to go to Utah. But if you go to the Bulls, he fit right in with what they got right now. He's not a Piston Houston. And if he go to DC, he's just going to be a player and, get lost in the sauce. All Duke players, white guys, I don't look at colors, but white guys from Duke, really Ferry, all them guys, the white guys from Duke really don't do, but he can hoop. I can say that one thing about him.
Patty A was pretty good, Israel.
Go to the right system.
All right. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Israel.
Man, that's it. He can move though.
Yeah. See, look, I told you it's not about race with Israel.
And then he just made it about the white guys at Duke. You're right.
He's saying other white guys at Duke.
I mean, but
he doesn't look at color, but other white guys at Duke.
Yeah. I was like, right after he calls me out, he goes he plays the white guys at Duke card.
Yeah, I mean, he likes flag. I mean, it goes to show you that Israel he doesn't form his opinions based on the color of somebody's skin. He forms his opinion based on if the guy can play or not. It's really simple. It's simple.
Israel comes around if Reed Shepherd becomes a big time NBA.
Like, what would it? That's a good
player.
question. Israel, text in 713-780-3776. I don't need to give you the number. You know the number. What would it take to change your opinion of Reed Shepherd to where he graduates from being a bum? What would it take? What do you need to see next year? But Israel also brought up somebody texted in Chicago having the Pope. He might go to Chicago, number one pick. That'd be a good conspiracy there too.
Yeah.
A little bit of,
a lot of Chicago sports fans are really relying heavily on the new Pope.
I don't blame them. It's why the White Sox beat the Astros in 05. It's why Villanova beat the Houston Cougars at the Alamo Dome a few years ago. Houston was 1-for-20 in that game. Now I know why. I know why. The Pope was a Villanova grad. All right, why should Adam Silver and the NBA rig the lottery in favor of the Rockets, Blinkers?
Because I think that for too many lotteries in recent history, the fact is that the Rockets have fell to third fiddle or lower when they were one of the worst teams in the league, and they deserved a better fate. The fact that we went through what happened to Yao when we got him as the number one pick, and then due to injury, his career was cut short. The fact that you got the fourth and or third, they might even surpass Chicago now as one of the four biggest cities in the country in a huge market for the NBA that could really benefit from having a premier player for the future in a city like Houston, especially because San Antonio, a small market team in Texas, has Wemby, and you'd like to see competition in the West. But I think those are some of the storylines.
There you go. I like it. Adam, you have a chance of creating a championship-worthy team in a major city. You don't have many opportunities like this. You have an opportunity to create a championship-worthy team in a massive city. It'd be great. It'd be great for the league. It would really help you out. Texture, Mr. Commissioner, the league needs the Rockets to stay relevant. Think about it. During our down years, ratings went down, but our first year back in the playoffs, ratings skyrocket, and we gave fans one of the best series in recent memory. Giving us the first pick ensures the interest in the league stays at peak value. Another texture. We should get the number one pick since Houston has been the butt of jokes. Since Houston, we have a problem. Lame joke, I might add. I hate that joke. Houston, we have a problem. Be original. On Twitter, because we wouldn't be sending Akeem Olajuwon for anything else other than the first overall pick tonight. We've been the good boy for the NBA for way too long. We haven't won an NBA title since 95. That's way too long. At this point, the NBA can do us a favor tonight. Tristan on Twitter. I think the Rockets have done it the right way these last few years. They built from within. They never got the first overall pick while they were one of the worst teams in the league. The Pistons, Magic, and Spurs got them instead. We haven't had a first pick since 2002. JJ, because we got screwed over not getting Wemby. John, the TV ratings of the Rockets-Warriors series shows the Rockets are a marketable team. Houston sells better than OKC. So a variety of reasons of why the NBA and Adam Silver should rig the lottery for the Houston Rockets and give them the 3.8% cash-in.
Who would you have sitting at the lottery tonight?
Dream is.
I know he is, but who would you have? Because you think about all the guys that have done it. Ime has done it. Steve Francis has done it. Carol Dawson has done it.
Dream's a good call.
Dream's done it.
Right? It'd be a dream
Dream's done
if you
it,
won
I think, recently and they didn't get it.
Oh, has he done it?
I think he's done it in the last couple of years, and it was maybe a men or one of the other lower picks that they had.
Oh, you mean
instead of winning the lottery?
I thought you meant a min was there.
No.
I mean, the dream is like a good narrative because if you win something, you have a 3.8% chance. It's a dream.
I
used
think
to read Word Up magazine.
Think that he's the one guy right now for this franchise that could represent them.
I think it's the answer. Like, who else is super lucky? I mean, Matt Maloney was pretty dang lucky.
Oh God,
getting that guy a starting
Kelvin
role
Cato
for that
was
much
pretty
money.
lucky.
Kelvin Cato was pretty lucky.
Really lucky. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Moochie
those guys
Norris.
are lucky.
Moochie Norris got a
Moochie continues
contract.
to be lucky.
Who's got a horseshoe up there behind that we can send? That's super lucky.
Colt fan.
Do you have a case for why Adam Silver and the NBA should rig the lottery in favor of the Rockets, Brian?
Yeah, because in my lifetime, they've done us a favor with the lottery one time with Akeem. They gave us Ralph Sampson, bum leg. He was out of the league in 6 years. They gave us Yao, great, but his foot was hurt. And LeBron, the guy drafted the year after him, still in the league. Yao's been out of the league for a decade. And now four straight years, the Rockets had a chance at the top overall pick, and each year they got passed over, including Wemby, the future face of the league, pumping his fist when the Rockets didn't get the pick to pick him. The NBA
did not want to come here.
The NBA owes us for giving us guys who get hurt with the number 1 overall pick, and then having guys celebrate when we don't get it.
Wemby would be better off in Houston too. Like now, like if he could do it all over again, I think he'd like to be here.
I don't.
It's a way better core than
He ain't
San
worried about all
Antonio.
that. He's worried about the fact from Tony Parker and everything. They gave him all kinds of ammo as to why he shouldn't be here.
You'd rather live in San Antonio than Houston?
No, I wouldn't personally.
But why would he? As I'm saying,
Because
he's
got
French.
He's got his same countryman that has experienced everything to tell him and set him up for the fact that he spoke highly of San Antonio. He wanted to follow in Tony Parker's footsteps.
Do we not have a Frenchman here with the Rockets? Has there ever been a Frenchman that's played for the Rockets? We can trade for Batum or whatever his name is.
Nicholas Batum.
Yeah, he was the captain on that French national team in the Olympics because I watched that one
documentary,
Survive for Gold or whatever.
We've had some Greek
guys.
guys.
Trade for Batum.
Oh, we had Billy Spanoulis.
Doesn't
we
matter.
had an Italian guy. We had Pablo Prigioni.
Why does that matter?
This close. I don't know. It's the
I
same
don't
part
think
of
that
the world.
matters.
It's the same
I
part
don't
of the
think
world.
he's going to be intrigued because people are Greek. Opa.
We had Pablo Prigioni. That's close.
Was he Greek or Italian?
He was Italian. I said Italian.
I think he said Greek.
He said Greek first because I said Billy Spanoulis.
Yeah, I said Greek first
was it
for Vasily.
Papadopoulos or whatever for a couple of years? That was actually decent for them.
Yeah.
We had Luis Scola from Spain and Argentina.
Corey says
We've had
Team
some international
13,
flair.
but they're not French.
Close
French is
enough.
the imperative
Close
word
enough.
here.
I can't even. That's a great question. I don't think they've ever had a French player that I can remember.
Thank God.
Rudy T's alive.
I think
He's
that's a great.
lucky.
If it's not Dream, Rudy T would be your next bet.
T-Mac, 13 points in 30-ish seconds is pretty impressive.
In the Hall of Fame.
Not a bad idea. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive.
Hey, guys. So my argument for Adam Silver is the Rockets are potentially one player away, and pretty much everybody else, when you look at the lottery teams, I don't think you can really say that about anybody else. Maybe San Antonio if Victor Self comes up and stays healthy. And the reason I look at that is in the NBA, it's like the haves versus have-nots, and everybody else in between is just wasting time. And so the more teams the NBA can get as a contender status, the more competitive the playoffs get. So instead of having 4 or 5 teams where you could reasonably see win a championship, having 6, 7, 8 teams would be better. So it would make it a little more interesting at playoff time because the other teams don't matter ultimately. And then real quick, my dream lineup if they win would be Reed and Ahmed in the backcourt as a pairing because I feel like they fit together well, skill set wise. And then Cooper at the 3, Jabari at the 4, Şengün at the 5, and then Brooks and Jalen off the bench and Van Vliet off the bench. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
He breaks it. He comes with multiple directions to go with the call.
I like his idea though
Who's handling
of
the
why
ball?
the Rockets should rig it or why the NBA should rig it. I like that idea. It's better to have powers at the top than a bunch of
Well,
mid.
and if you got OKC and they have SGA, and if the Rockets have a similar roster and the Memphis has Ja and a lot of these young teams have their one go-to guy. If you could get your go-to guy without having to go trade half your rotation away, pretty good for competition.
Todd said Yao's the most overrated Houston athlete ever. That's ridiculous.
That's stupidity.
So
Todd.
stupid. You know what, Todd? You just made the list, Todd. You made the list.
You just made the list.
Terrible take. Go back to New York or San Francisco, whichever giant fandom you want to root for that day. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We didn't talk about it earlier because we talked Lance McCullers and the threats on McCullers shined away from the Astros good over the weekend. They did take 2 of 3 against Cincinnati, and they even won the middle game from innings 2 through 9. They outscored the Reds 8-3 in the middle game of that series. But the Astros good from the weekend. What was the good? 713-780-3776. That's next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Another good. Monument Chevrolet is good. They're good. They're the top of the dealership game because they're the dealer that you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing, and you get your car shopping done fast. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, and people keep coming back to Monument Chevrolet because they're really good at what they do, because people trust Monument Chevrolet. It's not the typical car salesman, slick back hair that's trying to get one over on you. No, it's not like that. Transparent, no hassle pricing. It's fantastic. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They have a great culture there because they hire good people. And they're also extending their employee pricing right now through the end of May. Yeah, you can get employee pricing on their entire inventory, not just the Silverados, not just the trucks we were telling you about these last few weeks. No, they're extending employee pricing on their entire inventory on both new and pre-owned vehicles. So if you want a new vehicle, employee pricing right now, Monument Chevrolet. If pre-owned is more of your style, right now at Monument Chevrolet, employee pricing on those pre-owned vehicles. Also, if you're active or retired military, they have a special offer for you. You get $750 off your purchase, plus 25% off OnStar and Sirius XM. So appreciate you serving, of course. And if Monument Chevrolet, they want to take care of you. If you're retired or active military, they want to thank you for their service, and they're going to put their money where their mouth is. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. You can visit them online, check out their inventory there, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go and visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Clint Capella says a texture. How we miss Clint?
Good call.
We should have known that. Forget Wimby. Let him enjoy his queso-covered chicken fried steak in San Antonio. That doesn't sound bad.
I was going to say, it doesn't sound bad at all.
I think it said, I think the place that served it is no longer in business. It was a place called Lulu's, but I had it once. It was pretty damn good.
Of course you had it.
Why not? When in Rome.
When in Rome, you're eating queso fried chicken.
I'm just saying, no.
I mean, you're eating Mexican food in San Antonio.
Yeah, you do what the locals do, but Lulu's was a local place, and that's what they served, and it was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it closed during COVID, it looks like. That's sad. Never be able to try that. It had a 2.6 on Yelp, Brian.
It was really like it must have been a 2-item place. They had that, and they had this huge ass cinnamon roll that was pretty good.
I don't get out of bed unless you got a 4-star on Yelp. That's true.
Were you lured in by the cinnamon roll, or
no? Well, actually, yes, because the cinnamon roll was on a show called Man vs. Food.
I've heard of it.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was in the area for a boxing thing. I thought I'd stop by. They're open late.
How often does food win?
It felt like it was about half and half.
You guys done?
I
Talking
can't
about
be.
Terrible television shows
I've never
and
watched
bad
it.
food choices in San Antonio. 2.6 on
It's like
Yelp. You're
pros
bragging
versus
about it.
Joes. How
He
many
went.
times
He
did the
went.
Joes win?
He went win in Rome on a 2.6 Yelp rating.
With for 2 specific menu items, yes.
Does it say on there that their specialty was the queso chicken fried steak?
I don't read the reviews. I just look at the star rating.
Because he wasn't sure that was the restaurant that served it to him.
I think it was called Lulu's.
See, I think.
Yeah, he's usually not very good at
Where's the
getting
vigor
facts
and
right.
the table pounding of being sure even when you're
No,
wrong?
hold on. I've actually been pretty on point until today.
With what?
Well, no, with
No, that show,
there's been a
Lulu's-
few things Jeremy's had to fact check me on. I was right. I've been right the last couple
Lulu's
weeks.
was on Man vs. Food.
Okay, so that is what I'm thinking of then.
And it says they're known for their cinnamon rolls.
That's what.
Yeah.
But they also had that.
Yeah. They had a chicken fried steak with queso on top.
You know what else they had?
A 2.6.
A 2.6 on Yelp. You should be embarrassed that you ate there. I wouldn't tell people that. I wouldn't tell people.
I'm not
tried it.
ashamed.
No, I wouldn't tell people that.
At
I've
least
gone
I'm not
you won't steal
Sonoma.
business from them.
Yeah.
Because they're done.
All right. Astros good from the weekend. They did take 2 of 3 from Cincinnati. Nasty news with McCullers after the game took away from that shine. But what were some of the good from the Astros weekend?
Oh, there's plenty. I think you start with the fact that Blanco pitched phenomenally well and gave you all the confidence in the world that hopefully he can get back to more of what we saw last year. But that was a hell of a start for 8 innings, only giving up 2 hits. I think he had 11 strikeouts. Hunter Brown pitched really well again. But from the batting perspective, I had Pena was 5 of 14. Walker, to me, and Yiner are the 2 biggest because Walker was 5 for 10 and Yiner was 5 for 11. And, Walker had 5 ribbies. Yiner homered. Those are encouraging things to me. And then you throw Caratini in 4 for 9. And I'm like, okay. And Paredes at 4 for 11. Those stood out to me very, very highly on my list.
That Yiner bomb was a no doubter. The ball can
Makes you feel pretty good about the fact that hopefully he and Walker are figuring some things out.
Walker's numbers at the dike have been outstanding recently. He really loves the dike. Walker does. And Yiner's heating up, which is good. Now, Yiner's thing's always going to be play discipline. Like swinging good pitches, I like your chances. Swinging bad pitches, I don't like your chances. Ronel Blanco topped my good. Not only was he brilliant yesterday, but he was timely. Like you had to have that after the Astros pitching staff gave up 13 runs in game 2. Your starter couldn't make it out of the first inning. You had to send down Logan Van Why is my last name pronounced this way. And you brought up Dubin, who didn't even have to work. He pitched a garbage inning in the 9th inning because Blanco was so good. So he was brilliant, but he was timely. And I'm not sure which one is better. I had Yiner as well. Then the Friday shutout, not only Hunter Brown, but also Caleb Moore, Brian King, Brian Abreu, and Josh Hader. So we were teasing Brian earlier for I don't think that he has any shame on who's going to produce and run the board. Not me. It wasn't my words. It's Brian's words. And we think that Brian would literally bring in anybody walking down the hall to run the board. And Brian McDonald has brought in Esme Perez. That's your last name, right? I think it's Perez. I don't know.
Let me be very clear, Esme, that I was the one that said not just anybody, because he might get hurt if he asked Esme to come in here and produce with all the stuff she already does.
So
I already know you well enough to know that you might whoop his ass. I know that. See,
she could do the job.
She's ready.
I don't know why you're karate chopping. That's not necessary.
She could whoop his ass
behind the board. Oh, okay.
Yeah. See,
she's trying to turn on the microphone. It hadn't worked. Can you
So
turn on the microphone?
we're doing
Brian?
pantomime.
Yeah, Brian. Esme, do you think that you could do Brian's job better than he can do it?
That's a big maybe.
It's a big yes.
Oh, yes.
I like that nickname for Brian, though. Big maybe.
The big maybe.
Big maybe.
That's fantastic.
Esme just gave Brian the nickname without even knowing she did it. Brian is now and forever will be known as the Big Maybe.
Big maybe. With the M, not a B.
Because even when he says things that he thinks 100% correct, it's really a maybe. It might not be true. It might be, but it might not be.
I'm telling you, if Esme says about 2 more sentences over that microphone, we are going to get just absolutely flooded with calls at the front desk.
Yeah. Esme, give us your biggest sports take, your hottest take right now in sports.
I don't watch sports.
Oh.
At least you work at a sports station,
It's
right?
a hot take. Sports stink.
No, let's see. I saw some of the kids getting on the football stuff. The
Okay.
um
Yeah.
what
Getting
was
a-
it
getting
called?
a-
the college
NFL draft.
Oh, the draft
the
a few weeks ago.
draft. Yes, yes.
Big moment in all their lives.
Oh, yes.
Do you think if a pitcher stinks in an outing that he should get threatened with his life?
Do I think what?
If a pitcher pitches
Yeah.
badly, should people be allowed to have death threats on his wife, kids, and himself?
Oh, heck no.
Yeah, it's frowned upon.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shouldn't happen.
No. It's at the end of the day, it's a game. It's a sport. It's not it doesn't affect anyone's life. I mean, obviously maybe the owners,
Yeah.
but the owners would probably also agree that you can't threaten someone's life over a ball. Who threatens someone's life over balls?
You're already way better than Brian.
Over balls. Come on, guys.
I mean, you are going. You don't understand how many calls you're about to get over the next hour.
Esme, how many more starts should Lance McCullers have until they get rid of him?
Didn't they go to the almost the World Series last year?
Not
last year was
quite.
bad.
They made the playoffs last year.
Okay, yeah, that's
but-
what I meant. Okay.
Yeah, he was hurt though. He didn't pitch. He hadn't pitched since this is like the first time he's been pitching in 2.5 years. He's pitched twice. How many more starts before if he's still bad, and how many more starts before the Astros should get rid of him completely?
Like how many more games should he do?
Should he pitch?
Yeah.
Well, wait, doesn't he make like millions of dollars?
17 million.
Yeah, he makes quite a bit.
And how long has he been an Astro player?
Oh man.
Quite a while.
Yeah, it's quite a while. Probably like 10
Both
years.
World Series
Oh, he's about
championships.
to hit 10 years of service. So
Yeah.
about 10 years.
Okay, so he's definitely earned his bag.
I mean, he's been pitching
Still
lousy.
getting it without pitching.
Okay, well then he doesn't need to play but maybe 1 or 2 more games.
There
and
you
then
go.
Okay.
Limp on out.
All right.
You're saying words that are gonna.
Esme, this might this might have to
Like
this might
a
have to
limp
turn into a
noodle,
thing.
limp on out,
Yeah, I got you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Esme, great job. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm
Yeah.
glad you enjoyed my conversation with you.
Yeah, it might have to be a weekly thing. You up for that?
Oh, yeah.
We don't pay you any extra, but
No, that's
maybe
fine.
we can give you a portion of Brian's salary since he doesn't work much.
He's a maybe.
What's he called? The big maybe.
He's the big maybe McDonald.
Brian maybe McDonald.
All right, Esme.
All
Thank
right,
you.
good chatting.
I'll
Thank
see
you,
in a little
Esme.
bit.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Esme, taking over for
Bye.
Brian's job, which was fantastic. Great work. All right, let's get to our Mailbag Monday, 713-780-ESPN. What are your questions for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Mail call. It's a Mailbag Monday with a Killer Bees.
You've got mail.
What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, what's your question for the Killer Bees?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, so my question is, who is the top 3 deaths in sports history that really affected y'all? Thank you. Have a great day.
Guest?
Deaths?
You say deaths or guest?
I heard deaths.
No. You first.
Nice. I can tell you the first one off the top of my head that really, like, I remember where I was and everything was Kobe.
Oh yeah,
that was just so shocking and out of the blue that I remember me and my buddies had just got done playing hoops, and I was in PetSmart getting dog food, and my buddy just started texting me, "Oh my God, Kobe!" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "He's dead." I'm like, "What?" And then he started giving me the details, and I got online with my phone. I'm going, "Oh my goodness!" I mean, that one caught me completely blindsided.
Yeah, I was broadcasting the U of H basketball game when that happened, and like people were, like getting sad in the stands. I'm like, "What is going on?" So I went to Twitter and found out that the helicopter crash happened. I would probably go with people who were like actively playing.
Well, the other one that comes to mind to me was Hank Gathers.
Yeah, that was a little before my time, but that'd be one that he passed away. That was whenever he was
at Loyola Marymount after he had collapsed previously.
Yeah, and then the guy started shooting his first free throw every game left-handed.
Bo Kimball on the playoffs shot the free throws for him.
Who was the Celtic
tournament
draft pick?
Oh, and Len Bias.
That's
Lenny
who I was thinking
Bias.
of. I couldn't remember the name off the top of my head.
That was a heart issue that he had?
Len Bias was a bad drug.
Okay.
He got bad drugs. Yep.
Jose Lima stunk.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
Because, I mean, he was still pretty young.
Good call.
I'm trying to think of guys who've been active whenever they've passed.
Eddie Guerrero.
I mean, Muhammad Ali was sad. I mean, it happens all the time in wrestling. Muhammad Ali was kind of sad.
Eddie
Yeah,
Griffin,
but he was.
You saw it coming.
He
for
was pretty
sure, but
old at that
Eddie
point.
Griffin had
Eddie
some
Griffin
close
was
play.
very sad.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the
Weird question,
train.
Pena. I don't like that question.
He
I try to hide my feelings like most men.
he was troubled with a lot of things going on in his life. Yeah, and I think he drove in front of the train. Yeah. Yeah, there's
Daryl
that is
Kyle
a tough.
is
That's
somebody.
DK
Daryl
is
Kyle,
a good
yeah.
call.
That's-
Yeah.
The ones who'd go to Sooners, they stayed. Caminetti, he had his issues, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Daryl Kyle was sad. What it ruined the mood, Pena.
Seriously, just completely.
Right at the start of the segment.
Wow.
I try to ignore my feelings and completely ignore things that make
Stuff
me
it
sad.
all down deep inside till it explodes.
Yeah, like I'm a man. That's what we do. Dale Earnhardt says somebody. Steve McNair's death was very sad.
Yep.
It's a good call on Steve McNair. That was very sad. Highly recommend Fall of the Titan podcast. Very good.
Have you watched The Untold?
It's not as good as the podcast.
Not as good?
Not even close. I didn't really enjoy
I was
The Untold.
looking for a recommendation. I didn't know if it was any good.
No, I would listen to the podcast if you're going to do it. Questions for the B, 713-780-3776. Pena, don't call about death anymore. In fact, put Pena on the list. Pena makes the list. Who made the list earlier? Todd?
Yes.
Todd and Pena both made the list. Mailbag Monday, leading it off with death. Pena, not only do you make the list, but you're banned for the next 51 minutes. Can't call the show or text the show for the rest of the day. Corey, what trade would y'all look for the Rockets to make this offseason? I really feel like they would make a deal or two.
I mean, you understand that everybody wants you to make the big splashy move, but I think that the realistic moves could be made by just trying to get some shooters, just trying to get some veteran shooters that could make this team better if they don't go all the way in on a big-time superstar where you're going to have to give up plenty to get them, like Giannis. Evidently, they're out on Booker now, according to Kelly Eco, completely. But there are other guys out there that they might consider. But I think that if you just say that there are some shooters out there, Phoenix is trying to get rid of guys right now because they have no cap flexibility. And I think that, a Grayson Allen, you might not like him because, as Israel pointed out, the white guy's from Duke. But he'd be a good fit because he's a really, really good three-point shooter and he can play defense. So I think that there could be some kind of off-the-radar moves that might help them with shooting.
Ugh, Grayson Allen?
I just threw out one name in the
I
sea
can't
of
root for
potential.
Grayson Allen.
I understand. He's dirty.
Yeah,
He's extremely dirty.
But if you're going to fight dirty, you got to do it with dirty. I think I'd probably be a fan of Grayson Allen after like
If you
20
put
games.
Dylan Brooks and Grayson Allen on the floor together, yeesh.
Did Dylan do a lot of dirty stuff this year?
Did he start the year by kicking someone in the grapes?
I thought that was his. I thought that was
Wasn't it
last year.
preseason he hit someone in the grapes?
I don't remember. 713-780-ESPN. What are y'all going to stop letting Pena on the air? Weak
Nothing wrong
takes.
with Pena.
That wasn't a take. It was a call. It was a question.
He
That wasn't a take.
He's always the lead caller for Mailbag Monday.
The answer to that is never. We're never going to stop letting Pena on the air. Pena's always welcome, except for the rest of today. He's banned for the rest of the day because now people are sending us athletes that died. Thank you, Pena.
Oh, Roberto Clemente. I don't remember any of that. But
yeah, there's a lot of them. A lot of them. I'll read them here in a minute. No, I'm not going to go back to it for a second. I want Durant. I'm in the Durant train, but I also want Durant to demand the trade and play hardball because I don't want to trade much. Like, I want to keep the nucleus together, bring in Durant as my mercenary. That's immediately my best scorer and my best shooter. So I'm in the Durant thing. The Giannis would be obviously very exciting, but I'm scared that that's going to completely break up the core as we know it. And maybe that's in the best interest of the Rockets, but that's just where my mind is at. Keith from LA, if your significant other committed a crime, will you take the rap for her? If so, how many years in prison can you handle?
Boy, depends on the crime to take the rap for.
Well, I think that goes to how long you'd be willing to do.
I would take the rap for her because we have children. If we didn't have children, ain't no way I'm taking the rap for her. But because we do, I would take the rap. And I could spend the rest of my life in prison. I wouldn't be happy. I'd be miserable, but I could do it.
Oh my
What
God.
choice would I have? What choice would I
A
have?
misdemeanor where you don't have to do anything like that. Take the rap for her and get out quickly
What are
and
you saying?
hopefully get probation.
That wasn't the question. You're changing the question. If so, how many years in prison can you handle? I could handle the rest of my life. I wouldn't be happy. I'd be miserable, but I could handle it.
I couldn't handle being in prison the rest of my
What
life.
would you do? You're in there. Like, what are you going to do?
It sucks. I don't want to do it.
Right, but that's not
but the question is,
question.
Could I handle? I couldn't handle knowing that I'm living the rest of my life.
You have no
behind
choice
bars.
but to handle it.
I have a choice.
No,
I
you
have to
don't.
take- one, I don't have to take the rap if I don't want to.
Right, but
And
the
two,
second part of the question, you have no choice but to handle it. If you got for some reason like a wrongfully convicted 20-year sentence, you got 20 years, brother.
right, but how long are you willing to do? So if I'm taking the rap for her, I'm taking the rap for her for a couple years. That's it.
That wasn't the question. If your significant other committed a crime, will you take the rap for her? If so, how many years in prison can you handle?
I can handle very minimal time in prison, so a couple of years.
So if you got wrongfully convicted for 20 years and you can't handle that, what are you doing?
We'll talk about it.
That's why I said the rest of my life. What are y'all's thoughts on the Colorado Rockies getting shut out by 3 touchdowns and Bud Black getting fired? Josh from Seabrook.
I think the Colorado Rockies are an embarrassment of a franchise, and they have been either they swing and miss on bad deals they want to get out of quickly, like Chris Bryant, which they still have, who they still have on their roster, or Nolan Arenado, or guys like that. They've never been willing to stay committed when they do spend money. They don't like to spend money. They've sucked forever. It's an embarrassment. It's amazing Bud Black has lasted as long as he did, 9 years.
See, I think they've spent bad money. I think you can win without spending money. There's a lot of teams in baseball that do that. They spent money on Chris Bryant, and like he has Anthony Rendonis, like he doesn't play. That's a terrible organization. Bad ownership. They have bad front office, and that's why they stink. They don't stink because they don't spend money. They stink because they're dumb.
I said a lot of stuff you said, and I think that their decisions are bad, and they handle everything poorly.
Yeah, they do. If it's 100 men versus a gorilla, then how many ESPN hosts would it take on Jason Statham?
Oh, Brian's out on this.
I don't think it would take that many.
How many of us to beat Statham?
Yeah.
3?
I'll take 3 blankers.
I guess that also depends on which one of us we choose.
I think we overrate Statham here.
I mean, he has in his contract he can't lose. That automatically works.
That's it right there.
It's a movie.
He's
It's a fiction.
He's like one of the
I
Paul
don't know.
brothers.
I've seen the documentaries.
Guess how old he is?
He's mid-50s.
57 years
Oh,
old.
we're whooping his ass.
Yeah, it's not going to take many.
I mean,
Also,
we have at least one person here older than that, right? Isn't Granado?
Station or on the show?
No, at the station.
I knew he was.
I didn't say it.
You implied it.
I didn't know what he was saying.
I don't even know.
I didn't know
how
if he was
old
asking
John
the
and
show or the
Lance are.
station. I was asking for clarification. Here's the thing about actors. They're notoriously small. Like all these massive hulking men in Hollywood aren't as big as you think.
Like Mark Wahlberg is ripped up and strong, but he is extreme. Him and Tom Cruise are like 2 of the smallest actors in Hollywood.
I
Guess
would
how
say
tall?
Wahlberg in a fight over most of us.
Guess how tall Statham is?
5'10".
Google says 5'10". an actual website says 5'8".
God, he seems like
I'd still
they
take
build
him
him up to be a
one-on-one.
lot taller.
Exactly. Hollywood dudes are small. They're little bitty.
So is not Ben Affleck. The other.
I think Blankers is taking Statham one-on-one.
Yeah,
I really do.
nah.
Mano a mano.
Thanks, Brian.
Mano a mano.
I'm not used to your support anyway, so I'm good
Oh,
with.
come on. That's
Blankers,
weird old thing.
Blankers is taking Statham one-on-one. And then if it's not one-on-one, Blankers and Paul could take him.
What's Affleck's best friend?
Matt Damon.
Damon's super short too, isn't he? It's Damon, Tom
They're all
Cruise,
little.
Mark Wahlberg.
Cruise is like 5'6".
Yeah, Tom Cruise is really tiny.
Should have gone into acting.
713.
713.
Because you're a little man?
I'm not. I mean, I'm pretty wide.
Mark Wahlberg's insane with all the workout stuff he does too. Though.
Yeah, I've heard the story. He gets up like at 3 a.m.
Yes.
to work out
for like 2.5 hours.
3 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, it's insane.
Brandon would be someone's in prison the second he stepped in.
I found a lot of humor in that.
I hope not.
I mean,
you're in there for life.
Depending on who's there, he wouldn't have a whole lot to say.
I feel like I could
That's a good point.
I feel like I could scheme up a way where that doesn't happen.
I don't know. You're pretty good at annoying people. I don't know if
feel
that
like I could
plays in
scheme
your
up a
favor
way.
in the prison scenario.
I think
You
I
be
would
a
have to-
supplier.
How do you get solitary confinement? What do you have to do?
You're gonna have to
Start
try and
fights.
kill somebody else.
Yeah, you're
That's
gonna
what
have to
I'm
start
saying.
fights, be a problem.
I think I would have to do that.
What's the old saying? First day in prison, you go and punch the biggest guy there.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I'd go punch like the medium guy. And hopefully it's the medium guy that the biggest dog in the yard doesn't like.
Right.
I would find some intel. Like, who do you not like, big dog?
And then go punch
And
that
then
guy.
go punch that guy to try to
Okay.
curry some favor with the big dog, and then get in cahoots with the big dog, and hopefully the big dog would help me not be somebody's
Little dog.
Yeah.
And you also better hope that
Female dog.
there's no quick retaliation once you punch the guy that the big dog doesn't like.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the big dog. I take the big dog with me.
Yeah, I would say that'd probably be the smartest move.
I feel like I could curry some favor here.
Why don't you just become the supplier for cigarettes and
I'll do something.
yeah, marijuana laced paper and things
I
like
think
that.
I could scheme something up. I definitely need to curry favor with the big dog. Some way, somehow. But not all the way. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. Blankers has a thought on Giannis and the Rockets. We'll get to that next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Payne Stewart. Somebody brought up. Payne Stewart was very sad.
It was.
He was flying to Houston.
Suffocation through the plane. Something happened to the
Doing
pilot
the
or something
cabin
like that.
pressure?
Yeah, and so it was like something happened to the pilot, and it wouldn't stop flying, and the altitude and everything. They basically suffocated, I think, in the
I thought
air.
they all died before the plane went nuts.
Or maybe they passed out first.
Yeah, I think the cabin pressure screwed up initially, and then
Yeah.
like it was toast.
I didn't know he was flying to Houston.
Yeah, I think there was that. What tournament was it? It was like I can't remember the tour. It was pretty.
Well, they used to have the Tour
it was a
Championship
Champions.
here.
I think it was that. I
They
think
used
it
to
was
have the Tour
Championship.
Championship here before Coke sponsored it and said the only catch is you got to have it in our headquarters city, so they moved it to Atlanta.
Oh,
It used to
really?
be at Champions. It was great.
That was the one he was flying into.
Yeah, it was always at Champions. Tiger used to come. Everybody. I mean, he was obviously the top 30 on the money list.
You know what I remember about that was the bagpipes.
Oh yeah.
At was it dusk? They did it at dusk.
Yep.
Yeah, that was terribly sad. That was really sad. Jose Fernandez, that was sad.
Pitcher from the Marlins.
Yeah,
That was a boating accident, right? Yeah.
Junior Seau, Derek Thomas.
Derek
All pretty
Thomas
sad.
was.
Sean Taylor, there's one that just popped in mind.
That's another. Yeah, that was
That was sad.
tough. Yeah.
He was real young.
And then somebody tell me to join MS-13. Could you imagine? I just walk in tomorrow, I have like tattoos all over my
And I'm
body.
Mexican.
MSJB.
Yeah, just get a bunch of temporary tattoos from the grocery store.
I better be careful here. Hey, Blankers has thought about Giannis. What do you?
Yeah.
No, I'm being for real. I know it was a terrible segue.
No, I mean, I think there's it's interesting, and obviously I'm from Milwaukee, and I've got friends within the organization, but I look at the situation, and today I think was much ado about nothing other than Giannis trying to basically save face in the fact that he doesn't want to be the guy that asked for the trade. I think he would love a trade. I think that the announcement today is similar to when J.J. Watt didn't want to ask for a trade for the Texans. And I think behind the scenes, they orchestrated it so that the Texans were the ones that would be the fall guy to say that, we're going to do what we need to do and release JJ. And so I think Giannis is, I think the legacy in Milwaukee matters to him. I think he wants to be able to leave, but doesn't want any kind of leftover residue from the way he goes out. So the announcement today means nothing other than the fact with the lottery tonight, there's going to be a lot of interest. They're going to get a lot of calls. Everyone in the NBA has representatives in Chicago for the lottery. So there'll be a ton of talks before the Bucks even get in their cars to drive back home. But overall, other than hearing some of the guys having a lot to say about the Rockets being a front runner, because Milwaukee doesn't have any first round picks for the next 5 years. So they can't do a rebuild with their own picks. So they're going to need a combination of picks and young players and established players that can kind of keep them afloat otherwise.
Why don't they just go all in on a rebuild?
Because they don't have any first round picks.
But I mean, they can get it for Giannis.
Because, well, and so the interesting thing is that, and we've got the soundbite that Brian Windhorst and Jay Williams were on ESPN this morning, and they were talking about the fact that there's two teams to keep an eye on in terms of the lottery.
Giannis is extremely savvy when it comes to financial matters. He's very, very smart at what is the best way to do his contract. He's very, very smart at taxes. I promise you, he knows the tax rates in all the states. And I again come back to Houston and San Antonio, no state income tax. Watch what happens tonight in this lottery with Houston and San Antonio.
I also say he has a great relationship with Hakeem Olajuwon. I mean, he's done a lot of training with Hakeem in Houston, so they have a very interesting relationship.
Very interesting relationship. Makes it sound very
was
curious.
Very weird. But Dream, I'm telling you right now, from the standpoint of Dream might be one of the most business savvy guys I've ever seen in the NBA or anywhere. And Dream knows everything that might be where Giannis got a lot of it. But I think that because the only other team that they said you could throw into the mix is New Orleans controls 3 of Milwaukee's first round picks in the next 5 years. So not that Giannis would end up in New Orleans, but there might be a 3-way trade where those picks somehow get back to Milwaukee. To your point about, why wouldn't you just, get picks back and try to get picks back? I think that because they still have Damian Lillard on their roster, because they still have a ton of money spent where they can't get help anywhere else, and because the GM who just signed an extension doesn't want it on his resume that he traded Giannis and didn't get anything back in return for him. The best scenario is a situation like San Antonio or Houston. Lots of draft picks and some young talent that can help you either stay afloat or do the rebuild fast.
I want to know more about this relationship with Hakeem and Giannis here.
It
sounded a little bit,
He has paid for the tutelage from Hakeem for more than one summer, I believe. A couple summers he's been here.
Yeah, but I mean, Jay Will made it sound like they're hooking up.
He did. It's a very awkward way to describe it.
Yeah. What does Jay Will know? I hope he doesn't know. And when it's the first time that I think I've heard Windhorst without seeing him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's the first time I've only heard him talk without seeing his face.
And
he sounds a little bit like a woman.
Maybe.
He sounds like, play that again there, Brian, a little bit at the beginning. Like, does Windhorst sound like a woman? 713-780-3776. It's my first time seeing him without his face. Only the audio. I'm pretty sure it sounds like a woman.
Giannis is extremely savvy when
Sounds
it
like a
comes to
woman.
financial matters.
You're not wrong.
All right. Sorry to hijack that. I think Milwaukee would be best suited to just rebuild. They've had, like, I heard Colin Cowherd say this, which is dangerous to agree with Colin Cowherd. Never go full Colin Cowherd, but he's right about this. Milwaukee's had 3 straight first round exits, and they've had like how many coaches in that span? I think they should tear it up and completely rebuild, because Giannis is already 31 years old. Going to be 31 next.
30,
he'll be 31 next year.
Yep.
They've had 3 straight first round exits. You mentioned all of the, like, they don't have a whole lot of stuff to trade to be able to acquire people around Giannis. Like, Milwaukee, no offense, isn't a huge market where these players are banging down the door to go there. I think that their high point of winning has been done. I think it's time to tear it down and rebuild.
But I think when you look at it and you look at the scenario and the situation, they're strapped not only with no draft picks, but they're strapped with the fact that Damian Lillard's contract, and he's not going to play next year, is $60 million. So that's crushing to them. And then they took on another contract that, again, when we talk about from a baseball perspective with the Astros and other franchises, be careful when your fan base and everybody in your organization thinks you got to stay loyal. Well, they stayed loyal to Chris Middleton, and they gave him close to $60 million for a guy that they had to trade away to try and get some kind of a pennies on the dollar replacement in Kyle Kuzma. They are strapped financially. They have no draft picks. So starting over and rebuilding is basically out of the equation for them to do it the right way. So what they're going to have to do is try and trade Giannis for a combination of draft picks and some of the best young players they can get.
Yeah.
That's why the Rockets are right there front and center.
I believe the Rockets have the better offerings than San Antonio.
Absolutely.
Because San Antonio, they're not trading Wemby.
Castle.
Would anybody else be off the table for San Antonio? And then secondly, if the answer to that is no, do they still have the package that Houston would have? I would say no.
I don't think
and
Milwaukee
am I being
wants,
biased there?
I don't think Milwaukee wants De'Aaron Fox.
No. So it'd be like Castle and a bunch of picks. Is that better than anything the Rockets could offer in a bunch of picks? No.
They have to take veterans in return simply because of the fact that they have to come within 15%. So maybe De'Aaron Fox would have to factor in at some point, but they have 2 lottery picks this year.
I wonder how far under the cap they are.
Who, San Antonio? I don't know that they are, because I think they re-signed De'Aaron Fox as part of the trade. But I believe that if you could get Stephon Castle and you could get the 2 lottery picks and then you fill in whatever after that, I think that's a pretty good nucleus to get back.
It's not as good as the Rockets could offer.
No, but you know what? And again, people in Milwaukee as a franchise are bringing up the fact that the last time that they were forced to do something like this was when Kareem wanted out and they were forced to take the same package, some young players, a whole bunch of draft picks, and face the reality of it's over.
I think they have to.
I think that's probably where they're at.
San Antonio, I mean, unless they get super lucky, like San Antonio's first pick, 26% chance to be top 4, 6% chance to be number 1. And they're not trading it if it's number 1.
That's their own, right?
Yeah, that's their own. So like that one's more than likely going to be a bottom of the top 10 pick. And then their second pick is the one from Atlanta. That has a 3.4% chance to be top 4 and less than a 1% chance to be number 1. So San Antonio's like reality, unless they get lucky tonight, is that they have a bottom of a top 10 pick, like somewhere around 7 or 8.
Their pick going to be higher than that?
No, right now they have the 8th best odds. If everything went chalk tonight, San Antonio will have the 8th pick and the 14th pick.
Okay.
That's not sensational.
No, it's not great at all.
That's not if everything goes chalk for the Rockets, they have the 9th pick tonight. That's if it's 100% chalk. Which does that thing start right at 6:05? Right at 6.
They'll do I think the draft. I mean, the actual ping pong ball announcement starts at 6:30, and they draw it out with commercials and stuff. But I'm sure they got like a half-hour pregame show.
Will we know before the Astros play?
Should, yes. Yeah, it'll be over by 7 because the game is tonight. The Knicks and the Celtics game tonight. So that's part of the pregame leading up to the 7 o'clock tip.
I remember they used to do it in the half. I know
They
they're not
did.
doing it this
They
year.
did.
but
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
They did.
I
But now they're just trying to get the run of the show within the show.
Texter, I call BS. No way he knows all the text rates in all the states. That's probably true. Texter, wait, I thought that was a female reporter. Apparently I said first time seeing him without a face. That's funny, but you knew what I meant. I thought y'all made a mistake playing that clip. He definitely sounds like a woman. I'll never not
Giannis
hear
is
this.
extremely savvy when it comes to financial matters.
Sounds like a woman.
Saying that you thought it was Ramona Shelburne?
They call Windhorst Windy on the ESPN morning show. I can see why.
They do.
I can see why. No, I didn't. Why would you say Ramona Shelburne, Blankers?
Because Ramona sounds kind of like that.
Oh, I thought you said they were gonna kind of.
No, I'm
Big
not.
gal.
I'm
San
not
Antonio
body
woman?
shaming. No.
Like
no.
earlier, we were comparing Luca and Kneppel's body comp.
You were comparing.
Were you
Knipples?
comping
You were
Windhorst?
comparing Knupples?
No, that's a bad joke. You were comping Windhorst and Ramona Shelburne's body comp.
Voices.
Oh. 713-780-ESPN. Is he a royal or
Someone who got a credit for the Lord's song Royals.
Sounds awful. Oh my God. Sounds so bad. We'll do whatever that debacle is next. What? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5.
And I know
and
the song.
ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Came back with Royals.
I got that. I just don't get that.
Who was the singer of this one? It was,
Lourdes.
Lourdes, that's right. Lourdes
Lord,
Gurriel
just
sang the
Lord.
song.
Yeah, Lord Scurry. Exactly.
Lorde.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
No
an E
S on the end?
No.
It should be Lord.
We
Wouldn't
noticed
the O be long if there's an E at the end?
I don't know, man. She's from New
You
Zealand.
don't
I don't know
think
how
these- you don't think
how
these
they do
musicians
things.
care about
Grammar?
phonetics?
No, I don't think they do.
The fact that
Cardi B
on all the Astros telecasts that Jeremy Pena actually doesn't say Taquerias Arandas the right way. He says Taqueria instead of Taquerias.
He doesn't have the S at the end?
No S. I would think someone somewhere in post would have caught that.
They're probably like, it's Pena.
I'm still convinced
No one's
more
hearing
than
what he's
ever, too,
saying.
that they AI'd Altuve's singing voice in the HB commercials.
Maybe.
It's
AI's
very off.
AI's weird. This is the best part. Let me live that fantasy. What year did this song come out?
I think it said 2013.
I would have guessed older. I would have guessed like late 2000s.
Well, I would have guessed later.
But I'm really bad about this game.
Yeah, I thought that they would have been more closer to like 2020.
What?
Oh no, yeah.
I didn't think it was that old.
I was thinking it was like right at the turn, like 2009, 2010. So I was a few years off. But when I looked it up for the purposes of the game, I'm pretty sure it said 2013.
It's a hell of a pull.
I'm
not saying a good way, but it's a hell of a pull.
I was initially thinking Royal Family, but I thought it'd be too big of a giveaway. The names would be too pretentious sounding. It wouldn't have worked.
Even still, I'm curious how many sound like a female name in this one.
Well, spoiler alert, all the names here are male.
Pena's Puerto Rican. He is barely Hispanic.
I don't think I can weigh in. I don't think I'm allowed to weigh in on that.
I have a tangent. I'm not going to get into it right now. I have a long tangent about the word Hispanic. Not too fond of it. Hey, you're brown. You're Hispanic. I'm not a fan of it. I know Cam Smith didn't have a hit, but he got on base twice. So I see he's still down with OBP. He was screaming, "Yeah, you know me." He got 2 hits yesterday.
Is that Israel?
Come on, dog. No, it's not Israel. I can tell because of the area code. He had 2 hits yesterday.
He did.
He didn't get a hit. He had 2 hits. All right, let's get to your game. Royal or a how did you say it?
Someone who got a credit on the song Royals by Lorde from 2013. All right, 7. There's 7. First name, Joel Little. Is this a member of the Kansas City Royals or someone who got a credit on the song Royals by Lorde?
Who's going first?
Yeah, why don't you go first, Joel? Since the name is Joel.
I was going to say, with a name like Joel, it's got to be a ball player.
Royals are pretty good.
Yeah, they are good.
So your answer is ball player?
I did.
I don't think it's a ball player. I think it's a credit guy.
Jeremy is correct. That is the songwriter and producer of the album, or of the song, that is. Sorry. So 1-0 to Jeremy. Second name there, John Schreiber. Is that a Royal or someone who got a credit on the song Royals?
You said it was Schreiber?
Yeah, Schreiber. Schreiber.
You just asked for the spelling.
How about John? Was it with an H in it? No, I'm serious.
Yes, it was.
So there is an H in it.
Yes, John.
I'm gonna go baseball player then.
I will go.
Joel?
I will go the opposite and say contributor to the song.
Jeremy is up 2-0. He is a
Sweet.
relief pitcher for the Kansas City Royals.
If it was Jon, I would have went pretentious music guy.
Yeah,
I'm
I
dead
could see
serious.
that. I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. All right, third name, Taylor Clark. And Clark, I will let you know before you ask, has an E on the end.
I'm not going to ask because I don't care that.
This stuff matters. It matters.
Taylor with an O, by the way. No E there, but an E on the end of Clark.
Kansas City Royal.
Jeremy?
I haven't heard this name. I mean, we have.
7 total. You've answered 2, so.
But I'll play defense. I'll go Royal.
He is a Kansas City Royal,
Okay,
also
good.
a relief pitcher for the Kansas City Royals. All right, name number 4. Jeremy up by 2.
Shut up.
You mad that I'm giving the score? All right, next name, Stuart Hawks. Hawkes. Hawks.
What was his first name?
Stuart.
I'm gonna go Kansas City Royal.
Well, I'm gonna have to go on the offensive and say
Don't get mad at my
he
game
had something
theory.
to do with the song.
Joel catches up by 1. He is a mastering engineer on the song Royals by
He's the
Lord.
master of his own.
So we got 3 left. Jeremy is up by 1, and Joel will be going first here. The next name, Mike.
What question is? Sorry.
Number 5.
Okay.
Michael Massey.
Kansas City Royal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a starting pitcher. Sometimes I stream him.
Well, not as a pitcher. He's a second baseman, but he is a Kansas City
I was
Royal.
wrong.
Yeah. All right. So Jeremy's still up 1, 2 to go. Joel, you're first. Or no, I'm sorry. Jeremy's first here. Kyle Isbell. Isbel.
I didn't really say Queen Bee in that song. I'll go Kansas City Royal.
Yeah, he's in Kansas City.
Yeah, he's an outfielder. Okay, that one was easy. There's always one.
My reaction blew it. I did what you did. I should have done that.
Yeah, there's always one that turns out to be pretty easy. All right, so Joel, you're down 1. Final question. You're going first here. So I guess Jeremy, let's switch it up so Jeremy just can't get the same answer.
Rewrite the rules during the game? What kind of hogwash is this?
Jeremy goes first. We're not going to let him just play the game.
For the sake of it being better for the game, I
Yes,
will
that's
allow
what I'm
it, even though
saying.
it comes at my expense and you changed it
I
during
would
the
do
game.
it for
What
Joel
a terrible
too.
rule of
Settle
principle.
down. All right, last name, actually another Joel. Joel Kefali. Kefali. I assume I'm pronouncing that correctly. Kefali. Kefali.
Check Baseball Reference.
That's a weird name. I'll go music guy.
Well, I was going to, but now just to try and save face and tie, I'll say Kansas City Royal.
Joel, your instinct was right. He was the director for the music video.
I figured.
Royals by Lord. Jeremy wins by 1.
Let's make that like curling. Whoever has the lead has to go first.
I agree.
For the
Okay.
whole game.
Sure.
Not just like the last one.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Like we have the hammer, so you go first. I think the hammer actually goes second.
That I don't know.
I love curling.
I only see curling once every 4 years.
It's for sure, but it's by far the best winter Olympic sport.
Ooh, I wouldn't go that far, but I do enjoy it.
I mean, back in my heyday, I would do a little bit of $5 a game at playcurling.com.
That sounds like a problem. You need 1-800-GAMBLING visit
Playcurling.com.
NECGambling.org.
Like in my college days, man, that was the jam. You never played curling.com?
You're doing that in the dorms there on
Playcurling.com might be the greatest online game that ever was made.
What years are you doing this?
Oh, probably late 2000s.
Okay. So not as a married man with responsibilities.
Oh, no, I haven't done it in 20 years.
Okay.
I guess 15 years. What years were the Winter Olympics?
Well, they're it's 2 years after the summer.
I understand the math of it. I'm asking what year specifically, Brian. Thank you.
2022 was the last one.
Okay. I was probably doing it in 06 then.
They're evens, right?
Yeah, they're all evens.
No, but I was looking specifically when I did playcurling.com. This would have been 2006. Maybe even 2002. Maybe it was in high school. Into college. Maybe it was 02 and 06. Playcurling.com was great. Anyways, let's get to our car wreck of the day. Who won that game?
You did.
Oh, thanks.
I know you love it.
Car wreck of the day. What are the car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You guys have 3 days to sign up at Ownwell. Deadline is May 15th. Are you spending too much on property taxes? You probably feel like you are. So head to ownwell.com, get their expert team fighting for you to try to save some money. Also, look, maybe they're not going to save you some money, but the peace of mind knowing that you're not getting that you're not overpaying is going to be worth the process. Why is it worth the process? It only takes 3 minutes to sign up. So what are you waiting for here? It comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of cost being a homeowner. That's why Ownwell is here to help you with those things. You're probably overpaying on property taxes, and you shouldn't be. So head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and get their experts fighting for you right now. Their cutting-edge technology can potentially save you money with no upfront cost. You only pay if you save money. What's not great about that? Ownwell handles it all from start to finish. They deliver top results, such as 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. The average customer that receives a reduction saves over $1,100 You could potentially be looking at a savings with a comma in the savings. Again, the deadline to protest is May 15th, so do not run out of time. Do it now. Head to ownwell.com, sign up, save money on your property taxes, and it takes you less than 3 minutes to sign up. So what are you waiting for? Start that protest right now at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL, ownwell.com. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Tomorrow we're at Senate Ave?
Yeah, Senate Avenue Brewing. Off of 290 on Senate Avenue. We're there 12 to 8, including Paul Gallant, our show, and then Soccer Matters.
Don't you owe somebody a drink?
No. Actually, yeah, I owe somebody.
I think you owe Blank a drink.
Was that what it was? Yeah, I think that's right. Well, yeah, that is right. Yeah, that is right. I owe
Oh,
a drink.
no, you owe us half a drink each.
Yeah, I'd like to give my half to Jeremy so that you can get him a full.
Oh, wait, we have two pending bets. We had the March Madness game where you finished in last.
And
we
you guys tied.
So you owed us half a bet. And then the Masters bet. Apparently, I won that.
What was the stakes
on
that
lost. I think it was just another drink bet.
Okay.
So you owe me a drink and a half, and you owe Blankers a half a drink.
And I would like to donate my half a drink to Jeremy.
There you go.
I don't drink, so you owe him 2 drinks.
You owe me 2 drinks.
It's unfortunate.
It's not. It's not unfortunate. It's great news. All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-78. Thank you. Yeah, my bad. That was mean of me. Thank you, Blankers. for the half a drink. Who you nominating for car wreck of the
Well,
day?
there's two off the top. That would be Lance McCullers Jr. on the mound, and then the idiot Astros fans and their death threats to Lance and his family. And then, to me, Jonah Williams, the multi-sport, the football and baseball star freshman at Texas this weekend. If you missed it, they're down 7 runs in a college baseball game, and he is showboating a walk. And I understand that later in the weekend he showed out and hit a grand slam and hit a couple of big extra base hits. But it was one of the most embarrassing things I've seen as a baseball player. You're down 7 runs, you draw a walk, and you acted and talked crap to the entire team like you just did something consequential. God, it was annoying.
Did you mention Texas A&M baseball?
No.
Why'd you mention Texas but not A&M?
Because I only saw this guy do this all over the internet.
It's because we're the flagship. You're hiding the A&M news.
I don't know what happened at A&M.
They got swept by Missouri, who hadn't won an SEC game.
Ooh, ouch.
I mean, I don't mind the walk so much. It just means more in the SEC. Okay. Tennessee and Vandy got a little chippy too.
Yeah, I saw
College
that.
baseball was on fire.
I guess
this
evidently
weekend.
early in the game.
Houston won game 1 at Arizona State and Tempe.
Games 2 and 3.
Don't have to talk about that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. What were you saying?
That Tennessee Vandy
No?
game, I guess early Tennessee at home was talking a bunch of mess, and then when Vandy came back.
Oh, yeah.
They stuck it to him pretty good.
College baseball's on fire this time of year. Regionals will be starting here in a couple of weeks. I'll be watching Bases Loaded on my phone as we do the show. Love this time of year. It's fantastic. I'm going to nominate the radio silence at the start of the show. Brian dumped
What
it. so
radio
the
silence? It didn't
audience
happen.
didn't hear 8 seconds of it.
It didn't happen.
It was probably in real time, our time, probably like, 18 seconds of radio
I
silence?
was thinking it was like 10 to 12, but
it felt like 30.
It felt like
Brian dumped it.
5 minutes. Yeah.
Lance McCullers' death threats. I had that. Did you see Bilal Muhammad's face? Title fight, UFC, over the weekend? He had like a massive cut in the middle of his lip. Looked like the Grand Canyon. And then he had a big old massive cut like on his forehead. Got beat up. And then the Thunder and Nuggets, 17-8 after the first quarter in their game.
17-8? That's what it was?
17-8.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I think the fighter guy would have looked better or worse than you when you were in prison.
Well, I'm going to curry favor. I don't think Bilal Muhammad was trying to curry any favor. Like, I'm going to be currying some favor.
Who are you going to curry favor with?
Big Dog.
Oh, no, you shouted out a specific gang. You want to shout them out?
No. Not that I'm picking one gang over the other. I just currently don't want to do that. MSJB.
So you keep it all cool in the game.
MSJB. I really want you to get tattooed that on your arm.
I'm going to get on my arm. I'm going to get right here on my forehead.
Forehead?
Above the
Okay.
left eyebrow.
All right.
All right, what do you got?
Right by your teardrop tattoo. I've got 2 real quick. First one, after the retirement of Derek Carr, Carr wreck to the Saints quarterback room, which is now Spencer Rattler, Jake Hayner, and Tyler Shuck.
I feel like you did them favors.
Ugh.
I feel like you did them a favor, don't you think?
Yeah, I know,
so,
but
'cause
just
he could have been out for the year and collected a check.
for sure. But that QB room is just.
It's a bad room.
I mean, unless you think Tyler Shuck's going to be great, I don't think he's going to be great. There's a reason why he stayed in college for 7 years, but whatever. The other one is
going to be the QB1.
I guess.
I think they're going to lead with Rattler.
Do you think Rattler's going to start? I think it's a good shot.
He did play some games last year for him, so it could be. The other one, I mean, the Rockies. I think you guys brought him up earlier during Mailbag, I think it was. But right now, this was through 39 games. I don't remember how many games they played now. They might have played 1 or 2 since the stat. But they're actually 5 games beyond where the White Sox were at this point last year. White Sox, after 39 games, had 11 wins. The Rockies only have 6.
6 and 33, I think.
6 and 33 after 39.
Who's
Yeah.
the number 1 pick in the MLB draft this year? Who are they tanking for?
I don't know. But I mean,
who would know that?
No.
You should.
I looked at mock draft last week, actually.
There you go.
I wanted to see where Jace Lavalette was being mocked.
Is that the kid from Florida?
No, he's from A&M.
Oh.
They also had their dude get hurt, Grahovac or whatever. He's a good player. Did you have another one?
No, those were mine.
Last one I had was Dan Patrick on Jason Tatum. He questioned, is Tatum a star or is he just a really good player? We want to put him in the top 5 because he's on the Celtics, but to be one of the greats or one of the top 5 players in the league, I want to see you do it when no one else is doing anything.
I agree.
Dude's been all NBA first team for multiple years.
Because he's a Celtic, East Coast bias.
Brown has crapped the bed and he's carried them. He's been a top 5 MVP candidate. I think it's a little.
No, I'm
outlandish.
take locking. I'm kidding. Ethan Holiday's the projected number 1 pick. That's right. I forgot.
Where's he playing?
He's a younger brother of Jackson.
Oh,
Holiday.
Jackson
Matt Holiday's
Holiday.
son. He's
Yeah.
Stillwater.
The other son.
He's in high school. This texter, why is Branham such an hole? Always condescending for no reason. Save that for Monday's Mailbag Monday. We'll ask that Mailbag Monday. We're not asking. There's no time for questions right now. We had a Mailbag Monday earlier for you to get your question in. We'll answer that next Monday.
What's the other Holiday kid in Baltimore?
Isn't that
Jackson Holiday?
Jackson Holiday.
Yeah.
So I thought you said
this is Ethan.
Oh, Ethan.
Yeah, they got a lot of holidays running around.
And they're good.
All right, what's winning? Death threats?
Yes, for sure.
All right. That's a winner. Does it for us. He's blank. That was Brian. I'm Branham. Thanks to AJ for hanging out too. ESPN Radio coming up right now on ESPN 975.